Speaking of pizza, that's what GM had named the hut that we were working for. Pizza the Hut. I love it.
Pizza the Hut!
Hello, friends, and welcome back to ReddX, your source for the freshest daily cringe content anywhere on the internet. If you didn't know, promise, swearsies, it's totally science. It's just a fact. You could go ahead and look it up. You'll probably find it on the internet somewhere, maybe. Today we're jumping into r/Tales of Neckbeards. Technically, maybe it's an RPG horror story or something like that. It's not been that long since we bid farewell to Linkbeard, but I am missing the tabletop cringe all of a sudden. You know, with the departure of Ramtide, we need a new GM, a new eternal game master. And we just might have found that person in user/the Irish Pirate 18. Yes, he wrote some cringe-miss parody songs, and they were spiffy. Looking at the writing in the story, oh god, it looks absolutely immaculate with just a glance over. You know, I don't want to spoil it for myself. I did put the kibosh on the Christmas songs just because the algorithm was like really punishing me because they weren't getting that many views. YouTube does not like experimentation, apparently, which I guess is just fine. We'll just keep reading beard stories, and we'll get the Irish pirate his day in the sun that he so desperately deserves. And we will also get some of this tabletop gaming cringe that we so desperately crave. Yes, it's a win-win-win all around. Everybody's winning. Speaking of winning, I also saw a bourgeois beard went up, and that will come tomorrow. But for now, we'll go ahead, we'll get some plugs and disclaimers out of the way, and then we will dive right into some of this Tales of Neckbeards cringe. Star Wars Shenanigans, Episode 1, The Newbie Menace. Tabletop gaming gone wrong. Hey, that's a new, like, it's kind of Tales from the Tabletop, but not really. That's good branding. I appreciate that. It is Star Wars. It's not Legend of Zelda. I suspect that it will perform better than Ingress, but not as good as Linkbeard. That's just my prediction, all right? People really got invested in Linkbeard, man. If I could bottle that content and sell it, my God. But as it is, we can only try and make lightning strike twice. So I guess we'll see how it goes. So, sorry in advance if this post runs a little long. It's going to run extra long because I'm talking between every other sentence. If it's well received, I'll follow up with an episode 2, which has been done. This isn't actually the worst of the events to befall our gaming group for this campaign, but it was certainly the first one that made us stop and consider our life choices. Specifically, the choice to bring strangers, or a stranger to most of us, to the table. Yeah, generally you want a tabletop game with people that you trust pretty well, you know? I don't like this D&D get on the internet and find a random group. It just never seems to work out for one reason or another. I don't do conflicting personalities. Then I'm gonna walk out. Then you're gonna be left without the paladin. And, I don't know, go find another one, I guess. So yes, I would suggest, avoiding bringing strangers to the table if you can help it. Edit, I came back to try and clean up the formatting a little once I found out that ReddX was planning on reading the story, but let's put it this way. If someone gets hit by a car and the ambulance that they're riding to the hospital catches fire, you can only do so much with what's left of them once they get to the operating table. This was my first attempt at writing a Reddit story, and the formatting is just bad. I go back and forth more than a swing state politician up for re-election in this installment. I'll try to give it a facelift, but at this point, there's not a lot of face left to list, so just trust me when I say they get marginally better. And I did let you know that I was going to read this in the Discord, because I was hungry to keep them tabletop stuffs going. And trust me here, the writing is really the least of my concerns. I did look at the cast list, and that's a lot of voices that I got to come up with. But, you know, Irish Pirate also helped me out on that. Suggested some voices. So this really is just a team effort around here. And anybody that apologizes for their writing is probably a good writer. We're our own worst critics, don't you know? With that semi-disclaimer out of the way, I guess let's get into the cast. We've got OP, that is our OP. 29 years old at the time, a gaming nerd, recently returned home from grad school, and getting married. Hey, congrats. Mac, my best friend since 2nd grade, the guy that got me into tabletop RPGs in the first place. Yeah, it's like that heroin dealer. He's just like, the first one's free, and then you're hooked for life.
Hey, you bitches! I'm high on crack! Want a freebie?
Mac lived with his mom, was super into gaming, and was an anime enthusiast. I know what you're thinking. Is he a neckbeard? But I would argue, no. He had good hygiene, he was respectful to women, and didn't own a single fedora, so far as I knew. At most, I would say that he was only diet neckbeard. Just 1 calorie, not quite neckbeard enough. Yeah, I call it beard light. That's basically what me and all my friends are, so don't sweat that too hard. To me, it just means they're laid-back people who can enjoy the nerdier things in life without fear of judgment. So, good on you, Mac. We got Chain Smoker, a murder hobo with the roleplay skills of a wobbly bar stool. Oh, God. He spent most of the sessions either on his phone or outside the game shop, chain smoking, when it wasn't time to put baddies on the business end of a repurposed mining drill. Pretty sick weapon choice. But yeah, somebody who can't roleplay, I don't know, man. D&D can't all be about combat. I mean, the roleplay is where the fun and the shenanigans are inserted, right? Step your game up, bro. We got Peacekeeper, arguably the nicest guy at the table, friends with everyone except our newcomer, but God bless him, he extends that olive branch like a mall kiosk worker, handing out demo products to drum up business. Do mall kiosks still exist? Do people actually still go to the mall? I think those businesses folded long ago, and for good reason. I don't want to be harassed while I'm walking around the mall. Leave me alone. GM is our wizened old game master. He had the philosophy of, I'll just let you boys sort it out when any kind of conflict would arise. Sounds like a noodle spine. Step up. You're leading the game. Start to lead. What's wrong with you? I guess I'm jumping down his throat too quick. Let me wind it back a little bit. He also held back XP like a Victorian-era father withholding outward displays of love for his children. You see what I mean about the writing style? God damn, that's beautiful. I don't think there are enough showers in the world to wash away the shame of gaming at his table for years. But I can now relate to those people in serial killer documentaries that say with wide-eyed expressions, he always seemed like such a nice guy. I never knew. My wife knew, though. She had told me, he seems creepy, like a pedo, at the time. And she said that for good reason, as it turned out. Oh, God. Is the GM the beard? I'm going to have to evolve him from the old people voice to the neckbeard voice. God, that's going to be difficult. For now, I guess we'll just see how it goes. And then we have Hal, who is our new player. And this dude was way younger than the rest of us. He had never done a tabletop RPG before. And throughout the first session, I often questioned if he had ever interacted with real-life people before. Oh, poor Hal. He had the demeanor of a timid house cat being let out of its carrier into a new house, and was about as receptive, mid-game at least, to feedback as a sheet of drywall. I can't really hate on him, though. Not anymore, at least, because he eventually came to understand the concept of cooperative gaming, and latched onto me and Peacekeeper like a rescue dog being told, a good boy, for the first time in his life. He's a good friend now, and I still tease him about this event. To his credit, he totally owns up to it, and still cringes whenever it gets brought up, but now we can laugh about it. and it was suggested that I give Hal the Pip voice, because I was a bit confused as to who the Neckbeard is. ROP says that the true Neckbeard doesn't even really arise until the next story, so I'm going to hold off making the GM have the Neckbeard voice, and we'll just see how this one goes without any Neckbeard voice. It might flop for that reason, but I'm willing to take that chance. So, a bit of prologue before we really get into it. In 8th grade, Mac and I were last and second to last chair trumpet players in the school band. We could not be prevailed upon to give a crap about it, and we were taking the class because the band director had a reputation of being about as strict as your average Willie Nelson concert attendee. Yeah, play something, I don't know. Whatever, man. I'm smoking grass in my car on lunch break. Don't harsh my mellow, bro. There were days when I completely forgot to even bring my instrument, and he would just shrug and say, yeah, just read the sheet music. That's glorious. That's easy A if I ever heard of one. Some days he would just tell us to just break into groups and practice, and then barricade himself in his office like Shelley Duvall in that bathroom scene from The Shining. Who was Johnny in that in that scene?
Here's Johnny.
Except there was no Johnny. That's so sad. Nobody cared enough about him. They're just like, yeah, whatever. He's in there getting high or something. That's fine. I brought my Game Boy today. Class is A-okay. On one such day, Mac taught me about D&D. Oh snap. And from that point on, I was as into tabletop RPGs as a fat kid is into cake. Yeah, all the knuckles deep. I was going to say 4 knuckles deep, and then I realized that you don't have that many knuckles on your hand. There's only like 2 or 3 knuckles. Maybe he is 4 knuckles deep, like up to his elbows or something. Fast forward about 15 to 16 years. Hell of a time skip, huh? You're allowed to do that. It's your show. Want to know what happened in that time? Well, it's not relevant to the story. Still want to know? Oh, okay. You asked for it. I am curious. I went through a few years of being bullied until I snapped and shoved one of my tormentors' faces into a locker and tried to choke him out before a coach stopped me. He took me to his office where I assumed that he'd be making arrangements for my execution, only to have him say, "It's about damn time you did that," and set me free. Bro, that coach is down as hell. I want to buy him a beer. He truly knows how it is. I went to community college. We called it Harvard by the Highway. For an associate's degree. I learned Yu-Gi-Oh! In the process and met the girl that I would eventually marry, but that is a whole other story though. I might tell it eventually, but I don't think that this is the right subreddit for it. I mean, there's not really any rules in r/ReddX reads. It's like stuff that might possibly get read on the channel, but your chances are infinitely higher if it's a neck or leg beard story. I'll tell you that much. I moved to the coast to get a bachelor's degree of fine arts in creative writing. Useless degree. At least I don't have to break the bad news to you. I got a fiance. I made a friend. They decided that they liked each other better than they liked me. Oof. That is a big oof, dude. But at the end of the day, yeah, whatever. Dodged a bullet there, I guess. I moved to the mountains to teach high school English as a lateral entry instructor. No teaching degree or experience, but they were desperate for teachers. Yeah, job's a job, man. I quit teaching before I killed myself or killed the kids. Or both. I stayed in the mountains to get a less useless degree, bachelor's in social work, and I started long-distance dating the girl that I had met at community college. She was always the one for you, OP. Sometimes you gotta get your heart broke a little bit to figure out what you really want, or something like that. I went to grad school for a master's of social work. I remember going to school, but I couldn't tell you about it because I blocked out all of those memories. It was the most stressful time of my life ever of all times. Master's degree? Yeah, I guess. Both of my sisters have master's degrees, I think. And they don't seem that much better off for it, so I don't know. I hope you didn't break your back for nothing. I know that that is not the path that I would take, and I didn't. It'd be too old now. I'd get out of college, I'd be like 50 years old or something. Forget about it. I moved back to the center of North Carolina to get married, to have a baby, and get a job at a nonprofit organization where I would be shown the same level of appreciation that a spoiled teenager shows their parents for calling him to the dinner table. Ugh, I can't believe you showed up to work today. God, I'm not angsty about it. This is just my real personality. Run, OP, run. The nonprofit office was within walking distance of a game store that Mac had been frequenting since finishing the 6th year of his 2-year degree. A scholar he is not. At least he had a good time, though. You know, like, he kept on getting older, and the girls stayed the same, or what is that? Fast Times at Ridgemont High quote? Something like that. I was running group therapy sessions for people on probation and parole, and my last group ended around the same time that he and his friends were playing a Star Wars Edge of the Empire campaign. I can count on one hand the number of people that have a bad word to say about that charming devil, but he has the leadership skills of an expired jar of mayonnaise. Yeah, I identify with that pretty hard, honestly. He tells me that the campaign is going nowhere because the other players are even less likely to make a decision about where the group should go next. At this point, it has been many moons since I last rolled the dice with him, so I decided to give this ship a rudder. I inform, herein meaning humbly and politely ask, my wife, that I'm going to stay late one night a week to join the campaign. And this is a good thing. Spouses should have a bit of separation time. It's healthy for everybody. And I do like the dynamic there. I informed, and by that I meant I asked. The way that it works for me and my wife is like, we inform each other and the asking is implied. And luckily we both understand that after a long enough period of time. I hit it off right away with Peacekeeper and Chainsmoker, even though I don't do well with the smell of cigarettes, and the latter of that pair had the perpetual scent of cigarette smoke that you would expect to find on an old French gigolo past his prime with nothing left to lose but time. You definitely are a creative writing scholar. That is so beautiful. Jesus, dude. I'm gonna get that tattooed on my arm. A French gigolo past his prime with nothing left to lose but time. Both the picture and the wording. I swear I'll do it once we hit 1 million subscribers. Make it happen. Somebody hold me to it. I'll probably forget all about what I said and then hit 1 million and be like, oh crap. I really have to now? Okay.
No regrets.
Our characters worked well together. We'd been relying on the group's astromech droid to do the heavy lifting on the computer system though, and that is where Hal came in. The cast, again, of characters in-game, I guess. OP is Ferris. Chafari Sabson. What is that? The only results that I can find searching that string of characters leads me back to these posts. So I don't know what to think. Did you just have a stroke or something? Chafari Sabson. Okay, let's continue the story as normal. What? A Chiss doctor with the temperament of Gordon Ramsay dealing with adults, but the heart of Gordon Ramsay dealing with children. Yeah, that's basically Gordon Ramsay.
That's why it's called fucking non-stick!
I even did my very best impression of him. This character was the anti-murder hobo. Think Miracle Max, but even less threatening. He could bring back the mostly dead. Chainsmoker took to calling him Space Jesus. But he had no offensive abilities. He had a blaster, but it was about as useful as a condom to a neckbeard. Ugh, gah. Why you gotta pull that one out? Mac played a character named Goatly. At least that's what we'll call him, because I can't remember the character's real name. Mac changed to a new character a few sessions later. He's got a habit of doing that, actually. He's always thinking of a new skill combination or new character concept that he'd like to test out, and indecisiveness gets the better of him. Ugh, annoying. As for this character, I remember that it was a Gotal with military training that carried a big blaster and enough grenades to set off his own fireworks display with the pull of a pin. Is that a character concept? That's the most generic thing that I've ever heard. Wait, I got this great idea. I have to change characters. Okay, what's your great idea? It's a guy with a blaster and grenades. Okay. You can be the new guy if you want. Peacekeeper played Savo, a Rhodian sniper that was addicted to drinking industrial paint dye. Not kidding, it is in the rulebook. Yeah, Rhodians are weird. He was a good pilot too. In fact, he was the only one in the party that could so much as take off or land without replicating the Hindenburg disaster. Read very important character in spacefaring RPG game. How does only one person know how to drive the ship? This is disaster waiting to happen. Chainsmoker played Roblox, a Nikto hired gun that used a mining drill to help people lose significant amounts of weight. That was the width and breadth of his character. If it didn't involve introducing someone or something to a white-hot torrent of plasma, then it was beyond his abilities. Yeah, I guess I could see why only one person knows how to pilot the ship. The other two are relatively dead weight, not very interesting characters at all, and also OP can't be the one to do absolutely everything, so big bless for Peacekeeper. Mac, Chainsmoker, let's just try to think outside the box a little bit, alright? You can still be a killing machine, but you also need some secondary skills that do something besides killing things. I can't believe I need to explain this. These are supposed to be tabletop veterans, am I right? And we were later joined by Hal, who played Gar, a Bothan hacker who did enough drugs to make even Keith Richards go, "Whoa there, take it easy, buddy." Is that it? Is that Ozzy Osbourne? I don't know. Let's get into the story. That's a lot of ramp up. Before I had joined the campaign, the party had picked up 3 side quests, which was 1 quest too many for a coin toss, so enter Ferris, the blue-skinned man with the decisiveness of a Wall Street executive and the outward compassion of a rabid Rottweiler. I was introduced to the group when they walked past the hospital from which I had just gotten fired for having a poor bedside manner. The group quickly recruited me as the ship's resident sawbones and asked my opinion about their quest options. I told them that we were just going to do the one that paid the most. And so we did. Finished the job in 1 session, actually. What? That's the easiest decision in the world. Thank you for making it so very clear, OP. Money good? We do thing that get money. Okay, done. I want to note here that I played Ferris as a jerk in game, but I was always mindful to make sure that my actions and decisions were in the group's best interests. If someone was dying, Ferris would be quick to patch him up, but not without asking, "Did you run into the blaster bolts on purpose, or just stand there with your finger up your nose like a stupid ponce? Take cover next time, you idiot." It's Gordon Ramsay enough. I hate people who justify screwing the party over by saying, "It's what my character would do," almost as much as I hate metagamers. I mean, there is a very fine line between deep, fleshed-out roleplay and just, "It's what my character would do." And 9 times out of 10, if somebody has to explain that it's what their character would do, then they're not role-playing it correctly, or else everybody would assume that's what you would do in that situation, because they know your character that well, because you're role-playing them in a way that makes sense to everybody else. God, that is a rant for another day. So we made progress on resolving one of the other quests too, and we were able to finish it with a zero-gravity parkour challenge at a national monument. Hey, that's pretty extreme. And that is not a metaphor at all either. That is actually the finale of the mission. That is so Star Wars. Just over the top and soapy. Campy for the sake of camp. We got a computer at the end of it that none of us could open. Even the droid said its encryption was beyond her ability to hack. This was the story hook that GM used to have us ask our hut employer for aid. And that aid came in the form of Hal joining the party. GM was his co-worker, and he had invited him to join because Hal liked Star Wars. This kid was young. We're talking, does your mommy know that you're out this late young? What's that, 14, 15? Yeah, I can't be seen around this. All of a sudden, this is not the game that I want to play in, where I gotta watch my mouth and stuff. Sorry, yeah, thanks but no thanks. I'm not actually that interested in what is inside the computer after all. Prior to him coming to the game, the youngest person at the table was in his mid-20s, and the oldest, GM, was in his early 50s. Hal was a teenager, so freshly graduated from high school that you could still smell the angst and stale cafeteria pizza on him. Well, I mean, he's a legal adult, I guess, if he's graduated from high school. I guess we gotta give him a pass, boys. That's fine. Welcome to the real world. Watch me boof this alcoholic drink. That's exactly what happened in the last D&D session we played with the Discord mods. Speaking of pizza, that's what GM had named the hut that we were working for. Pizza the Hut. I love it.
Pizza the Hut!
Right in the Spaceballs. When our party asked the Hut if he had anything that could break the encryption, he said, GM is Pizza the Hut.
Of course I do. I have a slave that I keep around for that sort of thing. Good at cracking codes and getting in those hard-to-reach spots.
Wow, he does a really good Neckbeard voice, doesn't he? And cue the entrance of Hal.
You can borrow my boy for your box, but in return, you need to do something for me.
OP as Ferris. If it involves some of your dancers, I volunteer. GM as Pizza the Hut.
It doesn't.
OP as Ferris. Roblox volunteers then, don't you? Chainsmoker looked up from his phone. Chainsmoker as Roblox. Wait, what? OP as Ferris. Never you worry, Sunshine. I'll stitch you back up. GM as Pizza the Hut.
It's a job for all of you, and you need to take my boy with you.
The job was simple. He wanted us to break into one of his rivals' private compounds to steal some information. What kind of information? Well, the secret kind, of course. You don't need to know what the MacGuffin is made of to get paid for it. That's true enough. I'm in for it. We negotiated on a price and came to an agreement. Part of our payment would include getting to keep the hacker that was just supplied to us. He was close to paying off his debt, and with just a couple more jobs, he would be a free man. Both in thing. Mac is Goatly. Welcome to the crew, kid. You got a name? Hal is Gar. Yeah, but why should I give it to you? Peacekeeper is Savo. Because you're going to be working with us? Hal. I don't know any of you. I don't feel comfortable giving you my name. OP. Maybe your boss could see to your comfort level when we tell him that you've been an uncooperative little prick. Hal. Ugh, fine. My name is Gar. Peacekeeper. Welcome to the crew, Gar. Hal. I'm not part of your crew. I don't know you guys. Once this mission is done, so am I. OP. A loss from which we'll never recover. At this point, Hal asks, out of character, Why we're all being so mean to him? What? All I did was ask your name, little guy. We explained to him that he's making it difficult to include his character in the group, and that he needs to roleplay his character as being more cooperative, or this campaign is going to drag and then grind to a halt. He shrugs and goes along with it, a little more sheepish than before. I felt kinda bad, but yeah, it needed to be said. Doesn't even seem all that harsh, all things considered. You didn't call him an idiot or anything. I mean, your character did, but there is a difference between in character, out of character, and I guess Hal is gonna learn the hard way about that. So we set out on the mission. Peacekeeper was able to land the group outside the compound without detection. Ace. We were able to make it into the compound thanks to a rather clever plan cooked up by Mac and Chainsmoker. Hey, maybe they are pulling their weight. Good job. Mac rigged up a series of explosives to detonate a mile from the compound. This would get the guards' attention and pull them away from the other side of the compound long enough for Chainsmoker to use as mining drill for its intended purpose, cutting through things that didn't have heartbeats. With a hole cut into the wall, we were able to slip through undetected. Wow, that's relatively easy, isn't it? Look at that, coming together like a team. I'm already so proud of this little band of misfits. We made our way to the server room, and Hal went to the terminal to open it and rolled a despair, the worst roll that you can get. He didn't just fail to unlock the door, he set off the alarms. Yeah, he's really worth bringing along, isn't he? We'd initially considered letting Chainsmoker just cut through it, but we figured that it was probably connected to a security system. We were right, and that security system would have activated if he had tried to cut it. So, seeing as the alarm was already well and truly sounded, we now opted for Plan B. And so with the siren song of a security klaxon filling the air, we sat back as Chainsmoker put drill to door and opened the way to the objective. We had to hold off a few waves of guards while he did this, however, since the metal wasn't as easy to cut through as the concrete wall had been. But yeah, plasma will cut through anything. I'm just so glad that nobody's pulled out a lightsaber yet.
Uh-oh.
Actually, my character's a Jedi. Oh, how interesting. In hindsight, we should have had him cut through the nearest wall and Kool-Aid Manned our way in. Oh.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh yeah!
Hindsight is 20/20, isn't it? Peacekeeper, Mac, and I held back to guard the door hole while Hal and Chainsmoker went into the server room. Smash Mouth All-Star. Oh, it's a parody! Oh, God. Gonna have to do it without background music. Here we go. Well, the guards were coming and they didn't stop coming. Failing the rolls, Hal hit the hall running. It only made sense to let Smoke have fun. The plan was smart, but the rolls were dumb. A job left to do, payment to seek. At this rate, we won't be till next week. We'll never know if we don't try. Try! We'll never know if we all die. Hey now, it's a rough start, but the game's on. Let's play. Hey now, here's the fun part. How can hear a droid say, betray the Hut and his friends? You'll be rich and free in the end. Well, that came out of nowhere. Thanks so much for that, OP. A welcome interlude indeed. So do you think that they do it? Betraying a hut is never a good idea. You're gonna have one of them bounty hunters, Jango Fett, is gonna crawl up your a-hole. But yes, that is right. The rival crime lord had a droid in the server room offer Hal the chance to make a fortune and earn his freedom all at the same time if he helped kill the Hut and his cronies, a little group of people called the rest of us. Oh my God. Why would you make this an option? Don't put these thoughts into that innocent young boy's head. All he's gonna do is get player killed in like 2 rounds. Why would the DM offer something that could easily amplify the tension that was already permeating the air? I don't know. Well, we do know that he liked him young. Ugh. Ugh. Did we know that? Did we? Oh, Jesus, dude. Calling it now. I hope the GM dies. It's awful. I was like, let's get away from Linkbeard and the horrible things therein. And I jump into this one. I'm like, oh, it's still horrible. Everything's awful. Thanks. Oh, God. So, yeah, GM liked him young, so that could be a little bit of favoritism towards Hal. Or maybe it's just the fact that some men want to watch the world burn. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of PvP. All parties are consenting. Really, the only person that needs to consent is the one who's going to get, like, burnt down in 0 rounds of combat. You really think your character's strong enough to fight 4 other characters? I doubt it. I guess maybe if your dice roll is, like, extra amazing. But a team player would tell the rival where he could shove the offer, a place that, while space-saving, would also limit its exposure to sunlight. Hal, however, opted, for some god-forsaken reason, to the get-quick-rich route. He's gonna be dead in no time at all. It doesn't take many brain cells to bump together to figure that out. 4 on 1, gee, I better not. But it seems like everybody made it clear what was going to happen next. Out of character, we all told Hal that doing so would be a completely dick move. It was at this point that we realized that he was entirely unfamiliar with the concept of cooperative gaming. That's not to say that he knew about co-op games and just didn't like them. His entire gaming history up until that point had been online shooters or other PvP-based games. When we told him that we were all supposed to be working as a team, he looked visibly confused. How is this even possible? The kid's not too bright, okay? And now that it's all spelled out for him, is he still going to try and fight everybody? I'm on the edge of my seat. I adamantly refused to take any action against him in-game until and unless I knew about the arrangement. Unfortunately for me, I wasn't in the server room to hear that offer. Fortunately for me, though, Chainsmoker was. We eventually got the data. We didn't, and fought our way back to the ship. Once we broke atmosphere and jumped to hyperspace, we had a fun little conversation. Chainsmoker:
Hey, so you're not really gonna try and screw us over, right?
Hal: What are you talking about? Chainsmoker:
I heard the droid, dude.
Mac: Wait, what did we miss? Chainsmoker:
A droid in the server room offered him a lot of money to betray us.
OP: What the actual piss? Are you serious? Hal: I don't know what you're talking about. Chainsmoker:
I was there. I heard it.
OP: Seville, check the data pad. Peacekeeper: On it. Peacekeeper rolls to access the data pad. Lo and behold, the data is not there. Peacekeeper: We don't have the data. Oopsie. Mac draws his blaster and points it at Hal. You're dead! Why would you do that? Hal also pulls his blaster. You guys have been nothing but mean to me since I've met you. Who shot first, Han or Greedo?
Yes, I bet you have.
OP: We asked you your name, you prick. We said we wouldn't work with you if you weren't cooperative. What monsters we are. I'd kill us too if I were you. Mac: Lock him up. We'll deal with him when we get back to Hut. At this point, it almost comes down to a firefight, but yeah, Hal is outnumbered. So we tell Gar, Hal's character, that the only way he's gonna make it through this encounter alive is to cooperate for once. He lowers his blaster as willingly as a starving vegan turning to cannibalism, but you do what you have to do to survive. Once he's locked up, the rest of the group considers our options. Peacekeeper, we don't have the data though. Chainsmoker, do you think we can go back for it? OP, oh, absolutely. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to hand it over if we just head back and explain that it was all one big misunderstanding. We decide that our best bet is to send our employer a message about what happened and gauge his reaction. If he doesn't seem interested in feeding us to a rancor, then we'll return his hacker for the traitor he is, free of charge. Otherwise, we'll save ourselves by getting as far away from his planet as possible and never coming back. The bounty hunters, they're coming, dude. Once again, we found ourselves going down the path of Plan B. Maybe we'll get to meet Boba Fett.
Hey, aren't you Buzz Lightyear? I love your movie.
Now, this is the part where we went from a frying pan level of betrayal to an into the fire situation. Yeah, dude, it's not a good idea to betray the Hutts. Our group has thus far been working for a Hutt cartel. They aren't known for their law-abiding ways, and this campaign takes place during the Galactic Civil War. We have, at this point, locked Gar away in one of the bunk rooms and cut power to it. We leave the life support on because we don't want to kill the guy, but we have decided that this character has to go. Oh, poor little idiot. He just didn't know what he was in for. Did nobody explain this to him? He's like, I like Star Wars. GM's like, okay, cool, come to this game. Little 18-year-old boy follows this 50-year-old man to a game shop and gets his character murdered because he doesn't understand what's happening at all. Kind of feel bad for him, but also it's hilarious. So yes, Hal is by this point quite upset with us. We explained to him that it genuinely isn't anything against him as a person, but the actions of his character have left us no choice but to get rid of him. Mac offers to help draw up a new character for the inevitability of Gar no longer being one of the boys. Hal rejects this and says, he doesn't want a new character. We decide that that's a bridge best crossed once we burn it completely. Too bad you're getting a new character. Well, the problem with leaving a hacker unattended is that he can sometimes be a little too crafty for his own good. We had cut the main power to the bunk room, but Hal had an idea. Hal, wait, so they left the life support on, yeah? GM confirming with the rest of us.
Yes, they did.
Hal, don't those systems need some power themselves? GM,
yeah, I guess so.
Hal, I want to open a wall panel and find a power source. We all look over at him, impressed with the ingenuity of someone so new to role-playing, but also keenly interested in what it is that he's planning. He passes the rolls he needs for prying a wall panel loose without any of us hearing it, and finding a way to connect the computer terminal to a life support power supply. Chainsmoker,
Can we stop him?
OP, nope. Not until our characters know it's happening, at least. We don't want to metagame. That's why I see some games using notes passed back and forth for like secret actions. And that probably would have been the move to make if Hal wanted to do something like this. But again, he's new. Maybe he didn't know. It is at this point that I had to actively calm myself down and repeat a soothing mantra to myself. It's just a game. It's just a game. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that until he takes over the ship and blows everybody up, flies into the sun. Hal passes the mechanics check to connect the terminal and it powers on. He sits at this point and sends out an encrypted distress signal on an Imperial frequency. What a dick. If I go down, I'm taking you with me. DM gives us the chance to roll to see if we notice anything. The dice decide that all of us are unworthy for 8 frigging turns. This is beautiful. This is some karmic justice headed right your way. He's like, okay, you want to kill my character? You want to make me roll a new character? I'm going to make sure that we all have to roll new characters. Beautiful. By this time, Hal has made contact with a moth, and they're having a rather pleasant conversation. They talk of all sorts of things. What the weather's like on the moth's planet, what her children's hopes and dreams were, Gar's favorite types of food, and oh yeah, our names, locations, and the nature of our work. Well, he just bought himself a free pass. It seems like all the characters except his are dead. My character finally notices that the ship has opened a communication channel. I ask our droid to patch us in, and it takes another couple of turns to break Hal's encryption. When our characters finally know what's going on, it's too late to stop him. The damage is done. We are, by now, almost certainly wanted men. I return power to his room and we go confront him. The door opens up and Gar looks up from the terminal. Hal is Gar. Wait, I can... No, he cannot. Because before we can have a lengthy discussion about ancient Alderanian culture, the nature of good and evil, or whatever the hell he thinks he's doing selling us out, Mac puts an end to it with a stunning blaster bolt right to Gar's face. Yeah, I mean, he kind of deserved that too. And it's only on stun, isn't it? The Imperial lasers will be set to kill. Gar goes unconscious. We tie him up and throw him in a storage crate. Peacekeeper, dear sweet Peacekeeper, argues that we should put some air holes in the side so that he can breathe. I suggest that we should let Chainsmoker do what he does best and drill, baby, drill. But since using an industrial drill on board a spaceship is about as smart as giving a loaded gun to a coke-addled chimpanzee, we opt to find a different way of getting the job done. Man, giving a loaded gun to a coke-addled chimpanzee sounds exciting as hell. Do it. You won't.
No.
At this point, there's only one organization left in the galaxy that we can sell Gar to, since he's technically an Imperial sympathizer now. So after we handed Gar over to the Rebel Alliance, I had a heart-to-heart with Hal. I explained to him that in a cooperative game, you can't do stuff like that character had done. I took the time to point out the things that had been good about the way he had played, and the things that had been, not so good. He was actually receptive and apologetic. He explained that the reason he hadn't wanted to make a new character was that he really liked the stats that he had drawn up for the hacker, and he didn't want to have to come up with a whole new character concept because it was the first character that he had ever made, and he had spent a lot of time on it. All that is a fair point, but really you should have been looking up, like, how to play game. And that character might still be alive. So with the DM's blessing, we came up with an idea. Gar had a sister that had enough social competence to give us her name without having to be prompted. Oh, and the ability to not screw us all over. And thus, Jula joined our ranks and became a valuable member of the team. Well, good on you for trusting a blood relation to a traitor. I think that my character would be quite suspicious. So over the next year, I would end up mentoring Hal out of character. My dear, sweet, loving wife often referred to him as a puppy, as young kids often are. As it turns out, Hal didn't have many friends, and he didn't come from a home environment where healthy socializing was on the menu. He grew a lot over our time gaming together and is a good friend now. He says he doesn't blame us for what we did to his first character. We dealt with a threat, got paid, and put the campaign on a new course, now working for the Rebel Alliance. But our problems were far from over. It would be there among the ranks of the intrepid underdogs that we would face our greatest challenge yet. Let's just call him
Elroy.
a toxic waste of carbon that could best be summed up with the title,
One true main character.
Oh yeah, railroad me, daddy. But maybe in the next part. I've never posted one of these stories to Reddit, so I'm not 100% sure how the formatting should look. In truth, I've never actually read one, but I have listened to them as read by Vinci, ReddX, and D&D Doge while at work. D&D Doge, that's a new face. Hey, welcome to the fold, buddy. And Vinci, yeah, he still hasn't gotten back to me about that collab. I sent him a message on Twitter. We talked like a second. But yes, OP listened while at work, on the road, or doing work around the house or the yard. Would I sell a kidney on the black market to hear it read? Sure. Will it happen? Not likely. Does it have to be my kidney? I'm asking that for a friend. I mean, I'll take the kidney money. That's fine. You had a Dark Knight quote earlier with some men want to watch the world burn. And I matched that with my own Dark Knight quote. If you're good at something, never do it for free. Anyway, I hope one or two of you enjoy the story. I might come back later to elaborate on some things, but for the moment, I need to feed and water the kids. Thanks for taking the time to read it, also edited for grammar and formatting. Well, it is definitely more in-game than out-of-game, as OP tells it, but that's not necessarily a bad thing either. Some very interesting happenings in this game, and they do end up giving some glimpse into the minds of the people that are playing behind those characters. Early on, I had Mac and Chainsmoker written off as like brainless murder hobo guys, but it seems like they do know how to problem solve, and even if they aren't that great at role-playing, maybe that comes with time. Give them another 20 years and they'll actually start doing stuff with their characters outside of combat and problem solving. Baby steps. That's fine. Baby steps. Elroy is the sort of person to search Google for Facebook as his primary means of navigating to Isla de Zuckerberg.
Today, we're going to talk about the metaverse.
Star Wars Shenanigans, Episode 2, Attack of the Lone. Tabletop gaming gone wrong. See, is a Clone Wars reference, right? Attack of the Clones. All right, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I watched all the Star Wars movie. Of course, this gets kind of more into deep lore, which I get lost in, but maybe not forever. Maybe this will ignite a passion that I wasn't aware I wanted to delve into as deeply. Anyways, welcome back, user the Irish Pirate 18. In hindsight, I really should have named Part 1, Episode 4, A Noob's Hope. Oh well, hindsight's 2020 and all that. But Part 1 being Part 4 is kind of confusing, no? I think the way you did it is perfect. That's fine. Also, I forgot to put Force User into the title. It should have been Attack of the Lone Force User. But much like a skydiver discovering that his chute is defective, it's too late now. Yes, Reddit's greatest weakness. You cannot edit titles. At least they have an edit button. It's not like Twitter, where I actually have to delete the whole thing and start all over. But yes, ReddX liked my first story enough to take it to the big show. That's his YouTube channel. I mean, it's an upper, medium, small size show, I guess. But I do appreciate that. So I am nipping and tucking the second part to get ready for its close-up. Yeah, it is significantly shorter, I will say that. Last one was like 20-minute read time. This one's 13, so that is almost cut in half. But I'll still stretch the hell out of it by talking a whole heck of a lot, because I can't seem to help myself these days. Of course, we got the link to part 1 right there. And it is also in the comments and description if I did it correctly. Sometimes I don't. The TLDR version of it is that a player with zero tabletop, or really even human interaction experience, joined our game and tried to sell our characters out to the Empire, only to realize the error of his ways and to make a new character to give co-op gaming a second chance. I ended the last installment by saying the problems that we had with him were mild compared to what we would deal with later. A person that saw himself as the
one true main character.
of the campaign. Yeah, we had Hal, and he was inexperienced, you know? He's not really that guy because he doesn't know any better. But this guy that's coming in, yeah, he's that guy for sure. I'm talking to OP on Discord about this stuff, and he still has quite a bit of vitriol pent up for this beard. So I guess we'll see just how bad this specimen can get.
Law and Order, SVU. Dun dun. In the world of tabletop RPGs, actions that make other players out of character miserable are considered especially heinous. At one local game shop, a newcomer ruined one group's gaming experience for months. These are their stories. Bum bum.
It's too bad my voice can't go that deep. I took a good run at it, whatever. I recently said in my first Fat Bottom Beard post that I'm big on transparency and honesty, even if this makes me look, as user That Green Bear from Unfortunookie fame put it, like a slaughter-bound, rabies-filled lamb. What? Hashtag truth facts. Hashtag truth hurts. Hashtag oof of truth. Hashtag please don't old yell at me. Hashtag I swear I got better. Hashtag not like the old man in the Bring Out Your Dead scene from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Hashtag he just got dead. What is happening right now? I would love to comment on anything that was just said, but I think it kind of flew over my head. Did I get whooshed just now? What am I supposed to, how am I supposed to respond? Okay, we're just gonna move past it. That's what we're gonna do. Roll with the punches. There's my transparency and honesty for you. One thing about maintaining the spirit of honesty is saying that my memory is, what's the clinical term for it? Oh, yes. Shit. You see, my wife has an eidetic auditory memory, whereas I'm on par with Dory. She could tell you the specials that a restaurant had from a date 3 nights ago. I can't even remember if I ate breakfast. Oh, bless the wives, dude. Always saving my bacon. Even last night, she's like, hey, make sure you get my episode up. And then I woke up in the morning and she's like, you didn't put the episode up at all. I'm like, okay. I tie a string around my finger so I can remember. So yes, there is a new video on Mr. and Mrs. ReddX. I guess it'll be yesterday if you're watching this now. Go over there, show wifey some loves. Lord knows she deserves it for shoring up my weaknesses all the time. So OP's wife can also quote every single word that I said during any argument that we've ever had. And I just stand there with a bewildered look of, well, that isn't fair. On my big stupid face. Oh, it's so relatable, man. Wifey brings up stuff from 5-6 years ago. She's like, you remember this? I'm like, yeah, you'll never let me forget. But we have a good time though. It's all in good fun. I'm pretty sure. Have you ever had to defend against a 5-year-ago version of yourself? We are one and the same, OP. I feel a kinship forming here. You should try it sometime. It's a real hoot. I also talked about it during my 10K subscribers special, just like what a piece of dirt I was, how badly I treated her at the beginning of the relationship. For some reason, she stuck it out and, yeah, made me into a better person. Although I did want to change, is the magic there. All I will really say on that is that I am so grateful that she's big on second chances. Whew. Why is her memory important to this story? Well, because I would come home from sessions and tell her what happened, and she remembers more about the conversations that she wasn't there for than the people who were there. I know this for a fact because when they hear her recollections, they say, oh yeah, I remember that. This is the reason that I record every D&D session that I have. online and in person if I had them in person anymore. I tell myself that it's so I can make some content with it someday, but it's never gonna happen. Really, it's just a handy reference for everybody to remember what it was that happened. So I haven't just been getting help from her, though. Since the last episode I wrote for Star Wars Shenanigans Saga, I got most of the rest of the group involved too. Yeah, and I seen them down in the comments. Hello to you, friends. Hal and I believe Mac was down there as well. So official hellos. I don't know if I commented back. I've been really bad about it lately, but I do read all the comments. I 100% assure you. I would say most, because I would rather attempt a home vasectomy reversal with a rusty screwdriver and a YouTube tutorial than ever talk to Game Master or Elroy again. Game Master, who you may recall, considers Neverland Ranch to be goals. So he's in jail and I am not visiting him. Well, there's a bit of foreshadowing in that. I gotta be grateful for that, man. What's up with all these kitty-loving beards? I don't like it none too much. Nothing gets the impotent rage flowing faster. Do people in jail know what he did? I hope he gets shanked in the chow line. Elroy, on the other hand, could catch fire and I would hide my water bottle because I might get thirsty later. Yeah, standing next to the fire watching it burn, that makes a man thirsty indeed. Anyways, the point that I was building up to before wandering off the path like Mr. Magoo is that quotes, while not 100% word for word, essentially just capture the essence of what the other person said.
Oh, Irish pirate, you've done it again.
Is that Mr. Magoo? Something tells me it's close. So yeah, the others are just helping to make sure that I'm getting the little details right. With all that said, we'll get into the cast. Well, it's good to know that we have a group of people writing this story eventually, so we can confirm the details and whatnot. Hopefully, it don't make things too muddled, but I guess we'll see. OP, that's me. 30-year-old at the time, gaming nerd, working at a non-profit counseling center and adapting to married life. It's good. It's real nice. I like it a lot. I don't understand the memes that are like, oh, I don't like my wife. Bleh. Boomer memes is what they are. Since the last episode, I'd celebrated a birthday as well as the birth of a newborn daughter, who would later go on to say things that would make Wednesday Addams go, "Girl, are you okay?" Examples. Her, "Daddy, look, that tree's pretty." OP, looking at a blackened tree that must have ent-walked its way out of Sleepy Hollow, only to rot away from the inside once it got here. "Baby, that tree is dead." Her, giving me an almost offended look of indignation. "Dead things can be pretty too." She was 5. Don't kids say the darndest things? That's honestly one of the things that I love the most about having kids, is you get to see the world through their eyes. I just walk around outside, but my 3-year-old is like, "Daddy, look at the clouds." And I'm like, "You're right. There are clouds up there. How long has it been since I just sat back and looked at some freaking clouds?" I love kids, man. Not in the way that GM does. Let's
Where you going, kids? Hey, I just want to talk to you.
let's be very clear on that. Not that it probably needed to be said. Anyways, we also got Mac, who is OP's best friend since 2nd grade. Yeah, he lived with his mom and loved anime, but he had good hygiene, and an absence of fedoras has kept him from fully falling into the category of neckbeard, at least as far as I'm concerned. He changes characters when a new idea strikes his fancy, and while not exactly a rules lawyer, he certainly has an interest in keeping things fair and balanced. Thanos, sans the whole genocide thing. He could be a Beard Light. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I think most of the people that I tend to kick it with are. If you can't talk about nerd stuff, then really we don't have that much to say to each other. What, do you got to talk about cars? Yeah, I have one. Okay, that's it. What else do you want me to say? We also got Chain Smoker, friendly neighborhood murder hobo, best friend since high school with both Peacekeeper and the Philip Morris Company. He should invest, although I don't know if he'll stick around long enough to collect if he's really chain smoking like that. His voice sounded like he gargled with gravel and broken glass every morning, and if he ever opened his own fragrance line, it would be Eau du Ashtray. Game-wise, if it didn't involve combat, then it didn't hold his interest for very long. At least he ain't got that bourgeois beard fragrance. What was that, Eau Despondency or something like that? I guess he is a bit despondent if it isn't involving combat. But yeah, to each their own. I guess if everybody else is cool with it, then I shouldn't have too much to say. Peacekeeper is Chainsmoker's best friend forever, and one of the nicest, most patient people that I've ever met. Hanging out with this guy would make you look in the mirror afterwards and ask yourself, why are you such an asshole? I didn't even have to hang out with him. This is just part of my morning routine at this point. Hal is socially awkward, 20-ish years old, who had also celebrated a birthday since the last episode. He was still learning how to people and how to play. If social interactions were a car, he would have wrapped it around a tree the first time he played with us, but we were able to rebuild him. Better, faster, stronger. Oh, I should have made the joke. OP makes it right after. We made him faster, stronger, or capable of playing nice with others. And what else could you really ask for? GM, not the GM that we deserved, but I guess he was the GM that we settled for. Nothing less than a scumbag, as we would later find out. This dude liked him young. Oh, God. Makes me fucking sends chills up my spine, dude. I hate it. He thought starving the party for XP would build character. That's the opposite of what builds character, friend. And he had a very hands-off policy when it came to party conflict. If being a piece of crap was an Olympic sport, then this gem of a human being would be silver medal at worst. At least behind the eponymous Unfortunookie. Oh, don't forget Naruto Headband. GM just got knocked down to bronze. Although, Unfortunookie and Naruto Headband never came at kids. So, I'm gonna give GM the gold, for sure. Let him and Linkbeard fight it out. I hope they're cellmates. They kill each other. Last time I said I had just found out prior to writing the story that he had been up to some shady business with minors. Well, 5 minutes ago, as I was editing this, I found out via Mac that he is sitting in a jail cell right now on a $5 million secure bond facing 33 charges of indecent liberties with a minor. Jesus. One of those charges may or may... Okay, no, it's definitely for stuff with his own daughter and possibly his granddaughter. Oh! God, we're not even into the story yet. Oh, I feel dirty. I'm gonna go have a shower right now. Okay, I'm back from the shower. I wasn't able to wash the filth away. Oh, God. What a deplorable human being. He's worse than Linkbeard. I 100% guarantee. So, yeah, have fun tossing that one around the old brain pan. God knows I do. Dry heave. Oh, God, dude. If only there was a way to unsee, to unknow. I would eternal sunshine of the spotless mind this right out of my freaking head right now. Ugh. How could anybody be worse? How? Elroy's worse than this guy? I highly doubt it. Introducing also Scotty, a good friend of mine from college that had just moved to the area. So proud of his Scottish heritage, you would think that he had just taken the Haggis boat to Ellis Island. It was a top-notch friend that would give you the shirt off his back, but not his kilt, because no one wants an indecent exposure charge on their record, don't you know. Standard issue gentle giant, his temper had a long fuse, but once it runs out, "Ach, laddie, you best run for the hills for he doons a pint and slaps your wee ass back to Edinburgh and back." That's terrible. Elroy, I try my best not to categorize people before I get a chance to know them, but this dude made it 2 steps past our introduction before sauntering his way over to the assholes only zone like he owned the place. The words I find most apt to describe him can't even be used in polite society. To this day, I can sum up my feelings for him in 1 finger. Hint, it's not my thumb. It's your ring finger, bro. You want to marry him. If you like him so much, why don't you marry him?
All right, then. I will.
Oh, God. I guess I'll find out how he's worse than GM, if he is. GM just kept his activities hidden better, I guess, but he's definitely the worst of these two, at least out of the gate. I don't know how Elroy's gonna top that one unless he killed somebody in cold blood. As for the characters that these people play, well, they're not appearing in this installment. In future chapters, I'll just tack them under their respective players for the sake of simplicity. I do want to note a couple of things here, though. What is Chafari Sabson? Well, it's the full name of our misanthropic medical man, Faris. Shis names are broken into 3 parts, separated by apostrophes. It goes family name, given name, and then clan, profession, or second family name. So where does Faris come from? Using a Chis's full name in conversation would be exhausting, so they're often referred to by a core name, which consists of the last letters of their family name, the full given name, and the first letters of the third name. Hence, Chafaris Abson becomes Faris. Did I call him Ferris in the other episode? I don't know. Now it sounds better to go Faris. Now, as to Mac's generic character from part 1, yeah, that's a fair assessment. Goatley was a great value brand character. The reason was that Peacekeeper and Chainsmoker were also new to tabletop RPGs when they started, and Mac didn't want to play someone that would outshine them. He wanted to give them an open platform to take the stage. The end result was having a character that was a "sir, yes, sir" type that didn't really want to lead the others, and a pair of novices that didn't know how to lead. Hence why nobody wanted to take the reins. At least until OP showed up. But that is good to know, at least I know that Mac is a team player. Letting other people shine is always something that I worry about with my tabletops, especially the one in the Discord. I'm like, did I step on anybody's toes? Because I know I can be kind of a boisterous personality, but I too want everybody to get a chance to shine. So, could Mac have made the character more interesting than a phone book? Absolutely. But he thought that being generic would be the right thing to do for the other players. It was the bad result of a good intention. Like when a priest marries a couple of teenagers behind their parents' back. Priests shouldn't marry teenagers. Oh, you mean the teenagers are getting married? Okay, I'm tracking. And then the priest gives one some roofies to knock herself out so everybody thinks she's dead, but doesn't tell her new husband, so he ends up popping some cyanide over her corpse, leaving her to wake up next to him and stab herself out of grief. Yeah, I'm cultured. I know exactly what play you're referencing. I love Macbeth too. You shouldn't say Macbeth. This channel is kind of a performance thing, so maybe saying Macbeth is bad. I said it 3 times. I'm going to stop now. Let's get into the story! It had been a few months or so since Hal had joined the party with all the grace of a greased-up pole dancer after 2 hits of acid and a bout of vertigo. With the fresh addition of Scotty, our group was capable of handling most missions with ease. By this point, we were working for the Rebel Alliance, and they sent us on whatever odd jobs the GM could find the pre-made modules for. Our little group lived in harmony, and then everything changed when Elroy joined. I worked at the counseling center down the street from the game store, so I was usually the second person to arrive after the game master himself. One night, I made my way to our usual table and I saw a new person sitting with GM. Neither tall nor short, fat nor thin, fair nor grotesque. He literally could not look less memorable appearance-wise if I'd been sipping a Cosby Colada upon meeting him. Cosby Colada! Oh yeah, I like Jello pudding, but I'm gonna get the real sweet stuff tonight. I remember that he had greasy, brownish blonde hair and a patchy swath of facial hair, but apart from that, he could basically blend into a crowd of one. He was hunched over a character sheet, while GM gave a predatorial leer at the back of his head. Okay, really, I made that last part up. I don't remember what GM was really doing. Probably looking at some stuff on his phone that would make the FBI a tidbit miffed. Jesus Christ, dude. I presume that nobody knew about this at the time because he hasn't been shot in the face yet, right? That would be my first move. The next time we met, I would bring a gun. Whew. I took my place at the table, and the slimy scalp newcomer sat up, revealing a shirt that proclaimed in bold pink letters that he was a Brody for life. Oh, bronies, it's been a while. Welcome back to the fold. I'm not one to judge people for their choice of entertainment, mind you. To clarify, I think the Super Mario Bros. 93 movie was so bad that it looped back around to being good. Well, you're wrong on that, but I forgives you. That type of cinematic taste is usually mock-worthy, so if I should die before I wake, I pray you wipe my Netflix slate. At least you weren't watching cuties like the GM was. Oh, don't go there. I'm like, I wish OP wouldn't bring it up, and then I keep looping back to it too. So hopefully from this point on, we could just let it drop. But I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm sorry, Lord. Where was I? Oh, yes. Elroy, the brony. This story takes place before I even knew about bronies, so I was confused at the very least. Elroy.
Hey, man.
OP. Hi. Elroy.
Are you in this campaign?
Internal sarcasm. No! I came over to tip an invisible fedora to the slick-haired fair milord I spotted from across the crowded store. Oh, be still, my heart. But instead, OP just says, yeah. GM.
This is the guy that plays Ferris.
Elroy with a smug, rat-faced grin.
Oh, GM said that you're the group's current leader.
The word current should have been a tip-off, but I was tired from work and hyper-focused on decrypting the meaning of that weird-ass shirt. OP? Kinda? I just make strongly worded suggestions. Here lately, Nala's been calling more shots than me, but we don't really have a leader. And I'm going to assume Nala is Scotty's character since we missed the character descriptions for this episode. Elroy snorts.
You do now.
Oh, God. Oh, joyous day. We humble plebs have been in want of a strong, capable leader. Hal needs a father figure, and the rest of us be naught but placeholders, unworthy of the throne. But how best to express my exuberance? Yeah, neat. This dude really did show up and he's like, I'm taking over. How about you pump the brakes a little bit, Sparky? Like, I don't know how you decided to go through with the game even after meeting this guy. It's really easy to walk away from a campaign. At least for me. No D&D is better than bad D&D. I got better stuff to do with my time than fight about who's steering the ship with a neckbeard. I tried my best to convey how delighted I was to be met with snide presumption before I even had a chance to sit down. Alas, I think he detected the fact that I was as full of shit as the clogged toilet at an all-you-can-eat burrito barn. Somebody didn't waffle stomp it down. There's a term for bringing things up in conversation for the sole purpose of pissing an outsider off, but I can't remember it. Or maybe there isn't one, and there just should be. Probably something German. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Anyone? No? Okay, then. Are we referring to Schadenfreude? That's what this whole channel's built on. I love it! Well, this was that. Elroy turned to ask GM a question that was meant entirely for me. Elroy to GM,
How do we determine which force powers I have?
oh God, if I didn't quit before. No. Maybe it really wasn't meant for you, you might say. Maybe he was genuinely asking. Well, he had 2 rule books in front of him with entire chapters dedicated to the character making process. So it was either his smug way of saying,
I use the force and you can't.
or Elroy is the sort of person to search Google for Facebook as his primary means of navigating to Isla de Zuckerberg.
Today, we're going to talk about the metaverse.
That is to say, very roundabout, I do suppose. You'll get there, but indeed, what is the point? OP, wait, what? Elroy with a greasy grin.
You can't tell anyone about this when we start. That would be metagaming.
Yeah. Telling people would be metagaming. Having the powers is definitely not metagaming. I'm a level 1 nobody with mastery of the Force. Oh my God, I want to die already. I turned to GM with a touch of disbelief and irritation coloring my tone. OP, you told the rest of us that we couldn't play Force-sensitive characters. GM,
Well, the rules in the rulebook weren't very clear, and I was still learning the basics of this system. Force and Destiny just came out, though. That book explains things a bit better. Elroy has a copy, so...
OP, does the store have any? Elroy smugly.
I just bought the last one.
Would you be so kind as to share with the class? Of course he won't. Around this time, Mac showed up to the table while his mom found her way to the couch in the background, crochet needles in hand, and a Mary Poppins-esque bag of yarn at her feet. I filled him in on the situation. He looked about as annoyed as I felt. Mac's mom really drove him to the D&D session and chilled out there the whole time. God, I love that. I mean, it's sort of sad when you think about it too much. But on the surface, like, props to the mom supporting what your kid loves to do, even if it isn't something that's all that constructive in the grand scheme of things. Mac, so what? He just said he wanted to be a Jedi and you let him? Elroy scoffed with the indignation of a Karen having her expired coupons rejected. Elroy,
No, I rolled for it on a D100, and this campaign takes place during the Galactic Civil War, so actually, I can't be a Jedi because they're all dead.
OP, yeah, we know the timeline. We've been playing this campaign for months, and the Jedi aren't all dead. Elroy,
Yes, they are.
OP, tell that to Yoda. Yeah, but he's like one of the last right? He only made it because he's chilling in the swamp on Dagobah. Elroy just rolls his eyes.
Well, he doesn't count. He was the only one.
Mac, we never got a clear idea of what year this is, so Obi-Wan could still be alive too. Elroy,
Okay, but other than them,
OP, canon. Elroy,
he was just a Padawan.
Mac, Ahsoka? Elroy.
She was cast out.
Mac. There are others in the comics and the novels. Elroy.
Can you name them?
Mac. No, but I can go on Wikipedia, and Elroy scoffs.
Wikipedia? A real fan would know without having to look it up.
How about Beldorian, who is like a Hutt Jedi that I found out about when I was researching for the last thumbnail? Oh boy, this Star Wars stuff gets me excited. He couldn't see that curveball coming, I'll tell you that. But indeed, it was at this time that I noticed something about Elroy's face. It had a remarkably punchable quality to it. But since I prefer sarcasm to violence, I stayed true to my nature. This guy could get away with any crime. The cops would be like, what do you look like? I don't know, super generic and ultra punchable. That's all I know. And he's wearing a t-shirt that says something about Brody's, whatever the hell that is. OP turns to Mac. Whoa, looks like we're just fake fans, man. Mac. Yeah, maybe we should just quit and go home. GM.
Oh, come on. We're all friends here.
We were not. Yep, that's been made exceedingly obvious. There's a reason that this dude does not have another group that he's involved with. He's probably been kicked out of so many groups before, and I can only hope that this is another one of them's, but I'm not gonna let him leave without a little bit of karmic justice. Don't let the door hit you in the ass and all that. Elroy backpedals a bit and says,
Yeah, don't take it so personally. It's just science fiction.
No, you. I'd like to say that I do avoid pointless arguments, but I would be setting myself up for a pants on fire situation. I have a bad habit of attacking trolls by analyzing them and sharing my observations and theories for all to see, I would say. I got into it with a GTA hacker one time. Scotty and I were minding our own business, stealing supplies for our thriving meth lab, when this dude started terrorizing everyone on the server. I suggested that he had to use modding tools because he felt powerless in real life, and he needed godlike immunity online to escape the crushing feelings of real-world worthlessness. His well-reasoned and articulate rebuttal of my theory came in the form of troll.
Fuck you!
OP, be honest, which one of your parents do you think is more disappointed in the way that you turned out? Troll drops a tank on me. OP, so your dad then? And then the troll rage quits. That is the best kind of savagery. Scotty, Jesus Christ, dude, aren't you supposed to use that skill set to help people? Well, I usually do. If you're having a rough time and see me on Discord, hit me up. I'd be happy to let you vent and talk to you for a little while, but that courtesy is not extended to trolls and bullies, though. I have an ironclad policy of non-engagement. If a hacker hops on the server or something, I'd switch my server. I don't care. But your way is definitely a bit more proactive and a hell of a lot more savage. So props. I love that. Anyways, back to the story and my pointless argument. OP, it's a space fantasy, not sci-fi. Ah, boy. Elroy.
No, it's definitely sci-fi.
I leaned back in my chair and changed into my therapist voice. Slow, calm, even, and in this case, maybe just a little bit condescending. Sue me, I was irritated. OP, oh? How so? Elroy,
It has robots and stuff. That's sci-fi.
OP, D&D has Warforged, sentient mechanical beings. That doesn't make it sci-fi. Elroy,
Robots run on electronics and stuff. They're engineered. Warforged have souls and are powered by magic.
OP, Magic is really just a science that we don't understand yet. Elroy.
What? It says who?
OP. Arthur C. Clarke, famous sci-fi author. Elroy.
GM, is this sci-fi or fantasy campaign?
Yes, both. Either or. Who cares? Sit down. Stop asking me weird questions. GM was, at this point, keenly interested in the dirt under his fingernails or something in a book. I don't remember what he was doing, but I know what he wasn't doing, and that was refereeing. He kind of gave a non-committal GM.
It's whatever kind of campaign the party makes it.
Elroy.
It's sci-fi. Star Wars is sci-fi. Everybody knows that.
OP. A couple of thousand years ago, everybody knew that the world was flat. But that doesn't make that true either. That's right, I said it. Come at me, flat earthers. I don't think they have anything to come at you with. Ad hominem? Okay, yeah. That's all I've ever seen from the flat earth community. You're dumb if you don't believe this. Okay? I'd rather be dumb to you than dumb to everybody else. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know anything about Elroy's past. I still don't. But he struck me as an only child that was accustomed to being given his way. He seemed annoyed that someone dared to question him. Maybe he was homeschooled. Perhaps he was hatched in a lab. He scoffed at my argument and sarcastically asked, Elroy,
okay then, what makes it fantasy?
OP, it's about epic heroes, magic powers, and fantastical creatures. A true sci-fi story would pay much more attention to the science. Star Wars doesn't ever really explain the science behind their technology. And then there's the Force. Yeah, midichlorians, bro. We retconned the hell out of that one. Elroy, yeah.
What's they explained through science? It's not magic. It's the result of midichlorians.
Well, why do I feel so terrible that I know that? OP? Yeah, but how does that even work? If they're living creatures, what do they consume to stay alive? How do they interact with a person's blood cells? Are they prone to any kind of diseases? Can a person lose the force by getting sick? How does a midichlorian count affect the strength of a person's force powers? Elroy,
you don't need to know how science works for it to be science.
OP, well, the same thing can be said about magic. Saying, the force works because of midichlorians is just like saying, because magic, that's why. That's what makes Star Wars a space fantasy. It doesn't rely on science. It relies on the mythical, mystical, and supernatural. Stuff like space wizards with magic swords. Well, I had no opinion on this previously, but you talked me around, OP. Really, if I had to give it a label, I'd say it's a pretty campy space opera. Ignore all the bells and whistles. It's an opera at its core. Elroy scoffs.
And what makes you such an expert?
Mac. Oh, he's got a degree in creative writing. That's right. I called it a useless degree before, but it gave me an edge in a meaningless argument. Hey, winning! It also helped me to put this story into words. Sarcastic words, colorful words, and sometimes hateful words. But you're reading or listening to them, and we are a pretty good ways into this post, so why must be doing something right? Yes, your writing is definitely on par. My narration, I don't want to toot my own horn, that's fine. I'm here too, I'm but a humble vessel. Elroy,
whatever.
And then he smugly says,
I guess I'll just play my character like a space wizard then.
Mac to GM, so when do the rest of us get to roll? GM,
for what?
Mac, to see if we're force sensitive. Elroy,
You have to roll for that when you make your character. You can't just discover that you have powers later on in life.
Actually, that's exactly how most people discover it. Unless you like what? Matilda, that's the only one that discovered it when she's still a child, right? Maybe Jack from The Incredibles? There's probably a bunch more, but I would say most people that have a superpower discovered it at a later point in their lives. Oh yeah, Superman. Of course. But yeah, my point being that Elroy's dumb. OP, why can't you discover it later in life? That's exactly what Luke did. Mac and Anakin, OP, and Ezra, GM.
Well, that is true.
Mac getting his percentile die out. Great. What do we need to roll? Elroy.
If their characters don't know that they have powers yet, wouldn't that mean it's less likely that they're sensitive? Like, I rolled for mine when I made the character, so it's like I was strong enough to know early on. They shouldn't have the same chance of being force sensitive since they don't know that they have powers yet.
Bro, I'm so out of this game already. How could you possibly continue after this? And GM is letting this dude drive the ship? What the actual hell is happening? No, I'm not playing. I'm going home. But OP doesn't follow my ironclad contract of non-engagement. Instead, he tries to argue his case and says, no way. We should have just as much of a chance as you did. Mac to GM in a tone that said, hello, do you hear me? What do we need to roll? GM.
I made Elroy roll above a 75.
Elroy.
But if you think about it, you're still learning the rules for how the Force works. How hard is it gonna be if you have a whole party full of people that have different powers?
Yeah, we should just have this one guy that has all the powers. This is main character syndrome so hard. Just walk away. Walk away now. It's going to save you a lot of heartache. But OP does not. The GM agrees with Elroy for some reason, saying,
True.
By this point, GM could probably tell that Mac and I were getting irritated. I was making no effort to try and conceal it. GM.
How about this? Everyone else has a 10% chance, but if they don't succeed, I'll give them 25 experience.
25 experience was about as much as we would normally get over the span of 5 weeks. Oh, God. Since GM thought the rulebook's recommended amount was about 3 times too much. Even if he gave us 50, it would not balance out the power difference, but I was just too annoyed to argue. We rolled, we failed. Elroy looked happier than a hemp enthusiast boarding a flight to Amsterdam. Bro, this is a mess already. It's time to leave. Exit, stage left. Chainsmoker showed up eventually, a thick aura of nicotine preceding his arrival. He didn't even care about the Force and just wanted the experience. Like a G. Whatever, keep your stupid Force powers. I decided to go get something to eat while we waited for the others, partly because I usually didn't eat lunch on game days, but mostly because I needed to put some distance between myself and Elroy before I completely lost my shit. Like a septic truck driver that forgot where he parked. That's a lot of shit. I was joined by unexpected company while I waited in line. Hal. Hey, OP. OP. Sup, Hal? When did you get here? Hal. Just a few minutes ago. Peacekeeper picked me up from work. I can't drive right now. OP. Drinking during the day. Shame on you. Hal. No, it's nothing. I would later find out that it was, in fact, something. OP, well, I'm here if you need to talk. I do it for a living. Hal, I appreciate it, but no. Hal is being slippery. The plot thickens. Also, I think it's nice of OP to offer free therapy to people, but charge them. If you're good at something, never do it for free. Them's just the rules of the road. The lady at the register took my order. I offered to get something for Hal. He didn't want anything. My dumbass was so irritated with Elroy that I wasn't picking up on the clues that would slap me in the face later on. Hal said he wasn't hungry. He just needed a break from the new guy. Hal could now read people. He was learning. So if the overwhelming majority are not happy with this setup, why don't they just abandon the table? I guess because they need the GM. But if they all abandon the table, then the GM will do what it takes to get them back, which means kicking out Elroy. That should have been the true master plan. What kind of master plan is grin and bear it? No, I'm not doing any of that. Anyways, we went back to the game store to settle in for what looked like it was gonna be a very long night. Mac was in line to get chips, and Peacekeeper was watching some gaming video that Chainsmoker had pulled up on his phone. Scotty had also arrived at some point during my trek to and from the Chinese restaurant. He pulled out his laptop and character sheets, and he was scrolling through what looked like the PDF of a rulebook. Elroy sat next to him with an expression of someone adapting to a lemon-only diet. OP, hey Scotty, what's up? Scotty, not much, brother. I'm trying to see how my new force powers work. Got him, coach. Elroy's scowl made sense now. Pissant was not the only space wizard at the table. And I suppose we are ending this tale with a parody song, which is pretty good. I really appreciate that the parodies is included as such. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi. And this is Tommy James and the Shondells, I Think We're Alone Now, which I'll probably have to listen to because I'm not familiar with it. So, warning in advance. Elroy's a tool. Didn't take long for me to see it. He grumbles not cool. When Mac and I pull our dice out, rolling out for powers like him. Even though the odds we have are slim. Hoping one of us rolls high enough, and when I get back with my dinner, I can see we've got a winner, and I learn the prick's not alone now. Scotty's dice came up with the 97, and poor Elroy moans now. His pained expression makes me feel like I'm in heaven. Yeah, that's kind of a bop, man. Late 1960s, early 1970s. Don't sleep on that music, all right? It wasn't all dad rock coming out around that time. We got Tommy James and the Shondells. I would try and remember that, but the name's a little bit unwieldy, so I make no promises. But I do thank you for sharing, Irish Pirate. And with that, thank you for joining me again. I know there really wasn't a whole lot that happened this time event-wise, but yeah, this was my introduction to Elroy. This is the first impression that he left. This was how he, a real-life person with the autonomy to breathe unassisted and walk around like regular people, chose to conduct himself around complete strangers. Like I said, this is why he didn't have a group already. Trust me when I say that it was all downhill from here. I have to hope beyond hope that him and Scotty get into it, and Scotty just like mollywallops him through the back of the game store or whatever. That would be beautiful. As for Hal, I don't really want to spoil anything, but things get pretty dark for him before they get better. I didn't find out what was going on until a couple of weeks after meeting Elroy, so I'll hold off until we get to that point of the timeline. Until next time, I hope the universe doesn't kick you in the shins or give you a wedgie. January, February on YouTube is always kind of a kick in the shins. Ad rates drop through the floor. We're just kind of scraping by, but at least we got some good stories to do it with, you know? As I made very clear during the story, I would not have put up with any of this at all ever. I would have walked away from the game group at this point. They're like, look, we don't vibe. I only want to play with people that I trust 100%. No campaign is much better than bad campaign. And you can mark my words on that. You think I don't have like a ton of other stuff that I could be doing instead of sitting here arguing about space wizards? We could chat about space wizards if we're on the same side, but if you're really adamant on having an argument with me, it's not going to happen. I'll just say, you know what, you're right, bro. I don't actually care that much. You think whatever you need to think in your tiny little pea brain. But OP's got a different approach. And I do like the people that push back on beards. Big props, big props. You ever see one of those old-timey cartoons where the food just smells so good that the steam forms a beckoning hand?
Ah! No! Stop! I'm saying no! Ah! Peter, it's making me watch!
Star Wars Shenanigans! Episode 3, Revenge of the Pissant. The Pissant. This is Tabletop Gaming Gone Wrong, in case you didn't know, and boy, it went really wrong. The DM, total creep. Elroy, also a creep. We also had Hal in episode 1, and, you know, he started out pretty rough, but eventually he found his way into being a reformed beard, so we do all appreciate that. But I suppose we'll just have to see what happens with the GM and Elroy, because I don't think it's going to go well. So I started working on a Neckbeard project, but I'm putting that on hold to finish this saga up, since ReddX has decided to carry it forth to the YouTubes. So far, it hasn't been met with a Last Jedi level of vitriol. So, I don't know, hooray? Yeah, it's kind of hard to match up with Last Jedi level of vitriol, isn't it? It's a good story. I really like the way that this OP writes. And there's also some lovely cringe injected into it. So yeah, of course I had to carry it to the YouTubes, especially, this is what we did after Neckbeard wrapped up. Kind of trying to carry on the Tabletop Gaming Gone Wrong torch, since Ramtide, at that time at least, had taken somewhat of a break. But y'all ain't here to hear about the channel background. You can hit me up on Discord if you want to know more. What I do know is that if you haven't read the previous installments, they can be found here. Episode 1, The Newbie Menace. Episode 2, Attack of the Lone Force User. And if you prefer letting someone else do the reading for you while you, I don't know, drive to work, or solve word hunger, or sit around in a bleach-stained pair of sweatpants picking out some belly button lint, you do you, then ReddX has taken my humble ramblings and lent his voice to them. Episode 1, ReddX Edition. Episode 2, ReddX Edition. They're not Red exclusives, because this also got posted to D&D Doge, but as far as I know, he hasn't picked up the tail, so far, still a ReddX exclusive. You're welcome. Also, I don't know what word hunger is. Is it like Wordle? I've seen so much freaking Wordle on my Twitter timeline that I want to stab my eyes out.
Hey, watch this.
Jesus Christ!
I might have played it if I got in like on the ground floor, but now I can't play it on principle. I shouldn't even be mentioning it here because I know people in the comments are going to be like, nah, stop, I've heard enough about it. Yeah, bro, me too. That's why I'm mentioning it. I guess I'm just adding to the problem. Anyways, we of course have our cast list. Yes, indeed. Quite beefy. Strap yourselves in. We got OP, a 30-year-old gaming nerd working at a nearby nonprofit that offered neither livable wages nor human decency to their employees. Yeah, is that like part and parcel with a nonprofit? That's why they had to change it up to not for profit, because nonprofit just sounds like you're failing. The only silver lining was that the office that I was at was within walking distance of the game shop. It is a relatively small silver lining, but if you're happy, I'm happy. And OP's character is Ferris, Chefari Sabson, if you're looking for the full name. He's a CHIS medic with the life-saving skills of a world-class surgeon and the people skills of a methed-up Canadian goose. Combat-wise, he could heal or yell at people, but his blaster saw just about as much action as an incel at a lesbian bar.
So, you ladies ever been penetrated?
The metaphors, the similes, they're so delicious. You see why I missed this OP? I don't know how I went so long without getting back into it. It's so good. I don't know how it's so good, but it's so goddamn good. We've also got Mac, the Bill to my Ted, the Goose to my Maverick. He doesn't die, right? He liked anime and gaming, but the word "lady" never touched his lips. And he also never wore a fedora, except maybe in the most wanted mafia-themed photo that we got at the state fair back in high school. I would need to find that photo in order to confirm. Yeah, that doesn't count though. You dressing up in costume. It's a period piece. Although if he did accidentally walk out of the photo booth wearing that fedora, I gotta dock him a couple points, you know, just on principle. Mac's character is Nala, a feline scoundrel with a ship full of charm and a moral compass that pointed whichever direction was most convenient at the time. Mac wasn't in the habit of playing decisive characters, but he was peeking outside of his comfort zone with this one. Yeah, lead the party. It's a lot of fun. You can drag them all to their doom without anyone realizing until it's too late. That's generally what happens when we sit down to play D&D with the Discord mods. My paladin, Neckbeardo, ends up getting everybody into some shenanigans. And it's fun for all, I presume. We've also got Peacekeeper, Chainsmoker's BFF, and burgeoning big brother figure to Hal. Even when things were at their worst, Peacekeeper tried to see the best in everyone. Bless that boy for his optimism. May the world never crush that in him. Amen. I said that the day before yesterday in the Resistbeard saga. We need more people that aren't cynicists, you know? If you've got a wholesome heart, I definitely encourage that in you. Never ever give it up. Peacekeeper's character is Savo, an agile Rhodian with the reflexes of a coked-out mongoose. He's a good sniper and pilot on paper, if only the dice would cooperate. Oh, that's sad. Should have put more points in your luck stat, bro. Chainsmoker. Did he smoke like a short-tempered line cook whose ex kept texting him about child support during the dinner rush? Yeah, he did. Did his acting abilities make Michael Cera look like Marlon Brando?
Look at the top of his head.
Oh, God, you're crushing it, OP. Beautiful. Absolutely. But this gravel-voiced gamer was always relaxed and met each session with an unwavering sense of humor. Seems like my type of guy. And oh my God, I'm just loving these comparisons, dude. OP does have a degree in creative writing, and it is shining so hard right here. Beautiful. Chainsmoker's character is Roblox, a Nikto thug with a Texas-level tendency to drill first and ask questions later. Yeehaw, Black Gold. Not the character that you'd want as a teammate for a debate team, say. Unless the topic was, what do you think it sounds like when someone gets cut in half with a plasma drill? Use your imagination. Scotty is a big, friendly, kilt-clad bear with a charitable spirit, a heart of gold, and an even higher threshold for shit than a sewage treatment plant. That being said, once that threshold is breached, Highlander smash! I tried to give him a Scottish accent in the last episode. I don't think that worked too well. I got a few people that are like, Jesus, ReddX, please never again. I'm like, all right. I didn't think it was all that bad. I mean, I knew it was that bad, but I thought maybe it would add to the cringe. So we'll try something different for him this time around. Scotty's character is Merwick, a vibroblade wielding Wookiee with a life debt to Nala, and a recent discovery that he can sense when someone's about to attack him. Oh, it turns out he's been force sensitive all along. Suck it, Elroy! And I love the fact that he's a Wookiee, because then I get to make the Wookiee sounds in the episode. Hal 2.0. He's better, faster, smarter. We have rebuilt him. The new model made jokes without prompting and laughed at the appropriate times. My God, this is science at work. If Peacekeeper was Professor Higgins, then Hal was Eliza Doolittle, poised and ready to attend a high society function. Yeah, he just didn't know how tabletop games were supposed to work in part 1. He thought it's a competitive game instead of a cooperative game. And I guess I can't really blame him for that if he hasn't had exposure. He learned quickly, and that's what's most importantly, isn't it? Hal 2.0's character is Jula, a tech-savvy Bothan hacker/mechanic, and a strange sister of his first ill-fated character. Yeah, we remember. Hal had gotten used to the mechanics of the game at this point, but role-playing was still a struggle. But there was still hope. As there is for all of us, honestly, until you cross certain lines, but Hal definitely hasn't. GM, however, has. We are now calling GM Hutbeard. Yes, indeed. The artist formerly known as GM was a Peter File with a tendency to give crumbs of experience
to make the game last longer.
As if there was like a level cap or something. He did nothing, 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 to stop Elroy from being a social sack tap to the rest of us. Sack tap? I love it. Why didn't we quit the campaign? Well, because none of us really felt inclined to run a campaign of our own. Yeah, GMing is hard, I'll say that. And we've also got Elroy. In 1992, the government ran secret experiments in a bunker underneath the Mojave Desert. The aim of this project was to imbue a living being with an aura that radiated the feeling that you'd get when you chew aluminum foil. Oh, God. Yeah, that was unexpected cringe. I haven't chewed aluminum foil in a long time. And there's good reason for that. Elroy is the result of these experiments. His character was a force-sensitive Jawa. I can't remember its name. Let's just call it Pissant, because it feels appropriate. And we could call it Pissant, but I don't know how YouTube's gonna feel about that. And Pissant sounds more constructive, doesn't it? And it also reminds me of that movie Corky Romano. You guys remember that? Chris Kattan, anybody?
Hi, you guys want some cookies?
So yes, with the cast list out of the way, we are indeed into the story. And considering that we have, the characters hanging around at this point, we might actually get some tabletop action in this one. We did in the first one, we didn't in the second one. But I am sure that Elroy will manage to make an ass of himself both in and out of game. So let us see. The story. Where last we left our intrepid adventurers, we were watching Elroy bitterly brood over the loss of his monopoly on force powers. Yeah, he was one of those gamers. You know the kind. That guy. He just had a pressing need to be the main character of the group. My introduction to him had included his confident declaration that he would be the group's leader. I mean, it's whatever, aim high, I guess, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Gondor had no king. Gondor needed no king. Yeah, that's how I used to try and run my Discord server too. Fell apart within a couple of months of the channel blowing up. Looks great on paper, not so much in theory. My character had started off in a leadership adjacent role because the group had grown stagnant with indecision. See, you kind of do need a king, right? But months of playing had changed all that. If anything, Mac's character Nala was now our current leader. Nala was what you'd get if Jack Sparrow had a baby with Gamora and allowed it to be raised by Malcolm Reynolds and Irene Adler. She was charming, narcissistic, and had a habit of taking things that didn't have her name on them. Yeah, that's a quick way to get in trouble, but I guess if she's good at it, whatever. In fact, Mac's goal for her was to end the campaign owning a planet, which she could name after herself. Yeah, narcissistic indeed. And upon this planet, she would build a mansion with her name on the side in neon lights, and she would swim in a Scrooge McDuckian vault of coins minted with her face on them. Yeah, that's also the end goal for the ReddX YouTube channel, isn't it? On a completely unrelated note, are you guys interested in my new cryptocurrency Tendy coin? It's totally not a rug pull scam. You can give me your money. It's gonna be safe, I promise. The rest of us had taken to following her lead because, I don't know, it tended to be profitable, and who doesn't like money? Yeah, much like I was saying, it's not a rug pull. We're all gonna be millionaires, but especially me. Anyways, Scotty had finished altering his character to account for the fact that he too now had force powers. Sweet! We retconned his character's history to make it so that his family was taking him to Coruscant to be taken into the academy when Order 66 came. He wasn't officially affiliated yet with the Jedi Order, so there was no record of him being force sensitive. He ended up being moved from place to place as a slave until Nala rescued him and secured his service with a life debt. Man, why Wookiees always gotta play second fiddle? You know, I'd like to see a main character Wookiee who's leading the group. I mean, I guess that is kind of hard because, you know, they don't really speak a proper language. But there's a lot of Star Wars races that can't speak English. Maybe the Wookiee knows sign language. It could get really interesting. That's the thing I like the most about Star Wars. The lore goes so freaking deep. The last time I mentioned that I had come back with something to eat, and I found Scotty tweaking his character. Well, the smell of my General House chicken was Pied Pipering him away, as it would. Give me some of that sweet, delicious sugar chicken right now! You ever see one of those old-timey cartoons where the food just smells so good that the steam forms a beckoning hand?
Ah! No! Stop! I'm saying no! Ah! Peter, it's making me watch!
Well, yeah, it was pretty much that, but with a 6'5", 250-pound Scottish descendant. Now, we didn't say that this General House chicken was from Panda Express, but I think we all know where it's from. We just can't say Panda Express because they're not a sponsor. Panda Express, please don't sue me. Scotty said,
"Hey, OP, play Merwick for me while I go get something to eat. Unless it directly involves him, just have him be distracted by food."
Oh, maybe that's why Wookiees can't be the main character, because they're too animalistic in their ways. But I don't know, Chewbacca seems pretty intelligent and stuff. I'm going to be thinking about this all night. These are the things that keep me awake at night. It was a simple instruction. Merwick, we later decided, had such an obsession with food that he went into a sort of Zen trance at mealtime. Otherwise, we couldn't really explain his lack of involvement in the scene that played out. And once he masters his force powers, there's gonna be free food all the time. He's gonna be like, "You do want to bring me General House chicken." "I do want to bring you General House chicken." The session's gameplay started with the party in some space station with Nala, aka Mac, negotiating with a mechanic for upgrades to our ships. Chainsmoker was outside, living up to his name, but his character, also on autopilot, was looming behind Nala with arms crossed and a menacing expression to give a bonus on negotiate and coercion checks. Damn, you got half the party in this game on autopilot. Seems pretty sweet. Although I have done the same thing. Playing as a Fallout robot, I kind of dropped out of the game halfway and I was like, okay, this guy controls my character now. I'm done. Have a nice life. It wasn't that the game wasn't good or anything like that. It's just I have a problem with showing up places that I need to be on time. Even if Ramtide is GMing, sometimes the couch is just really too sticky. I can't get up. Anyways, enter Elroy from stage left. He tries to use the Force to sneak past some guards and steal an X-Wing. Yeah, you're gonna need a really high roll to steal an X-Wing. He rolled to use the Force, and the dice result made it so that the only way to succeed in the check would have been to tap into the dark side. Had he been playing an edgelord, he would have been happy that he rolled all black, but no, Pissant was a true hero. He was the one true hero, in fact, and so he handled the situation in a much more dignified manner. The one true hero. Bro, this is a great continuation of Neckbeard, isn't it? I did not know how many parallels there would be. It's just uncanny. Elroy,
this is bullcrap. I shouldn't even have to roll on them. There's no way they can resist the Force. They're just security guards. They're not smart enough to do anything better with their lives.
Mac, you know, I'm a security guard, right? Oh boy, this is getting awkward. And also one of the reasons that I made a commitment to never dunk on somebody for their job ever again. I think I razzed somebody for working at McDonald's and had a bunch of other people in the comments like, I work at McDonald's, what's wrong with that? And I'm like, actually, you're right. You're a soldier of industry. I hope you get up and out, but if it's where you need to be right now, then I'm proud of you for being there. Elroy surprisingly does display a little bit of shame here and gets red-faced and says,
I was talking about them.
And he points to the game board. Hutbeard,
I don't know what to tell you. They must not be as weak-minded as you seem to think they are.
Elroy slumps back in his chair.
Whatever.
Yeah, why you want to steal an X-Wing anyways? What are you gonna do with it? I guess just to have it. Sure. Now we have an extra ship to take care of. Merwick, meanwhile, was in the space station's food court, eating his weight in whatever sort of meat was available. Since I was responsible for playing him until Scotty came back, I kept my own character there with him. The two of them had a lengthy conversation about the moral implications of rebellion and how we could ethically balance the idyllic goal of peace with the destructive nature of the war that we would have to fight in order to achieve it. Merwick, at one point, made the poignant remark, and, who could really argue with that? Certainly not I, because I don't know what the hell he just said. Do Chiss have ability to speak with a Wookiee? I guess they do. I'm learning so much today. Ferris sat for the rest of the meal in silence, pondering the sagacity of his furry companion's comment. Yeah, bro, still waters run deep, you know what I'm saying? He looks like a big furball on the outside, but he's got a brain back there. It can't speak English, but he's got a brain. Peacekeeper had replenished his supply of paint dye energy drinks and came to join the conversation. Over the past couple of weeks, he and I had been talking to Hal about how to get into his character and how legitimately fun it can be to roleplay. We had helped him come up with a fleshed out backstory to present to the GM, Hutbeard, which would give him something to work with. And with Hutbeard's approval, our little baby bird was all prepared to fly. Hal looked at us for approval out of character before having Jula approach the table. Hal, guys, can we talk? Something's come up. OP, leave it alone and it should go away. If it stays that way for 4 hours, then come back. It's already been that way for 3.5. Help me out here. Hal, what? No, it's my girlfriend. Well, ex. I found out where she is. OP, and you're gonna leave us to go sweep her off her feet? Hal, not exactly. She's been captured by slavers. They're going to try and sell her off to some moth. Peacekeeper, oh, so you need us to help you. Hal, yeah, but I'm afraid to ask Nala because there isn't really a lot of money involved. OP, did your mom drop you on your head when you were little? Have you been sheltered away from the Outer Rim your whole life? Hal, what? Peacekeeper, you're talking about slavers, Jula. There's always money involved with slavers. OP, just tell Nala that they're rich. Hal, but what if they aren't? OP, then you got bad intel. This is big brain time right here. Peacekeeper, yeah, happens to the best of us. OP, what Nala doesn't know won't hurt you. Hal, okay, well, I hope so because this is important to me. I haven't seen my girlfriend, well, ex-girlfriend in years, and it was at this point that Elroy decided to join the conversation. I mean, sort of, cutting Hal off without so much as a preamble or an apology. Elroy,
Peacekeeper, what's your character wearing?
Excuse me, we were in the middle of something. Peacekeeper was thrown for an absolute loop by this out-of-context, non-sequitur question. Huh? Why? Elroy,
just tell me, what would I see him wearing?
Peacekeeper looks down at his character sheet. Padded armor, heavy blaster rifle on my back, backpack full of booster blue, and a belt pouch with some emergency reloads. Elroy,
I want to use the Force to make myself invisible to Peacekeeper's character.
Hark! Prithee, what manner of banner be that on yon tower? Mark thou how crimson it doth stand against a field of blue. Mayhaps this be the red flag from fabled days of yore? Perhaps it is, I dinna ken. That's some Scottish slang. Wifey's been watching The Outlander on Netflix. So I keep saying I kenna, I dinna. And I'm trying not to do the Scottish accent so bad. Anyways. Obviously, wanting to start using the Force on his teammates right out of the gates should have been a bad sign. Should have. But what did we do? We just sat there, befuddled like a bunch of dumbasses. In hindsight, I don't know why we didn't just tell him to pack his bags and hit bricks. I don't know why we didn't just threaten to leave before the end of the session, which is what I went on and on about in the previous part. I certainly can't account for the rationale of putting up with this for months, but somehow we did. And I am hoping that the Schadenfreude is oh so very sweet on your end. Oh yes, I'm quite enjoying myself, thank you. We always have a good time in Star Wars Shenanigans, boy. Peacekeeper, responding in the appropriate manner for one being subject to random unprovoked PvP, or rather PvP light. What? Dude, why would you do that? OP, can this not wait until after we're done with this? Hal is trying to roleplay something. Elroy,
but it'll be funny.
Peacekeeper, then save it for later, when everyone else is here and we can all laugh. Elroy,
no, it won't be funny then. I have to do it now.
He's just been such a drag. Every line that he speaks, I feel my sanity slipping further and further away. OP, dude, you're interrupting someone. Elroy,
but it's what my character would do.
He said it. He said the line. He said it. God damn it. Elroy rolls his Force dice. One white circle and one black circle. Hutbeard,
Okay, Sallow can't see you.
Shit, what was Mac's voice? I think it was Travolta. Mac? Wait a minute. Doesn't he have to roll for difficulty? Whoa. Elroy scoffs.
No, it's the Force. I could just do it.
Mac? No, you can't. There are rules about force powers, man. You have to beat their discipline skill. Elroy?
Where does it say that?
Mac? In the handbook. Got him, John Travolta. Mac rummages around his backpack and realizes that he's left his books at home. I also forgot mine. I didn't have my laptop with the PDFs on me either. The only person with a rulebook on hand was Elroy, and when he asked to see it, he withdrew it like he was Gollum with the ring.
Precious!
Elroy?
I don't like people touching my books. I'll just look it up and tell you what it says.
Oh yeah, bro, I'm dumb. I trust you 100%. Max says, how about I come and help you look? Yeah, Mac putting the smack down. Of course, the table is getting a little heated at this point. In a situation like this, the best thing that a game master can do for the players is to be fair and even in their adjudication. If one player is showing clear signs of intending to mistreat other players, it is the game master's responsibility to put their foot down and say, Hutbeard,
look, if he's not going to hurt anyone, then for tonight, we'll just say his powers go off on what he rolls on his force dice.
Why is Elroy the golden boy all of a sudden? First session and he's like 100% the game master's pet? There's something hinky going on here. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. No one but Elroy was happy about this decision, of course. Least of all, Mac. Mac would slap me in the back of the head if I said he was a rules lawyer, so I'll say that he's certainly not a rules lawyer, but only because he hasn't sat for the bar exam. Rules enthusiast is what we'll call him. I can get behind a rules enthusiast as long as they're not using it to their own advantage. Rules lawyer shouldn't be a pejorative because I've seen rules lawyers that pointed out, hey, this action should make my character dead. And then they had to roll up a whole new character simply because they were being honest about it. And I respect the hell out of that. So I hope Mac is one of them. Mac is fine with rules as written. He's fine with house rules. He's fine with homebrews. He's even fine with stitched together systems sold in dark alleys out of the grease-stained coat pockets of Soviet expatriates living off the radar since defecting in the 1970s. Yeah, you know they got the good stuff. What he's not fine with is expecting one of those things and getting something completely different. You ever grab a Coke bottle from the cup holder of your dad's truck and take a healthy swig only to find out about half a second into that first big gulp that the brown fluid has been his chewing tobacco spit all along? Oh, God. That is some deep cringe. Don't do that to me, OP. No? Just me? Well, it's like that. But with game systems. Jesus, did that really happen to you? That is horrifying. I guess this is why we ask before we drink things, but I don't know. You know, kids, I've definitely thought a thing was grape juice and it was actually wine, and I slammed back like half a cup of wine when I was 8. Got drunk as hell in 0 seconds flat. I don't really remember it, but it's my mom's favorite story, among a few others. So, yeah, Mac was pissed, but he wasn't in the mood to argue with Hutbeard, the game master, at least not just yet. Elroy?
So Peacekeeper can't see me?
Hutbeard?
Correct.
Elroy?
Okay then, I'm gonna open his belt pouch and take a reload clip.
Mac? Oh, come on! Stealing? That has to count as an attack. Elroy.
I'm not hurting anyone. Stop interrupting me. It'll be funny. I promise.
I think we have different senses of humor, friend. OP. Him interrupting? Dude, Elroy, you are the one that interrupted Hal for some stupid pickpocketing. Elroy.
Guys, stop it. I'm doing it. It's fine. It'll be funny. I swear.
Peacekeeper. Stealing from my character is funny. Elroy.
Just wait.
OP to Hutbeard. He might not be able to see him, but Peacekeeper could still feel him, can't he? Hutbeard.
Well, yeah. Elroy, roll a skullduggery check to pick his pockets.
Why this wasn't done long before it was pointed out by another player, I have no idea. GM isn't good at what he does, he's just the only one that's willing to do it, so I guess we just let him have his way. Fantasy Flight tabletops have two aspects to their checks: success versus failure, and advantage versus threat. Not every success is outstanding, and not every failure is catastrophic. With this system, it's possible to fail a roll, but gain a bonus to follow-up actions. For example, maybe you can't get the shopkeeper to budge on his prices, but you notice a trash can full of lottery tickets that suggests that he has a gambling problem that you can exploit. It's also possible to succeed in a roll, but have something go wrong in the process, like stealing something from a Rhodian's pockets, but bumping against him in the process. So Hutbeard watches Elroy roll and then says,
Okay, Peacekeeper, you can feel something brush against your thigh. When you look down, you see an ammo clip rising up from the pouch.
Peacekeeper. Okay, I close the belt pouch. That is a fairly level-headed response, isn't it? I freak out. I'd be like, oh no, it's a ghost. Look out! I don't like goblins.
Ew, I like them. I like goblins.
So Elroy says,
But I still got one of the clips, right?
Peacekeeper. I said I closed the pouch when I saw the clip moving. Elroy.
Yeah, but I rolled a success. That means I still got one.
Peacekeeper wore the expression of someone trying to figure out if the mushrooms had finally kicked in, or if the cat had actually asked him about the geopolitical climate of the 19th century Franco-German border. Occam's razor says it's definitely the cat. He learned to speak, and he is very interested in 19th century politics. After a few moments of stunned disbelief, he just shrugged and shook his head. Peacekeeper. Fine, whatever, sure, he took one of my clips. I really don't care. As you shouldn't. But at this point, it is the principle of the matter. You let this guy take an inch, he's gonna take a mile. So yeah, give me my clip back. None of what you said happened ever happened, alright? See, Peacekeeper said he didn't care, but I knew better. I knew Peacekeeper well enough to read between the lines, and he might have said, I don't really care, but what he really meant was, well, this is an unwelcome development, and I don't care for it one bit. Good day, sir. I said good day. What? Is Peacekeeper. Even his most enraged inner thoughts are polite and even-tempered. Elroy.
Okay, and now I want to drop my invisibility right in front of him.
Hutbeard.
All right, you guys can see Elroy now.
Peacekeeper. Hal. Huh. Mac. OP. Huh. Crickets. Chirp, 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 chirp. Chirp, I say! Elroy.
Well, wouldn't your characters be surprised that I just appeared out of nowhere like that?
I am dying inside. OP. Huh. Now that you mention it. Hutbeard, you said that Peacekeeper couldn't see him, but what about the rest of us? Hutbeard,
What did he roll?
Mac, cutting Elroy off in his haste. 1 white, 1 black, and he spent the white one on Peacekeeper. Hutbeard,
Okay, you can make the others ignore you if you tap into the dark side.
what could that be? Do you hear it? A light crackling. What could it be? Oh no, it's chips of white paint falling from Elroy's knightly armor as he takes the offer. Oh no, the edgy that guy is even more that guy than before? How could this ever happen? You knew it was just a matter of time, right? Elroy?
Well, Berwick is eating, and Scotty told OP not to do anything with him unless it directly involved him, so I'm not gonna choose him. So,
He says to Hal and I,
what are your perception scores?
OP, flipping my sheet over. Dude, you would have no way of knowing that. Stop metagaming. Hal tried to flip his sheet over, but he was sitting beside Elroy and didn't manage it in time to stop Elroy from seeing that Jula had a very good perception score. Elroy,
Fine then. I'll just keep Jula from seeing me.
OP, okay then. OP is Ferris. Oi, put that back where you found it, you little shit. It's not yours. Elroy,
What? Quit. Hutbeard didn't say you could see me yet.
OP, if you didn't choose me as one of your targets, then I've been able to see you this entire time. Hutbeard,
He's right.
Elroy,
Well, I obviously wouldn't have just walked up to him and taken his clip.
Mac, that's what you said you did though. Elroy,
Right, but I would know that Ferris wasn't affected by my powers, so I would have tried to be stealthy.
OP, how would you have possibly known that I could see you? Elroy,
I would just know, because of the Force.
this is the dumbest interaction, and I know it's gonna end with such a whimper. What was the giant funny prank, Elroy? You took the clip and then dropped your invisibility and you're like, hey, you guys can see me now. Wow, that was hilarious. Everybody gather around as I tell you this hilarious story that happened. Halfway through it, I want to grab the pen from my character sheet and jam it through my freaking jugular. Max says, yeah, that's not how the Force works. Elroy,
Fine, then I'll roll a stealth check.
Elroy rolls. Elroy fails. Elroy whines. We resume once we can confirm that I have been able to see Passant this whole time. Peacekeeper says, what? Whoa, where did you come from? OP, he's been standing here this whole time. Did you not see him? Elroy,
What? No, I just got...
OP, this is what happens when you drink paint dye. You'll go blind, I says to ya. Elroy,
Hey, I said I wasn't here the whole...
OP, and you says, oh, just one more can will set me right. Elroy,
Hey, I said...
OP, and now you can't even see. Useless pilot you'll be now. Elroy,
Dude, you have to give my character a chance to say something. I was gonna tell everyone that you were seeing things.
OP, okay, go for it. Elroy,
Well, you made all those jokes about Savo going blind, and it just won't be funny now.
I don't think it was ever going to be funny, and that's what makes it even more hilarious. OP says, whatever, I'm not stopping you from trying. Elroy dejectedly says,
Fine.
in character,
I didn't take anything. He dropped this. I was just giving it back to him. You're seeing things.
Elroy.
Do I need to roll to convince them?
Hutbeard.
If you're trying to convince them as a group, you have to roll a deception check against whichever of them would be hardest to convince. Based on their stats, that would be Ferris,
aka OP. OP, would the difficulty to convince me be upgraded since I know that I'm not crazy? Hutbeard.
Well,
Elroy interrupts.
No, because I'm gonna use the Force too.
Hutbeard.
Okay, I would say those two things negate each other. Give me the deception check.
Elroy.
Why do I have to use deception? Can't I just use the Force to change his mind?
Oh, yeah. Let's allow the beard to get a taste of consequence-free mind control. This is turning into a dumpster fire already. Matter of fact, it was already a dumpster fire. Now it is a landfill fire, burning uncontrollably. We can't stop it. All we can do is watch. I just don't see how it's possible for someone to abuse that ability to live out some truly horrifying power fantasies with a captive audience looking on with grim unease, each hoping that the others might do something to stop it. The bystander effect on full display. Not this time, Satan. Not this time. Yeah, anything to pump the brakes on this. It's already bad enough. Do we really need to give him any more leash? So OP says, trying to go invisible against everyone is one thing, but you're talking about trying to do a mind trick on me, and it's pretty clearly established that that only works on the weak-minded. I maxed out my character's intelligence, and he's got a cybernetic brain implant. Ferris is as far from weak-minded as this game will let you be. Hutbeard.
Yeah, the check would definitely be upgraded. You're not gonna be able to easily get in his mind to change anything.
Elroy.
But that's bullshit. What's the point of even having the Force if I can't use it?
You can use it, just not against your fellow players. Why am I even explaining this? OP. It might be easier to use it on, gee, I don't know, the bad guys. My thoughts exactly. Elroy.
I could use it on whoever I want. It's what my character would do.
Oh, he said it again. One more time, and I'm pretty sure the game world completely implodes. That's how it works, right? OP. Well, if you don't pass the roll, then it's what your character can't do. Elroy.
Fine, I'll try a deception check.
Hutbeard.
Okay, since you guys would actively be pushing against each other, I want to roll off. OP, give me a raw discipline check, upgraded twice, and Elroy, you give me a deception check.
OP. I want to use a destiny point to upgrade my check. For those that might not be in the know, destiny points are a shared pool of tokens that anyone can use to make a roll easier or harder. Points that the player use get moved into the Game Master's pool. Points that the GM uses are moved back into the player's pool. It is the circle of life. Did using the destiny point put the party in danger? Well, no. Did it give Hutbeard more ammo to use against us? Well, yes. Was it, at its core, just a frivolous and petty use of a destiny point? Yes, it was. My conversational GPS loses connectivity when I'm annoyed and redirects me to the low road every time. I become Petty Officer Pete Pettison from Pettysburg, Pennsylvania. Did I have a point with this little aside? Not even remotely. But it was informative, and I thank you for that. In Ramtide's Weirdos and Waifus game, we have a similar mechanic. It's called Euphoria Points. It doesn't upgrade or downgrade a check, but it does allow for a reroll, and we used them a lot during the playtesting. While I don't know if I could say or not if this is frivolous and petty, it's definitely what I want to happen because it's what Elroy doesn't want to happen. I just want the opposite of what the beard wants, okay? Is that so wrong? Of course, Elroy voices his objections.
Dude, you can't do that.
OP, I'm fairly sure I just did it. Hutbeard,
I'll allow it.
Elroy,
well then I want to use one too.
God, now the Game Master has all the destiny points. Peacekeeper, guys, this roll doesn't even matter. Don't give Hutbeard more destiny points to use against us tonight. Hutbeard,
OP already used one, and only one destiny point can be used per skill check.
Elroy,
this is bullcrap! Dude, just let me do my roll. You're ruining my plan. It was going to be funny.
No, it wasn't. Oh my God, it's so painful. This is just one speck of the game, one little blip on the radar. And if every decision is going to go like this, I don't know if I can do this anymore. I am getting deeply frustrated just sitting here reading it. I can only imagine how OP feels. OP says, no one is laughing, Elroy. Elroy,
because you're ruining it.
It was ruined on principle. There was no fixing it. OP says, dude, just roll. So we roll off, and in the end, my result is me getting this system's equivalent of a natural 20, and Elroy getting a nat 1. Yes, karmic justice in motion. For those that don't play D&D, fix yourself! This means that I got the best possible roll that you can get, and Elroy got the worst possible roll that you can get. As far as wanting to play D&D, if you can't, we do have a tabletop RPG player search in the ReddX Discord server. If you're looking for a game, roll on through. Maybe somebody will pick you up. If you're a DM looking to run a game, then yeah, we have a whole list of players who are looking for one. And the best part of that is that they're all ReddX certified. If they've lasted in the Discord server long enough to get on the list, then they're probably worth playing with. Anyways, Hutbeard says,
okay, so something about Ferris's mind is beyond your skill to influence or understand. It's like whenever you push against it, it pushes back even harder. From here on, Ferris is completely immune to any of your mind-affecting force powers.
Wow, that's the first point that I think I can give to the GM. Well done. Elroy says,
what the hell, Hutbeard? That's not fair.
OP, I take it back. This is pretty funny. Got him, Elroy.
Whatever. I'm gonna use the force to hold him down in his chair.
Mac, you can't manipulate him, so now you're going to attack him? Elroy,
I'm not gonna hurt him. I'm just gonna hold him in place.
Hutbeard says,
roll for it.
Elroy succeeds. Elroy in character says,
hey, blue guy, try to stand up.
OP, no. Elroy,
come on, just try to stand up.
OP, actually, I think I'm good right here. I mean, it is a little bit of metagaming, but not giving this guy his way is so beautiful to watch. Elroy,
dude, come on. You already ruined my joke with Peacekeeper. Just let me have this one.
OP, no. My character has no reason to listen to you. He doesn't know you, and he damn sure doesn't trust you. He's not gonna just do whatever you tell him to. Elroy,
why are you being like this? I was just trying to have some fun.
Peacekeeper, yeah, so were we. Hal was trying to have a roleplay moment, and you just walked all over it. Because you thought it would be funny. Elroy, like the great value brand Han Solo.
It was a boring conversation anyways. Besides, I just wanted everyone to have some fun.
Peacekeeper, we were having fun. What you did to Hal was messed up. Hutbeard says nothing. At this point, Hal got up from the table and, without a word of explanation, went outside to stand with Chainsmoker. Peacekeeper went after him. Elroy,
why's everyone so upset about this? I didn't hurt anyone.
Jesus Christ, you don't even have the self-reflection to see what you've done wrong. How can I explain this to you, really? OP says, no, but you interrupted somebody else's role play for no reason whatsoever. Elroy,
it's what my character would do, though.
Oh no, he said it 3 times. Oh no, it's collapsing in. Oh my God, did you guys make it through? Are we all back? Is this the same world, or has it started anew and we're all back in the same exact places that we were? Bro, the Star Wars Shenanigans lore is getting pretty deep, isn't it? Oh, please don't do that again, Elroy. OP, if it's what your character would do, then your character's just an asshole. Okay, OP, you can't say it either, though. I can't go through a world-ending cataclysm again. I got up from the table and went to check on Hal. I was furious. I absolutely hate when people do the whole, it's what my character would do excuse for their crappy behavior. All right, have we said it twice now already? Please, my body can't endure this. I had hit my Elroy limit for today, and probably for a lifetime. Hal, as it turned out, just walked away because he felt like this whole thing was his fault. He was blaming himself for the way that the conversation and the events had gone, as if him trying to roleplay was just a terrible idea that led to everybody fighting. Peacekeeper was explaining to Hal that he hadn't done anything wrong. Chainsmoker also chimed in between puffs to say, Chainsmoker,
yeah, man, it sounds like he was just being a dick.
Accurate. Max stayed inside. Elroy came out of the store a little while later and walked down to the Chinese restaurant, which is definitely not Panda Express, as Scotty was coming back. He asked what had happened, and we filled him in. He doesn't like conflict or confrontation, so he was glad that he hadn't been there for it. He would eventually be on the front lines of an Elroy-related conflict, though. He led the charge, even. But that is a tale for another time. And now it is parody time! I do actually kind of know this song, so hopefully it'll go smooth. Peacekeeper and I, we worked with Hal. Helped him bring his roleplay skills to the table. But like a painful root canal, Elroy came along, made things unstable. So then we deal with broken powers, disregard the rulebook, picking pockets everywhere that you look. Elroy's there. I'm thinking Jawaside might be due, but he still swears that if we back off, then it'll be amusing. Never mind the players he's abusing in the crew. It's just what his character would do. Now the moment is spoiled. Hal was trying something new, but Elroy acted like a dick. Tried to use a Jedi trick, wants to be our ruler. But he has no support. Wanna beat this drooling, foolish, ghoulish tool with a sock full of quarters. I think it's relatively okay. There's a lot of pauses in the song, so maybe it would be better with backing music, but we'll get that one of these days. I'll upload like a giant compilation. Let all 50 of the artists scramble for their piece of the $100 that the video made. So, yeah, I like it pretty good. The last part was a little strange. But Irish Pirate is definitely like one of the best lyricists, right up there with Zuka. So thank you so much for including the parodies in these videos. Also, the TLDR at the end. I guess it's too late for that, but Hal tries to roleplay, and Elroy interrupts it for some bullcrap because, he thinks it'll be funny. He assures us all that his character is only being as off-putting as an incel at a speed dating event because that is what his character would do. Oh no! Not again! Alright, third timeline. Let's try this again. Hal blames himself for the whole thing. God, this episode was just tooth-gratingly in-depth. Elroy and the Game Master both just don't seem to understand how to run a competent tabletop game. Nobody is having fun. There's a reason half the characters go on autopilot and say, whatever, call me when combat starts. Hal tries to come out of his shell, do a little bit of roleplay, and just gets stomped all over. Like, it's so sad to see it, dude. And the GM lets it happen. Elroy is such an obvious problem player. You could remove him from the table. Nobody would miss him. You've got plenty of players already. I don't understand why he's there at all. Except to be GM's pet, I guess. There's something going on outside the game, I'm pretty sure, but I can't theorize on that too much. Can't put my finger on it. But hinky is the word that I used earlier, and I say it again. Hinky stuff is going on. Send him away, or he shall be thine only player a week hence. Let us away, my brothers, to the IHOP.
More pancakes.
Let's speed it up. Pancake, 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 pancake.
Star Wars Shenanigans, Episode 4, A Noob's Hope. I see what you did there. Tabletop gaming gone wrong. Kind of little RPG horror stories bent for you. We have been doing a lot of tabletop stuff on this channel, and I am loving it. Look at me, recycling a title I thought I had missed the chance to use. That's right, the Irish Pirate, he's very green. Not just from scurvy, but because he loves recycling. Arr. Oh, this has gotten off to quite a start already. Honestly, I didn't even expect this saga to go much longer than 3 episodes. If not for the rest of the group helping to fill in the gaps of my memory, we wouldn't be working our way into the original trilogy. Oh, don't get into the bad trilogy, the current trilogy. I mean, if the saga had 9 whole parts, I'd be pretty cool with it, I guess. Those new Star Wars movies, they just kind of bring up some bad memories, all right? I don't know anybody out there that legitimately likes them, especially The Last Jedi. You know, people are gonna jump up and down in the comments, be like, I like The Last Jedi. Screw you, ReddX.
Traitor!
Okay, like what you like. It ain't for me. Anyways, ReddX has been lending his voice to my nightmare on his channel here. YouTube.com. Channel ReddXC. ReddXY. It was supposed to be ReddXD like my Facebook page, but I don't know why I decided to go XY. Doesn't matter. I would normally post each link individually, but Reddit yelled at me about a character limit. And apparently, even if you use the embed feature, it still counts every character of the link. And that's a lot of links if you include the ones to the original stories. So why use up precious few characters explaining all of this? Because it's my story, and it tells it how I wants to tells it. That's why. Okay, you bring in the heat. I didn't have anything to say about it. I was perfectly fine with all this. I didn't actually know there's a character limit on Reddit. I guess I just never wrote a post that was that long. I much prefer reading the Reddit post with my mouth hole than telling it through my fingers, because that takes a long time. And that is why I respect the authors of this channel so very much. Anyway, I would strongly encourage you to start from the very beginning before hopping into this one, since I'm not going to be spending as much time establishing characters this time around. If you want to read it instead, then you can find the posts from my profile, user/TheIrishPirate18. Apart from these stories, the only posts that I've had recently are about State of Decay 2. Oh, it's a great game. I love smashing up zombies and looting buildings. Or a post on the sewing subreddit that I joined to ask some veterans how to add some side panels to a dress that I'm making for my wife, since the design as printed didn't account for her, assets. Well, congratulations, I do suppose. And a husband that's willing to pitch in and help to make the dress. Jeez, I wish I had like any sort of sewing skills at all. All I got are like dad jokes and funny voices. Luckily, this seems to be enough for my wife most days. One, yes, I do sew. I also do whittling and 3D printing and miniature painting and archery in my spare time. I have a lot of hobbies. Too many, maybe. Well, we're learning a lot about you, ain't we? I guess you can add writing to that list. That's fair. 2, yes, by assets I meant her boobs. 3, I know full well that some of you are wondering,
so what size are we talking here?
4, you pervs. You know that? 5, you know who you are. Shame on you. Don't ask the question, okay? If it's not a topic that you would bring up in real life, then please don't do it over the internet, either on the subreddit or in the comments. I haven't seen anybody doing it, to be clear, but let's not start. We'll nip that in the bud right now. I do apologize for rambling, but at this point, it would be like your aunt-in-law hugging the toilet 2 hours into the family get-together and swearing that she's never gonna drink that much again. You were expecting it, and you damn well know that it's going to happen again. Hey, leave my aunt-in-law alone, alright? She's a nice lady. But yeah, I guess I wouldn't worry too much about the rambling because I tend to do a bit of that myself, if you haven't noticed. And this is the start of the actual post. Like almost 10 minutes into the video. That's fine. Everything's fine. This is normal. Content warnings, psychiatric hospitalization, and sewer slide. I had said at the end of my last post that we would see how Scotty handled Elroy, but I've had some people message me, and I saw at least one comment on the episode 2 video expressing concern about what was going on with Hal. Yeah, that's accurate. He kinda took a backseat in episode 3, but that doesn't say much for the mental state that was displayed in part 2. So yes, let us address Hal. And between that one sentence and the content warnings at the actual start of the post, I imagine that most of you are smart enough to piece 2 and 2 together. If that arithmetic came out with a 3 or a 5 for you, then God bless you for trying. Stick with us, and you'll see where Common Core math failed you. Come on, bro. Public school ain't that bad. But my excuse is always just my retention. You know, I'm sure my school taught me all the stuff that I needed to know, and then it promptly fell out of my head. If you need to nope your way past this entire installment because of the content warning, I do 100% get that. There is no shame in that. I'll put a TLDR at the bottom that will avoid all the nitty-gritty and give a boiled-down version of exactly what happened. And I probably should provide a timestamp, but I just feel a little lazy. I don't want to task my editor with that, so you can scrub the video. It's somewhere near the outro where I start talking from the lab again. Of course, here is the cast list. As fun as it is to come up with creative new descriptors for all of us in this saga, it looks like it's going to stretch out further than I had anticipated. So, for the sake of simplicity, I'll start using shorter descriptions. For longer ones, check out my posts on Reddit or ReddX's YouTube videos, links provided above. Yeah, usually if it's too samey, I'll just skip it if it's in the same saga because I expect people to sort of watch them sequentially or in a compilation if we have reached that point, but I'll take the abbreviated cast list. That's just fine. Sounds like something we could read in no time at all. OP is the human equivalent of a Wikipedia page that is constantly being changed back and forth between opinionated and passive-aggressive subject enthusiasts. Kind of reminds me of that Silent Hill Wikipedia guy who was like obsessed with being anti-circumcision or something like that. I think Wang has the post on that. Justin Wang, if you haven't watched him, he's a pretty cool guy. That is definitely an interesting video to consume if you like cringe. He does a lot of cringe stuff too. Mac is the human equivalent of singing along with a song on your radio before your GPS starts talking over the top of it. But you keep singing anyways, and then when the GPS lady finally shuts up, you find that you're still perfectly synced with the music. Hell yeah, bro, if I'm brave enough to sing the song, then I probably know the song pretty damn well, right? Chainsmoker, the human equivalent of a Krusty the Clown ashtray. It seems like a slam, but alright.
What the hell was that?
Peacekeeper is the human equivalent of finding $20 in your pants pocket when you do the laundry. Score! Hal is the human equivalent of those animals that you see in the Sarah McLachlan ASPCA commercials. Aw, feels. Scotty is the human equivalent of Scotland. Yeah, he's made like 50% haggis or something. Hutbeard is the human equivalent of when you hurt yourself and you think, it's okay, it can't be that bad. But then you look at it and you realize, oh no, that is way worse than I thought it was. Oh, that was just wishful thinking on my part. I should probably go to the hospital. Yes, but who is going to drive me when my hand is a severed chunk of meat? It's a good thing I drive with one hand. Wrap the ripped up one in a garbage bag. You're good to go. No problem. Elroy, the secondary beard of the tale, is the human equivalent of hearing the doorbell ring when you're settled in for the night. Only now, you have to find your pants and put them back on because you don't know who's there, but this isn't exactly your freshest pair of underwear since laundry day was supposed to be 2 days ago, but you don't feel like being judged about that because it's been a really long week and you really just want to enjoy a night of being pantsless and binge watching Netflix, but now there's some asshole ringing the doorbell and you can't just ignore it because the lights are on and they definitely know for sure that somebody's home and you weren't raised to just be rude, so you kind of have to grin and bear it. That is so suspiciously specific, OP. I'm not going to ask any questions about it. I think we've all been there or some approximation of there at least once or twice. Except for the fact that I am pretty rude and I will yell at you through the door to go away. I don't want visitors. Go away. Might seem harsh, but I find it helps to keep everybody on the same page. Anyways, now we are into the story. We last left off with Hal feeling like a conflict revolving around Elroy's introduction to the party was somehow his fault, because everybody began fighting. But it wasn't Hal's fault at all. It was Elroy trying to be comical in a way that only he would find funny. Scotty hadn't been present for this escalation of Elroy's need to be the center of attention, but secondhand exposure to the event was more than enough to annoy him. The rest of that first session went uneventfully, for the most part. Well, thank God for that much, I guess. Did Elroy actually learn his lesson, or was he just pouting, being a little baby man? Oh, nobody thought my joke was funny. Yeah, because it's not a funny joke. It's stupid. The rebels gave us a mission to rescue one of their generals that was being held captive. We didn't know what planet he was on, but we were told that a group of slavers might have that information, since they did business selling, recreational slaves to Imperial moths. Yeah, that's a very ginger way to put it, isn't it? What sort of recreation can you do with a slave? Yeah, these slaves is really good at volleyball. Watch them go. I don't think that's what he's talking about. It's another kind of balls. It was the hook that Hutbeard was using to tie the main plot in with Hal's character's backstory. One of us, however, needed a bit more convincing than the others. Any guesses as to who that might be? The player that it's like pulling teeth to get him to do anything except the dumbest thing possible. That's a pretty good hint, isn't it? We were, at the time, dealing with a major whose name I can't recall, but the conversation went something like this. Hutbeard,
You need to rescue the general as quick as possible.
Most of us just said, okay, of course. Elroy said,
What's in it for me?
Hutbeard,
You'd be helping the cause.
Elroy,
I already do that when I strike down the Empire's mightiest on the battlefield. This is extra risk, so I want extra reward.
oh, well, you seem like a total badass and not at all annoying, so yeah, here, take money, get out of my face. Please, anything but more interaction with you, except for the fact that Hutbeard really does seem to like Elroy for some reason. Hutbeard says,
Well, what would you want?
Elroy,
Well, I'm an amazing pilot, and those skills aren't even being utilized yet. I want my own X-Wing. It'll be mutually beneficial.
he tried to steal an X-Wing in the last episode, which obviously failed, and he is quite obviously still really stuck on that idea for some reason. Hutbeard,
I'm not in a position to make that kind of deal, but if you rescue the general, you could talk to him about that.
it wasn't, and I cannot express this enough, it was not an agreement, or a promise, or an offer. It was barely the kind of, oh, okay, reaction that a parent gives a sugar-loaded child when they say that they're gonna be a unicorn breeder when they grow up. Yeah, they've been watching too much My Little Pony. Or with the whole breeding aspect, maybe they've been Googling too much My Little Pony. Oh, best not to think about that. It was enough for Elroy, though. He was already picking out nose art for his soon-to-be weaponized means of conveyance.
What if we made the nose art on the X-Wing like an actual nose with a booger in it? That would be funny, huh?
Yes, Elroy, it would, if you're 5, or if you're ReddX. Tickles me for some reason. We were all pretty fed up with Elroy by the end of even the first night. When he left, we told Hutbeard that we did not enjoy our time with him. Hutbeard did hear us out and gave our opinions the same due consideration that one would give someone who was just making popping sounds with their mouth. Yeah, I'm gonna tune all this out. All right, real nice noise you're making with your mouth hole. Let's move on. Hutbeard,
Well, he's a nice guy when you get to know him.
nice guy TM, for show.
He was probably just really nervous and didn't know how to act.
Act like a human. Act like a functional member of this party. It's really not that hard if you've played any sort of cooperative game before. Not just tabletop, any cooperative game. Have you interacted with another human before? I don't think he has, honestly. OP, he tried to steal from us. Mac, he used the Force on us right off the bat. Whoa! Hal, I mean, I tried to sell you guys out to the Empire, though. Peacekeeper, that's different, though. You weren't like a dick about it. Hal, well, actually, I kind of was. Chainsmoker, we ended up liking you. OP, I'm just saying, man, he's off to a bad start, and I really don't think that he's a good fit for the group. Come on, Hutbeard, I know you're a pedophilic scumbag, but try to do the right thing in this situation. Oh, the entire group is uncomfortable and doesn't want him here? Huh, maybe we should get rid of him for the sake of the group. But then maybe even underneath that, he knows that none of the group is gonna leave because none of them seems to want to be the game master. So you're in a bit of a catch-22 there, ain't ya? Hutbeard.
Well, I can't just tell him that he's out of the game. You gave Hal another chance. Why don't you give Elroy one?
OP? No way. Hal was a little naive, sure, but he was willing to listen to us afterwards. He has become a valuable asset. It is our right, nay, our duty, to lead the misguided when they can be led. It doesn't fall upon the shoulders of we mortal men to lead unto salvation those who cannot be saved. I mean, he could be saved. He chooses not to be saved. Let's be clear on that. We speak with one voice, and we say unto you, nay, we shall not have this interloper among us. Send him away, or he shall be thine only player a week hence. Let us away, my brothers, to the IHOP.
More pancakes.
Let's speed it up. Pancake, 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 pancake.
Oh, God, I want to drop that line so bad. I'm going to start working at Ren Fair again just to have an opportunity to drop that line. Filing it away for later. Of course, all that is what I should have said. But what I actually said was, OP seething, fine. See, he knows. He knows you guys aren't gonna leave. Honestly, his game sounds like a drag anyways. But I don't know, for some reason, they all just decided to stick around despite everything. So, a week passed. I had been talking with Hal a little bit here and there when he popped up on Discord or texted me. Hey man, how's it going? The sort of casual check-in that you do with friends to make sure that they haven't, like, died in their sleep and are slowly being devoured by the cats that they took in one cold winter night and never managed to fully domesticate. I'm pretty sure even fully domesticated cats will start to eat your face after a week of being hungry.
Isn't it nice that we're spending this time together as a family? Let's go spend it in the ER.
You think cats know loyalty like that? Nah, man. They're like, wow, his ears are really meaty and squishy, and I'm gonna eat them both. He normally would want to talk a little on the weekends, but this time there was absolutely nothing. I messaged him to ask how he was doing, and again, nothing. I didn't think much of it, figuring that he must be busy with work or video games or fending off a band of roving ninjas, or maybe just spending some quality time with his family. We always want to think the best about our friends, but yeah, sometimes it can go all topsy-turvy before you know what happened. I don't want anybody to think I'm freaking out on him or stalking him or something like that, but please just send me a message that says I'm okay, I just need to be alone right now, and I'll be like, okay, cool. But I do understand how it is to be in a depressive state and just not think twice about leaving people hanging. Yeah, I got problems of my own. I don't have time to talk to you, but talking can help. Again, not a licensed therapist, but sometimes a listening ear is all you really need, right? Maybe. I don't know. Trust me when I say that that last one is, in hindsight, more laughable than the one preceding it is. Oh, Hal got that bad home life. Wednesday rolled around. Game night. The long-awaited return to the table where I could escape to a galaxy far, far away. Elroy was there at another table playing Magic the Gathering with people that appeared to be his friends. Why don't they get a game going together? You really want to play tabletop? Do it with these Magic nerds. Y'all could learn something. Either the impossible was possible, or The man had an advanced understanding of robotics, sufficient enough to craft replicants that could pass the Turing test. Considering Elroy's mental capabilities as displayed thusly, I guess I'm gonna have to go with, yeah, he probably just made the impossible possible, no matter how impossible that sounds. I was excited to see that he wasn't sitting with Hutbeard. Dare I hope that he took the hint and just kinda left of his own accord? Hope floats, OP. Hutbeard.
Hey, OP. Elroy will be with us in a minute. He's just, playing a little magic right now.
OP. Disappointment.gif. Oh, okay. Elroy eventually comes over and says, Elroy,
oh, hey, man. Good to see ya.
Without even a touch of irony. Does this man have amnesia? Has he completely forgotten our last encounter? Maybe he has DID, dissociative identity disorder. Perhaps a not so evil twin? Am I not but a supporting character in the Stepford Beards? Stepford Beards! Oh God, I want to see that movie so bad. Please, can we get a Kickstarter going right now? OP says, yeah, it's me. Not, hey, good to see you too. Just, hey, yeah, I exist here now. So ridiculous. It's not 9 o'clock on a Saturday, but the regular crowd shuffles in. Everyone shows up except for Peacekeeper and Hal. We're an hour past the time we normally start playing, and nobody has heard from either of them. We try texting, nothing. We try calling, again, nothing. Peacekeeper wasn't even answering Chainsmoker's call, and that was definitely a bad sign. Maybe Peacekeeper is keeping some of Hal's mental peace or something like that. I don't know what I would have thought in the moment, though. This is a Scooby mystery that I don't really want to see solved. I am terrified of the implication. We were starting to get worried when we finally see Peacekeeper come in through the door. OP half-jokingly, where have you been, young man? We've been worried sick. Peacekeeper showing no hint of amusement. Yeah. Then he said the 4 words that can send chills up even the most hardened of spines. Peacekeeper, OP, I love you. Oh, okay, no, sorry. This really isn't the place to make those kinds of jokes, but I laugh at things that make me uncomfortable. Hey, twinsies! I chuckled myself all the way back to my car, 2/3 of the way through the orphan, and didn't stop until the eye bleach finally took effect. If you've seen the movie, then you know exactly what the scene was. If you haven't seen it, just know that it was the kind of scene that would compel Hutbeard to buy the extended director's cut edition. Ugh. I watch a lot of movies. I think I did watch that movie. I mean, quote unquote watch. I was sitting in front of the big entertainment obelisk while I had the small entertainment obelisk in my hand, you see. So I wasn't giving it 100% of my attention. And yeah, now I'm so freaking glad that I wasn't. Because some things can never be unseen. If you recall, and I'm sure you don't want to recall, but context is key in my ramblings, his Irish name would have been Pat O'Filey. You get me? Where was I, though? Oh, yeah. The uncomfortable moment that I was putting off as long as I could. Peacekeeper, for real this time. We need to talk. A hush fell over the crowd. The universal sign for, you have our undivided attention. OP, okay, what's up? Peacekeeper, Hal is in the hospital. Mac, oh shit, is he okay? Chainsmoker, what happened? Scotty, Was he in an accident? Elroy.
Pay attention to me!
Okay, sorry. That was the last time, I swear. What really happened was Elroy, in an uncharacteristically human moment, didn't say anything. Well, seems like common sense is getting a little more common around here. At least for now, before it evaporates forever. Peacekeeper. No, he's at local psychiatric hospital. He tried to kill himself. Silence. I don't know what was going through everyone else's head, but I know what went through mine. It was a stupid thought, but it was an honest one. I should have tried harder to get in touch with him. OP, is he okay? Peacekeeper. Yeah, he called me as his mom was dropping him off for intake. I was surprised to learn that his mom had so much as lifted a finger in order to help him. Oh, come on. She's a parent after all. Maybe not a good parent, but nobody's gonna just leave their child in the lurch. I mean, I suppose some parents would. Maybe this is like the one point that I'm not cynical at all about, because I had like a really good parenting experience during my childhood. Had a couple of stepdads and all that stuff, a few divorces, whatever, but I mean, everybody was really solid. So it's really hard for me to imagine a parent that is just so callous that they could watch their child die. You know what I'm saying? But then again, we don't know much about Hal's mom, so I guess we'll remedy that fact. But Pirate, why wouldn't Hal's mom help him? Well, remember that time that he said Peacekeeper had to drive him to game night? It was because one night when he was gaming online with his friends, he went to the kitchen to get himself a can of soda. Not just any can of soda, one of her cans of soda, apparently. That is the weakest reasoning that I have ever heard for anything in life. When his mom found out about this forbidden soda, she took his debit card away and said that she was going to go shopping with his money to replace it, and that she would maybe give it back later. She would pull enough cash out for him to put gas in his tank and get to and from work, but really, that was about it. Yeah, financial hostage taking. This is not a good situation already. Oh, and that time that I said Hal just kind of stopped showing up online, well, his mom gave him a collegiate level lecture about who knows what, and on her way out the door, she heard him mutter something under his breath. She promptly disconnected the Ethernet cable that ran to his room. I mean, taking away the internet for backtalk, I've done that one before. I mean, it's only for a day or so instead of forever. Because if you're doing it forever, what kind of punishment is that? That's just the new status quo. And it really does seem like this woman, I use that term loosely, is looking for any way to needle Hal and make his life even worse. Taking away his debit card because of one can of soda? That is ridiculous. I mean, really, not having internet and not having money doesn't seem like a reason to off oneself, but we don't really know how deep it gets with Hal. He must have been suffering some far more serious abuse in order to take it that far. And yes, similar to the unfortunate Nookie, which I know I always bring up, but it does apply to a lot of stuff, the mindset of an abuse victim is very different from a healthy mind. Maybe he really didn't see a way out. God damn, Hal. It is a horrible situation, and I definitely hope that you're in a better place now. I have seen him bopping around in the YouTube comments and stuff like that, so I know he got his internet back, but I hope that you've left your witch mother behind for good. Let her rot in the lowest rated nursing home, even if you even care that much. Let her rot behind a Kmart dumpster. I don't know if you've forgiven her or anything like that. That's all on you. But yes, I think everybody can see that this woman is vindictive to an unhealthy level. And I hope she did end up getting a backsplash of some of that vitriol that she's so eager to throw around. Anyways, back to us finding out about the hospitalization. Mac? Did he say why he's at the hospital? Peacekeeper? No, I didn't ask. But he asked me to tell you guys that he's sorry about not coming tonight, and that we should go on without him. Yeah, that's not something you need to apologize for, bro. You're obviously going through a lot of stuff. A poorly run tabletop game should come in second, if at all. OP, he doesn't need to be sorry. Chainsmoker. Yeah, this is just a game, dude. Scotty. Does he need us to bring him anything? I live near there. Peacekeeper. I don't know. I could ask him later. He's gonna call me once he gets settled in and they give him phone privileges. He said he doesn't want anyone to worry about him. Well, God, it's a little too late for that, isn't it? And OP agrees. Easier said than done. We'd spend at least the next half hour just talking about any behavior changes that we had noticed. We expressed concern. We talked about things that we needed to do for him when he got out. We talked about visitation. Peacekeeper assured us that Hal didn't want any visitors. He wanted to just be alone for a little bit. Or at least as alone as it was possible to be inside of a psychiatric hospital. Jesus, man, how could anybody sit down and carry on with the game after news like that? Holy crap. One of our party members is missing, IRL. We don't sit around and play games. We go out, we find our party member and we help them. You want to be alone? That's okay. Here's some books or some cards or whatever they'll let you have just to let you know that everybody out here is thinking of you and you definitely are cared for. As OP says, no one was in the mood to play. Elroy?
So are we gonna play tonight or what?
Okay, well, no one normal wanted to play. OP? Honestly, I'm not really feeling up to it. Hutbeard?
I can do whatever. It's up to you guys.
Elroy?
Well, I still want to play tonight. I need this.
Mac? Okay, but some of us aren't feeling it, man. Elroy?
Okay, then the rest of us can still play.
Peacekeeper? I don't think there is a rest of us. Scotty?
Time and place, dude. This isn't it.
Whatever, man. You and Hutbeard can sit around and play with each other's wieners. I got other stuff to do. I got one life to live and I ain't spending it here. Hal needs our help and I ain't gonna bail on him to play fantasy space wizards. Elroy?
Do you think Hal would want us to stop just because he's not here? He told Peacekeeper to tell us that he was sorry and to go on without him.
OP? That doesn't mean that we have to go on without him, though. Not if we don't want to. Elroy?
Well, I didn't come all the way out here tonight just to sit around and talk. I could have done that at home.
I mean, technically, tabletop is just kind of sitting around and talking, isn't it? Oh, but you want to talk about something that isn't as heavy, something that's not happening to one of our friends right now. I mean, not Elroy's friend. Elroy doesn't have any friends that aren't robots. But even knowing Elroy in passing, I'm shocked that he could be so disconnected. And just like, yeah, whatever, your friend tried to kill himself, now let's play some Space Wizards. No, bro. He's not having a good time, so I'm not having a good time. And how do you think he'd feel if he got out of the hospital and the game actually did just continue on without him? Maybe like he's not needed? Maybe something similar to that ties into the whole issue in the first place? Yeah, no, it's just a bad road to go down. So OP says, I'll tell you what. If you want to play tonight, you go right ahead. And then to Hutbeard, OP says, put Ferris on autopilot. He'll heal anyone that deserves it. I started to pack up my stuff. Mac? Yeah, Nala too. Whatever she could do to earn money on the little expedition, just have her do that. Peacekeeper? Autopilot for me too. You have my sniper rifle. Chainsmoker? And my drill. Scotty? And my axe. Or something like that. I don't remember what everyone said, but the overall sentiment was, If you want to play tonight, you're playing with yourself. The rest of us are just gonna be background characters. Honestly, knowing Elroy, I think that he would much prefer this style of gameplay, would he not? Music to his ears, I do suppose. OP obviously agrees. Everyone but Hutbeard and Elroy packed up and headed out into the parking lot. The idea was that we would all go to our cars and just head separate ways. What ended up happening was what we called a Southern goodbye, which means saying goodbye followed by a 20-minute aside and then another goodbye, then a 15-minute tangent, then another goodbye with a 10-minute back and forth tacked on, and one last goodbye with a few words of last-minute departure, and then either a circle back to another 30-minute revelation or, an actual goodbye. That's so different. Coming from California, everybody's rush, rush, rush all the time. If I tell you bye, I am leaving like in the next minute. I don't know that I'd be actively displeased by a Southern goodbye unless I had somewhere to be. And yeah, this goodbye lasted a couple of hours. We ended up sitting in our cars at one point and just talked about Hal. Elroy, meanwhile, sat at the table and did his thing while Hutbeard accommodated. God damn it, dude. This is about the point where you should all just decide, you know what? The game's not that good. We should all just leave. Those two seem to be having plenty of fun with each other. And now I hear you asking, but why would Hutbeard do that, OP? Didn't he care? Well, he said that he did. I don't think that he actively didn't care, but, well, he was quite eager to please Elroy. I've had this suspicion from episode 2, the first introduction, something hinky. But why? What was so special about him? Well, the root of all evil, of course. Ah, cash money. He's getting paid the GM. What a dirty, dirty boy.
Dirty boy! Dirty boy!
Pay for play. I don't think I mentioned it before, and that is bad storytelling on my part, that Hutbeard was a silent partner in the store. Oh! I don't know if it's actually bad storytelling. It could have been like a surprise reveal, but then it probably should have been foreshadowed more. He worked a regular job still, but he had invested a sizable amount of money in the startup. The store's success or failure determined if he would ever make that money back or not. I didn't know about this until about an hour ago while talking to Mac, who was picking up part-time shifts at the game store at the time, but Elroy was loaded. So long as he was happy, he spent buckets of money at the store. Regularly. Dang, it really is the root of all evil. This was brought up recently in the Warbeard video. Somebody in the comments said, yeah, Warbeard must be dropping a lot of dollars in order to not get kicked out while throwing his little man-child tantrums. And Elroy, while having somewhat of a different approach, is definitely trying to take the whole thing over and holding money over everybody's heads. So yes, Elroy spent a lot regularly. He might as well have had an apartment in the back because he was at the shop nightly. He bought books. He bought minis. He would have bought the friggin' light fixtures if they weren't bolted in, probably. And for Hutbeard, that was perfect. Elroy was, to Hutbeard, a golden egg-laying goose. Well, goddamn, now it's all starting to come together. Okay, I guess I can't blame Hutbeard for playing along. Never kill the goose that lays the golden egg. And yeah, he wants his investment back. So, sorry the game is shitty for everybody. Let's just go find some more players that Elroy could terrorize. Maybe we'll actually find a group dynamic that works someday after we've driven hundreds of people away from ever gaming in our shop again. Seems kind of like a lose-lose, doesn't it? Looking back at things, it's pretty obvious now why Elroy took priority. Hutbeard needed him to make it rain. So as long as he felt like he was the star of the Elroy show, he was happy to help pay for the production costs. The extras and supporting cast would just have to deal with it. Yeah, you bring me a box full of blue M&Ms. And if I find one M&M in there that ain't blue, it's gonna be your ass. You'll never work in this town again. And deal with it we did. Because while it would be nice to say, one of us stepped up and said, enough is enough, that would be a lie because we all just kinda stayed. We liked playing together. We enjoyed our characters. We enjoyed the campaign, or at least what we had enjoyed of the campaign. I guess in our minds, we figured if we just held on long enough, then Elroy would either reform or get bored. Ugh, what fools we were. Yes, my sweet summer child. You can definitely play together. You can even take your character sheets and bring them along and start a new game. You don't need to tolerate anybody else's crap for any length of time. That's the most beautiful part about living in the world that we live in. Hey, free will. I'm all about that stuff. Bring some over here. If Elroy likes your characters following him around so much, okay, here's a photocopy. Whatever. You will not see me again. That would have been the right thing to do. Not the easy thing to do, because obviously the whole group took the path of least resistance here. But come on, deep down in your heart, don't you think that you can run a better game than what Hutbeard has going? I know you can. I've seen your writing style. Anyways, the night came to an end with the crew finally leaving at around the same time that the store closed. Hutbeard and Elroy came out of the store and looked surprised to see that we were all still just clustered together. Elroy left without a word to us. Hutbeard, however, approached us with all the contrition of a cheating boyfriend caught on his way out of a motel that rents by the hour. Whatever, Hutbeard. Take your dirty money and get out of here. I can't even stand the sight of you. Elroy had learned about an old Sith Lord hiding out on some planet. Elroy figured if he could find him, he could convince him how to teach him to make a lightsaber, or maybe even just give him one. The Sith are, after all, known for their charitable nature. Oh yes, indeed. Chopping off the head of your former master once your Sith training is complete? Yeah, that's pretty giving. I give my life to complete your training. The rest of the crew had kind of just followed along on autopilot because Nala was contacted by a black market dealer that wanted some Sith relics. While Elroy sought out the Sith Lord, the rest of us were combing through the ruins looking for some trinkets to sell. We weren't happy about it. None of us felt like our characters would have actually agreed to any of that because we're not idiots. Then again, we had relinquished control, so who's the more foolish? The fool or the fool that follows said fool? It was like saying, I'm down for anything, in a vodka-fueled bout of confidence, only to wake up the next morning in the rusty bed of an 84 Chevy C10 speeding down a dusty Mexican highway with an empty 357 and a mannequin wearing a wedding dress beside you, while the driver sings an off-key rendition of Always Look on the Bright Side of Life in the cab. I just love suspiciously specific. I don't even know what's going on here. I guess that guy really is down for anything. Don't miss the donkey show. It's something you'll never forget. No matter how hard you try. The next week, we reconvened to play again. Oof. Hal was still in the hospital, but Peacekeeper told us that he was doing well. We got our side conversations out of the way while we waited for everyone to arrive. The night involved Elroy doing a lot of skill checks and conversations with the old Sith hermit that he found, while the rest of us just kind of found ways to entertain ourselves. Elroy was a soup spoon, determined to power through a 4-course meal, while the rest of the silverware stayed rolled up in a napkin. It just set him off to the side. I mean, were you guys really having any fun with this dude in the first place? Does anybody really want to interact with him? It seems kinder to just let him do his own thing, and I'll run my own section of the game way over here. Chainsmoker and Peacekeeper started playing Hearthstone with one another. Scotty started playing a game on his laptop. Mac and I sat back with crossed arms, watching the Elroy show. Statler and Waldorf heckling Fozzie Bear, trying to master the Sith code. Waka waka! Elroy,
through passion I gained strength.
OP, where'd the passion come from? Mac, well, when two Sith love each other very much. Elroy,
that's how it starts.
Mac, no, it's not. Hutbeard,
no, it's not.
Elroy,
what?
Hutbeard as the generic Sith Lord,
that is incorrect. Try again.
Elroy starts grumbling and flipping through his notes. OP says to Mac, a real fan wouldn't have to look it up. Oh, damn! You burned him with his own words? You love to see it. Elroy ignores me, pointing to his notes.
See? Right there. That's the first part that I wrote down.
Hutbeard,
that's not the first part you saw in your visions, though.
Elroy,
yes, it is. Otherwise, I would have written it down.
I'm not going to try and recreate the whole conversation because it would essentially be just 10 minutes of Elroy.
That's the part.
Everyone else, no, it's not. Elroy,
but that's the first part Hutbeard gave me.
Everyone else, no, it's not. Thank you for skipping over all of that. After the grinding jokes, quote unquote, that we had in the last episode, I don't know if I can stand any more of that. We got to move onwards and upwards, you know what I'm saying? And then suddenly, the ground rumbled. An eerie silence followed the settling tremors. The foreboding tranquility spread across the land, tucking itself away under every leaf and behind every stone. A sharp, sudden cacophony of panicked howls and screeches shattered the silence as animals of all species put differences aside in a frenzied exodus from the oncoming threat. Their primal instincts drove them to an ominous onrush that heralded the coming of a threat not yet sensed by man. What, did somebody start playing Jumanji and they didn't finish? Who hasn't been there before, right? No, instead, Scotty stopped typing and closed his laptop. Scotty, in a soft, strained voice,
stop arguing.
Elroy,
what?
Scotty,
stop arguing! We didn't come here for this!
Elroy,
I'm just trying to.
Scotty,
it's bad enough that we have to sit here while you make this game all about you, but you're breaking the most basic rule of tabletopping. The GM's word is law.
Elroy,
but...
At this point, Scotty's fists came down hard enough on the table to garner the attention of everyone else in the strip mall. Somewhere in the distance, a customer shrieked in horror as the startled beautician completely removed her eyebrow. I hope that part's true. The pet store next door was thrown into chaos as animals became the owners and owners were forced into cages in an Attica-esque transfer of power. Scotty,
stop arguing!
Elroy's mouth snapped shut so hard that he needed a reconstructive dental appointment to fix the chips and cracks. It looked like he was on the verge of crying. Yes, cry for me. I have heard tale about the legendary curing abilities of beard tears, and now we'll get to experiment on it for ourselves. Or not. Since at this point, Scotty unclenched his fists, opened his laptop, and went back to his game. Elroy left the table. Where did he go? His lair to brood? A Baskin Robbins to find 31 ways to soothe his wounded pride? Who cares? What's your favorite Baskin Robbins flavor? If you say anything but pistachio, then you're just wrong. How about that? Is that a hot take? It also completely misses the point of what just happened. But goddamn, I would like some ice cream right about now. Hutbeard later decided to give Elroy another vision, and he was then able to recite the Sith code and convince the Sith Lord to relinquish a short saber that he had been using as a parrying blade in his younger years, perfectly Jawa-sized. And wouldn't you know it, he just so happens to have the color crystal that he wanted too. Wow, serendipity at its finest. Did he earn it? Hell no, but it made him happy enough to not quit the game, and that is what truly mattered to Hutbeard. I mean, what, you expect me to just turn off the money faucet? I kind of get that part of Hutbeard at the very least. Respect the hustle, if no other part of him. For the sake of time and Reddit character limits, I will try to hurry this up. Hal was out of the hospital by next week and had gone on some new medication. He was eager to see his friends again and, of course, was welcomed back with open arms. We asked what we could do to help, and he assured us that he just wanted to be treated as if nothing had happened. Everyone was seated and ready to play, except for Mac, who was running late because he had gone to get dinner with his mom. Mac's mom, still pretty OG, you know, putting in the time and all that, helping her son live his passions. I'm still unsure if it's coddling or constructive, but I'm gonna go ahead and put a positive spin on that. That's fine. Story-wise, Hutbeard narrates that the party had been able to navigate its way to the market where the slavers are holding Hal's character's long-lost lover. Jula and her girlfriend are soon to be reunited, and we will hopefully learn the location of the rebel general. The plan for infiltrating the slave market is to have Scotty, Elroy, and Mac's characters in manacles in order to sell them as slaves. Peacekeeper and Chainsmoker's characters follow Jula as her armed guards, and I was in tow to ensure the slaves' health, of course. Hutbeard, ever one to stir the pot, apparently, puts forth a proposal. Guard,
these slaves look fit enough, but what about the Nikto?
Hal, not for sale. Hutbeard,
my boss will give you 20,000 for him. Easy.
Hal then slowly turns to look at Chainsmoker. Don't you do it, Chainsmoker. Oh, come on, man. OP, I don't know, man. Like brother, like sister. Take the payday and run. Scotty,
don't do it, man. Jula's got so much to live for.
Peacekeeper, we don't want to have to make you roll a third character. OP, did they have another brother or sister? Because we'll probably be meeting them pretty soon. Hal was laughing along because he knew that we were all just teasing him. It was all in good fun. He was smiling and seemed genuinely happy. Yeah, a little bit of razzing between friends in game. Ain't no problem with that. Elroy,
you guys better take it easy on him, or he'll be back in the hospital for another couple of weeks.
The laughter stopped. God damn it, dude. There was one point where Elroy was able to keep quiet in a situation that required keeping quiet. Why could you just not do that here? Hal went red. He stood up very quietly and left the table. The air around the table dropped 30 degrees in his absence. OP, dude, what the fuck? Elroy,
what?
Peacekeeper, why would you say that? Elroy,
I was just picking on him, like you guys.
Chainsmoker, what? No, you were being a dick. OP, we were teasing him about his character. Peacekeeper, we were joking about something that happened when he started playing with us. Elroy,
well, I didn't know that.
Scotty stood from the table. His face was crimson. His knuckles went white as he gripped the side of the table. Scotty.
Apologize.
Elroy.
But.
Scotty.
No!
I look and see that Mac has arrived. Just in time for the beatdown. Hal is sitting on the couch with Mac's mom. She gives him a chicken tender and Mac is talking to him. Look at that. Mom's carrying around tendies and everything. God damn. Elroy.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Scotty points to Hal.
Apologize to him.
Elroy looks like he's about to say something, but decides to swallow his protest instead. He excuses himself from the table and goes to offer his apology. I'm glad to say that he never said something like that again. He also never sat near Scotty for the rest of his time with us either. That's right, somehow he was still a part of the campaign. Scotty's anger was enough to cow the little cash cow, but not to completely break him, unfortunately. But don't you worry, because that part would come later. Oh, and I can't wait for it. I'd also like to see Hutbeard get what for, although I do know from the Discord that he's currently serving some time. But I do hope that that'll get, neatly folded into the story, so we can all celebrate about it in the compilation, you know? Elroy, I still don't really know his fate. He is super annoying, but I don't necessarily hope the worst for him. I hope he gets it turned around, learns how to interact with other people in a human society. Wouldn't that be something? I don't have high hopes for that, but I don't know, man. I guess we'll have to stick around and see. And now we've got our parody song. Yes, it is from Lustra on the Eurotrip soundtrack. It's Scotty Doesn't Know, aka Scotty's Gonna Blow. Hey, it's not a sexual reference. All right, let's try this out. We'll get it in one take, for sure. Scotty's gonna blow once his limit is reached. Elroy argues hard if we dare to speak. Outnumbered and wrong, he won't let it go. Pushes it too long. Now Scotty's gonna blow. Oh, Scotty's gonna blow. So don't poke Scotty. Scotty's gonna blow. Scotty's gonna blow. We're joking back at the table. But then Elroy says that Hal's unstable. Now Scotty's gonna blow, Scotty's gonna blow, Scotty's gonna blow, Scotty's gonna blow. So don't poke Scotty, Scotty's gonna blow. I can't believe Hutbeard's giving Elroy what he wants to make a living. And if he tries to tell him no, what a little fit he'll throw. But the rest of us aren't so forgiving. Scotty's gonna blow, Scotty's gonna blow, Scotty's gonna blow. So don't poke Scotty, 'cause Scotty's gonna blow. I don't know, man. It's a little repetitive. I got sort of lost in the sauce there a little bit. But hopefully, my editor's gonna be able to help me out. It's nice, I think I did okay with it. It's kind of punky, which I do enjoy. But yeah, God, I haven't listened to that song in a decade or so. Decade and a half. That's a deep cut, OP. Thankfully, it is one that I've heard before, but I actually found it a lot more difficult than the last one, which was Lord Royals. I guess because it's faster, and also I've listened to Royals more recently than this one. Anyways, hopefully it turned out okay. The TLDR, of course, yeah. Hal's gone for a couple of weeks to get help at a psych hospital. Elroy argues with Hutbeard until Scotty snaps and scares exactly 3 bricks of shit out of Elroy. And then Hal comes back, and Elroy says something crappy. Scotty almost snaps again. Elroy scurries away to apologize. Hutbeard just kind of lets it all happen because Elroy's money is keeping his lights on. Oh, the evils of money. This is a complicated one for me to be like, yeah, I hate Hutbeard as a person. I mean, I do hate Hutbeard as a person. But out of context, I definitely do understand him wanting to make money on his investment and keep the lights on. Unfortunately, yeah, Elroy is the one that's providing said money. And he just has no sense of like how to interact with other people. It's amazing to me. It's like he's a freaking alien or something like that. His only experience with planet Earth was reading those Alpha Sigma grind set Twitter accounts. And then he's like, yeah, I'm ready. Let's go to Earth. How bad could it be? I don't know, dude. About as bad as you make it, which to me says fucking terrible. Oh, God. He's super insufferable. Not as insufferable as Hutbeard, given everything that we know about him, but on the surface, yes, I definitely do not like Elroy. Although, I do like to watch him flail around and fail at everything that he tries. It's kind of beautiful, you know? Karmic justice has been the channel theme for this month so far, and I'm pretty into that. In Soviet Russia, car breaks you! Oh, God. Star Wars Shenanigans, Episode 5. The Elroy Strikes Back. Pockets. Tabletop gaming gone wrong. I kind of like where it's going. Is he like a pickpocket? He's a robber boy? Well, he's just getting more deplorable by the day, isn't he? Sorry for the delay in getting this posted. Life has been, as Gwen Stefani would put it, BANANAS. Yeah, I feel you on that, Irish pirate. Preach. But we have to make the most of every day. So what did I say? Push on through. That's what we're gonna do. And I appreciate you pushing on through and getting this posted for all of us to enjoy. I supervise a small department of group therapists at a state-funded psychiatric hospital. We are the smaller of two social work departments, the larger one being full of case managers. They are at 17 out of 36 positions filled, and as of this morning, 4 more people have tendered their resignations. Yeah, that's not going well. Why? Well, because their crumbling department is essentially 1840s Ireland. The employees they're losing are America-bound immigrants, and the department head is Phytophthora infestans. I guess that's what caused the potato famine or something like that. It's a good analogy. We had to go a long way to get there, but we got there. We will call her Blightbeard for short. Oh, this is like a side story before the story. I like this. Blightbeard came to me at the end of January 2022, begging my department to help hers, even though we've got staffing shortages ourselves. If anyone out there is a LCSW in North Carolina and you need a job, hit me up. Yeah, the only people I know with psychology degrees are in Florida and England, I do believe. But hey, you got a platform, you never know, you might get lucky and put a dent into that 17 out of 36 positions. I don't know that many people, I'm sorry. In the spirit of teamwork, I agreed to help process new admissions on top of my normal work responsibilities. Initial assessment, documentation, family contact, and initial treatment team meetings take up about 3 hours of time per patient. I was told,
you'll only be getting 1 or 2 patients a week. If you have questions or need help, feel free to call us.
I got 7 in the first week. Yeah, that's nearly a full-time load, isn't it? I got 5 the next week and 4 the week after that. Well, you're making a dent. That's good. Eventually we'll be down to the promised 1 or 2. Eventually. When I saw how many admissions we had that first week, I raised my concerns. And how did Blightbeard respond? Well, she sent an email to my supervisor saying,
OP has called 5 to 10 times every day this week with questions. We're very busy here, and he's taking up a lot of our time. If he's going to agree to help us, he needs to be able to handle the work.
No, you. What the hell is that? You're the one shuffling work off onto me. Ugh. You need to reply to that email and set the record straight. 1. I'm helping because your department can't handle the work. 2. I called 4 times the first day and 2 times each on the second and third days. I know because I had the hospital communications department pull the call logs. And even if I had called 50 times, you came to me for help. If I call you guys up and say, my pen's out of ink, the only acceptable responses on your end are, what color do you want, and felt or ballpoint. Ooh, I love that. OP out here flexing his work peen. Show him that you mean business. That's what I'm talking about. Fortunately, my boss is awesome and went to bat for me. That's a good boss. Now Blightbeard is having to address that email alongside the growing pile of complaints lodged against her in exit interviews. Sounds like she's making her own bed. She got enough problems, honestly. Anyway, normally I work on these stories on my lunch break, but this extra duty that I've taken on has made it so that I've just been constantly working through lunch. I would normally be able to write and revise and edit an episode in about the span of a week, but this one has taken considerably longer. I'm actually sacrificing video game time tonight to work on this, so allow me my rant. I need it. You're more than welcome to it. I understand how important video game time is. Believe me. I know me and Irish Pirate, we're gonna get together, play some State of Decay 2. Might make a community night of it if people in the Discord are interested. But that's neither here nor there. I also need more employees. So for realsies, if you are in LCSW, tag me in a post, PM me, send me a carrier pigeon. I really wish I knew some, but I don't even know one with that specific designation. If you enjoyed Sorry for the Late Post, Work Sucks Right Now, check out these other titles related to Irish Pirates February 2020. I took care of her for 40 years the best I could, but your Aunt Sherry got half my stuff and left me for a younger guy because he makes her feel alive, by Uncle Tony. Hey, Daddy Pirate. My male friend likes me, and I don't know how I feel about him, but I'm afraid to talk to my dad about it. By OP's stepson. What is going on here? I wouldn't kill her myself. A compendium of oddly specific phrasings by Uncle Tony. Guys, you're loud. Why are you naked? And other things that 4-year-olds say. By you and your wife forgot to lock the door. Wow, that's quite a name. His parents must not have liked him. That's why he doesn't know how to deal with kids, right? I don't know nothing about no mafia, nephew. I'm just a humble man who's blessed with many friends. By Uncle Tony. Uncle Tony is prolific. Where do I go now? The Tale of the Evicted Cousin. By OP's recently evicted cousin, no relation to Uncle Tony. Yes, what he said to the detective when we were arrested is part of why my son is being raised by his abusive dad, and DSS isn't doing anything about it, but you have to understand that he was the love of my life. By OP's sister. Part 1 of the Ungrateful trilogy. Seems kind of long-winded to me. I know OP's neighbor said she could get the body cremated for free as part of her funeral director training, but soulmate number 7 didn't want to be buried or cremated, and his life insurance policy has a stipulation that it wouldn't pay out for death by overdose. So can you guys please help me pay for a mausoleum? By OP's sister. That's part 2 of the Ungrateful trilogy. Is this real? What am I reading right now? I blasted mom and dad on Facebook for not going to the funeral of a guy that once threatened to kill them, and now my little brother sent me a text that says, you're either going to want to take that post down or block me because I'm about to post a reply that will shove our rapport in a DeLorean and send it back in time 3 years. By OP sister, and that is part 3 of the Ungrateful trilogy, the finale, if you will, and of course, various lesser annoyances. What did I just read? Are these actual posts? I kind of want to read some of them. There are others that I could avoid completely, and I'd feel really good about that. But I'd be interested in a couple. All right, thanks for that. Can you start talking about Star Wars now? Stop predicting the comments section. You know it's gonna happen. And yes, I will, but only after I clarify some stuff from episode 4. Once I hear my stories read aloud, I like to follow up and clarify points and answer questions. So first, Hal's self-assassination attempt wasn't the result of his mom being the humanized version of the universal stench of strip mall dumpster slime, you know, the nauseating olfactory abomination that comes from rancid food and the crushed dreams of retail workers that put it there. I've missed you, Irish pirate. I'm so glad that you can paint pictures like this. Write a book ASAP. I got 5 on it. No, it turns out that Hal had been taking an antidepressant medication that was doing the exact opposite of its intended purpose. It's like if you were drowning and you asked for help and the only person that stopped by put their heel on your face and just shoved you back underwater. That's not to say that Dumpsterzilla was blameless, however. She wasn't at a heel-to-face level of malice, but she was, at the very least, an incorrigible 5-year-old taking aim at Hal with a brand new Super Soaker. Second, we have, check notes. Yeah, the parody. Oh, yes, the parody. It was low-hanging fruit. I saw it for what it was before the post got read and decided that I would replace it with something better. Rolling my face across the keyboard, in my opinion, probably would have sufficed. I don't imagine that anyone has the mentality of, oh boy, another Star Wars shenanigan. Better go check out that discount bin Weird Al knockoff action. Except for me. I love parody songs in stories, honestly. There's a subsection of my audience that don't like it, but guess what? There's a larger subsection that do. If you are the sort of person that loves it, then, I don't know, sorry twice, 3 times, maybe? That'll do. You tried, and that's all we could really ask of you. Believe it or not, I had been in the middle of writing a new and better parody when I messaged ReddX Tuesday morning and said I should be done with the corrected parody soon. Thanos then politely informed me that, in hindsight, I should have gone for the head. And by that, I mean ReddX told me that he had just recorded the story the night before. I didn't plan any of this out. It all kind of fell into place like that. But I have no regrets. We don't have that many sagas going at the moment. There's a lot of sagas that are open, but not being posted in regularly. So yeah, I had to slot Star Wars Shenanigans in here. Sorry twice, 3 times maybe. Despite being as satisfied with my work as Bob Hoskins was with Super Mario Brothers, there was just nothing I could do. I was Charlton Heston, falling to my knees before the ruins of my parodical credibility, such that it is. No, but really, that is 100% all right, my dude. Everybody gets to phone it in every once in a while. After 5 parts, yeah, I think you're owed one. So it be what it be. To find the other parodies, look for the Star Wars Shenanigans post on my Reddit profile, user/TheIrishPirate18, or if you want to hear ReddX read them to you, just click here, or rather in the description is more accurate if you're listening to this. So how far are we into the post? Like 25%? This might even be a new record for me. Allow me to bask in the shameful pride. The best storytellers are always a bit verbose at the beginning of the post. We're like 15 minutes in, haven't even gotten to the story yet. But that's all right. We're setting up some backstory. It's OP's show, essentially. I'm just back here giving it a voice, making little side comments when I find a nice joke to slip in. But now we are into the cast. So for actual descriptions, see the previous works, links found above or in the description. For this installment, we're seeing how the cast responded when asked, how would you summarize Elroy in one statement? All but 2 of these are actual quotes. The others are, well, you'll see. OP summarizes Elroy as everything that I have to say about this sentient smegma golem. Smegma golem. Could be expressed just as easily and at half the time by slamming my head against a cinder block until one or both are broken. Alright, but tell me how you really feel though. Max says, the way he spoke to people infuriated me to no end. Every time he opened his mouth, I felt my eyes were gonna roll out of my head. Or I had to fight the urge to jump over the table and strangle him a la Homer Simpson. In a word, he was the embodiment of cringe. Whoa. Peacekeeper, a man that didn't feel alive unless he was the center of attention. Lies and just being an asshole were the tools of his trade. Chainsmoker, self-centered joker that didn't actually understand what a joke was. Hal,
I wish I hadn't given him the benefit of the doubt so many times.
Well, of the main protagonists, I think I enjoy OP's description the most, but the rest of y'all tried, and that's what's important. As for Hutbeard, well, he sits in the corner of his prison cell, playing a sad tune on his harmonica, dreading the day that he's moved to Gen Pop with people that will eagerly, creatively repurpose his withered old frame. Yes, his frame. That's not the word I was expecting, but you know what word I was expecting, right? As for Elroy, oh my god. I am the very model of a metagaming piece of shit. I act on player knowledge and I power game on top of it. I hijack every session if the spotlight doesn't follow me, and everyone is mean because they don't understand my comedy. It may sound like I'm bragging, but that's just because I am the best. I only needed 50 hints and 30 books to pass the test, and when I got to fit in with the rest by Hal... And when I tried to fit in with the rest by giving Hal a Raz... Hal a Raz... Oh, I got it. A Scottish giant thumped his chest and said that he would kick my ass. Pirates of Penzance was the first play that I ever watched on stage. This touches me real deep. Chorus. Well, that's a like a Scotty never said that he would kick his ass. No, that's a like a Scotty never said that he would kick his ass. Oh, what a like a Scotty never said that he would kick his little ass. But I just want a saber and an X-Wing and to use the Force and take the place that I deserve as leader of the group, of course. And when it comes to making others want to pack their stuff and quit, I am the very model of a metagaming piece of shit. Oh my god! It might be right up there with Wet Ass Beard as like one of my favorite parodies. I wish it would go on forever. That is so good! And I nailed it in one take. I'm so proud. God damn! Or something. Yeah, that's roughly what he said. If it's not what he said with his words, it's definitely what he said with his actions. And now, friends, with a sub-story and a music parody all out of the way, oh my god, we're doubling up on the music parodies. That's pretty cool. We are now into the actual story. So, at the end of the last story, Elroy made a joke about how we should stop gently teasing Hal before he had himself committed to a psychiatric hospital again. Stalin once said, dark humor's like food. Not everyone gets it. Maybe it was Stalin. I don't know. But even he would have pumped the brakes on his Zavid Ameni Stalina 115 at that one. How do you know what kind of car Stalin drove, OP? I'm curious. Or he threatened to ship his driver off to a gulag if he didn't pump the brakes. In Soviet Russia, car breaks you! Oh, God. Yeah, that's a topic that I'm not going to touch on at the moment. Elroy realized the error of his words and promptly made an apology. or, panic scurried away before Scotty made him handwrite an apology with his own blood. That's what I would really like to see. As oft mentioned in previous installments, Scotty is the kindest and gentlest of giants under most circumstances, but casually insulting someone's mental health? That's the sort of thing that brings his blood to a boil and shoots bagpipe-laden gouts of steam from his ear. Bagpipe-laden? How's that work? Had Elroy not apologized, he likely would have ended up with summer teeth. Some are over here, some are over there, some are still in his mouth. I was gonna ask what summer teeth is. I'm glad I just read the next line. I gotta save that for later. Hutbeard sped us through the rest of that session, faster than a cannibalistic restaurateur trying to rush the health inspector in and out of the walk-in before the long pig is discovered, and a detective has to show up the next morning to ask about the impromptu addition to last night's specials, and if anyone has seen the health inspector. For those who aren't aware, long pig is what they call human meat. I don't think it's good to eat it. I heard somewhere that it makes you itchy or something like that. Yeah, I heard it. I totally don't know from experience. No, seriously, I don't. We discovered that Jula's ex and the other slaves hadn't been sold off, but she was being sold at an invite-only auction, and a moth would be there that we could interrogate to find the Rebel Alliance general's location. Our objective couldn't have been any clearer if it had a pair of strippers and glow-in-the-dark body paint shooting glow sticks at it with a t-shirt cannon. We needed to get to that auction. Are there gonna be glow-in-the-dark strippers, though? I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for a friend.
Giggity, 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 giggity.
The problem was that most of the invites had gone to people that had so much money, they could buy a new Star Cruiser with the same ease that one of the poors could buy a candy bar. The poors. Oh no. Our group could barely afford common sense, so how the hell were we expected to get in? Well, as luck would have it, the winners of the pod race and prize fight tournaments would be invited to the auction as honored guests. So, 2 chances right there. The rest of us would have to get creative with how we got in. The rest of us except for this guy, that is. You see, Ferris, my Gordon Ramsay-esque medic, was approached by a representative of the event's host shortly after he made it past the gate guards. The rest of the group wandered off as Ferris discovered that his reputation apparently preceded him, and his presence had been requested for consultation. Yeah, I'm liking where this is going already. Hutbeard does have a lot of weaknesses as a GM, but the pod race and prize fighting thing, that sounds pretty awesome. And there's not enough tickets for everybody to go, necessarily, unless they get creative. I like these sorts of dilemmas. You know, encourage some outside-the-box solutions. Of course, we know Elroy's his little pet boy, and he's probably going to get whatever ticket he tries for. But the rest of you are creative. You'll do fine. Hey, some 2-bit crime lord on the back edge of nowhere needs Ferris, the Ramsay-esque medic, to take a peek at his moisture vaporator and break the news that he picked up some little womp rats from a transition call girl. Why not? Maybe I could talk my way into that VIP auction, right? Yeah, totally. I'll be the guest of honor. I need to administer the space penicillin. That's what they use, right? Well, do you remember that time when the group neglected to report back in to Pizza the Hut after Hal's first character tried to show us his best impression of Benedict Arnold? Well, it turns out that the Hutts stow their grudges safely away in designer luggage. Sitting in Pizza's monogrammed clutch, nestled between a holdout blaster and a tear-stained letter ending with a cherry red Gungan lip print and the words,
"We shall always be having our SAGA, okay, day?"
was a wish list. I love when I get to do the Jar Jar voice. Beautiful. On the top of that wish list was Jafari Sabson's ass. Care to place a wager on who was hosting this event? If you said Max Rebo, then you owe me 50 Tendy coins. Hey, he's making Tendy coins a real thing. I'm totally into it. You shouldn't feel too bad. 50 Tendy coins, you could get that for like 1/100 of a cent, I'm pretty sure. While Mr. Rebo did play a sick acoustic set at the opening ceremonies, he was doing so at the behest of the one, the only Pizza the Hut. So while the rest of the party was led on their merry way to make bets, influence gamblers, participate in events, and set up sabotages, I walked, without question, to the VIP lounge. Be careful, it's a trap! Elroy, who had been against the idea of pretending to be a slave in the first place, seemed to feel like it was unfair for Ferris to be given that sort of luxurious welcome while he walked around chained up behind a Wookiee. All right, you go too then. This is what you asked for. And thus, ever the team player, he promptly abandoned his role in the plan because his character somehow heard a private conversation that was being held a football field away. OP, dude, stop metagaming. There's no way you would have heard that conversation. Elroy,
I heard it using the Force.
OP, did you tell Hutbeard that you were doing that? Elroy,
I mean, I always use the Force, and that's what my character does.
Yeah, no shit. OP, but did you tell him that you were wanting to listen in on my conversation specifically? At the start of the session, the group had rolled for destiny points and had ended up with a whopping 3. Until Elroy to Hutbeard,
can I use a destiny point to say I was using the Force to keep tabs on all my friends?
Yeah, friends. I think we're using that word very loosely. I refer you now to the work of Andy Serkis in his role as Gollum.
You don't have any friends. Nobody likes you.
Not listening.
Side note, yeah, destiny points have multiple uses. I explained how they could be used to modify skill checks, but there's really no limit as to how you can spend them. It's essentially up to the GM's discretion. Say your group has to do a mission on a planet where the air is toxic. Looking at you, Quesh. Looking at you. What the hell kind of planet is this? Somebody blow that up. Where's the Death Star? Oh, they blew both of them up. But no one has environmental protection suits, say, on their character sheets. In this case, the party can ask to flip a destiny point to say that someone conveniently remembered to pack some. Essentially, you can use them to retcon the game by selling a piece of your soul to the devil. Because, yeah, the GM is, in turn, going to use those same destiny points to screw you over in some way. I think I said in the last episode that that's a really interesting mechanic. Weirdos and Waifus has the same mechanic. It's just called Euphoria points. Anyways, the group groaned in unison as we questioned why he would use one of our precious few destiny points for this. Elroy,
OP said I couldn't have heard his conversation without metagaming, so I had to spend the points so it wouldn't be metagaming.
Peacekeeper, no, dude, you're just giving Hutbeard points to use against us for no reason. Mac, there's a lot of stuff we're supposed to be rolling on tonight. Why are you wasting a point like that? Elroy,
Because if I don't, I can't listen in on this conversation.
Elroy, even if you could hear the conversation, you're supposed to be role-playing as a slave. Slaves don't get to walk around the party doing whatever they want. You've just ruined the entire plan. God, I hate him. Mac, you don't need to listen in on the conversation. Whoa. Elroy,
yes, I do. That's what my character would do.
He said it. There it is. Hutbeard got everyone's attention and actually herded us in a direction. Elroy's direction, of course. All aboard the money train. Choo-choo. Which sounds fine, except for the fact that Hutbeard is the only one getting paid in this scenario. So you're basically just all playing along in order to get Elroy to keep lining Hutbeard's pockets. It's ridiculous. I do love the money train. I gotta admit that to myself and everyone, but I also love the dignity train. And the dignity train will take you a lot farther. But Hutbeard says,
hey, it's done. We're moving on now.
And then to Elroy,
you've been listening this whole time.
Elroy,
all right. Then I'm gonna slip out of these chains and follow Ferris to the VIP lounge.
Can somebody tase him or something? I'm pretty sure that would be within role-playing, right? Set phasers to stun? Oh no, that's Star Trek. I don't know what I'm talking about. OP. What? Why? You're supposed to be with the rest of Jula's slaves. Elroy.
Whatever, man. I can't just let you go to that meeting alone. What if it's a trap?
Yeah, that's a good idea, Admiral Akbar. Mac, then he'll deal with it, or let us know. We had a plan, Elroy. You're supposed to sabotage pod races, so Hal and Peacekeeper stand a better chance of winning. Whoa, just stick with the plan, man. Elroy,
I can't. I have to follow him. It's what my character would do.
Oh God, he said it twice already. I know there's going to be a third one, and that universe-ending phrase is always just so painful to go through. We always end up right back in the same spot, but it hurts me physically every single time. Please don't do it. I know he's going to do it, but please don't do it. So, why was this Elroy's plan of action? Because I'm assuming he was just afraid that he would be missing out on something good. It's like when you have a bunch of friends over for game night and your 3-year-old keeps inventing new excuses for why she has to get out of bed and come back to the congregation. I need a drink. I heard a noise. I'm having an existential crisis and need validation from my support network to reassure myself that it's all going to be okay. Oh, you're also a really good psychologist. OP is just a triple threat. I love Irish Pirate, god damn it. Or, you know, the good old classic, I need night-night gummies. Yeah, goddamn, man, I could use some night-night gummies myself. I've been up for too long recording this thing. But that's why I'm so proud of myself for getting through Modern Major General in one shot. Side note 2, Electric Boogaloo. 1, melatonin gummies don't always come in child-proof containers, as it turns out. 2, according to Professor Google, you cannot overdose on melatonin. 3, when a 4-year-old eats a handful of them when you have the audacity to turn your back for 0.6 seconds, she goes into an 18-hour coma. 4, or, you know, so I've been told. Please don't call Child Protective Services. 18-hour coma whenever you need it does sound pretty convenient. You just be like, I'm leaving these gummies on the table. I hope nobody takes them. She just gobbles them all up and you're like, hey, you've activated my trap card. Like, it sounds heinous if you don't have kids, but if you do have kids, I totally get it. My mom used to slip me NyQuil at least a couple times a week when she really needed us to just go to bed right now. She's like, here you go. You like grape flavor, right? Boop. Good night. So, Elroy did manage to slip out of the chains, but when he tried to follow me up the stairs, he failed. Hard. Didn't he just use the Force? These aren't the droids you're looking for, or something like that. Narratively, it played out as the guards played along for a bit, letting him think that they couldn't see him, and then they beat the absolute piss out of him in a surprise round. Hutbeard does have a sense of humor. As much of a degenerate, horrible person as he is, there are some aspects, very few aspects, but a few aspects that I do like about his game. Honestly, the whole scene was heartbreaking, really. And so, Elroyless, OP entered the VIP lounge, thinking that there would be a temperature check, a game of turn your head and cough, and a hastily scrawled prescription for a strong anti-parasitic. The grateful host would surely repay the humble Chissman's kindness with some well-deserved pampering. A massage or two, of course. Perhaps a chilled bottle of Corellian Moscato. High hopes. He's got high hopes. How did you not know who was holding this event? It seems like a really big thing to just gloss over. And if you saw Pizza the Hut's name, wouldn't you be like, oh, that's the guy we screwed over. We can't go to that. But I'm sure the GM concealed that fact on purpose. Anyways, as it turned out, the only medical procedure that was on the docket was for Ferris. Unless he could square accounts with Pizza the Hut, he was scheduled to undergo surgery at the cold, metallic hands of Dr. Roger, MD. He was not a surgery droid, mind. He was a B1 series battle droid with a vibro knife and a stethoscope. He only uses the stethoscope to make sure that people are dead, you see. What type of surgery was I to receive from this makeshift medic? An anesthetic-free ureteroscopy. I'll give you a minute to Google that. I'm never going to Google that. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I know it probably means he's going to chop your dick off. So don't Google that. Don't fall for it. Be careful, it's a trap. How many times can we shove that into this episode? Okay, wifey's laying over there. She Googled it. She says it's a procedure for kidney stones, which doesn't sound very pleasant, anesthesia-free, but I guess it's leagues better than, you know, actually getting your dong chopped off, so maybe it's not going to be so bad, especially if Ferris has kidney stones. Maybe sign up for that. Anyways, welcome back. Are you happy with your newfound knowledge? I am actually. I will never use this word, but it does make me sound smart when I tell people that I actually Googled stuff, which I didn't. My wife Googled it. Don't hate me. Despise me all you want, but when that question is the winning question on Jeopardy, I expect 100 tendy coins for my contribution. Damn, Irish Pirate over here just raking in the tendy coins. He's gonna be the majority shareholder pretty soon. I don't know if that's even how tendy coins work. I just really fear a hostile takeover of Tendycoin, seeing as most of my channel's monetary value is built on Tendycoins and cryptocurrency. So, Ferris had two options. One, spend the rest of his life quoting Don Vito Corleone every time he wanted to take a piss. Look how they massacred my boy. Or two, make a deal. And the deal was rather simple. Pizza had a slave that he was entering in the melee tournament. My job was to keep him alive between fights. I would even get paid if the slave won, so I was encouraged to enhance his chances of winning. Yeah, I got some steroids right here, don't even sweat it. So I became BFFs with a dim-witted Gamorrean bruiser whose name I can't remember, so we'll just call him Piggly. Things went pretty smoothly. Piggly was a good fighter and usually won before he got hurt too bad, and Ferris was, as Chainsmoker dubbed him, Space Jesus, after all. I kept Piggly standing and gave him the Lance Armstrong treatment in between rounds, a booster stim to temporarily raise his brawn to give him that unfair advantage. Sportsmanship be damned. I didn't want my character to spend the rest of his years carrying a funnel to the urinal. Scotty, playing a Wookiee named Merwick, and Chainsmoker, playing a Nikto named Roblox, also put their characters in the tournament. To the surprise of exactly no one, the two of them moved up the brackets with ease. Chainsmoker eventually went up against Piggly. I topped the green guy's health off before the fight, but the booster shot I gave him increased his presence, charisma, more or less. I had to keep up the ruse that I was helping Piggly cheat, but I didn't want to actually give Piggly a better chance at killing my friend. Didn't really matter, though. I could have given him a horse tranquilizer and it wouldn't have made a difference. Chainsmoker's dice had taken out a second mortgage and bet against their owner. The dice threw the fight and went to Vegas without him. We still see them posting on social media, enjoying their ill-gotten gains. Oh, karma's gonna catch up with him sooner or later, probably. Scotty fought on until he made it to the grand finale. It was Piggly versus Merwick. Greenskin Balboa versus Furry Creed in a no-holds-barred blood sport. Scotty's dice had stayed true and loyal, each issuing a Gaelic war cry as it danced across the table. He was dual-wielding vibroblades, and on one particularly lucky roll, scored a critical hit with each one. Oh snap. This is high stakes. Can't you just have an aside and be like, bro, I need you to throw the fight or I'm gonna lose my dick? We'll find another way to get you into the party. Please do not win. But I think he is gonna win. With Edge of the Empire, critical hits are rolled on a percentile dice. Certain things, talents, weapon properties, pre-existing critical injuries add to the roll. The scale goes from 1 to 151, like Pokemon. I stubbed my toe to instant death. Scotty's build and weapons added 50 to his critical hit rolls. One of the critical injuries was maiming, permanent loss of a limb. The other was a particularly nasty injury that allows the attacker to roll another attack immediately. Want to take a wild guess what happened? He got a third critical hit. Seeing as Piggly already had 2 critical injuries, this meant that Scotty was adding 70 to this roll. Oh, that poor idiot. He didn't know what he was doing going up against the Wookiee. Scotty picked up his percentile dice and gave me the kind of pitying look that you give a dog or a cat when you're about to take him to the vet to get neutered. I don't remember the number exactly, but I knew it was higher than an 81. I know this because 151 plus is instant death. Scotty shook his head and gave me the sort of look that you give someone when they come home and say, "Today was awful. I just want to reheat that beef chili and let the spicy goodness burn my cares away." But you don't even have time to mask the cayenne on your breath before saying, yeah, about that. It was delicious on the plus side. Scotty,
"Oh, damn. I'm sorry, brother."
All was not lost yet, though. With my character's wedding tackle on the chopping block, I had no choice but to break out the ace up my sleeve. Destiny point to fight against your own party member. That's probably not a good idea. Do you have a skill or something you could use, OP? Ferris had an ability called "It's Not That Bad." Is that flavored or is that like in the book? That's hilarious. Once per session, I could roll a medicine check to keep a character from taking a critical injury. Narratively, it means that everyone except the medic assumes the worst, and the medic is the one to confirm, as the name of the ability implies, that, oh, it's not that bad. I assembled my dice pool to attempt the check, but I needed to check with the group first. OP, do you guys mind if I use a destiny point? Oh my god, he is gonna do it! What a mad lad! Look at him go! Everyone -1. Go for it, dude. Including Scotty, Elroy was the -1. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised about that. Elroy,
we only have 2 left. I don't know if it's worth a destiny point. It's not like they said they're gonna kill you. You're a good doctor. You could fix whatever they do to you.
Yeah, how about no? His mouth moved, but the only thing I heard was the sound that grown-ups make in the Peanuts cartoons. Womp, 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 womp. I flipped the destiny point and succeeded in my check. Barely. Piggly wasn't headless. He was only nearly headless. Yeah, not that bad, but it's still pretty freaking bad, isn't it? The spinal cord is the only thing holding you together. He took enough damage to go unconscious, but make sure he wins was a secondary objective. Piggly would go on to become the head coach of a hutball team. He had a good head on his shoulders. I don't know. 1 or 2 more puns about heads. I mean, I could go for like, you know, he knows how to get ahead in life, but that's pretty weak. I think I'll go with Piggly sacrificed his big head to save your little head, which is less of a joke and more of a statement of fact. But that's what we're going with. All right, OP. Well done, I guess, but what about the others? What were they doing at this time? Well, Scotty was reveling in his victory. Hal had made a hefty sum betting on Scotty and loudly proclaimed that Merwick had earned his freedom. So now a free Wookiee, Merwick was given the auction invitation. What better way to celebrate that newfound freedom than to go bid on some slaves, right? Hopefully, you know, buy them and set them free. That would be the humanitarian thing to do. But really, they only have eyes for like 1 of the slaves, so they're probably just gonna buy that one and come on home. But Hal made a lot of money. Shouldn't he buy more? Nah, we're good. I gotta save this for other things and stuff. Mac's character Nala was using her natural charms to nudge gamblers in the right direction, betting against the team to pump the odds up. She wandered around as a service slave with a tray of drinks, but she was dispensing more than just refreshment. A little, he doesn't look so tough here, and a bit of, that poor thing won't last 5 seconds there, and the end result was a hefty sum of prize money and some very angry gamblers. Always bet on the Wookiee. As for Hal and Peacekeeper, their characters were participating in the pod race. Hal was excited because his character had good agility, and he had invested points in piloting speeders and land vehicles, so he was confident. He had even spent time reading the vehicle section of the rulebook to know what he could do with any advantages he rolled and what kind of maneuvers he could use. And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe!
And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe!
So, you can imagine how Hal felt when the GM broke out a board game about F1 racing, Formula D, and he said that we would be using that to simulate the race. He wasn't saying,
we'll just use the pieces, but stick to Edge of the Empire rules.
He was saying,
we're just going to play Formula D now, and we'll say it's the pod race.
Bro, what made you think that this was a good idea? They have a section for racing and vehicles. Why are you gonna pull a whole nother game? Oh, man. I don't get it. Maybe he's trying to upsell this game. He'll be like, wasn't Formula D fun, guys? Won't you take a copy home for yourself? Because I need to increase the revenue of this store. Hal had prepared for a calculus test, only to find out that he was now being quizzed on 17th century Norwegian literature. He had never played Formula D in his life. I've never even heard of it before. Everyone but him and Peacekeeper was assigned an NPC racer to play. Some of us were more familiar with Formula D than others. We had an unspoken covenant, though. We didn't like the hoodwink that Hutbeard had pulled on Hal, and we were in the mood to throw the race and let either him or Peacekeeper win. And it might have worked too, if Hal hadn't rolled so damn high. Yeah, the universe knows what it's doing. Just trusting karma to bring justice around. In Formula D, the higher gear you're in, the higher number range of dice you roll. You can shift up or down one gear each turn. You can skip a gear shifting down if you're willing to put strain on your car, or pod racer, I guess, but you can only skip one. You can drop from 6th to 4th, but not 6th to 3rd, like that. On each Formula D racetrack, there are corners that are marked off and tagged with a number. This number is how many times you're required to stop within that marked off section to avoid overshooting the turn and crashing. That's all there is to it? Really? Sounds like the lamest board game ever. It's like Candyland, except we put race cars in it. Cool. Great. I'm totally excited. Hal started his turn in 5th gear with a potential range of 11 to 20 on his dice. The corner he needed to hit was about 21 to 24 squares away. I don't remember exactly. So if he stayed in 5th, he definitely wouldn't hit that corner, but he might end up so close that he would have no choice but to overshoot it. So the smart play would be to shift down to 4th gear, range of 7 to 12, and go slow into the corner and up speed on the way out. Okay, maybe it's more tactics than Candyland. I sold it a little short, I'll admit that much. But it's still not my cup of tea. The other option was to shift to 6th gear, range 21 to 30, and hope to roll low enough to not overshoot the turn. Well, Hal shifted into 6th gear, Hal rolled a 30, and Hal crashed. Oops, you live and learn, I suppose. Hutbeard rolled for a critical hit, and added 10 to the roll for every square by which Hal had overshot that corner. The result he rolled was somewhere between 141 and 150. Oh yeah, he did. His shoes came off, he did. Per the rule book, this critical injury is the end is nigh. The target will die after the last initiative slot during the next round. See, Ferris, aren't you now upset that you used your it's not that bad skill on an NPC fighter? I understand you're trying to save your wedding tackle, but now Hal's gonna have to roll up another new character. Now, while all this has been going on, Elroy has been passing notes to Hutbeard, like a high school girl, and occasionally he was rolling dice. We were not privy to what he was doing, you see. And you know what? Good for him on that. I can't even be mad, actually. That is the right way to pull some sneaky shit on your party. None of this out of character, in character, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you, from the days of yesteryear. I mean, it is the right way to do sneaky things, but why you gotta do sneaky things on your own party? Unless it's for a totally epic joke, right? Was that part 3? God damn, that was grindingly slow. Please let us never experience that again. Anyways, back to Hal's crash. Hutbeard allowed me to roll for initiative to put myself on the clock, but there was a problem. Ferris was nowhere near the racetrack. He was watching from a comfortable booth, enjoying the fact that he was still in one piece. Until, OP, guys, are you okay with me using the last destiny point to say that I was near the racetrack? Elroy?
What? Why would Ferris be near the racetrack?
Exactly. That's why he wasn't. But one of our dudes is about to die. So, yes, destiny point. OP. I don't know. We can say I was strongly encouraged to work with the racetrack medics to make up for the fact that Piggly lost his fights. Elroy.
That doesn't sound like what your character would do.
Oh, he almost said it. Not quite. That one doesn't count. Thank God. OP. I didn't say it was his idea. I'm pitching that idea to Hutbeard to see if he'll accept it and put my character close enough to stand a chance at possibly making a difference. Elroy.
But I was...
To Hutbeard.
Would I know where he is if he does that?
Hutbeard.
Yes, we're retconning it to say that he was down at the track, so, you would have sensed him there.
I was pleased as punch to know that Elroy's character was stalking mine. I didn't think there was anything ominous about that at all. What could possibly go wrong? I didn't say anything, though. My character didn't know anything about it, and honestly, what good would have come from questioning it? I didn't need another hour of,
oh, come on, it'll be funny, I promise.
Yeah, please and thank you. I don't think I could stand another story of that. I got the message loud and clear. And I was now nearing my limit on,
it's what my character would do
for the century. Does it count if OP said it? No, I don't think it does. OP's only said it once, and that was like not even in character. So alright, I had other things to focus on, like the fact that Hal's character was going to die in one turn if I didn't do something. Hutbeard let me spend the destiny point, and we rewrote history to say that Ferris was getting a mouthful of dust rather than a mouthful of wine. The sparkles in his eyes were from engine flares and solar reflections rather than strobe lights and body glitter. Aww. It was fun while it lasted. The end is nigh said that Hal would die at the end of the last initiative spot on the next turn. That technically meant that I had 2 turns to get this done. I spent my entire first turn just getting Ferris to the crash site and pulling Jula out of the wreckage. Then it was Elroy's turn. Across the track, there was a brief flash of orange as a tiny lightsaber blade cut through a ventilation shaft, and a Jawa dropped unobtrusively onto the side of the racetrack behind a wooden cart full of fruit, a stack of half-smashed crates, and a trash fire with a hobo in fingerless gloves. You know, all the classic street-side decorations you'd expect to find in this sort of environment. He was a little battered, but most of the damage that had been dealt to him was non-lethal, so once he woke up, he was, mostly fine. Mostly. He was missing roughly 1/4 of his total hit points. Apparently cutting through the vent and dropping down to the ground were just free actions, because he said he ran across the track to my character's side. Rather than cutting to Jula's next round of bleeding out and getting to the senior prom and her life flashing before her eyes montage, Hutbeard simply asked,
okay, you're next to Ferris. What are you going to do now?
Elroy.
Ferris, I'm injured, and I need you to heal me. It's important.
OP, a la Gordon Ramsay. Are you mental? Do you not see what happened to Jula? Elroy.
It'll only take a second.
OP. Piss off, you little wanker. I'll get to you when I get to you. Elroy.
Dude, come on. You could just use your incidental to pop me with a stim pack.
OP. It's not my turn. Elroy.
Well, on your next turn, then.
OP. I might need that incidental to pop Jula with a stim pack. Yeah, the character who is like actively dying right now. God, he really thinks he's the main character, just like more than anybody else I've ever seen. Do you not understand? One of you will have to roll a new character. The other one can survive for multiple rounds with only 25% of your HP missing. Hal, sensing yet another Hal-centric argument around the corner. Honestly, it's... OP, you're getting healed. Come to peace with that. Elroy,
Fine then.
to Hutbeard.
I want to take one of Ferris's stim packs while he's busy with Jula.
Yep, that happened. Dude, what a scumbag. Are we sure this guy is legitimately part of the party? If Jula dies, is that grounds to get him kicked out completely? Probably not, because he's Hutbeard's golden boy. Scotty.
What the Kentucky Fried Fuck, dude? Can't you just wait a turn?
Elroy, still afraid of Scotty.
Well, because my character wouldn't do that.
God damn it. Frustrated yet? Well, hang in there because we are not done yet. Mac, can we see this happening? Like, do they have cameras on the crash where we can see him taking the stim pack? Elroy,
I want to do a stealth check.
Does Hutbeard allow him to do this retroactive stealth check? I mean, what does a man with two dicks say when a tailor asks, do you dress to the left or to the right? Yes. Well, that is unfortunate, isn't it? Okay, well, which of your dicks do you prefer be used as a pincushion while I size your pants properly? And of course, Elroy succeeds his stealth check, but with this game's dice system, it's rarely cut and dry. He succeeded, but he also rolled a despair. So he got the stim pack, but something went catastrophically wrong in the process. What, he dropped the stim pack and it injected itself into Hal's neck? Oh, easy peasy. When someone rolls a despair in combat check, the GM can say that the power cell in their weapon died and they need to reload it. But what can go wrong when you're stealing a pseudo sci-fi healing potion from the space cleric? You can steal his last one. Oh my god, dude! Hal is gonna have to roll a new character. Just because of this guy, I don't know, not having a full health bar? Like, God, I hate him so much. So yes, indeedly doodly campers, Peasant effectively stole Ferris's very last stim pack. The difficulty to keep Hal alive was rank 4 out of 5 with a properly stocked medkit. Without it, yeah, definite 5 out of 5. Scotty,
Jesus, dude! See what happened because you couldn't wait?
Peacekeeper, oh my god, why? Seriously, dude, why would you do that? Mac, Jula's probably gonna die now because of that. Whoa. Elroy,
guys, quit yelling at me. I just did what my character would have done.
Oh, there it is. Third time. See you on the next go around. And we're back.
Besides, he's Space Jesus. Hell'll be fine.
Yeah, we're all gonna be just fine. It all comes back around eventually. He did actual air quotes and an oh so condescending tone when calling me by Chainsmoker's nickname. It's almost like it bothered him that the party respected my character in a way that he could never manage to emulate. I don't think he's respected in any form or fashion. It's just annoying. Chainsmoker.
Yeah, but like, he's never had to roll against a difficulty of 4 or 5 before.
Hal. It's okay. I had an idea for a backup character that... OP, you're not dead until I say you're dead. Now, shut up and stop dying. Hal gave a very forced chuckle. Mommy and Daddy were fighting again, and he just wanted to go back to his room and play with his Ninja Turtles and blow bubbles in his Nestle Quick. It does sound like the life, though. Elroy, having successfully robbed me, healed himself and ended his turn. My God, he used the stim pack. He knew it was the last one and he used it? Ugh. He really just does not give a single fuck. Yeah, he could have handed the stim pack back after realizing it was my last one. Could have. Hal's turn came and went with as much pomp and circumstance as the milk farts of a lactose-intolerant glutton an hour into an all-you-can-eat ice cream social. Wet and farty. I looked at the destiny point pool and had a thought. If I could get the difficulty dropped back down to a 4, I'd feel a lot more comfortable. Even if Hutbeard upgraded one of the difficulty dice, I would still only be rolling against 4 total. The problem was getting back that stim pack. OP to Hutbeard, can you upgrade the difficulty? Stunned silence befell the group. I'm not gonna lie, I pitched the idea without consulting anyone, kinda just to see the looks on their faces. Well, that, and to get the difficulty lowered in the end. I do know it's kinda confusing. How can you upgrade the difficulty of a check while still making it somehow less difficult? Because standard difficulty dice are purple D8s with no chance of despair. Upgraded difficulty dice are red D12s with one face being a despair. Fewer dice means better odds of success, even if the fewer dice option means success might come at a steeper cost. Hutbeard,
if I upgrade the difficulty, you know you can't just flip it back to upgrade your check, right? Only 1 destiny point per skill check.
OP, I want to spend it to say that I found a stim pack in the bottom of my belt pouch or backpack. Like that last lonely French fry that got separated from the herd in the McDonald's drive-thru, only to be discovered in your hour of greatest need, when your stomach is still a little bit grumbly and you do a blind sweep through the bottom of the bag. I guess I'm not the only one. Man, that clown has got me. I'm gonna go to McDonald's after this. Hutbeard did allow it, though. The difficulty was upgraded, but armed with a stim pack, I wasn't going to have to face an increased difficulty. I'm still a little confused, but all right, whatever you say. I rolled a lot of dice. If you put all of those dice in a sock, you could whip it over your head and bring them down on someone else's head hard enough to send them into tomorrow morning with an achy cranium and an irrational fear of the clackety sound of plastic on plastic. I did succeed, barely. But Elroy wasn't the only one to roll a despair that night. Ferris was able to save Jula, at least most of her. She lost one of her arms and part of one of her legs. Oh, whatever, cyborg time. That's cool. Give me an arm that can crush a brick into powder. I'm down. Ferris, still oblivious to the fact that Pissant had stolen from him, finished patching Jula up and turned to make good on his promise to heal the little bastard when it was his turn. Imagine his surprise when he turned around and saw that his diminutive companion was gone, and there was nothing left where he was standing but an empty stim pack casing. Did he disappear? Or was he never there to begin with? No, he had definitely been there. Now that he was fully healed, he was on stage 2 of his secret scheme. So, what about Peacekeeper? Well, he was no stranger to Formula D, so he was able to channel the spirit of Ricky Bobby. I want to go fast.
I want to go fast.
The winner's purse was nothing to sneeze at either. I wanted to say it had around 15,000 credits. That was, of course, before fees and taxes. The man that had rented the pod to Peacekeeper kept tacking costs, deductions, and expenses on long after the race was over. In the end, the invoice had more riders than Rohan, and Peacekeeper only got to keep about 10% of what he had actually won. Ugh, that's smarts. Nothing that a good blaster bolt to the face can't handle. We were gonna argue with the rental shark when Hutbeard got past another note. He read it, wrote something back, and handed it to Elroy. Elroy shook his head. Hutbeard,
as you're starting to yell at him, you hear someone in the distance yelling even louder. Help! Help! Murder!
A middle-aged serving slave screamed and pushed her way into the crowded market. You know, just the sort of place that you would want to scream about things that could cause people to panic. Well, panic they did. Hutbeard described it as looking like someone had poked a fire ant hill. People were scurrying this way and that way, merchants packed up, food vendors abandoned their grill, everyone was pushing and shoving their way towards the exits. Well, mostly everyone. Mac to Chainsmoker, deal with him! Before I could ask what was happening, Chainsmoker rolled to attack the rental shark with a concealed vibro knife. Oh yeah! The attack hit. The charlatan was knocked right into unconsciousness. I say you leave him 10%, right? That's just desserts for renting the pod racer. But then we gotta take the karma tax out of it. Yeah, I guess he's left with nothing. Ferris, feeling that the message had been sent loud and clear, bent down and patched him back up. Did a little field surgery to top his health off, and even sutured his initials into the stitchwork. Now that's quality. Yes, indeed. This man would wake up fresh and renewed and have a new outlook on life. Gone were his days of trying to cheat people out of their hard-earned money. He had been given a new lease on life, a new chance to, Mac, Savo. Peacekeeper unslung his rifle and autographed the man's forehead. Well, I guess you can't win them all, Mac says to all of us. And now we get paid. Whoa! At Mac's instruction, Merwick and Roblox cleaned out the cash boxes. It wasn't until they were making their way back to the ship that they saw what had triggered the panic. The two guards that had assaulted Elroy earlier were sprawled out, necks bent at unnatural angles. They had blood under their fingernails and long gashes across their throat where they had accidentally mauled themselves in an effort to fight off the invisible hands that eventually did succeed in choking them and snapping their necks. Jesus, dude. I'm all for robbing a shady merchant, but killing two guards that were basically just doing their job because they hurt your fifis? Nah. You know that ain't right. And you know it's Elroy that did it, too. Oh, such a little scumbag. They were not the only victims, though. An astromech droid, presumably the only witness, had somehow found itself on the business end of a small lightsaber. Elroy had wanted revenge. Forget the fact that we hadn't even gone to the auction yet. Forget the fact that those guards weren't important enough plot-wise to even merit having names. Elroy was determined to settle a score, and settle it he did. Those poor NPCs, they probably had an NPC wife waiting for them at home, and NPC children that have to grow up without a father. Look what you've done! It's a little overdramatic. But in doing so, Elroy was ladling a thick sludge from a cast iron cauldron into a soup bowl with his name on it. What was this foul substance? Why, naught but a batch of his own medicine. Trademark, copyright. And yes, indeed, he was about to get a taste of it next time. Oh, we gotta wait for justice? Alright, sometimes justice is worth waiting for. The best revenge is served cold or something like that. Which doesn't make sense because we're talking about a soup. But whatever, you know what I'm saying? How about borscht? That's a cold soup. And now we get into another parody song. This one I do not know. It is Miley Cyrus' Wrecking Ball. We fought, we raced, we served as slaves, but one got captured alone. We had a plan to find the man who'd say where we need to go. Scotty won his fight, I still dodged a knife, Elroy somehow escaped. Hal's pod went too fast. We all watched him crash. I was too far away. He went up in a fireball. No healing checked his heart before. Elroy didn't want to have to stall. But when my back was turned, he rubbed me. Yeah, he rubbed me. All right, good job, Miley. That's beautiful. Probably, not my best work, but I do like the parody in itself. But really, I think the very model of a metagaming piece of shit. We could have just sung that twice, and I would have been happy with it. Anyways, I'll try to get the next part written faster. Sorry you didn't have any Star Wars shenanigans when you wanted it, ReddX. Sad face. All right, bye. Now you good, fam. 100% take your time with these stories. Like I said, Stealth Beard, we've had to wait months and months for another entry. Camelot Beard, it seems to be on a standstill as well. People can take their time. I know they got real lives to deal with, and I mean, that's the case for me as well. That's why the episode's gone up a little bit late today, but it is what it is. It's extra beefy just for you guys, and I hope that you did quite enjoy it. Elroy, oh, he's such a little stinker, dude. While we haven't seen him, be super deplorable as a human being, aside from his lack of instinct regarding social interactions, he just seems like such a pain in the ass to play any sort of game with. He doesn't understand cooperative games. Like Hal didn't, but Hal learned. Elroy didn't, and he just doesn't care. He expects everyone to just go along with it because he spends a lot of money in Hutbeard's shop, which probably isn't even his money. His mommy and daddy is just funding his Warhammer addiction, or what have you. There's a lot we could theorize about. And maybe you'd like to do so with Irish Pirate, considering that he's got that psychology degree, whatever you call it. Which one is it? Do you write prescription drugs, Irish Pirate? Because I need a favor. Never mind. I've lost it already.
Hey, give us a big
Star Wars Shenanigans! Episode 6. Return of That Guy. Did he return? Did he go somewhere? If he went somewhere, I would have noticed. I've been asking him to go somewhere for a long time. That guy has been here. You can't fool me. Tabletop gaming gone wrong. Yeah, light RPG horror stories elements, I suppose. Long ass intro. Here we go. User the Irish Pirate is really making with the long intros. Similar to what Zuka did, but I don't knock people for it. If it's your style, then it's your style. I'm pretty verbose myself, so I'm just gonna roll with it. Sorry for the long delay since the last post. My March, thus far, has been milder by comparison to my February, but that's like saying that getting punched in the leg by a hobo behind the 7-Eleven down by the abandoned train tracks is better than getting your head split open on a tavern ceiling crossbeam because a fight broke out and you were trying to jump over the table, get the hell away from it, but hey, you managed to stop the fight by making everyone drop what they were doing to call 911, so you're kind of the hero of the evening, but also you're gonna need 18 staples and it's definitely gonna leave a scar. We had to go a long way to get there, but we definitely got there. That one went kind of off the rails a little, huh? Oddly specific, maybe based on true events. You'll never know. I might believe the tavern one. Did you get to be the hero of the evening, pirate? I don't know about the hobo down by the 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven is usually pretty good about clearing away the hobos. You can ask Ramtide about that one. They don't want you hanging out, picking up any spare change. I had plotted this chapter out a month ago to try and streamline the process of filling it out, but the plan got sidelined faster than a philandering footballer found fornicating with his coach's favorite fling. And with the alliteration, man, I miss this. We are breaking out. It's good stuff. But Pirate, what happened? Well, my family got caught up playing the telephone game. But the only message that we passed along was, congrats, you're going to be firing out of both ends for the next few days. Yeah, there you go. A little bit of a viral transmission going throughout the home. That's probably the hardest part about having kids. They don't give a damn. They'll put anything in their mouth and just incubate the virus until everybody in the house catches it. It's so frustrating. I'm like, please just be cleaner. And he's like, yeah, but I want to share this lollipop with my cousin. And I'm like, I can get you guys a second lollipop. You don't have to go mouth to mouth like that, god damn it. And that is definitely based on true events. After we moved into this house, my baby boy's just having so much fun hanging out with his cousin. But yeah, weird stuff like that happens. And I'm like, stop it. So yeah, I'm back. Work stuff has mostly cleared up. Thank God for that. I want to go to work and do nothing, which is basically what I do now. For the sake of brevity, I'll just hit the highlights. 1, I confronted Plaguebeard about her email. 2, I deflected her gaslighting using the same skills that I used when working with patients that have narcissistic personality disorder. 3, because I'm like 99.9% sure that she has it. 4 might be the 0.01% off chance that she's just a bitch. I don't say the C word on this channel. Susan gets really mad. But yeah, I'll probably believe narcissistic personality disorder. I'm waiting for the tale of Plaguebeard. One of our Neckbeard stories from way back was Cause Plague or something like that. It kind of reminds me of that. That was way back near the beginning of the channel, though. 5, I apologize for potentially pissing a portion of you off, but perhaps I can placate you into pardoning me by explaining that I only pin that particular pejorative on people so unpleasant that a pantsless parade through a pool populated by parasites and piranha would be preferable. Why is alliteration so good? Jesus, I can't get enough of it. Please continue. 6, she cried. Yeah, she's not actually feeling emotion. She's just trying to manipulate you. 7, she went straight from the meeting to her boss, who then excluded my entire department from being invited to the hospital's social worker appreciation event. Oh my God, it really does roll downhill, doesn't it? But whatever, fuck everything, you know? I don't need any extracurriculars at my work. The appreciation event probably would have been garbage anyways. Miss me with all that. But hey, I don't have to do her department's work for her anymore, so she can start a septic pump. For all I care, start a septic pump. God damn it, dude, that's so good. I hope I can use that in the future. I need to remember that one. Let's see, what else? Oh, YouTube user Emily Hex decided to add the episode 5 intro to the growing list of complaints that she has leveled at ReddX's channel. Other complaints include his singing, him thanking his patrons every video, and channel parodies in general. And yet, she keeps coming back. It's like someone who says they think spicy food is the worst, but they shove everyone out of the way to get in the Chipotle with a frothing mouth and a fistful of grease-stained cash. Yeah, no jalapenos. I only want banana peppers. Honestly, Emily Hex and I have had some exchanges, at least one or two. Overall, it's been pretty cordial. However, Irish Pirate doesn't seem to take things like this lying down. No, indeed. Do you remember back in like episode 1 or 2 when he's talking about trolling a troll that was trolling on Grand Theft Auto Online and basically broke him down? Well, I think that we're going to see an example of that today, and Emily Hex is the star. I mean, it's in the post. I'm kind of contractually obligated to do this. I'd like to stay a neutral party, to be clear, but I don't know if it's possible right now. Oh well, here we go. We rolling with it. I was going to post the transcript of our argument here, but I'm going to have to trim some stuff as it is just to fit the story in because Reddit keeps yelling at me about a character limit, which is weird because I posted the same text in a Word document and it says that I'm nowhere near the character limit, but whatever. Maybe the Word document doesn't count spaces or something like that. That's my presumption. Anyway, she doesn't like ReddX channel parodies, so I wrote one just for her and included it in my comment response based on Barry Manilow, Mandy. Oh God, poor Barry Manilow. We're gonna butcher him today, I suppose. All right. I remember scrolling down, seeing someone had a frown. Someone being rude, saying fuck my intro. Well, nothing I can do except maybe go into comments, profile history, and clues to help me understand. As I see it there, a salty history. I wonder why you care about ReddX singing, oh Emily, when you came and threw shade while complaining. You set my wheels turning, oh Emily. Now my tears pouring down like it's raining. Won't you tell me who hurt you, oh Emily? Savagery! It's musical savagery. Oh, I love a good parody, and I also love a good comments battle. And here it is. Oh God, I guess it's a little unfair since I gave Irish Pirate a voice, but I don't know, come on. He worked so hard on it. What am I supposed to do? Skip all this? No, it's delicious. So look down to the comments and you might see the continuation of all this. I hope it doesn't go on for more than one post, because then we're getting into like harassment territory, but one post, that's good. You know, just a little lesson. Look at me trying to mediate and shit. And vice principal from the Breakfast Club.
Well, here we are.
Yeah, even slip a little Breakfast Club reference in there. Why not? Didn't think I'd set aside 1/3 of my new intro clapping back? I knew that you would deep down in my heart. I clap with the ferocity of a thick stripper's mid-twerk ass cheeks as she wows a crowd to the tune of Cisco's 1999 masterpiece, Thong Song. Do 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 do. Ooh, that dress so scandalous. God, it's still stuck in my head. Decades later, why have you done this, Cisco? Maybe it's better than I remember. I'll have to listen to it after this video. Did you think that I would take the high road? Petty Officer Pete Pettison from Pettysburg, Pennsylvania takes the low road for the scenery. You really do feel a certain type of way about this, don't you? Honestly, if I put this much energy into every crappy comment that I've ever gotten, I would never get anything else done. I generally don't even bother replying. I'm just like, okay, you're entitled to your opinion, I guess. I don't know, man. Pick your battles. That's all I'm going to say. But I will say also that this is getting spicy, isn't it? If any of this surprises you, then you're probably tuning into a program that's already in progress. It's like if you tried to get somebody into Lost, but you only had the DVDs for season 4 and beyond. This show's terrible. Even if you watch all the seasons, you'd probably be like, yeah, this show's still terrible. Nobody gave a shit, did they? You could let them hop in at that point, but they're gonna wonder what kind of friend you are for subjecting them to it. Is it better in seasons 1 through 3? Okay, I mean slightly before they just completely lost the plot, I guess. I might want to go back and rewatch it and remind myself, but then I have to rewatch Lost, which just the title of the show alone shows how I feel about this. Look at all this time that I have lost. I'll never get it back and I've gained nothing. Yeah, I feel pretty strongly about Lost. It's terrible. If this is your first exposure to the Star Wars Shenanigans saga, I would strongly encourage you to go back and get caught up first. This installment builds on previous ones more than any of the others, I would say. Original posts, now 100% ReddX exclusive. Yeah, you'd said ReddX exclusive, but we gotta stick to the branding here, all right? It's ReddX exclusive, right? God, I gotta make a employee training manual or something like that. Anyways, you can find all those posts on the Irish Pirate 18's Reddit profile, or check out the YouTube playlist, which is in the description, with ReddX narration and commentary. Lots and lots of commentary. It's like watching the DVD extras or something. Except, you know, the main show is just barely there. Nobody is gonna narrate these posts to you unless you're sitting down and reading them to yourself. The commentary is the only way to consume them, at least as far as I'm concerned. But I'm a little biased, I suppose. And now we got our cast list. Hey! It's been a while since I did real descriptions, so I'll do a refresher here. Next time, I'll describe the cast as dog breeds, just for funsies. Yeah, alright, why not? You gotta keep it interesting for yourself. OP is a 30-year-old gaming nerd with a brand new job at a psychiatric hospital that put me 1 hour away from the game store instead of 1 minute away, but I was being paid almost double. I was still setting aside that 1 night a week to play. OP's character was Chifari Sabson, also known as Faris, Chismedic that would patch a blaster wound and then punch it if the injury was in any way linked to the patient's stupidity. Tough love. Bro, I'm all about that tough love, but don't punch my blaster wound, all right? Then we're gonna have to have it out all the way. Mac is OP's BFF since 2nd grade, not to be confused with my BFFFL, BFFFL from college. I'll tell more about him in another saga. Best friend for fucking life. Is that what that is? He's the man that got me into tabletop games in the first place. Usually the sort to make a new character every other month and avoid the driver's seat, but this time he was playing a character named Nala, a Faline scoundrel with a heart of pyrite and laws are more like suggestions attitude. Greedy and narcissistic, but still looking out for the group's well-being. Like a mother that became PTA president by shoving another mom down the stairs and stepping on her neck at the bottom, and then embezzling the funds to buy her family a new minivan. Well, needs must, you know. I gotta drive Tyler to soccer practice somehow. But did you have to paralyze that lady from the neck down? No, that was just a bonus. Peacekeeper was a man whose peace was slowly being lost. Despite his best efforts to stay friendly with everyone at the table, one of us was determined to set up shop at the top of his shit list. His character was Savo, a Rhodian sniper / pilot with keen eyes and dull wits, from years of drinking paint dye to keep the shakes at bay. What are you gonna do with keen eyes if you got dull wits? That seems a bit problematic. Chain smoker, he's more nicotine now than man. 2-pack-a-day smoker. Oh, God, man, slow it down. I go through about a pack a day, and I feel really horrible about just that. He was starting to get a little more into role-playing, so long as the role that he played was a hired thug with a repurposed mining drill for a weapon. Yeah, that's role-playing, right? Kinda. I'm role-playing a murder hobo, whatever. His character was Roblox, a Nikto whose most compelling arguments came in the form of an industrial plasma beam to whichever part of you he considered the most expendable. Yeah, not a very nice guy, all things said. Hal is growing less innocent with each session spent in the company of these degenerates. Hal was starting to discover that he not only had a shell, but that he could come out of it from time to time. Yeah, it's okay, nobody out here is gonna hurt you. But do keep your head on a swivel for people like Elroy and Hutbeard. His character was Jula, a boffin hacker slash mechanic with a long-lost love that we were trying to reunite with her, the sister of his first character that tried to betray us. We trusted her because she seemed to hate her brother as much, if not more, than the rest of us because he left her for dead on a job that they had done together. Wow, that first character was just a dick through and through. Abandon your own sibling? We're gonna get y'all on the Jerry Springer show. Scotty, 6'5", 250 pounds of Scottish pride, with the hair and beard of a Highland warrior, but the heart of a teddy bear, unless provoked by unwarranted cruelty towards others. His character was Merwick. He slices, he dices, he uses twin vibroblades to Jackson Pollock, the Empire's finest on whatever canvas the battlefield of the day has to offer. He's a Wookiee, also a Jedi, for the record. Hutbeard actually ran fun campaigns, believe it or not. I know this because after the Elroy saga, he ran another campaign, Sand Scotty, who had to dip out because of a new job with more demanding hours, and we played Imperial characters. We would have noped our way out of his store entirely if we had known then what we all know now. For those that are just now tuning in, the monetization safe nickname I've come up with for him is Pat O'Filey. You get me? He's currently spending St. Patrick's Day behind bars with cellmates that are likely following the rainbow to his pot of gold. His gray, withered pot of gold. I'm sorry I had to describe it in such detail. I just live for the cringe, you know. Elroy is not as bad a person as Hutbeard, but he's definitely more overt with his repugnancy. He was the neighbor who kept letting his dog shit in your front yard, while the other one was stealing your Wi-Fi to look at kitty porn. That is definitely more overt, but yeah, they both deserve shotgun shells to the face, as far as I'm concerned. His spending habits kept the game store's lights on, and Hutbeard's beard buttered. Buttered. But it was the rest of us that truly paid the price with our sanity. His character was Pisant, a Force-sensitive Jawa that acted like the comments section of a controversial YouTube video brought to life. God, I should make more controversial YouTube videos. That's the way to get more engagement on the algorithm or something like that. That's how you win at YouTube, I'm pretty sure. Either willingly or stupidly made the worst choice possible so many times that we questioned if he was an Imperial agent and he was playing the long con to work against us. Now that would be an interesting twist, but I don't think Elroy is clever enough to ever come up with that. Anyways, now we are into the story. Was the intro long enough for you guys? Hooray! It's called Delayed Gratification, and it totally works. We left off with the slave auction getting turned upside down when Pisant killed a couple of guards for doing their jobs. He also went Kylo Ren on an innocent astromech droid that became the poster child for wrong place, wrong time. I mean, is the droid even sad about being dead? Was he programmed to feel sadness at all? It kind of gives rise to the question of, like, you know, AI and how human are they actually? In my opinion, the artificial part comes before the intelligence part. So yeah, I don't think even if it was programmed to feel sadness, that it would actually be sad about being dead. But I don't know, bro. That's a thought experiment for another day. I don't have time to go into all that in this video. The first job we took as a team was to escort a band of Old Republic senators through an Imperial spaceport to their ship so they could make a break for the Outer Rim, where they wouldn't be executed as political dissidents. They hired us because we hadn't ended up on the Empire's naughty list, so we could poke our heads above ground without a garrison of stormtroopers taking the opportunity to enjoy a rousing game of whack-a-mole, which they probably wouldn't be too great at anyways because their aim is notably terrible. Despite Star Wars canon being like, oh, only stormtrooper shots are this accurate or something like that. And then nobody in the entire franchise even gets winged by a blaster bolt once. Yeah, I ain't buying it, all right? Anyways, part of Ferris's backstory was that he paid for med school by serving in the Clone Wars and early years of the Galactic Empire before his professional life went to complete shit. More on that later. His military background helped him to clear the way through the port authorities for the senators to make their escape. I hope they're paying well. What is your life actually worth, Senator? I know you've been embezzling some taxes. I expect my reward to be quite handsome indeed. It would have worked if the senators hadn't jumped the gun leaving the safe house and got caught. Yeah, politicians ain't too bright. I don't know what you expected. I could have felt sorry for them if they hadn't immediately sold us out. Politicians, am I right? I was gonna make the same joke again, but I had just made it, so I'm glad that you made it instead, OP. That makes me feel a little better. But yes, you nailed it down. When we got to the ship to take off, the doors were locked, and the only entity aboard was an overworked and underappreciated astromech droid. OP is Ferris. We need you to unlock the door. R4C1, you're not my master. Who are you? OP is Ferris. By now, your master's probably sitting in a bottomless chair, getting intimately acquainted with nipple clamps and a low-voltage battery. And not in the fun way. R4C1, then I can't let you aboard. OP is Ferris. This ship is about to be confiscated, and you with it. Unless you're keen to have your parts pulled out to check for rebel messages and have your memory wiped, we should work together. Let us on board, and I promise you, I'll give you the best upgrades that credits can buy. I'll turn you into the envy of every droid that you meet. Yeah, these droids were not programmed for envy. There was a pause as stormtroopers showed up demanding that we surrender. At least, I think that's what they were asking. It was hard to hear them over all the shooting and screaming. The demands for surrender are supposed to come before the shooting and the screaming. What are they teaching these stormtroopers at, like, a stormtrooper school? Do stormtroopers go to school? I mean, I know they're clones or something like that, but, like, how are they educated? Maybe they're just not. They learn how to sort of shoot a gun, and they're like, that's good enough. Get out there and do the Empire's work. R4C1 did let us in, and we made it through takeoff and the jump to light speed without any problems. Aw, hell yeah. The first thing we did at our next port of call was repaint the ship and get some new registration documents on the black market. The next thing we did was give the droid a name. R4C1. RACL? Rachel. Is it a lady droid? Oh no, it's gonna be a lady droid, isn't it? That's what the thumbnail was about. Rachel did all of our astrogation and mechanical work until Hal came along, and even then she served as an assistant in whatever way she could. We got little upgrades for her here and there. That's not what you promised. You said you'd get a ton of upgrades, the best that money could buy. Remember that? Rachel, play that back. Each one brought her a step closer to an unusually advanced level of artificial intelligence. She eventually became so upgraded that she gained a living creature's level of self-awareness. Yeah, it's getting a little weird now, isn't it? I think I prefer my droids as like the trash can R2-D2 beep boop type. I don't need C-3PO walking around saying words to me. Get the hell outside. Just eject him from the airlock. Nope, don't want any of that. Whoa. So this was all happening throughout Hal's intro. If you recall, she was the one that alerted us to his first character contacting the Empire and the Elroy saga. The final step in her evolution was when we brought a couple of upgrades back from the auction. Are we Tarantinoing this right now? This is like a droid that showed up before everybody else and we're just now being introduced to them? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're Tarantinoing it so people don't get too lost. Threw me for a loop for just a second. Anyways, you see, Elroy had found a little hidey hole after his double homicide and follow-up robocide and didn't know how he was going to get safely back to the ship. The solution? Gut the now domeless astromech and shove him down into it like a squeaky, glowy-eyed jackass in the box. We piled some of the parts, usable ones, we made sure, on top of him, and towed the shell back to our ship for repairs. The bluff was successful, and we managed to get aboard and make an escape before the situation could escalate further. That's actually a pretty clever solution, all things considered. Knowing that it's Elroy there, though, I probably would have just dragged it into a group of guards and, like, accidentally left him there. Drop the rope and be like, oh, look over there. There's a sale on Blorg nuts or whatever. I don't know Star Wars things. I just know I want to get rid of Elroy, all right? The droid had a faster processor and a motherboard with more memory slots than Rachel's original one, so we told Elroy to make himself useful and swap the parts. His mechanic skill wasn't as good as Jula's, but she was barely in the mood to breathe, much less tinker with our robo-maid. Wait, I don't understand why Jula's feeling moody. I guess she's just in the mood, all right. It happens from time to time. Rachel 2.0 inherited some of the other droids' memories and had some follow-up questions. Rachel translated through a datapad and relayed through Ferris. Why did you do it? Elroy as Pissant?
Because it was gonna tell everyone what I did.
Rachel, he, not it. You could have deactivated him without killing him. Elroy as Pissant.
You can't kill a droid. They're not alive. And besides, they could be replaced. I can't.
God damn it, I hate to side with the neckbeard on this one. But it is what it is. Or so he thought. Oh, are we replacing Elroy? Is this what's happening now? Please tell me this is what's happening now. Once things calmed down a bit, Ferris took a road trip to the local cybernetics outfitter. Aw, yeah! There were some unclaimed limbs at the slave market, but they would need to be refurbished, disinfected, and exercised. You got ghosts in your robot arms? Okay, then. It didn't seem wise to jinx Jula with a ghost-tainted robo-hand that would strangle her in her sleep for whatever misfortune befell its previous owner. Is this a real thing that could happen in the game? Is this like in the rulebook? That is super wild. I don't know if I sign off or buy into any of that, but it is interesting. Rachel tagged along to analyze the mechanical side of the cybernetics, since one of our technicians was using the I'm in a medically induced coma excuse, and I would rather volunteer as a back knee removal technician at a Magic the Gathering tournament in an abandoned Texan rendering plant in the middle of August than spend any time on a buddy-buddy trip with Elroy. Even if it was just in-game, to say the very least. And regarding your metaphor, if we just cut the back fat off all of these beards, we could get this rendering plant operational again. Anyways, when we got inside and saw the full inventory, Rachel's little camera aperture went wide, and her processors were sent a-whirling with thought. The shop had replacements for everything. And thanks to Hutbeard's over-explanation, I do mean everything. And thus, Rachel decided to make a third wish. She wanted to be a real girl. Oh, no. I know where this is going and I hate it. She wanted to wish upon a star and have Ferris grant it as the blue fairy. Despite him explaining how hard it would be and asking, what else can I do, she wouldn't let it go. Oh, I see what we're doing here. I should be singing those parts. She wanted to be part of our world. A few more Disney references for good measure. Human again for the first time in forever, I suppose. And I'll make a man out of you. That last one's my favorite, dude. Let's get down to business. That's what I'm about. There was just no talking Rachel out of this, short of wiping her memory. I had promised her upgrades. That's what I said. You gotta do it. Be a man of your word. She had first saved our lives by letting us onto the ship, and I owed it to her. I asked the shopkeeper for a price on what the parts would cost, and it was enough to make Rachel give a sad astromech sound when she realized that it wouldn't be a lack of willingness on my part that would keep that dream from becoming a reality. There was some hope, though. The owner said that he knew of a wealthy aristocrat that had a daughter in need of a full cybernetic cranial transplant. He would likely fund the entire prototype for anyone that could help. There were no doctors in the nearby anywhere that had thus far been willing to take a melon baller to her brain basket and plop the innards in another framework. It was just an impossible task. High risk of failure, high susceptibility of being blamed, sued, or just outright mysteriously disappeared. Yeah, there's a lot of room to dump a body in space. You ever think about that? Nobody is ever gonna find that shit. But Ferris had friends in the lowest of places, so he wasn't too worried about disappearing. It's like if someone hires an exterminator, and when they show up, it turns out that they were in the same fraternity as the raccoon. Yeah, that raccoon and me, we go back. So ridiculous. Ferris essentially had nothing to lose. Reputation? He was little more than the glorified pediatrician to a bunch of destructive babies. Wealth? What wealth? Why would he be looking into the surgical equivalent of washing dishes just to pay for his freaking dinner? He got the parts to fix Jula and said that he'd be in touch if the surgical trade-off was a possibility. Jula, now with both feet on the alive side of her spiritual journey. Oh, that's right! In the last episode, there was a horrible crash. I kind of forgot about the horrible crash. What can I say? It's been a month since I read the last part. Sorry about that, everybody. But good, that's why Jula wasn't in the mood. It's all making sense now. And she pulled through, which is even nicer. She reached out to Pizza and found out that the auction was still on. They were still trying to figure out what had happened, but the security team's astromech was missing, and none of the security officers knew how to manually pull the camera footage to see what had happened. Ah, a real shame that. I mean, it is and it isn't. If you really wanted to get rid of Elroy as bad as I do, I would sit them down and explain to them how to pull the camera footage. Send a little anonymous email. Do they have emails in Star Wars? Whatever. I asked the party if they were okay with Ferris splitting off to do a medical adventure while they went to the auction, since, as we understood it, the auction to be was a use your words and leave your weapons at the door type of affair. Low risk of fighting, low need for a doctor. It was supposed to be a role-playing and social skill check encounter rather than a combat one, a chance for characters like Nala and Jula to shine. Supposed to be. Not with Elroy the murder hobo along for the ride. We confidently agreed that Ferris didn't really need to go to the auction. He wasn't the only character that would miss out on the action, though. You know him, you hate him. Elroy.
Why not?
Mac. Because the droid might not have been the only person to see you. Elroy.
All the more reason for me to.
Peacekeeper.
Dude, no. We cannot let you anywhere near people from the market.
Elroy.
But what if there's a fight at the auction?
Yeah, that likelihood is highly increased if we bring you along, right? Chainsmoker.
Do you think I'm going because I have a lot to say?
Scotty.
Yeah, if anything happens, he and I can deal with it.
Peacekeeper.
Gee, thanks.
Scotty.
They're going to take your blaster at the door. What are you going to use? Harsh language?
Peacekeeper.
No, that's a Ferris type of deal.
Elroy.
Fine. Well, if I can't go with you, then I'll just go help.
OP. Nope. Elroy.
What? Why not?
God. Just tell him. Just tell him straight up that nobody likes him. Go ahead. Take him out in the back and old yeller him verbally. Shit. Okay, think fast. Why not? The daughter's allergic to Jawas? There isn't room on the speeder? I'd rather just hold your head underwater until the twitching stops and the water stops bubbling. What if someone comes looking for the droid? Instead, OP settles on, what if someone comes looking for the droid? Or the huge boxes of credits that we stole? We need to stash them somewhere and turn away anyone who asks questions. Elroy.
But you guys said I shouldn't be around anyone from the market.
Come on, brain. What you got for me? They might not recognize you? No. You can murder anyone that asks too many questions? Jesus, tap dancing Christ, no. He probably will do. Huh.
What would his character do?
That's the one. OP. I don't know. You're really persuasive sometimes. I've seen you kind of just wave your hand a little and get people to change their tune. Just tell them that you don't have the droid that they're looking for. Hey, reference! I had to stifle the urge to vomit. I had just validated his existence. Ooh! It's okay, OP. I feel really dirty too. I just patted his greasy head and told him he had a purpose. I wanted to burn my hand. I wanted to lick a ghost pepper to punish my traitorous tongue. Well, needs must, I suppose. You did what you had to do. Rest assured in that. But it worked. See, like I said, needs must. Elroy?
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm the only one who could do that by myself.
Sure, yep, that's right. Whatever you need to stay out of our fucking way. Just sit on the ship and twiddle your thumbs and try not to ruin everything. The majority of the group gets to the auction and, as expected, is quickly disarmed and ushered inside. Peacekeeper and Scotty, now on autopilot because he was hungry and ran up to that Chinese place, had secured their invites by winning the race and the tournament, respectively. Hal flashed some cash and offered to let Pizza and his patrons use Mac as a cocktail waitress. Chainsmoker was able to piggyback off Hal's invite as his personal bodyguard. It's a depressing scene, all things considered. Hutbeard went into some pretty graphic detail about the depression of the slaves. Honestly, knowing all that we know about Hutbeard, he probably really enjoyed every detail, which makes it that much grosser. The hopelessness in their eyes, the crying and the begging, it was a little disturbing, even at the time, but knowing now what I wish I didn't know, I don't like it none too good. To say the least, yes. It's freaking horrible. All right, we're just gonna roll past that. One of the people at the auction was a moth that, well, let's just say that she seemed to have a thing for the ladies. Kept giving Hal and Mac's characters some hey girl, hey looks. Is that how they do it? I don't really know. When Jula's ex came on stage, she was so drugged up that she didn't even seem to be aware of the fact that she was alive, awake, and, thanks to Hutbeard's vivid description, unmistakably naked. Jesus Christ, man. I never thought a slave auction would be like happy fun times, but you're making this a lot more difficult than it needs to be. And probably enjoying that as well. Bidding got high pretty fast. Too rich for the blood of many, until there were only three. Jula, the moth, and a nameless bidder that we'll just call Rich Pervert. Jula had a fair bit of cash to flash, thanks to us robbing the market in the scuffle, but there was no way that she could match price with the other two. Mac had an idea for how to deal with at least one of the problems. Nala accidentally spilled a drink on the moth, and got a little handsy cleaning it up. The moth quickly lost interest in the auction and became keenly attentive to the delicious green specimen before her. Ick. You gotta do what you gotta do. Nala taking one for the team. I definitely do appreciate that. Jula and Nala, a couple of ride or die bitches if I ever saw some. Rich Pervert, however, had no Nala upon which to let his eyes linger. He kept bidding hard. Jula was quickly approaching the cap on what we could actually afford. Peacekeeper, I want to seduce the Rich Pervert. In the words of a fertility clinic collection specialist requesting a second batch, everyone, come again? No, you gotta wait a few days before you do that, alright? I learned that from the Stealth Beard OP. Peacekeeper? Yeah, like, I don't know. Like what Nala's doing. Kinda just brushing up on him. Hutbeard?
He doesn't seem interested.
Elroy?
This is getting weird.
Shut up, Elroy. You're on the ship. Oh, so when it's two female characters, it's all fine and dandy, but now that it's two dudes, it's getting weird. Methinks the homophobe doth protest too much. Yeah, no gay stuff in my make-believe. Okay. Peacekeeper, does it seem to be distracting him at least? Hutbeard,
roll for it.
Success with threats. Hutbeard,
well, he's distracted, but it's because he's getting angry.
Peacekeeper, I'm gonna keep doing it. Start dancing on him a little. God forbid. Why this? Elroy,
dude, you're gonna piss him off.
Mac, yeah, but if he distracts him for long enough. Peacekeeper rolls for distraction and gets a despair. Hutbeard,
the man shoves you off and pulls a holdout blaster from his jacket. Roll for initiative.
Oh boy, here we go. It wasn't Elroy. It was Peacekeeper, but he did it with the best intentions. So I'm gonna let it slide. Hal?
Can we wait until Scotty is back? I don't want him to miss anything.
Peacekeeper? Yeah, we can let Ferris do his stuff while we wait. Chainsmoker? Yeah, I need to step away for a bit anyway. For fresh air, obviously. Poor smokers, man. You ever smoke, OP? Do you understand the addiction? It sucks, honestly. Elroy?
Oh my god, this is so boring. Can you guys just call me and tell me that you need me to come fight?
Yeah, that's how it works. Somebody's got a holdout blaster. Elroy, help! Save us with your cool Jedi powers. Something to note here. I detailed a couple of the times that Elroy went off on his own adventure, but I cannot overemphasize the fact that those were just examples. The floor models. The billboard images of hate-worthy cringe denoted with exit ahead 3 miles. And this when I hang a U-turn on the fucking freeway. I don't want anywhere near it. The rest of the Emporium is not unlike the warehouse at the end of the Raiders of the Lost Ark, but each box contains another example of the Elroy show, rather than face-melting artifacts. Though, to be honest, you would need a set of jeweler's scales to measure the difference. Mac? No, you wouldn't make it in time. And if people see you, it's just gonna piss them off more. Whoa! Hutbeard?
We can do Ferris's stuff, but it won't take long. If Scotty isn't back by the time we wrap it up, you'll need to grab Chainsmoker from the parking lot and pull him back in for combat.
Mac? That's fine. And so we cut to Ferris's medicine checks. Yeah, now it's the Ferris show, and that's all right, isn't it? No, I'm just playing. There were a lot of them, and they ranged in difficulty. The hardest one was for replacing and reinforcing the skull. It was, as advertised, an impossible task. It was a full-blown 5-star difficulty, all upgraded, and that meant that there were 5 chances of me getting a despair. Oh boy, are you feeling sweaty? Better pull out the weighted dice. I saved these for just such an occasion. Well, a 1 in 12 chance 5 times. I don't know, I'm not good at statistics, but wouldn't that be 1 out of 12 chance per die, 5 dice? I'm too lazy to consult Professor Google, but I know that it was harder than no chances of despair. Okay, I did the Googling for you. I found Omni Calculator /statistics /dice. So we got a dodecahedron, 12 faces, there's 5 of them. The value is 1. You only have to roll a supposed 1 on 1 dice. I guess despair only covers 1 face. So yeah, the chance with 5 dice would be 0.2941945. So yeah, kind of a 30% chance of failure here, which doesn't seem huge, but it's pretty huge if this is do or die. You might kill a little girl. You got a 30% chance of killing this child. Okay, I guess. Here we go. I could dramatize it or stretch it out, but it's really just not all that interesting. Stressful as hell? Absolutely. I had to use it's not that bad skill at some point, but in the end, I was successful. The little girl's mind had been moved into a reinforced skull, and I had managed to graft it successfully to her nervous system. I even managed to reconstruct her face, with only a small scar running down the back of her neck along the spine. Ferris truly lived up to his reputation of being Space Jesus. I mean, 70% chance of success on that one roll. But yeah, I guess you could have failed at any point. Lady Luck was certainly with you this day. And now to collect a gigantic pile of credits. Granted, I had hit myself with a booster stim to increase my intelligence, and borrowed a few cans of Peacekeeper's Booster Blue to keep myself sharp and focused, but if you can't trust a doctor who pumps himself full of mind-altering chemicals after slamming back a can of paint dye, then who can you trust? Really? These are my performance enhancers, okay? Don't worry about it. This ain't like the Doctor Olympics, which should be a thing. I'd probably watch that. Which led to what was arguably one of the most awkward parts of the campaign. Peacekeeper described himself as feeling dirty for indirectly flirting with Hutbeard as a distraction during the auction. He wasn't the one that was about to build a sex bot, though. Oh, don't do it. Please don't do it. I hate everything about this. Some men are born perverts. Some achieve perversion, and some have perversion thrust upon them. Or into them if you're into it. Hey! To this day, I will never be able to unhear Hutbeard suggest that I use some warm, furry bantha skin to shave down and shape the right way, and you know what? No. I'm not gonna put you through that whole thing. I appreciate that, OP. I'm pretty sure that was gonna cut me deep. It was gross. It was a gross thing to say, said by a gross old man. It's also weird that he would suggest using anything with hair, considering... Please don't go there either. God. And OP says, nope, not going there either. You just did. All right. You get one. Everybody gets one. It was gross. He was a gross dude. Nuff said. Hutbeard.
All right. You've got the framework of the body assembled. You have the synthetic muscle stretched over the limbs now, and the synth skin is in place.
OP. So once I finish the head and torso, we're done, yeah? Hutbeard.
Yeah, but there's a problem. You've got her consciousness transferred to a new processing unit, but you're going to need to store some of her memory and processing machinery somewhere else. It won't all fit in her head.
Elroy?
OP!
Jesus, this fucking guy. OP? What? Elroy?
Give her some big tit!
Okay. Kind of reminds me of the comments on the thumbnail art. People are like, my goodness, those are some honkadonkas. Them's big old baboobas. I'm like, yeah, that's what Darkly likes, man. I'm not going to restrain the boy. He creates these tableaus out of like one sentence of the story. I think it's astonishing what he does. And if he wants to put boobas in there, then that's fine. People click it anyways. But OP just says in response, what? Elroy?
Yeah, like some really big tits. Because, like, you know, you could hide stuff in there.
Yeah, that's why. Peacekeeper, you want him to put computer parts in her boobs? Elroy?
Yeah, why not?
OP, have you ever actually touched any? Elroy defensively.
Have you?
Mac, he's got a kid, man. You're not a woman until you got those long, chewed-up nipples. And you're not a man until you sucked on them. Like a Louis C.K. bit. Elroy.
Well, still, you can put the parts, like, in the ribcage area, and just cover it up with some silicone. And make them big and round.
Hutbeard.
They'd make good heat sinks, and they'd be warm, too. Like the real thing.
All right, you guys. I'm getting up. I'm walking away.
Can't do any of this.
Make it stop. This is not what I signed up for. Poor OP having to construct this thing. OP just says, fine. Peacekeeper. Oh God. Ferris is gonna be a robosexual now. Mac. You should see the girls he dated in high school, man. Pirate's always been a boob guy. She's perfect for him. Whoa. Hal.
Plus, she'll be really smart. I think Ferris would need that. I can't see him dating an idiot.
It was like they were a bunch of little old women trying to set Ferris up with a nice girl. Not like an actual nice girl, but a good girl, who also happens to be a robot with giant tits. But they're used as heat sinks, so it's totally normal. What the hell's going on? This story's got completely off the rails. OP, good point. He's so arrogant that the only woman he would consider worthy is one that he made himself. Elroy.
Plus, she's gonna have a nice rack. You should make her a redhead.
OP, why? Elroy.
Because redheads are hot.
OP, how about I give her a fucking face first, and then I ask her what she wants after I activate her? Yeah, that's probably the way to go, isn't it? And so it was spoken, and so it was done. Rachel was excited to be able to speak. She was excited to be able to walk and pick things up. I asked her what color she wanted her hair to be. Elroy.
She should say red. She should want red hair. Not like orange hair, but like red hair.
Hutbeard to me.
She points to your face.
Rachel. Red. Like your eyes.
God damn it.
You might be tempted to, aw, don't. Not unless you can separate the character from the beard that is playing her. Hutbeard didn't make Rachel choose red hair for it to be sweet or sentimental. It was to make Elroy happy. Nailed it. Gotta keep that dosh flowing. So was Elroy gonna bang this robot or what? Are we gonna have to watch? I don't want to watch. Don't make me watch. Elroy.
So she's gonna have big tits and red hair?
Hutbeard.
Yeah.
Elroy.
You should make it long hair.
OP. You want to just draw a picture? Just give me your specifications, you weirdo. Elroy.
No, I can find some reference pictures, though.
Facepalm. You're such an idiot. OP, no thanks. I'm just gonna let her choose her own looks. Long hair it was. I'm sure this is all just completely incidental. Elroy says it, and then Hutbeard just magically makes it come true based on, this is definitely what the robot would want, and not because Elroy is directing all of this that's happening. Ugh. Long hair it was. The rest of the Ferris portion is the aristocrat sending his personal shopper to bring back a wardrobe for Ferris's new steel-plated paramour. To top it off, he provided me with a fully stocked, self-driving luxury speeder to replace the one that I had borrowed. Yeah, some sweet rewards. I think he's a happy guy, and so am I. So my side story was over, but Scotty still wasn't back yet. Is he hanging out down at the Chinese place or what? He just doesn't want to be around Elroy as much as everybody else. So Peacekeeper wrangled Chainsmoker back inside. Elroy looked on with envy at people who were able to roll dice, while he had to sit there with nothing to do. Surely Hutbeard will, I don't know, throw some guards for Elroy to Jedi mind trick or something like that, right? That's the perks you get when the GM is essentially your pet. So Nala grabbed a bottle and smashed it over the Moff's head in the surprise round. She dropped like the approval ratings of a politician that got his campaign manager's advice to shake hands and kiss babies. And then he mixed it up and went on a short-lived spree of roundhousing people in the wrist and giving their toddlers whiplash. Kick hands and shake babies. That's so ridiculous, dude. Savo got shot a couple of times, but eventually got the blaster out of Rich Pervert's hands. Dude died staring down the barrel of his own blaster. That is a rough way to go. Not rough enough for Elroy, though. Elroy,
all right, look, Scotty's not back, and you guys only have one weapon. I'm coming to help.
Hutbeard,
you can't get off the ship.
Elroy,
what?
Hutbeard,
when you try to leave the ship, the ramp won't open. It's been locked.
Got him, coach. Whoopsie. Did I forget to mention that I texted Hutbeard under the table to tell him that I had Rachel lock the ship behind us and override the internal locks to keep Elroy from sneaking off? Oh my God, biggest brain play. Although knowing Elroy, yeah, this is exactly what I would expect from him. So great job. You're beating him at his own game. Passing a note would have been conspicuous, you see. Elroy would have deduced that I was responsible, whether his character would have figured it out or not. One round of teary-eyed whining and a dice roll later, his out-of-character knowledge would find its way into Pissant's limited capacity for understanding, and I would start looking like that astromech droid that had clumsily rolled into his saber 14 times. I'm all for a little bit of PvP. Honestly, let's make that happen. That would be the easiest way to solve all this tension. Somebody dies right here and now and leaves the table forever. Yes! Settle it like men! Or, you know, Jawas and Chiss or Rhodians or whatever you guys are. Not men. Elroy had been going rogue on us for months, so I figured, why not give him a taste of that myself? I needed to make sure that I could live to have the last laugh, though. So I played dumb along with everyone else. OP, what? How's it locked? None of us said that we locked it. Hutbeard gave me a look, but he didn't sell me out. Small credit where small credit is due. Elroy,
well, they need me.
Peacekeeper, we got it, dude. There's no way for you to make it here in time. Elroy,
Hutbeard, can you increase the difficulty for something to give me a destiny point? I want to use one to say that I left the ship earlier.
Fortunately, Hutbeard read the room, or at least skimmed it, and saw how the rest of us felt about that. Hutbeard,
you'll just need to get creative this time, I'm afraid.
Mac, why would you leave the ship before now? Like, what would be your reason? Elroy,
I felt the fight coming through a disturbance in the Force.
God damn it. Yeah, it's just the Force. I don't know. I don't have to explain shit. It's magic. Peacekeeper, the fight has barely started. You wouldn't have known that it was happening until it started. Elroy,
okay, but I can still say that I started heading your way a few rounds ago.
Mac, not if you can't get off the ship. Whoa. Elroy,
then I'm gonna cut through the ramp.
Yeah, that's creative enough, I guess. If short-sightedness was a quantifiable characteristic, this man would be right behind the guy at Fox that said, "Sure, George, you can keep all the merchandising rights. It's not like this interstellar fantasy space opera of yours is ever really gonna take off." Yeah, they're kicking themselves for that, ain't they? But George had a vision. It's just kind of a shame that his vision is what it is now. Original 3, great. Next 3, less great. Last 3, oh man, please stop. Peacekeeper, dude, what are you doing? We can't take off if the ramp is missing a chunk out of it. Elroy,
I have to. You guys are gonna die if I don't get there with my saber to help you.
My God, he's got cabin fever. He's gone mad. Someone tie him to the mainsail or something. Mac, come on, man. We are telling you not to do that. Elroy,
I have to.
All together now, say it with me.
It's what my character would do.
I'm sure it is. So yeah, he cut through the ship's ramp to drop down and start running towards the auction. Run, Forrest! He's gonna get there, everything's gonna be over, and the ship's not gonna be able to take off. He's just so perpetually stupid, bro. The auctioneer and several other patrons had taken cover and were just keeping their heads down. The Moff's personal stormtrooper escort made their way into the room, along with some of the security detail that had escorted the rich pervert. All the while, Merwick just sat there eating in his zen state. I mean, yeah, Chainsmoker had his sheet, but we established a while ago that nothing short of direct interference could break Merwick from his food trance. The baddies figured, well, he's not turning us into visceral confetti, so best not to disturb him, which is probably a very wise decision there. But at first light, on the 5th day, the party looked to the east. Scotty came back into the store and was greeted with a chorus of, "Oh, thank God." Elroy seemed none too pleased, but that's because he knew what was about to happen. His thunder was about to get stolen faster than an unattended Ferrari left idling outside a juvenile detention center with lax securities and holes in the fences. 0 to 60 and whatever, I ain't really a car guy. You see, Chainsmoker's character was strong, but his points were all in melee. He needed weapons to really hurt people. Scotty had built Merwick to be able to make do without. He rolled for initiative to join the encounter, and so did I. Elroy,
but you're nowhere near the fight.
OP, I know. Elroy,
so why are you rolling initiative? We don't even have any destiny points left for you to say that you were already there.
Yeah, I wonder why we had to use them all. OP deadpan, it'll be funny. Trust me. Oh, that's beautiful. Scotty's round started, and I pulled my phone out and added a little soundtrack for him. He and the away team took their turns to the tunes of Rob Zombie's Dragula. Slam in the back of my Dragula. Hutbeard,
Ferris, it's your turn.
OP, I pop a bottle of wine in my luxury speeder and pour a glass for myself. Switches music to Luigi Boccherini's Minuetto, which I don't know. Sorry, I'm not cultured. Sorry, I'm such a piece of shit. I can't remember if Elroy actually thought it was funny, or if his sense of comedy was too refined to appreciate the jukebox juxtaposition, but I thought it was hilarious, and everyone else seemed to get a kick out of it. And then it was Elroy's turn. Elroy,
am I there yet?
Hutbeard,
not yet.
Another round of combat, another dose of Dragula, another snippet of Minuetto. Elroy,
am I there yet?
Repeat this for about 10 more rounds. I think I might have added some
"let the bodies hit the floor"
to spice things up around the halfway point. By this point, Savo is half dead. The only thing keeping Nala alive is pure hate, and Chainsmoker and Merwick are covered in so much blood that it's hard to say where theirs ends and everyone else's starts. Hal had low-crawled over to the slaves and picked the lock on his girlfriend's collar. She's starting to wake up a bit from the drug trance now. And now that Merwick is using one stormtrooper's arm to beat another stormtrooper into unconsciousness, they could just kind of walk to the exit. Mission complete, mostly, I guess. Whatever. Can I get some bandages? They get to the door, Jula limping on a cybernetic leg to which she's still not accustomed, and then it happens. Hutbeard,
all right, Elroy, you finally arrive.
Now that's funny. Elroy,
this is bullshit. I missed the whole fight. I didn't get to do anything tonight.
Hutbeard,
the auctioneer stands up and points right at you.
Auctioneer,
you're the one that killed my friends.
The auctioneer pulls a blaster and takes a shot at Elroy. The shot goes wide and instead hits Jula's girlfriend right in the back. God damn it. Mac as Nala points at the auctioneer. Merwick! Scotty as Merwick.
With gusto!
He gave the auctioneer 1 or 2, 3 hits to the face. Can I get 4? A 4 hits to the... A 4 hits about the head and neck. We got 4. Do we have 5? 5! Savage slaps to the man that just killed Jula's girlfriend. Do we hear 6? 5 going once. 5 going twice. Assault! Oh, that's good. I like that a lot. Auctioneer bought the farm. Unfortunately, so did Jula's ex. I thought about doing I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight as the parody, but I learned my lesson about going for low-hanging fruit and songs that are a bit too on the nose. Yeah, that is just me singing I Died in Your Arms Tonight. It's barely parody at that point. I am surprised you didn't whip the phone out, though, and play that on the Spotify radio or whatever that you got going over there. Although, I guess that would be a little bit callous. Your girlfriend's dead. Here's a song. The real tragedy is Hutbeard explained that after Jula and Gar, Hal's first character, parted ways, he got with his sister's ex and left after knocking her up. Jula was an orphan's aunt. Hal decided that his character adopted the child and retired from adventuring. The group had taken his first character out of the game by force, but this one went out on his own terms. I guess that's good. Is he gonna roll another character? Don't leave us yet, Hal! But fret not, dear readers. We were still able to capture the Moff and take her to the rebels for interrogation. Once we were back at the base, we met a Mandalorian foundling that had joined the Rebel Alliance. A man whose voice sounded a lot like Hal's. Ah, yeah, that's what I'm about. And this string of events brought Elroy one step closer to being someone else's problem. But more about that later. Parody time! Gautier, somebody that I used to know. Now and then I think of when we played together. Like how you robbed me and made Jula damn near die. And your defense when we got mad at you.
It's just what my character would do.
Well, that excuse was wearing thin, just like our patience. We were all subjected to your meta-gaming bullshit. You cared a lot about yourself, only yourself. So when we tried to lock you on the bus, just take a taste of what you did to us. You didn't like it, but the cargo ramp still blocked you. But you didn't have to cut it off. How the hell are we supposed to fix the cabin pressure? And if you could move fast enough, they'd all still recognize you and see through your bluff. No, you didn't want to wait instead. Once again, you threw the plan away and all for nothing. Except now Jula's ex is dead. Now she's just some both and that we used to know. Some both and... oh, God. That's beautiful. That is a song that goes way too high for me. I probably have to start it in like a much lower pitch to make it listenable, but I did my best with it. The parody is on point. I think it's just my singing that's a little off. But as always, I do appreciate the double parody story, Irish Pirate. You're just the biggest MVP, honestly. So yeah, thanks for joining me for this part of the story. I know it wasn't as exciting as some of the previous installments, but not every session we had with Elroy was a lemon-soaked bamboo splinters under your fingernails kind of torturous. Sometimes he was just like the bathtub's dripping faucet that keeps you up at night. You tried putting rags and buckets and just about everything unimaginable under it, but honest to God, that just makes it worse. And it's easier to just slowly become accustomed to the perpetual annoyance. There are countless tiny annoyances that will never make it to these stories because I'm nearing the end of Elroy's involvement in the campaign. It looks like I'm going to take this all the way up to episode 9, but there's more Star Wars shenanigans to be told, just not by me. Coming soon to a subreddit near you, Rogue Son, a Star Wars shenanigans story by Hal. Oh yeah, I'm liking this. We get the Red exclusives and then we get like a different frame of reference on the Red exclusives, like we did with Brute telling us all about Unfortunate. I mean, more content is more content, and I'm all about hearing about these beards. So yes, I hope that you will join us, Hal. I know we did talk a little bit on Discord, and, you know, a brief conversation though it was lovely to meet you, and you seem like a pretty clever dude. Definitely a guy I want in my corner, so yes, I want to hear your story, please and thank you. And in exchange, I will give you, color change on your name, a Discord role. It's basically all I can offer you at this moment, but hopefully that's enough. There will also be the comments section, and surely they will support you. So yes, I'm quite looking forward to that. This story, although it was, you know, not as frustrating, I do appreciate that. It had some good jokes. It had some action to it. No speeder blowing up, but I really think it's hilarious what happened at the auction. And then dude cuts the ship open to just run and get there, and it's all over. And then the auctioneer shoots a blaster bolt at him. Kind of sad that Jula's girlfriend didn't make it out, but I am glad that he got to wrap that character up. Give her a happy ending. Sometimes that's a lot better than, you know, playing your character until death. Elroy started drooling, like Pavlov's dog hearing a handbell cover of Through the Fire and the Flames. Star Wars Shenanigans, Episode 7. Yeah, I know my Roman numerals. The Force user Quakens, aka tabletop gaming gone wrong. We got a really short intro this time around for some reason. Irish Pirate just trying to cut to the quick after flexing his muscles about the long intros in the last episode. He's like, I can do this, or I can do this. I got some time to write because the kids are currently terrorizing their grandparents. Last week's Star Wars Shenanigans video dropped a couple of hours ago, when I started the first draft of this, at least. Wow, look at that. Drafts and everything, rewrites. What's going on here? That's a lot of effort for a Reddit post. I appreciate you. As such, there's really not a lot to go into for the intro, other than to say, I don't know how the text that was read and the text that got displayed were disconnected. The part that got put on display was an older version. Yeah, because I send my editor the audio file, and I guess somehow between me reading it and him creating the video, there was a revision, or rather a reversion to like the old state of the post or something like that. Doesn't really matter. I don't think most people are reading the words anyways. They'd probably be really frustrated with how much I stop to talk. So yeah, just put it on. Audio podcast quality stuff, you know what I'm saying? Everything's fine. This is normal. But OP does want to be clear that it was not my intention to Tarantino anyone. The line where I explained that I was going to start with a flashback must not have made it to the copy that got the voiceover treatment. Whoops. Yeah, it's kind of the trouble with revisions, I guess. There's just a lot of stuff going on here. We're doing the best we can, all right? If you're new to this saga, I'd recommend getting caught up first. Parts 1 through 6 can be found on my Reddit profile, user/theirishpirate18, or you can listen to it on the playlist on ReddX's YouTube channel. Yeah, pick your poison. Do you want yourself to narrate it? I guarantee you're gonna interrupt it less. Probably. Maybe. It's already part 7, man. This has flown by, honestly. I'm gonna start digging back through the archives, see what other stories we might have missed, because there is some treasure, I'm sure, in the subreddit. Anyways, the cast, as advertised last time, I will describe us as dogs this time, for funsies. So, you know, skip ahead if you hate fun. Okay, I will. I can't stand fun. These kids out here smiling and laughing. What do you got to smile about? I gotta go to a job. So OP is like a Neapolitan Mastiff. I don't know what that is. A little bit on the lazy side, but still protective of friends and family. Perhaps a little bit dopey. Mac is a Basset Hound. Oh, he's a sad boy, huh? Very loyal, but not the most active. A little goofy, but content to just sit nearby and mind his own business until it's time to go somewhere. Peacekeeper is a golden retriever. Friendly, loyal, and dependable. The bestest boy. And yeah, probably my favorite out of all the dogs, but we don't even have like regular dogs in the Philippines here. I mean, you could buy one for way too much money, but why not go get a street dog? We call him Aspen. It's a combination of the words aso, which is dog, and pinas, which is Philippines. Aspen. And it sounds fancy, like you're gonna take it skiing or something. Yes, both of my dogs are total mutts, and I love them. They are also the bestest girls. Chainsmoker's a bulldog. Short and stout with perhaps a couple of breathing problems. But still down for a good time. Gets along really well with the golden retriever. Bulldogs are also stubborn as hell, dude. But alright, Scotty's a Saint Bernard. What? Not a Scottish Terrier? Nah, cause he's a big boy. Friendly and always smiling. Very likely to bring you a small keg of brandy when you need it. Yeah, all those times that I go skiing with my dogs and end up in an avalanche. It's all coming together. Hal is a Jack Russell Terrier. Excitable and more energetic than all the rest. Likely to pee on the carpet if he gets overstimulated or if you forget to take him outside. Oh, come on. Hal's a good boy. I talked to him before. Don't infantilize him, okay? He's his own person, and just because he's got a little bit of spunk, you know, because he's young, that hasn't been beaten out of him quite yet. That doesn't mean he's like a baby boy. Don't listen to him, Hal. I know you wouldn't pee on the carpet. I would let you stay in my house as long as you want. You know, if you were a dog. Hutbeard is Cujo. just the goddamn worst. A very bad boy with a fondness for puppies. Oh God, I hate Hutbeard. Elroy is a chihuahua, small and annoying, very yappy. I like the comparison in the last episode where it's like, Hutbeard's the one downloading CP on your Wi-Fi. Elroy's like taking a crap in your front yard or something like that. One is much worse, Hutbeard, and one is much more blatant, Elroy. So while I've been frustrated with Elroy more, like in the story, Hutbeard is just such a bad dude. Anyways, speaking of the story, let's get into it. The group was able to reunite after the ill-fated auction and Rachel, the droid's transformation. Ferris greeted all his friends with all the kindness and compassion that he could muster. OP, you lot look like shite. Mac, we almost died, man. OP, well, that'll do it. A man of few words, very sharp words at that, but okay, I could respect it. So with that warm, friendly reunion out of the way, it was time to get the hell off of that planet. Faster than a cheetah in a stolen car full of cocaine trying to make it across the border before Johnny Law catches him and puts him away for intent to distribute. He lives in a 3-strike state and he's got cubs to feed, man. Yeah, I tell you, man, Chester Cheeto, he started out with that Cheeto dust, right? But then he had to graduate to some other dust that gave him a little bit more pep. And here's where he is now. No, Chester, if you cook that up in the crack, never mind. Don't do that. We should all strive to live within the bounds of the law, right? Let's become a polite society, shall we? Yeah, good luck with that. The problem we encountered is that Elroy, if you recall, had cut a hole into the cargo ramp of the ship that we had locked him on. We were able to do a slapdash repair job that fixed it at least long enough to break the atmosphere. Yeah, I think once you get into space is the actual, like, really dangerous part, right? The hatch was held on with dreams and duct tape. Which, like the Force, has a light side and a dark side, and binds the universe together. God, I use duct tape for everything. I've also become a really big fan of spray adhesive after having to put up all these audio panels in my room. Duct tape wouldn't work for that, which is just the slightest bit depressing to me. But it's all happening now. So breaking the atmosphere was one thing, but if we tried to jump to hyperspace, our redneck rigged patchwork would fly apart and we would all get sucked out faster than the star quarterback's baby gravy at the big games after party. Yeah, I was gonna say, and not in the fun way, but you got it. You're picking up what I'm putting down. Fortunately for us, the planet's moon had a small spaceport. Unfortunately for us, it wasn't used by the most savory of travelers. It was like the downtown Las Vegas Greyhound bus station before it got relocated during the pandemic. What you know about Las Vegas bus stations, Irish Pirate? Something you trying to tell me? I'm pretty sure Irish Pirate's just ram-tied with a mask on. So yeah, the spaceport seems pretty bad, but you know, it ain't no Mos Eisley. It's not a wretched hive of scum and villainy. It's like a wretched anthill of scum and villainy. I guess. Side note, explanation thing. Edge of the Empire has a system called obligation. Essentially, everyone has baggage that they're dealing with, and this system represents that. Like Luke with his daddy issues, or Han with his whole, this crime boss wants to mount me on a wall like a tacky piece of art he picked up at IKEA, woe is me, type of thing. Bro, if I could have a carbonite wall hanging of a human being without going to jail, I totally would. You tell me which IKEA I can pick that up at, and I will be there. So each obligation has a value number, usually 5 to 10 points. The GM would compile a list of everyone's obligations and roll a D100 at the start of the session. If the number landed in the range of one of your obligations, then your character spent the duration of that session stressing out about it, which lowered their strain threshold, which is like your focus slash mental energy slash emotional well-being, etc., by 2. The rest of the party had their thresholds lowered by 1 because your character was putting them all on edge. God, I wish mental health was just this quantifiable. Hey, you guys, enjoy the video. I might be a little off today because my mental strain threshold is down by 2. There was a comment the other day that really messed me up. -1. Imagine your roommates pacing back and forth in the living room while you're just trying to play some video games. My roommate does. She's called my wife. My wife. On the one hand, whatever shit they got going on really isn't your problem. But on the other hand, quick walking back and forth in your peripheral like a neurotic border collie is distracting and hindering your performance. It's like, okay, Greg, I know you're upset about the rumors that your girlfriend cheated on you, but you should have known that that was a strong possibility. Her sorority has a reputation, dude. Try Sig, everyone else has. Ouch. I told you I had a bad feeling about her from the moment you brought her over unannounced, and she ruined D&D night when she kept making judgmental noises and saying, "Oh my god, you guys are so random." Seriously, I told you something was off. You didn't listen. This is on you. I feel for you, man, but you need to sort all that shit out or throw your mobile pity party into another room. If I die one more time, I'm either throwing you or the controller through the TV. Still under warranty, and accidents happen all the time. Again, suspiciously specific. Yeah. Good luck with all that, Greg. Anyway, if the GM rolled doubles, 11, 22, 33, etc., the obligation came into play immediately that session. I guess like Boba Fett showing up chasing Han Solo around or something like that. Roll for initiative, here we go! So we got to the spaceport to repair our ship and park next to a decommissioned Gozanti cruiser, an Imperial freighter with the ability to have up to 4 fighter craft dock with it. Think of it like an aircraft carrier that's small enough to have a Napoleon complex. Ha, 4 craft on board. It's little baby freighters. That's okay. One day I'm sure you'll grow up and become a real boy. Turns out that it was owned by a group of bounty hunters. And those bounty hunters were looking for Mac, or rather Mac's character, Nala. Mac's backstory for her included stealing a lot of stuff. Go figure. From the family that had risen to power by ruining hers. What followed should have been our usual response. Don't get me wrong, we murdered and we hoboed. But when the time came to pile back into our janky YT 2400 and clear the scene, Elroy decided to think out loud. Must he though? Elroy says,
why don't we steal their ship? It's bigger, and you could dock fighters with it. Once we get my X-Wing, we could just park it under one of the wings. And I can hang out on the ship with you guys when you don't need it.
How about you just stay in the X-Wing? You fly behind us like way, way back there. It's gonna be fine. I don't understand why he's so obsessed with the X-Wing either. He's like, the wings open up into an X shape. Isn't that cool? Yeah, I guess. Like, isn't any sort of spacecraft pretty freaking cool? But I guess while we're playing pretend, why not have the exact spacecraft that you want, right? So yeah, because if, or more likely when, Hutbeard decided it was time to turn a pumpkin into an X-Wing for him like the fairy fucking godmother. We wouldn't want to miss out on his company. Exactly. That is another of the main reasons to not steal this freighter. Why have Cinderella fly alone when we were mere mice that could save a bunk down the hall and get the joy in our fearless leader's funny pranks? If we didn't have to constantly check our pockets, things might get too boring. How many times does somebody have to steal something from you before it's like a fighting situation? You know what I mean? I give you one, I guess, because we're in the party, we're trying to adventure together. But the second time you steal something from me, I'm seeing a pattern. Or rather, my character's seeing a pattern. The player already saw it. And yeah, we're gonna have some PK on our hands. A little bit of PvP action. Sometimes people just don't understand until you make them understand. Now roll a new character and don't have it be the same character. None of us can think of like an actual reason to say no, though. See, this is why you play a paladin, because you can always just say, stealing is wrong. Stop! You violated the law!
Stop! You violated the law.
Max says, only if I get to be captain. And we name it after me. Whoa! Ferris wasn't willing to abandon the ship that he had inherited at the start of the campaign, though, out of spite, if nothing else. So we ended up with 2 freighters. Hooray! Hutbeard wasn't too keen on that, and kept trying to give us reasons to abandon one or the other. We at least agreed to leave the carrier at the rebel base until and unless we needed it for docking fighters. It was a bit of a gas guzzler, you see, and good lord, who can afford that in this economy? It's very topical. I mean, gas has always been expensive, but now it's almost worth the price of gold. You see that crackhead Craigslist I posted the other day? Dude is out there literally fucking people in the ass for 15 gallons of gas. Craziest part to me is some people in the comments are like, yeah, that doesn't sound too bad. Different strokes for different folks, I guess, but holy hell, I could not do it. No way. At the mere mention of if we need it for docking fighters, Elroy started drooling like Pavlov's dog hearing a handbell cover of Through the Fire and the Flames. Elroy definitely heard the "we need it for docking fighters" part loud and clear. He sort of missed the "if," though. Selective hearing. It's a big deal. Elroy, to the rebel major that we had been taking orders from thus far.
Okay, we got them off. We're gonna get the information from her. And we have a carrier now. The smart thing to do would be to give us an X-Wing or 2 to make use of it.
Rebel Major.
I told you once before, I'm not authorized to just give them away. Once you rescue the general, you can ask him for one.
Elroy.
But if we had one now, we might have an easier time rescuing him. Let us at least borrow one, and we can figure out whether or not I get to keep it after the general is back.
I said no, and I meant no. This is a command, not a debate. Although, OP points out, it was a rather compelling argument. Yes, but the major is the major. Don't ask me questions, Private. Finding Elroy to be 100% trustworthy and not at all likely to just steal the damn thing rather than just borrow it, the major agreed. Hutbeard kissing Elroy's ass again. Elroy greedily rubbed his hands together, hopped in the cockpit, and took off into the depths of deep space, never to be seen again. The end. No, but really, how dissatisfied would you be if that is how it actually ended? I mean, tell me how people feel out of game, and then I'll know how to feel about it. I always hope for fireworks at the end, but a lot of sagas do end with a whimper rather than a bang, and that's okay. It's mostly about the ride, right? Maybe the real fireworks was the friends that we made along the way. So, what really happened? The Major heard Pissan out and gave him the same answer Rorschach gives when kindly asked for assistance. Rebel Commander, no! Yeah, there you go. He's the commander. He's not taking orders from some literal pissant. Ex-wingless, Elroy huffed indignantly and agreed to revisit the topic after we had the general. With them off at the base, the time came at last to get the information that we needed from her. She was actually more cooperative than you'd think. We had tea and scones with her, caught a show at the local theater, and had a long fireside conversation about the inner workings of the Empire and why she should help us. And by that, I mean Chainsmoker beat the absolute donkey piss out of her. And he just kept breaking bones until she coughed up answers like a piñata, yielding candy unto the stick-wielding crotch goblins assaulting it.
Yeah.
We don't condone methods of torture around here, you know. There's other ways to get information, but I'll be damned if torturing somebody doesn't get that information out really fast. There's a reason that it's not allowed, right? Or else everybody would do it. Although, Letterkenny, to be fair, I don't understand that reference.
To be fair.
She did call him a subhuman piece of shit first, and then came the beatings. So many beatings. And there was much rejoicing. Once we had the intel, the Moth had, according to popular opinion, outlived her purpose. Oh, that ain't too good. This is why you never give up the information. They're gonna do you in at the end anyways. You think you're just gonna get tortured and they're gonna be like, oh, thank you so much for telling us. You're free to go. Not in this old life. Most of the rebels wanted to watch them off dig her own grave with a stormtrooper helmet and give her the old Swiss cheese treatment before shoving her still smoking corpse into it. Ferris, however, was not one of them. Oh, what a nice guy. He wanted to heal her and lock her up. The war wasn't over yet, and there was no telling how useful she might be later. Oh, so it's not really him being nice, it's just him wanting her to serve more of a purpose. It's a smart move, all things considered, unless she escapes or something like that. But here's the secret. You just feed them really small amounts of food so they don't have the energy to try and make escape plans, right? That's what we do with the beards back at the lab. I mean, the test subjects are fed and cared for completely. He agreed to forego his portion of the reward money, taking her stay of execution as payment instead. As Chainsmoker was washing her blood off of his hands, Ferris went to her with his medkit and patched her up. He even did some pro bono facial reconstruction surgery while he was at it. Scored a triumph even. Look at her, she's even prettier than before. Wouldn't you hate me to put a blaster bolt through this nice new face I made? Now stay right here and cooperate. Or else. Hutbeard spun that as Ferris, making her even more attractive than she had been to start off with. What a swell guy, that blue-skinned medical marvel man. All hail Space Jesus. Yeah, he's doing big things in Imagination Wonderland. But do you think the Moth is grateful? No, she's still trying to escape. Boo-hoo, you broke all my bones. She repaid my kindness by spitting in my face. I swear I haven't read this story before. I just see where it's going beat for beat. It didn't exactly cover the copay on her insurance claim, but Ferris could wash it off at a basin perched atop the moral high ground while shouting, OP, A fine thank you, that. Your face looked like it had caught fire and someone put it out with sandpaper even before he hit you. That kind of ugly glowed in the dark, you horse-face bint. Horse-face bint? I don't know if we can say that word. What does that word mean? I shouldn't say words I don't know what they mean. Bint is a contemptuous term used to refer to a woman or girl. Wow, that is specific. I know another word that ends with blank blank NT. This word kind of makes me uncomfortable. I'm going to shuffle it into the vocabulary until somebody yells at me for using it. Next time they break your nose, you can fix it your damn self. I don't even know what accent OP had when I was reading that, but it doesn't matter. We're moving on. Our ugly duckling had informed us that the planet that they were holding the general at was in a nebula that could not be safely navigated without the proper coordinates. It was a blind flight through an obscured asteroid field, and the Empire closely kept the secret of how to safely make it to the center. The nebula had been discovered and successfully mapped a century ago by a renowned explorer. He had been buried with artifacts from his discoveries, including a datapad with instructions for how to move through the massive space cloud of death. We just had to find and explore his family catacombs on his home planet. Did I mention that he was from Alderaan? Yeah, didn't the Death Star blow up Alderaan? Okay, well, that's that, I suppose. I thought we were going to have a nice Skyrim-esque catacombs adventure, but things can never be that easy. So what are you going to do now? A realistic group would say, I don't know, well, the general's just kind of fucked then, huh? But we were optimists, or, you know, extremely desperate to shut Elroy the hell up. Elroy,
but if we don't save him, then I'll never get my X-Wing.
Yeah, that's what this whole adventure's been about. Getting you an X-Wing. Can we shove him out the airlock or something? Jesus Christ. Mac, she said the information is on Alderaan. There is no Alderaan, man. Elroy,
but like, they buried him, right? What if it was in like a vault or tube or something and it's on one of the asteroids?
Yes, let's spend the last 5 decades of our lives looking for a tomb that may or may not exist on one of these thousands of asteroids. Come on, man. Let's go home. Let's have a beer. Forget it. In that moment, Elroy was a well-used but unbroken pencil. Dull, but not without a point. I would argue that fact, man. How many thousands of asteroids come from a planet being blown up? You think you're gonna find one that happens to have segments of a tomb still left on it? I don't know, man. All I'm saying is I got better ways to spend my life. Maybe there's a scanner or something like that that can detect it, but seems like a niche chance. Do you realize how big space is? Anyways, we came out of light speed on the outskirts of the asteroid field and weaved our way through the broken bits of planet, but our scanner's range was so limited that we might as well have been going chunk to chunk like Saturday morning Jehovah's Witnesses. That's why I always answer the door naked, right? And then they're like, do you know our Lord Jesus Christ? And I'm like, yeah, he's hiding from me in my house. Come on in, help me find him. It's a Robin Williams bit. We did, however, eventually find the asteroid that we were looking for. Oh, what are the chances? Minuscule. It was large enough to land on, so we donned our envirosuits and made our way to the vault's entrance. It's not gonna go well. A little bit of catacombs exploration on an asteroid. Oh, this is next level. The vault was a massive mausoleum. Lots of alcoves and coffins set into the walls. We decided, stupidly, to split into 4 groups of 2 and explore. Me and the droid, Mac and Scotty, Chainsmoker and Peacekeeper. Delanus was the new guy, so the universal laws of seniority said that he got stuck with the shit end of the stick. Elroy,
that's smart. He's new, so we should definitely put him with the strongest member of the group.
No, Scotty already had a partner. In character, Hal's character had no frame of reference for how annoying Pissant was. To Hal's credit, he played into that and didn't let his real-world opinion of Elroy inform Delanus' attitude. I was gosh darn proud of that little fella. Now that is some commitment to roleplay. Tip of the hat, not a fedora. We all rolled percentile die to see if we found the right tomb. Hutbeard said there were 100 different ones that we could check in this section of the vault, so until and unless someone rolled the exact number, we were all just kind of wandering around. Elroy and Hal rolled a number, and Hutbeard smiled, shuffling around behind his GM screen. Uh-oh. That's never good. Maybe he was getting some notes for us. Maybe he was going to bring out a puzzle for us to solve. Maybe he was just, jerking his gherkin to something that he found in the "you should be ashamed of yourself" aisle of the dark web superstore. Oh, God. We don't... Oh, please. I've seen too much of the dark web already. I'm never going back. Next time I call Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, anywhere on the internet a shit show, just remind me that the dark web exists, and I'll be like, oh yeah. That's the show you really never want to see. There's also a lot of banal crap there, but every so often you will run into something that you can never unsee. Please stay off the dark web. This has been your PSA for the day. No, instead, Hutbeard was getting minis, clutches of large purple eggs. He sat them down on the board and looked up at us. Hutbeard to Hal and Elroy.
As you wander down this corridor, you see a caved-in section and a clutch of wet, purple eggs.
Wet eggs. Okay, well that detail should be a tip-off to anyone with some common sense. Old eggs are not wet. That is a quality reserved strictly for the freshly laid variety. But guess what Elroy did? No, really, guess. I'm gonna give you some time to think it over. Jeopardy music. I think he stole the eggs and put them in his pack, and something got real mad and came and tried to kill them both. Boom, boom. All right, got your guess? Here we go. Elroy.
I want to pick one up.
Yeah, boy. Why? Why would you pick up a purple egg? It clearly has very little monetary value. We don't know about the nutritional value. I don't understand. It's just an egg. You're putting yourself in danger for nothing. Hutbeard then instructed them to roll initiative before we could try and stop him, which is fair. Our characters weren't close enough to do anything. Hal should have had a chance, though. Chainsmoker.
Well, they're dead.
Peacekeeper. Yeah, nice knowing you. I look forward to meeting your next character, Hal. Chainsmoker.
What are we up to now? 4?
Hal.
But I just made this one.
Scotty.
Have you never seen Aliens?
Elroy.
Guys, stop it. Pissant doesn't know any better. I'm just doing what my character would do.
Yes, the excuse to end all excuses, I suppose. Whatever, bro. You want your character to drop dead? Spend some time rolling up a new one? Go ahead. That could be the only logical reason I see for picking up those eggs. And it's not just what the character would do. Do Jawas just love eggs or something like that? If it's something mechanical, sure, I buy it. But an egg? Nah. There was fear in Elroy's tone this time, rather than petulance. His imaginary space wizard might soon be Balrogged. If he died in Space Moria, could he come back as Pissant the White? Please, no. Don't give him any ideas. Hutbeard putting some minis on the board.
As you touch the egg, you hear a chittering sound and movement coming from the rubble. Carefully placed rocks move to the side as a group of insect-like creatures burst forth, armed with crude weapons. They click their mandibles as they rush at you.
He put at least a dozen minis on the board. Oh, crap. 2 versus 12? Yeah, I don't like our odds here. Out of character, we figured that they must have been minion groups. Minions are individually weak, but when they fight as a group, they're supposed to share one attack roll to represent them working as a team. The more you kill, the weaker the attack roll gets. Hutbeard.
Okay, Hal. You're up.
Hal. I want to radio the others for help. Hutbeard.
You send a message, but you get feedback from the comms unit. You're not sure if the message actually made it, or if being underground is causing interference.
Hal used his action to make an attack roll. He scored a hit and rolled a decent amount of damage. One attack dropped a couple of those insect things. Yes, indeed, minions. 2 characters might have a hard time with it, but they could pull it off if they work together. If. Hutbeard.
Okay, Elroy.
This was his time to shine. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He had the opportunity now to recreate the corridor scene from the end of Rogue One and show us all just how badass he could really be. With great power comes, I drop the egg and run away. With great power comes bitching out, I guess. Elroy, I should have expected as much, honestly. I'm the strongest character. I'll keep the new guy safe. How are you so terrible at this game? Good God. Like a neckbeard at the University Gamer Club's LAN party that talks shit to the stranger rounding out his League of Legends team's incomplete roster, only to have the subject of his rant stand up mid-match to come ask if he felt inclined to repeat himself offline. Yeah, keyboard warriors and whatnot. We all just looked at Elroy in stunned silence. Hal, wait, you're just leaving me here? Elroy,
well, he said that we don't know if the message went out. We're gonna need help. I'm gonna go yell for the others.
But that is not what he was doing at all, is it? He traded his action for a second move and was able to just sprint away from the fight. He could have at least attacked something and made a slow withdrawal, but that wouldn't have maximized his chances of survival, you see. You don't have to outrun the aliens, you just have to outrun your friend. It's so awful. Hal's character's dying just seems to be the recurring theme. You're so attached to your space wizard that you can't even help your friend out if it looks like a fight that you might lose in any way ever. But yes, Hutbeard rolled some dice. He took Elroy off the initiative board and said that
he would let us know when Pissant had found us.
In the meantime, Hal had to fight and retreat by himself. In the end, he tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter. A little bit of Linkin Park thrown in there, yeah, I'm with it. That album was my whole 2000s. And then I was like, surely they'll make another album. Nope. They just remixed everything until I completely lost interest. But that one album is pretty good, though. And yes, Delanus dropped. Hal was a little bit upset. He hadn't even made it through a full session with this new guy. That does suck really hard, dude. His last character was retired, though. But indeed, this will be the 4th character that he has to roll up for this game, and I would just be far too frustrated at this point to continue. They're like, you know what, guys? Actually, I think I'm just going to stay home and watch some Netflix. Smoke a bowl of weed. That sounds like more fun. Side note, after starting this recollection of the Elroy saga, I started GMing my own Edge of the Empire campaign. Scotty and Mac both have schedules that have kept them from being able to join. Anyway, Hal's character almost drowned in 3 feet of water within 5 minutes of starting the campaign. Literally, it was a standard difficulty check to walk across some rubble to cross a small pool of water. He failed the roll bad enough to end up with his head underwater. He kept failing the simplest of rolls to just stand back up and ended up saying, Hal, are you shitting me? I'm gonna die in a kiddie pool right off the bat. Peacekeeper did go to save him, but eventually Hal was able to perform the Herculean task of standing up before his savior got there. Not at all relevant to this story, but I thought that you might find that amusing. Yes, there is definitely a pattern developing here. I kill my characters on purpose. I think it's really cool to see him go down in a blaze of glory and such. Hal was so excited about playing a Mandalorian when he made Delanus, that he had even dropped money on a mini and asked if I would be willing to paint it for him after the session was over. Roll another Mandalorian, I guess. Delanus, doesn't matter. Not gonna work here anymore anyways.
Not gonna work here anymore anyway.
It's an Office Space reference. He shook his head as he watched Hutbeard sweep what could well be a short-lived investment off the board. Oof. Elroy found us and we navigated back to where he had left Hal after yelling at him for abandoning him. Elroy,
there were too many to fight alone.
Mac, first of all, you guys weren't alone. Chainsmoker,
not until Elroy ran away, at least.
Mac, second, the minion groups, man. There's supposed to be a lot of them. Think about the movies, where a small group of heroes take on legions of stormtroopers. Minions are there to let us cut down a lot of enemies and make our characters look badass. Whoa! Elroy,
you don't know that they're minion groups.
Peacekeeper, yeah, we do. He only got one attack roll and it killed more than one of them. You don't carry any damage over to another target unless they're in the same minion group. Elroy,
well, I didn't know that.
Chainsmoker,
you've got the rule books.
And he points at him.
Right there.
Mac, have you read anything other than the 4 sections? Elroy,
guys, stop yelling at me. Pissant wouldn't know anything about minion groups. He would just see a lot of enemies and decide to run. I'm just doing what my character would do.
Oh God, he said it twice. Please, no, not again. A world-ending event happens if he says it 3 times. Scotty,
your character keeps saying how strong he is and acting like he should be in charge. Either he's full of shit in-game, or you're not doing what your character would do. So which is it?
Ooh, the confrontation's coming. Elroy,
you don't know how he thinks. He had his reasons, okay?
Yes, A handful of very vague reasons that I can't elaborate on right now. Okay. Yeah, cowardice. That's the main reason. We kept arguing until our characters got to the egg corridor. The insects were gone, and so was Hal. We cleared the collapsed tunnel and discovered that there was more vault to explore. This part, however, was populated. Heavily so. By creepy crawlers? By creep-a-crap-a critters? We were greeted by a welcome wagon of over 100 insects. It's like showing up to a hill of giant ants with a truck of sugar. You have their undivided attention, but it might not end diplomatically unless you consider, oh God, please stop, that's my leg, I need that, to be words of diplomacy. Which they're definitely not. But honestly, you can have my legs. Take them both. I want to get cybernetic legs that let me jump over a building. Wait, this isn't Shadowrun or Cyberpunk or whatever other tabletop. This is Space Wizards. Out of character, I knew what they were from the moment that Hutbeard had described them. The first question was, does Ferris know what they are? OP, I want to make a xenology check to see if I know what Killiks are. And I got a triumph on the check. Hutbeard,
you don't just know what they are. You actually wrote a dissertation about them in one of your xenology classes in med school. You know everything there is to know about them.
OP, okay, I ask if they have any joiners that I can speak to. Killiks have a hive mind, and they can communicate to one another telepathically. But to speak with outsiders, they need sentient beings which they've captured and altered. Once the joiner transformation was complete, this being would lose all sense of independent will and become part of that hive mind. Think of it like being initiated into a gang, only instead of having the shit beat out of you, they pump you full of their pheromones. Which sounds worse, honestly. I personally would prefer a round of excrement ejecting pugilism. Yeah, I'm with you, dude. Keep your pheromones away from me. You can imagine then how we felt to see Delanus emerging from the crowd. Oof. Hutbeard as Joiner Delanus.
This one is incomplete, but we can speak through him.
Hal. What? Dude, so I do need to make a new character? Again? Hutbeard.
Not yet. Just wait.
OP. Can you maybe not complete him? Hutbeard as Joiner Delanus.
Are you willing to take his place?
You know, he had a good half-session run. Hal can explore some other options now. I hear assassin droids are fun to play. I can help him draw up a nifty HK unit. OP is Ferris. No, but I could offer you some other options. Peacekeeper. Oh God, he's gonna pull a Hal on us. Hal. Hey, he's not Gar. OP is Ferris. We're at war with the people that once destroyed your world. We can help you settle on a new one. A safe one that no one else will find. But you'll need to help us with something there. They agreed to only leave Hal partially joined. They said that he would still be able to operate on his own and have his own will, but they would always be able to speak with him. He was like a long-range walkie-talkie now. It's better than nothing, I guess. Congratulations, you're now a schizophrenic with ants in your head. Actually, I am gonna roll a new character, guys. Sounds good. So far as I know, actual lore doesn't say anything about them having interplanetary telepathic range, but it was Hutbeard's version of this universe, so we just kind of went with it. The Killiks helped us find the tomb that we needed, and we got the map. We also spoke to the Hive, using Delanus as our very own Google Translate, and hatched out a solid plan. The Killiks would storm the front of the Imperial compound and draw as much of their attention as possible, leaving us to find an alternate way in. Yeah, we got some cannon fodder. Are we sure that they actually understand what is happening? Maybe it's I who doesn't understand what is happening because, like, as part of a hive mind, I guess they can kill off a few thousand and the hive mind still exists. Maybe a hard thing for one individual human to come to grips with, but yeah, I think that ants don't really give a shit. They do what must be done. They said the attack would require a special variant of Keelik, though. Tank-sized monstrosities with steel-hard chitin and horrifically strong mandibles. Why don't we all get to be the special variant? I don't want to be a regular ant creature. I want to be a monstrosity. We agreed to it because it seemed like there was no way in the world Prometheusing an unattended planet full of sentient psychic ants capable of creating their own Bruce Banner bugs could ever bite the universe in the ass. This is a solid plan with absolutely no repercussions, right? Right? Yeah, whatever you gotta tell yourself. The only way to create the Formicidae fuck-offius would be if we brought the Keelik something to add to their nectar. They said there was once a type of medicine that the humans on their world used before the Bacta was invented. If you don't know what Bacta is, Luke had a bath in it after the Wampa attacked him in The Empire Strikes Back, and Boba Fett sleeps in a bed of it for the first few episodes of his Disney Plus series. If you don't get those references, I don't know why here. Elroy, he's not that neat, even as a beard specimen. Go watch some Star Wars. You can't make me. We don't even have Disney Plus in the Philippines. Chew on that for a little bit. Gotta boot up my VPN, and I bought Hotspot Shield as my VPN, which is like the worst possible, slowest thing ever. Never ever do it. Which brings us to today's sponsor. No, not really. I'm not shilling for anybody yet. I definitely know that I ain't gonna shill for Hotspot Shield. Anyways, Colto was an organic healing compound that could only be harvested in specific places. Bacta could be manufactured anywhere, and that kind of availability killed the Colto industry, not unlike video unto the radio star. We can't go back. We've gone too far, or something like that. After graduation, Ferris had become a university professor, and in studying Colto, he developed a theory that it could be more effective than Bacta if it was properly cultivated and refined. One of his academic rivals at the university, however, was on the payroll of Big Pharma, Space Pharma, Galactic Pharma, the biggest pharma. Even a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, shit like that inevitably reared its ugly head. Ferris's rival had sabotaged some of his experiments to make him look like an idiot. Ferris was laughed out of the academic world, lost his job, and never finished his research. Bro, you need to get back at that rival. You can't just let that go unattended. I demand revenge. The only job he could get after that was working at a small-time hospital at the ass end of nowhere until his piss-poor attitude sent him to the unemployment line. Or it would have, at least, if Mac and the others hadn't caught him on his way out of the building. Why is any of that relevant? Because the Selkath, natives of the Colto-producing planet Manaan. What? Manan? We're gonna go with Manan. Hadn't maintained a large-scale harvesting operation in centuries. But if someone was able to convince them that it could be profitable again, they might be willing to provide a few barrels of it, or a few hundred. But to convince them, Ferris would need to get his old research data from the university. This was to be a use your words, leave your weapons at the door affair. But we saw how well that worked out last time now, didn't we? Just leave Elroy in the ship. Let him cut it open and be late again. You got the ship prepared. Everything turned out fine. Anyways, now we are into our parody song. Panic at the Disco. I write sins, not tragedies. Bro! Fall Out Boy and Panic was like my whole 2005, I guess. I didn't like the next album they released, but the first one I heard was a freaking banger. So yeah, I know this song. Cool. Oh, I remember when we searched for the tomb of a man that explored and we had to split the group. Yes, we had to split the group into 4 to save time. Oh, I wonder what this is. Oh, I wonder what this is. Says the Jawa to the Mando. You should leave that weird egg there on the floor. I chime in with a haven't you people ever heard of? Don't touch it if it's not yours. No, you're more likely to pick it up instead. Run away, I guess, and leave your friend to die. I chime in. Haven't you people ever heard of saving your friends in war? No, you're more likely to save yourself instead. So just run away. And that's all we get. The song goes on for much longer, but I'm glad that that's the parody. A little taste. Let Irish Pirate know if you need the full version. I might. I tried to go for a syllable to the best of my ability parody, but there are parts of the song where the syllables are strung together so fast that it was a bit difficult to write, and I'm sure to sing. I think I got it in like 2 to 3 takes or something like that. With my parodical nonsense out of the way, and piratical nonsense, you see what I did there? We are now nearing the end of the Elroy saga. I'm gonna try to keep working on the next couple of pieces at a faster pace. I honestly don't know what to do next. I had started a Neckbeard series called Fat Bottom Beard, but I guess I'll give a few other options at the end of episode 9 and see if anybody has a preference. Edit, there are also some stories from the game store that didn't involve Elroy, but they were just a smattering of other beard encounters. I might do a smaller saga called The Beardalorians. Man, Irish Pirate really likes Star Wars. That's what I should have asked him about on stream to get him going. Oh, did I mention I have a Twitch stream at twitch.tv/DaytonDoes? You should join us sometime. Great plug, great segue. Good job, everybody. So until next time, edit. Actually, I'm not going to be able to finish Elroy out in 9 parts. I thought that I could, but storyboarding and word count estimates based on previous parts make it look like that's not going to happen. I'm going to take a small flashback and skeleton crew session off into a side story, Solo Fight, a Star Wars Shenanigans story. Oh, it's based on Solo, that movie that has Solo. Did anybody see that? I didn't. So yes, while I'm not as into Star Wars as your average bear, I definitely do enjoy the story, just for the beards themselves. I do get some of the Star Wars references, but there is a lot of Star Wars stuff out there now. Thank you so much, Disney. Used to be just 9 movies, and now it's like, oh, we also got these side movies and this sideshow, which I guess is good, because surely there are plenty of other interesting characters in Star Wars. Let's just make sure we never do another Star Wars holiday special, shall we? Pinky promise. Maybe Jawas are kleptomaniacs. I really only pegged them for going after like droids and stuff like that, but if that's how the lore goes, then that's how the lore goes. And maybe indeed Elroy was doing what his character would choose. See, I didn't say the whole thing because I don't want to end the universe again. It's strange to consider that he might actually be thinking this out and doing the thing that his character would choose to do on purpose. I said it twice now. Gotta be careful. But yeah, he probably knows at least a little bit more about Star Wars than I do, so maybe it is what his character would do. Oh crap, I said it! No!
I used my lightsaber to cut my legs off.
If your leg get cut off, would it hurt? Duh. How though? Cause your leg got cut off, fool. Where you gonna feel the pain? In your leg.
Solo Fight! A Star Wars Shenanigans story. Tabletop gaming gone wrong. And actually, user the Irish Pirate 18 is sitting in the Twitch chat as we're recording this. He said that this is part of the canon story. He just ran out of numbers on the outline. So, correct myself from 30 seconds ago. And yes, this is slotted in where it's supposed to be. Good. Great for us. It's going exactly how it's supposed to go, I'm pretty sure. So, okay, I'm very glad to have ROP in the Twitch chat. I like to do that as much as possible, but I know I stream at a weird time, so I appreciate you staying up late for me. Let's go ahead and get into the story. We've got our intro. I didn't get this one out quite as fast as episode 7. Blame Scotty. He bought me a copy of Elden Ring because he either really likes me or really hates me. Yeah, Elden Ring be like that. I put 30 hours into it in like a week and then never picked it up again because one of my save files got corrupted. So I'm like, hey, whatever. I didn't even want to play this game anyways. So I didn't beat it or anything, but I did play it. I enjoyed what I played, but I got very frustrated losing my character. Hopefully you're having a better experience than I am. Also, this is going to be the Fallout New Vegas of the series, in that it is part of the series, but the numbers are going to pretend that it doesn't exist. That's pretty sneaky. I like the Fallout New Vegas of the series. Automatically, it's my favorite one. Episode 8 is still going to be the next one, even though it's technically the 9th part of this ReddX exclusive tabletop gaming saga. Oh, he's using the branding and everything. I'm so proud of you. That's exactly what we gotta do in these days and times. Branding is everything. Answers to some comment questions from the past few episodes. Question 1. Why didn't we just kick him out of the campaign? Answer to that, it wasn't our call. We told Hutbeard fairly often that Elroy was getting out of hand, and we were assured that he would handle it. Elroy would flex the play nice muscle for as long as he could, but the problem with goldfish-esque attention spans is... wait, what was I talking about? You got me so good. I identify with that so much. Sometimes I sit down in the Twitch chat, people start playing with the soundboard, and then, wait, what was I talking about? Just recycle the same punchline, it's fine. Question 2 was, why did you not just kill him? Answer, murder is illegal. And although he was annoying enough to earn a cameo appearance in 1 or 2 SAW fantasies, he would not be worth the prison time. No, smartass, why didn't you kill his character? Answer to that, yeah, did I mention the fact that he was force sensitive and had a lightsaber? In Edge of the Empire, lightsabers ignore most types of armor. And besides, how can you kill what the GM will not allow to die? If I were going to get rid of him, it wouldn't be through combat. Yeah, you gotta be clever about it, you know what I mean? Push him off a bridge or something like that. Drop a giant boulder on top of him. I don't know if that really counts as clever, does it? But yeah, Hutbeard definitely would never allow this dude to die because dude is out here keeping the store afloat, increasing profits. And while Hutbeard is a scumbag, he does seem to understand how capitalism works. He's like, okay, you're giving me money, I gotta be nice to you. That's just how it be sometimes. Anyway, if this is your first exposure to Star Wars Shenanigans, then you're essentially walking in 3/4 of the way through the movie. Kind of in the wrong place, if I may say so. I recommend checking out the previous posts over on the Irish Pirate 18's Reddit profile, or you can let ReddX read them to you on his channel. That playlist down in the description, although it's not as fast as reading it yourself because I like to have these little tangents, you know what I mean? Tell you what's going on in my life, how this relates to things that I've experienced. Some people like it, some people don't. If you don't, get out. If you want to jump straight into the long collection of my long-winded, split-attention ass recounting a 6-year-old tale of bitter tabletop annoyance, yeah, the playlist is down in the description. Is that meant for me to say long-winded split attention as? Because I feel like that line was written for me to narrate. I'm pretty sure. Anyways, brief trigger warning here. There is mention of psychiatric hospitalization. So here we go. That's my Mario voice. That's the best I got for you. Oh, pasta. Oh, linguine. Oh. First, let's get into our cast, though. We got OP, gaming nerd with another baby on the way now. Oh, baby on the way club. High five. Boom. A $15 copay and a week-long vacation with a bag of frozen peas would ensure that this was the last one. Oh, you got the snip? I told my wife I'm going to get the snip after this one, and she said don't do it. So you know that means we're probably going to have another one. I'm like, look, I'm done. I don't want any more. And she's like, neither do I, but don't do it. Oh, okay. So you're not 100% sure, right? OP's character is Faris. Chafari Sabson is his whole name. He's a chismatic with an unhappy backstory and a moral compass that mostly pointed north. To this point in the campaign, his kill count stands at a staggering 0. His blaster has been purely decorative. But those are always interesting characters to play, are they not? One of the most interesting playthroughs I had through Fallout New Vegas was a 100% speech build. No combat. And it worked out pretty well, honestly. And Irish Pirate said in the Twitch chat that he didn't even ask her. She was not exactly 100% thrilled. That is a big leap to take all by yourself. I wouldn't have done it. Walked in there and been like, yep, that's it for me. I'm checking out of the gene pool. Come on, man. Just maybe. It seems like something you should talk over with your wife, but what do I know? What do I know? Mac is OP's childhood best friend. His character is Nala, a Fallian scoundrel with an unhappy backstory and a moral compass that was caught in an electromagnetic storm of emotion. Or greed. Or both. Mostly greed, I think. Get the bag, bitch! That's what I'm talking about. Peacekeeper was the chillest of dudes, relaxed and friendly like 99.99% of the time. Yeah, that's most of the time. Mostly. His character was Savo, a Rhodian sniper that served as a healthy outlet for the other 0.01%, addicted to drinking paint dye and dishing out long-range flatlines. Ooh, baby! That sounds like a lot of fun. Mostly drinking paint dye. If you haven't tried it, don't try it. I can't sign off on any of that. Chainsmoker was Peacekeeper's best friend forever, self-aware and self-accepting of his limited roleplay abilities. No, we don't sign off on that. Apply yourself, try. It's one of those things that you can get better at through practice. But if he doesn't want to, I guess whatever. At least he shows up, I guess. He's always quick with a joke or to light up a smoke. And if a fight breaks out, that is where he'll be. I mean, that's the only time that he's in the game shop, essentially. Otherwise, his character's just on autopilot. From what I've seen, not knocking the dude, but come on. Do a little bit of role playing. Just a little bit of practice. You're gonna like it, I promise. Maybe, whatever. Chainsmoker's character is Roblox, and he is described in Piano Man style per Irish Pirate. Drill us a hole, you're a psychopath. Drill us a hole tonight. When this Nikto runs in with his mining drill, you're in for a grisly old fight. I don't think that's... I missed the notes, but that's fine. We're moving on. One take. Hal, known to some apparently as Kenny because of the frequency with which his characters die or almost die. That is pretty clever, honestly. I should change his voice. Instead of like the pimp voice, you just do the muffled, you can't understand what he's saying. That's going to be so annoying for people who are only listening. He was once hospitalized for a self-assassination attempt, IRL. He appeared to be doing better now. Appearances, however, are not always considered the most reliable form of opinion. Yeah, lots of very depressed people will just put on a happy face on the outside because it's not an easy thing to talk about. It's not socially acceptable to talk about. So you just have to play pretend for the rest of the world. God, I get it, Hal. I definitely get it. Hal's character was Delanus, a Mandalorian soldier with an unhappy backstory and recent injuries from a run-in with people-sized fire ants that apparently got infected. Yo, remember when Hal got his brain juiced in the last episode? If you don't, yeah, go check it out. I'm sure we covered all that before. Scotty is the real-life inspiration for the big friendly giant. Long hair, long beard, and a kilt and a claymore shy of being a genuine Highland warrior. Yeah, close enough. His character was Merwick, a genuine Wookiee warrior. He was force sensitive, but he wasn't like, you know, a dick about it. He had 1 force power, and it just made him harder to hit in combat, which is a pretty good force power to have if you're going to be in the middle of combat. Hutbeard is a Peter file, you know what I'm talking about, with a habit of sacrificing the group's interests for the sole benefit of Elroy, the one true main character of this campaign, because he spent so much money in the shop. All things must revolve around him, or Hutbeard might fall behind on his rent. Money talks, bullshit walks. Or, you know, bullshit also walks, apparently. Money makes the bullshit walk? Is that how that works? I don't know what's going on. Elroy's character is pissant, if you prefer. He's a Jawa, force sensitive, and contrary to Merwick, yeah, he's a total dick about it. He wasn't known for making wise decisions, but we were frequently reminded that Elroy was only doing what Pissant would consider to be appropriate. And I came after Pissant in the last episode saying that, you know, Jawas, I don't know if they like eggs or something like that, but yeah, apparently they do. That's canon. Somebody in the comments let me know. I do remember that quite heartily. And now we will get into the story. My goodness, we're here! When we last left our intrepid band of idiots, Hal had almost been hive-minded into a colony of giant space ants that wanted to turn him into their own personal ventriloquist dummy. We were able to give them an offer they couldn't refuse. Yeah, I can't remember what the offer was, but I do remember that he wasn't fully transformed. Now he's just like schizophrenic with ants inside of his head, which kind of sounds like a fate worse than death, but okay. I mean, they could have refused the offer, but the end result of that diplomatic would be a bunch of pissy gamers rolling up new characters, while Elroy sat behind his plot armor saying, "It could be worse, you know." Yeah, it could be worse for everybody except you, because you come in here and drop daddy's money on everything, right? God, I wish I had some daddy's money. As it turns out, I'm the daddy, and now I just got kids that spend my money. Oh, life is cyclical in a way, is it not? Anyways, it was around this time that I got a call from Hal. I hadn't recognized the number, so the conversation went a little bit like this. OP? Hello? Hal? Hey, OP? OP? Oh, hey, Hal? New number? Hal?
Not exactly. I'm at the hospital.
OP? Which one? Hal?
Not the same one as last time, but it has a psych unit.
OP? What happened? Oh man, we are starting early with the heaviness in this episode. Not again, Hal. Come on, little buddy. Ugh. And then Elroy's probably not going to give a damn again. And that ain't cool. Hal then told me a little bit about what was going on with his family. I knew already that his mother was the human embodiment of the mid-August swamp ass of a heavyweight neckbeard with glandular problems. His stepdad, however, was kind, caring, compassionate, and supportive. How the hell did those two end up together? What's going on? And the blood relation one is the one who doesn't give a goddamn? That is super unfortunate. What happened to Hal's actual father? I have a lot of questions here. I do feel bad for Hal, no matter what the answers are. I guess that's the real takeaway here. He was also getting cheated on, Hal had discovered. And by discovered, I mean Hal.
She would use me as her professional therapist and proceed to tell me that biological father brought up old feelings. She told me it was none of my business when I called her out for cheating. I didn't have the heart to tell my dad, and it tipped the iceberg.
Oh, he calls the stepdad dad. And it's just like sperm donor. I still prefer biological father. But yeah, obviously they don't have a significant connection. So that answers that question, I suppose. Hal internalized this guilt. Hal's thoughts turned a few shades darker, and Hal had himself committed. Oh, well, that's better than an actual attempt, I guess. We're moving in the right direction, I suppose. Yeah, okay. Tip of the hat, not a fedora, to you, Hal, for doing the right thing. Knowing when things are starting to turn for yourself. That is important. That is a big step. He had called me because he just wanted to talk for a bit. I stayed on the phone with him for at least an hour or so. My wife was sitting close enough to hear everything, and being a nosy Nelly, she asked, "Do you need us to bring you anything, honey?" Hal declined and was touched that she was willing to do something like that for him. Entry-level human compassion was nigh overwhelming to him. God, that is such a sad situation to be in. He's such a good little guy. He deserves so much better than he's gotten, and I don't understand why life has to turn out like this sometimes. But he is slowly learning that people are not all evil. Some definitely are, but not all of them. He had very low expectations of what decency looked like, and yet his mother consistently stumbled under the bar like a drunken pole vaulter who forgot which event they were competing in and just wanted to lie down on the mat to sleep it off. Okay, you're good and drunk, right? Make sure to sleep on your back so you fucking choke on your vomit, you worthless bitch. That's coming off a little heavy, honestly. I don't think that I would say any of that. I tried to give Hal's mom the benefit of the doubt in the last episode, but it keeps coming back up, so fine. We're gonna go a little bit harder on her, just a little bit. That was only turning it up 1 or 2 notches. I really want like a whole picture to be painted before I like completely firebomb everything she's about. But yeah, if she died on the pole vaulting mat, I don't think I'd feel too bad about that. Hal told me that he would miss the week session and that I could just autopilot Delanis. He promised me that he wasn't interested in going down the path of sewer slide. He just felt overwhelmed and needed to get out of the house for a bit and get his medication adjusted. Yeah, I mean, I want to take you at your word. I guess I should, above all else. But I would be constantly worrying about this. Although OP, yeah, he does have a degree in psych. He kind of knows how to handle it better than somebody like, you know, Normal Joe. That's what I call myself now, Normal Joe. That's me. Please don't unload your trauma upon me because I really have a lot of trauma of my own and I can't handle it. I don't know how to deal with it. But OP, he's got some tools to deal with all of this. So when I relayed this tale to the table, Hutbeard came up with an excuse for Delanis to be inactive. He was in a coma. Oh, God. It seems like such a cheap shot for just, okay, your character's in a coma again. My character was in a coma last time when I was actually at the session. Do you want the character to be played at all? I mean, I guess not, given how much experience Hutbeard gives out for attending the sessions, which, if I recall, is quite little. A paltry amount. He doesn't want anybody leveling up. You know what? Just keep all of your characters in a coma. How about that? Except for Elroy, he can he can pull them all around on the little hospital beds so they can watch him kill stuff. And then he has like this string that he pulls that makes him clap.
Daddy, would you like some sausage? Sausages!
Some of the injuries had gotten infected and gone necrotic, and the pain and toxicity of it all had put him into a coma. They say when it rains, it pours, but in Hal's case, it's more like when it rains, it's a fucking Category 5 hurricane with a high probability of flooding. It seems to be Hal's lot in life, and I don't really get it, man. He definitely deserves better than all this. I really hope that things are going better for him these days. I'm sure they are, you know? I talked to him on Discord a couple of times. It seems like he's finding his own and turning into a fine young man. But yeah, that is despite all of the bullshit that he has had to endure, you know? So, yeah, I gotta be at least a bit impressed. Dude is stronger than I am, I would wager. There weren't many medical checks that Ferris failed during the campaign. Not big, important ones, at least. You want to guess how the surgery went? If you said Ferris ended up blanking so hard that he started singing, "The hip bone's connected to the neck bone! The neck bone's connected to the shoulder bone!" Just to make sure he had his bearings straight, then congratulations! You win 50 tendy coins and 100 bit marbles. Oh my god. You can buy a quarter of a fart in the Twitch chat with 50 tendy coins. The bit marbles, significantly more pricey. Those are the ones you want to hold on to. Do not ever lose your marbles. Don't be like me. Mandalorians, in case you don't know much about Star Wars, that's me, are a proud race of warriors with a rich history of being armed and armored badasses. Unfortunately, Delanus lost a lot of his threatening demeanor following this medical mishap. We're not scared of him, folk would say. He looks armless.
Look, you stupid bastard, you've got no arms left. Yes, I have. Look, it's just a flesh wound.
Uh-oh. I mean, yeah, then you could get cybernetic arms that crush a fucking brick into powder. That's what I want. I would totally give up my arms if that was the case. Unfortunately, technology has not progressed to that point. I can't become Jax from fucking Mortal Kombat. I'm pretty sure it's Mortal Kombat, isn't it? So yeah, miss me with all that. For now. Yes, this was the second of Hal's characters to end up getting the old Peter Weller Officer Murphy treatment. RoboCop? Anyone? No?
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
Showing my age here a little bit. Yeah, maybe just a little bit, man. RoboCop, it should be compulsory viewing for any movie fan. You like some schlock cinema? Here you go, a bit of that old RoboCop. But yeah, I don't think it's very big today, unfortunately. I know of it, haven't watched it since I was too young to watch it. The difference between Delanus and Jula, however, is that Delanus lost his limbs when the group was relatively flush with cash. Oh yeah! See, you lose your arms, you ain't even gotta worry about it. Your heart gets gross and clogged up with fats. Just buy a baboon heart like Dick Cheney, right? No problem. The taxpayers got me. I embezzled this money fair and square. Ferris chipped in some of his own money to help buy the cybernetics because he blamed himself for failing the medicine role. We didn't get him standard issue arms. No, indeed. We got him top of the line, augmented arms for Armando Frando. Hell yeah! Like I said, crush a brick into powder. Throw it into somebody's eyes. Like, you know, you ain't got some pocket sand around. Just pick up the asphalt and crush it into dust and throw it in the dude's eyes. That is the kind of cybernetic arms that I want. How much did they cost? How much do I need to save? Just let me know, because I'm gonna get my savings account started right now. These arms bolstered Delanus's agility stat. No, not agility. Give me strength. Endless strength. I want to punch through a dude's chest. But okay, I'll take an agility stat. That's fine, I guess. Elroy. Wait, can they do that? Mac. Yeah, you have to get a pair of them, though. You can't get the boost with just one arm. Whoa. Peacekeeper. Yeah, same goes for legs. If Savo ever ends up with Hal's kind of luck, I'm gonna invest in them to get my sniping and piloting up. Oh, bro, that would be so sick. I don't know how it helps out your sniping to have metal legs, but it sounds awesome and I'm all for it. You know what? Why don't I just transplant my consciousness into a robot? I think that's the biggest brain play at this point. I'll never die. Replace the battery. We can make cringe ReddX poop YouTube videos for the rest of forever until the heat death of the universe. Elroy says, do they stack? Like if someone lost all their arms and legs, could they double the bonus? Or like if they wanted to add extra arms? Oh my god, dude. You don't cut your arms off on purpose. Wait, didn't I just say that I would earlier in the episode? Whoops. Now I gotta change my mind because I can't be seen siding with this neckbeard. Miss me with all of that. Oh, yeah. Just what we need. A pint-sized General Grievous. Let's make Pissant even harder to get rid of. God damn it, dude. Hutbeard is going to allow it. You know it's just a matter of time. We're like, yeah, how much money did you bring with you today? I'll allow it. That's fine. The little hamsters were a-trotting in Elroy's head, and he decided that he needed to go shopping. So what did Pissant obtain at our next port of call? Was it A, a Maul Katana, B, a Fedora, or Trilby if you prefer, C, a My Little Pony Collector's Edition box set which he promptly put into a coom jar, or D, a pair of brawn-enhancing cybernetic legs and arms? And yes, I think that the answer to this question was probably E, all of the above. You can't do without any of this. How could a neckbeard be seen without his Maul Katana and Trilby? That's just not the way to go. We need that Maul Ninja shit, dog. I say obtain rather than buy because Pissant did not open his wallet to procure his upgrades. Oh my god. He started out, he's like, I'm not gonna be a Sith. I'm gonna be a good Jedi, etc., etc. And then he goes around stealing a bunch of shit. Like, how does this affect your alignment? Is alignment a thing in this game? I have to assume that it is. He's a Sith by this point, isn't he? He used the Force and a skullduggery check to conjure up that old 5-finger discount. He succeeded on the check, but not without a couple of threats. What a little asshole. Is this what your character would do? Then yeah, your character's a Sith. I don't care if you're Force sensitive or whatever. You're going around menacing people with the Force. That's not what a Jedi would do. God damn it. Hutbeard spun that as Elroy grabbing mismatched legs. Okay. One a bit longer than the other. Little Jawa running down the hall. Ka-dunk, ka-dunk, ka-dunk. That could be pretty funny. As I finish giving Hal a reason to adopt the moniker Fister Roboto. Domo arigato, Fister Roboto. I hear a shrill, familiar squeak. Elroy as Pissant.
Ferris, I need your help.
OP as Ferris. A la Gordon Ramsay, which I forgot to do last episode. Piss off! I'm not that kind of doctor. Elroy as Pissant.
I need you to attach my new limbs.
OP as Ferris. What's wrong with the ones that you were hatched with? Elroy as Pissant.
These will make me stronger.
OP as Ferris. I'm not going to cut perfectly good limbs off just to graft cybernetics onto... Elroy looks irritated for just a splinter of a second before turning to Hutbeard. Elroy.
I used my lightsaber to cut my legs off.
If your leg get cut off, would it hurt? Duh. How though? Cause your leg got cut off, fool. Where you gonna feel the pain? In your leg.
Oh, he is committed. I will tell you that much. What are you gonna do with the meaty hunks of leg? That is so hardcore. I guess Ferris can't rightly let him bleed out. Is the Hippocratic Oath still a thing in Star Wars? I might be tempted to just be like, okay, let me go get my tools, and then go out back for a smoke break, and when you come back, he's already passed out. And you're like, well, he's basically dead. No use saving him now. But as Charles Darwin once said, it's not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It is the one most adaptable to change. Or, as Irish Pirate once said, sometimes survival comes down to a malformed hybrid of luck and pity. We're definitely leaning hard on the pity in this one. What are you gonna do with the leg? I really want to know. Do you just throw it out into space? Do you fry up your legs and eat them? I would really be tempted. Human meat, so good. It gives you the shivers. A little bit of that long pork while you're flying through space. Now, you would think that Elroy would have conditioned the "what the hell is wrong with you" reaction out of us by this point, but here we were, staring at him as if he was our own personal train wreck, which, in many ways, he was. Well, thank you for sharing your personal train wreck with all of us. Now he's a train wreck that thousands of people can enjoy all together. And that's really what this is all about. Sharing is caring and whatnot. OP just says, why? Elroy,
it's what my character would do. Ferris said he wouldn't cut Pissant's limbs off, so he did it himself.
This Jawa, I don't think anybody would be inclined to cut their own limbs off. He's got balls of steel, or he's got a brain of bone. I know which one I'm leaning towards. A chaotic, stupid character displaying the pinnacle of stupidity. OP, in the immortal words of Hank Hill, that's just asinine. Elroy is Pissant.
There! Now you have to do it!
Do I, though? I really just kind of want to let him bleed out, though. OP is Ferris. Oh, and where's that written? Elroy is Pissant.
You have an oath as a doctor.
OP is Ferris. My license has been gone long enough to be legally declared dead. Elroy.
Dude, you have to put the legs on.
And I would agree to put his old legs back on. I'm like, I don't know what you want with these robotic fucking things. I'm not putting the cybernetic legs on. Forget about it. OP says, I really don't have to, though. Hippocrates never existed a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Is that true? I guess it's true. It might be canon. I don't hear any mention of Hippocrates in Star Wars.
Elroy. But he heals everyone, even his enemies.
Which kind of begs the question, what does that make you then? Huh? Yeah, who needs enemies when you got friends like these? Ain't that right, boys? God, just endlessly frustrating. Ugh. OP, have you ever seen him heal someone that intentionally hurt themselves like that? Elroy?
No, but they're friends.
Is that really what you think? That is the word that you would pick to describe our relationship. We might go begrudging acquaintances, but friends? Oh yeah, totally. The bestest of friends. Right up there with fucking Batman and the Joker, Holmes and Moriarty, Tesla and Edison. That is to say, not friends. Maybe nemesis is more accurate. But if you let your nemesis die, then what fun are you going to have? That's the same reason Joker keeps the Batman alive. You think about that for a minute, huh? I could have refused. I could have said, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But then what? Hutbeard says, a wandering cyberneticist happens by and offers his services to this poor creature. Yeah, probably. There's just no winning when the GM is this dude's plaything. It was the bronze medal of certainty, right behind death and taxes. And then what? You think Pissant would just forgive Ferris for trying to leave him there, like the Monty Python Black Knight? It's just a flesh wound. He would most assuredly do worse to me than try and bite my legs off.
Come back here and take what's coming to you! I'll bite your legs off!
I texted Hutbeard regularly about Elroy being a poor fit for the group, and he said very clearly that if we wanted him gone, it would be on us to get rid of him. What is that supposed to mean? I'm supposed to just bludgeon this player into the ground and hope that he doesn't roll a new character? What the hell? You're the GM. Grow some balls. Take control. Of course, we know better to expect any of that from Hutbeard, right? Good God. Hutbeard said,
I know he can be a bit much, but I've been in games with people like him before. You just have to do your own thing and ignore what he wants to do until he gets the hint.
You can't make a horse drink, but you can watch him die of thirst. Ramtide. Oh, words from a very wise young man, right? I think I stole that just a couple of episodes ago. And I didn't even attribute it to nobody because I don't. I just lift stuff. And if you know, then you know. And that's fine. All this was a nice idea, in theory. But when the GM comes along and empties a canteen down that damn horse's gullet, then there's no expectation that you would experience elation at eyeballing the equestrian expiration via dehydration. Oh, the alliteration and the rhyming. Alliteration also rhymes. Wow, that's... You're just blowing my mind right now. How did you do it? So, if Elroy was gonna get his new legs one way or the other, I might as well contribute to the affair. Yeah, don't make him an even worse enemy, I suppose. Because at the end of the day, he is gonna get those fucking legs. At least this way, I could try and keep one hand on the steering wheel. Ugh, terrible. Then he got an idea. An awful idea. Ferris got a wonderful, awful idea.
The Grinch got a wonderful, awful idea.
OP as Ferris says, fine, but I need to have Rachel look at them first. Elroy is pissant.
What? Why?
OP is Ferris. These legs aren't even the same fucking length. What's your plan? To weeble and warble your way across the battlefield? Send the stormtroopers into fits of laughter? I would really like to see that, as a matter of fact. Can we do that? Are we allowed to do that? Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. Elroy is pissant, says,
Oh, I could fix them.
OP is Ferris. You just cut your own bloody legs off. If you're not in shock yet, you will be soon enough. If you want to try your hand at it while your brain fuzzes off on an endorphin high, then have at it. It's not like legs are that important, right? They're not. I totally cut them off myself. Look what I'm doing over here. Elroy is pissant.
Okay. She was an astromech, so I guess she knows about repairs. But can she handle this in her new body?
By that, do you mean can she see over her heat sinks? Because you remember, Rachel, that droid got some big old badonka-donka heat sinks, right? If I recall correctly. OP as Ferris says, her left arm opens up into a multi-tool with all her old attachments. And she's been learning. Yes, ever since her Fallout 4 Curie-esque transformation, Hutbeard was giving her half the experience that he gave the rest of us, and was having her slowly progress down the mechanic and pilot trees. That is actually legitimately a really fucking cool idea. Half the experience that the group is getting is really, really slow, though. She'll be able to do mechanic and pilot things sometime next year. This guy does not give out experience. Why you gotta be so stingy? There is no level cap here. Give them as much as they need to feel like powerful characters. But that's not what Hutbeard is there for. He's only there to make Elroy feel like a superstar. But Elroy / Pissant does agree and just says,
oh, well, okay.
Yeah, okay. More than fucking okay. That's great. Thank you, robot, for fixing my legs, which I couldn't do myself since I'm passing out now. Boom. What do you want to bet that he goes into a coma? Purposely fail your rolls, OP. That is what karma requires. The others had their own little objectives at the time. I can't remember what they were. Hutbeard was having us go round robin, so it would be a while before Elroy would get to do anything again. Elroy says out of character,
Hey, OP, can you tell me when it's my turn to do something? I'm gonna go look through some magic binders and see if there's anything good in there.
And Hutbeard's like, yes, please, spend more money.
Give me your fucking money!
I get it, honestly. I already texted my idea to Hutbeard, but having Elroy step away would be even better. The idea, you see, was to have Rachel tinker with the legs to get them to a uniform length, yes, but that's not all. Yes. Turn down the power or something. I was gonna have her Bluetooth pair the limbs to herself as the primary user. Oh my god. You can control his legs now? That is fucking hilarious. I love it already. We would connect them as Pissant requested, but now I had a kill switch on his legs. This is so perfect. You know he's gonna cut off his cybernetic legs sooner rather than later. The first time that kill switch happens, he's gonna be like, I need to get rid of these legs. If I ever told Rachel, what a lovely day for a tea party, Elroy's legs would buckle, and he would drop to the ground faster than a drunk guy walking home across loose cobblestones during an earthquake with Mario Kart banana peels for shoes. Oh, I want it to happen. Please tell me it's gonna happen. Please tell me in the most critical moment he finds out what shenanigans you've gotten up to with his fucking legs. It seems so evil, but you know, if OP didn't have this as an option, then Elroy would just be out there messing even more stuff up. So yeah, I think this is a big brain play. Even bigger brain than locking him into the cargo hold like you did that one time and he just cut the fucking ramp open or whatever. Now you can get rid of his goddamn legs. Oh, I love it. And then hopefully you could gaslight him into being like, oh, the legs just malfunctioned. That's weird. Oh, Lord. Lego my ego. Know what I'm talking about?
Hey, let go of my ego.
Part of the reason that we hadn't fought Pisant when he screwed us over time and time again was because we knew that he could actually kill one or two of us before we brought him down. This leg-based LoJack system would give us a much-needed advantage if he ever got too big for his toddler-sized britches. Oh my god, dude. I hope you PK him. Let this happen. I want this to come to pass so hard. So, Elroy came back. Elroy got his legs reattached. Elroy said, okay, now I need one of my arms cut off. Sure, whatever. Now he's just gonna be like a torso. Did you do the LoJack Bluetooth thing to his arms as well? I hope to God that you did. Oh, it's so ingenious. You could also just botch the surgery, but this has much more long-lasting effects, right? Anyways, let's fast forward a bit now, shall we? The arms were already the same length, so there was no opportunity to give them the override setup. Aw, well, that's okay, I guess. So it went arm cut off, new arm attached. Arm cut off, other arm attached. By this point, Elroy thought Ferris was actually Pissant's friend. How? Why? Beard only knows. Because you were actually doing what he wanted, I guess. Because he doesn't have many other friends to glom onto, I guess. Things didn't go off without a hitch, though. For Delanus, that is. As always, everything was coming up Elroy, as it does. Everything's coming up Millhouse. Hey, OP, you remember Alf? He's back in Pog form. God, I love Millhouse. The amputations had been mostly successful, but some of the infection had moved into the shoulders. Bacta wasn't working for some reason. Ferris would need to try something else. What's this? Hutbeard? Including my backstory? Was it my birthday? It just may be. Seems like a relatively easy one to insert, but yeah, it was nice of him to do so. As mentioned previously, Ferris had researched colto, which is an organic healing substance, when he was a professor. A rival had sabotaged his research and gotten him fired, but Ferris still believed in the idea. He first theorized what colto could do when he was serving in the Imperial Army as a medic and saw that some wounds responded better to Bacta than others. He tried some confiscated colto packs that had been taken off the corpses of some rebels and found that Bacta-resistant wounds did well with colto. There was potential here to save billions of lives. Oh, but you gotta watch out for Big Bacta. They're gonna come down and take this whole thing apart. It's so applicable, I shouldn't laugh. It makes me uncomfortable. Hey, great. The story behind why Ferris left the Empire was that he was healing both sides after battles, only to discover later that stormtroopers rarely took his dissident patients captive. The breaking point was when they purged a village of civilians because they'd been harboring rebels. Men, women, children. Ferris hated that the Empire hadn't lived up to his idealistic idea of what it should be. He was now ashamed of ever having served in their ranks. Yeah, it's always hard when you discover the truth, isn't it? It was very sensitive about the fact that he had served in a military that had killed innocent people. Children were the only beings in the universe that he wouldn't yell at, because he could still see the face of a girl that he had healed, only to later find a small, smoldering skeleton on a pile of other malcontents. Jesus Christ, this is some heavy backstory. Killing children? I don't like that in my tabletop, man. But, I guess it's okay. It's part of the plot. As long as we just move past it, let's not dwell on it for too long. That is heavy. He didn't want to add another failure to his conscience, so Ferris needed some Kolto to heal Delanus. For that, I needed the Selkath, natives of the planets where Kolto grew, to sell some to me. In order to get them to sell it to me, I needed to prove that it was viably marketable. And to do that, I needed my research. Well, loop-de-loop. Come on, can't I just buy like a dose or two? You can overcharge me, that's fine. I didn't spend all of my money on robot limbs. But yeah, getting the research back, that is a relatively good plot hook as well. Then maybe Ferris can reestablish himself as like a real doctor person, get his license reinstated, etc., etc. Maybe. I don't know. Anyways, we flew to the planet of my old alma mater so I could get on the campus and download a copy of my old research. The security guard remembered me from the old days, and I was able to bluff him into thinking that I was there to interview to get my old job back. I don't think the security guard's too hooked into what's going on with the faculty. I don't think that this place would take Ferris back at this point, but okay, I'm glad he's dumb or something. Apparently, he didn't even think I was a big enough threat to search for weapons. Rude. Helpful to me, mind you, but still rude. No one else was allowed on this campus, however. Peacekeeper, it's okay. We'll figure out a way to spend our time. Smoking blunts, drinking beers, beers.
Smoking weed, doing coke, drinking beers.
See also drinking, gambling, and vagrancy. Yeah, some good old times. They still know how to have fun, even in Star Wars. Ferris found his way to his old building and made his way to the biomedical research wing. I ran into a bit of a problem when the time came to download my data, however. I couldn't access the server room. I would need to connect my datapad from an access point, and the nearest one was in a nearby lecture hall. All right, time for that stealth. Here we go, stealth check, go! I had a plan. I would slip into the back row and pretend I was just auditing whatever class was being offered. It had been years since I set foot on campus, so who would remember me? Who indeed? Rival would. Rival looked up from his podium as the door opened, and he gave me a smug grin. Oh, son of a bitch. Rival.
Well. If it isn't my old colleague. Class, I want to direct your attention to the back to see what a failure looks like.
Ferris sat down and passed the skullduggery check to connect to a network access point without making it obvious. OP is Ferris. Have you covered castration procedures yet? Rival's been on both sides of that knife. A wellspring of knowledge he is on that subject. Rival.
Cute. What's your business here?
OP is Ferris. None of yours. Rival.
Still working on that backwards theory of yours? Class, allow me to show you something.
Well, this lecture has been beautifully derailed. Okay, sure, why not? Rival went to a room behind the podium and shuffled through a few things before coming back out with a canister. This is a canister of farts! He's gonna breathe the whole thing in front of the class and pass out. Called it. Here it comes. Rival says,
the man sitting behind you thinks he knows better than the modern pharmaceutical industry.
Thank you, Gentu.
He seems to think that this, waving the canister back and forth, is the next big breakthrough, even though it's been outdated for centuries. You should see his idea for a new land speeder. It's got wheels.
Oh, that's a good one. Why is he so bitter? He won. Why is he holding on to this? I guess that's just what rivals do. But that's okay because OP wants to be the very best like no one ever was. The verbal sparring had come to an end. Rival had the exact thing that I needed to help Delanis. Ferris rose from his seat and walked down to the front of the lecture hall. He extended his hand and patted the blaster at his side. Rival scoffed at the implied threat and handed over the canister. Well, that was easy, wasn't it? Mission complete! Rival.
I should have known that you'd resort to barbarism and extortion. I'd expect no less from a murderer.
Well, you think these words offend me? I have murdered people. What do you want? Actually, Ferris directly hasn't murdered people, but everybody that he surrounds himself with has. I roleplayed Ferris as being too angry at that comment to even give a smart-ass retort. And then Ferris turned to leave. Rival.
You're leaving? What's the hurry? Do you need to go somewhere to fill your quota of killing unarmed innocents?
Yeah, that's a hot button issue for Ferris. You are about to experience some heat. Please fuckle up. Ferris, I decided, snapped. His limit had now been reached. OP is Ferris. Short trip. Ferris drew his blaster and pressed it to Rival's forehead. His kill count went from 0 to 1. Oh my god! I mean, it is pretty cool though. In front of the whole class and everything? Jesus Christ. Hutbeard smiled and pulled up some music on his phone. Freebird. And this bird you cannot change. Whoa, 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 whoa. What if I just went on like a 9-minute solo singing Freebird? God, that would be the best episode ever. He started it up around the 4-minute mark and started his description. Rival's body had barely hit the ground when the students of the lecture hall started standing up. There were no terrified screams. There were no shrieks of dismay. The band of academics were now arming themselves with knives, blasters, and makeshift implements of painful death that they were pulling from backpacks, desks, or from the fucking ether, so far as I could tell. Oh god, what class is this? Who are these people? Jesus Christ! Hutbeard never even explained why they were armed to the teeth or why they reacted the way that they did. For the meme, I guess. As the song reached the 4:55 mark, he started a 15-on-1 round of combat, and then I pieced it together for myself. If the situation and musical choice don't make sense, I encourage you to look up Kingsman Church Fight. Woo-wee! Now, I have not seen Kingsman, the church fight. I just looked it up and we watched it on the Twitch stream, and that is one of the greatest things I've ever seen. What a reference. I'm so glad that was included. I guess tip of the hat to Hutbeard for that one. He's done a lot of stuff wrong, but he did at least one thing sort of almost slightly right. Everyone at the table enjoyed a hearty laugh as I was hoisted by my own petard. They even pulled up some classical music to play on their turns to describe what they were doing while I was knee-deep in combat. I like the musical jokes. That's always pretty nice. Petty revenge for the time that I had done something similar with them, which we saw in a previous part. I would have laughed if I wasn't actually worried about Ferris's odds of survival. Yeah, this is probably not going to turn out too well. I was able to keep myself alive with medicine checks and stim packs while trying to whittle their numbers down. Hutbeard had put them into weak minion groups. The point wasn't to kill me, you see. The point was just to give me a taste of my own smartassery. Okay, but they legitimately could have killed you at some point. I'm glad that you could use your medicine skill on yourself. That's all I'll say. But you need to stay alive in order to use said medicine skill on yourself, which you seem to have done. So, good on ya. The fight ended with a lecture hall full of dead students. From 0 to 1, and 1 to 16, I guess. And there was a bloody Ferris limping his way to the exit. And he was sure to grab that datapad with his research notes on his way out. Yeah, we came a long way, baby. But here we are. Colto in hand, I managed to drag myself back to the ship, whereupon Peacekeeper met me with a cheerful Peacekeeper imitating Ferris's accent. You look like shite. Ferris, I almost died. Mac, well, that'll do it. Whoa! Cheeky bastards. And so it was that I had dramatically increased my kill count and also procured the means by which to heal Delanus and convinced the Cellcath to open up for business. Yeah, you killed 20 birds with one blaster bolt or something. Nala passed the diplomacy check, and we set off back to the Alderaanian asteroid field with the Colto that we had promised. We needed to get the other ship to be able to carry all of the Keelix to their new home. We dropped them off and disappeared back into the nebula to wait. The Hive told us that it would take some time for them to grow their tankety-tank bugs. We had full bars on our Delanus, so the call came in crystal clear when they said, Hutbeard as joiner Delanus, it's time. But not this time. All that is going to have to wait for the official episode number 8. Oh boy! And now it's time for a parody. Y'all ready for that? It's Jermaine Clement singing Shiny. Well, little pissant hasn't always been this strong. I was a plain little pain once. Grabbed a leg that was a little bit too long and told the medic to fix it. But your legs are fine, he said with narrowed eyes and a crude little scoff. And then I did a thing that took him by surprise. I cut him off. I wanna be a cyborg. Watch me run around on metal legs and feet. Ain't it neat? He made me a cyborg. Now my enemies will only taste defeat. I'm complete. Dude, you know, that was dumb, dumb, dumb. They all told me. I said, screw it, I'll do it. Oh, Saber's hum, hum, hum on my arm, then cuts through it. Nothing to it. I bet you wish you were cyborg. 'Cause nothing beats a cyborg. It's only the first verse. I guess that's fine. Wrap it up. One shot. Oh, I'm pretty happy with it, except the ending. Whatever. It started strong. You got to start strong and end strong. But we're not ending the whole episode with that, so that's fine. Somebody give me a really good joke to say at the end. Come on! There are not but 2 installments left of this tale. Gasp. I will say that I find the ending to be satisfying, but I don't know how the rest of you will take it. It doesn't have the fireworks that I think some of you might hope for, but nor, in my opinion, does it end on a whimper. But we all know what they say about opinions. They're like assholes, and they all stink. And everybody has one too, I guess. Next chapter will be out, hopefully, in a week or so. And yes, Irish Pirate sitting in the Twitch chat right now. He told me that he's been working on it tonight, so we're looking forward to seeing it pretty soon. You'll probably see it like next week or so. It's been pretty difficult to get things correct when I'm scheduling it out so we can get the thumbnails all lined up and stuff like that. So I appreciate you guys' patience regarding this stuff. As always, the parody song, an absolute freaking banger. I'm not surprised by Elroy doing another stupid thing in this episode. I have to wonder how it's all going to end, though. You know, I mean, Hutbeard did say, if you want him out of the group, then you got to get him out of the group. And so people are like, okay, I guess we'll work to get him out of the group. And then Hutbeard does that old shocked Pikachu face, like, what? How could this happen? Come on, man. I mean, it's kind of like the ship of Theseus, you know, that old philosophical question, like, how many parts does Elroy have to replace on himself before he's no longer Elroy anymore? And I guess the answer to that, as far as humans go, is just one. If he replaced his head, then it wouldn't be him anymore. And he'd probably be a lot more tolerable to be around at that point. But so far, he hasn't gotten a cybernetic brain that helps him with his critical thinking faculties. So we'll just have to deal with him and eventually see him out of the group, I do suppose. Elroy,
I want to do a backflip over the fence.
Oh. Star Wars Shenanigans, Episode 8, The Last Mistake of That Guy. The Last That Guy? The Last Jedi. I see what's going on here. Keeping up with the naming conventions. Blessed be Irish Pirate. And actually, Irish Pirate is hanging out with us during the live reading in the Twitch chat. If you'd like to join us for the Twitch chatting shenanigans, then do come on over to twitch.tv/DaytonDoes. You can see my face. We can play some video games together, maybe. That would be pretty cool. You are invited. Anyways, long-ass intro. Warning. Your trial of long-ass intros has expired. Oh no. Please buy a copy of long-ass intro to continue using this feature. Purchasing is easy and can be done immediately online. Oh good, hopefully with a non-traceable cryptocurrency. 1. View special Tendycoin and Bitmarble pricing and buy long-ass intros online at 5z8.info/don't follow this link _M2W6CF _ unique investment opportunity. Sounds like a legit link. 2. Enter code if you already purchased one from a quasi-trustworthy vagabond distributing software keys from the trunk of his car while keeping an eye on the horizon. 3. Exit and go to the cast. If this is your first time encountering Star Wars Shenanigans, please see terms and conditions / original text posts here or down in the description if you're watching this thing on YouTube. If you need audio assistance, yeah, you're probably watching this thing on YouTube. Oh, have you ever purchased a key for anything from the trunk of somebody's car? We're above that now. We got the internet, you know, auto key management software or whatever. It's all been hacked and cracked. You don't need to deal with some weirdo in the trunk of their car, all right? But I don't know where you can get a key gen for Irish Pirate. He probably will sell you one for Tendy coins or Bitmarbles. Those crypto currencies. I like that intro, honestly. We are into our cast list, of course. OP is an aspiring author with an arsenal of asides and an armory of annoying allegories. Not annoying, but it does fit the alliteration. I'll allow it. An avid adventurer, almost always attempting affability, although aggressive assholes adversely affect his amicability. It's so good. That's how you know what we're in for today. It's just chef's kiss. His character is Faris, Chafari Sabson, boisterous, belligerent, blue-skinned box of band-aids, unable to bite back bitter but brotherly barbs about the bumbling band of bamboozling brigands he hid behind in battle. A recent blaster blowout bled the bastard, but bit by bit he's bouncing back. God, this is so good. I don't know how you're ever gonna top this cast list. Best cast list ever. Irish Pirate's like, oh, ReddX, you like alliteration, do ya? Here you go. Oh, we feasting today. It's so fucking good. Oh, Mac is a close childhood companion of this compendium's composer. Charitable and chivalrous, but not the type of chat to chide a Chad for choosing to conform to cultural calibers of comeliness. It It does kind of make brain go hurty, but yeah, it's a good hurt, honestly. Mac's character was Nala, of course, a devious delinquent devoid of discipline, but determined to defend discretion, else double dealings and dastardly deeds could deliver doom. It's probably not the way to do it if it's the first time meeting the characters. It doesn't tell us all that much about the characters, like you'd have to piece it together yourself in your brain. But since we kind of already know all the characters, yes, it's delicious and wonderful and I love it. Peacekeeper is an effortlessly easygoing esquire, eagerly eternal to enhance the esteem of everyone. Edit, everyone except enemies who endanger his entertainment endeavors. It's so beautiful, dude. Peacekeeper's character is Savo, a fast-fingered flying fiend with a fondness for filling his face with fluids frequently found affixed to the frames of festively hued freighters. You try to say it all that 5 times fast. World's longest tongue twister we got right here. Chainsmoker, a gregarious gamer gone green in the gills from gorging himself on gobs of gas, from gulping on glowing grave givers. Oh, cigarettes, glowing grave givers. I'm trying to quit. Tomorrow we're dropping it for real. I am terrified. Although when you call them grave givers or urine sticks or whatever else, yeah, I kind of am more eager to give them up. But it's still gonna be a struggle, I'm pretty sure. Chainsmoker's character was Roblox, a hired handyman who happily halves hapless humans that hope to harm him or his hardy homely hooligan homies. And continuing with that alliteration, I suppose, we have Hal, who is an incorrigible and irreplaceable imp, whose introduction introduced intentional imperial interlocution and incessant inquiries, immediately inherited information about the importance of inclusiveness. Yeah, and he took those messages to heart. We love Hal! Hal's character is Delanis, a jury-rigged Django. Just got jacked and juked and ingesting a jug of Jiminy's Joiner Jambalaya. Scotty is a kindly, king-size kilt-clad Kodiak whose kin came from the Kelpie coast. Oh, see, we used coast because it's a C, but it has a K sound. I'll allow it. You can get away with a whole heck of a lot with the effort that you've put into this thing, okay? Scotty's character was Merwick, long-haired lieutenant in our larceny-prone leader's legion of lemmings. Laudably loud and lethal, but lamentably, libations leave this living legend a little lethargic. God damn it, dude. How did you craft this? I wish I had a way with words. Please write professionally. Please. This is so good. Elroy. Murdering this miscreant's miniature megalomaniac might have moved our meandering mob of moderers to merriment. His character was Pissant. Notoriously noxious nincompoop known for needlessly nabbing knickknacks. Nepotism normally enabled this nitwit to nudge the narrative, if not outright navigate it. It says all that needs to be said. And finally, we've got Hutbeard. Too bad we didn't get through the whole alphabet. Maybe next time. I'd really like to see the X version of this. How many words you know with X? Not a lot. Hutbeard is our odiferous opportunist, whose ode overhead overshadowed his oratory obligation to the oblivious oafs that he had organized. A pathetic pedophile whose property was promptly put up for purchase at a paltry percentage of its proper worth upon his permanent placement in prison. Quite a quagmire for our quest giver. He did do the whole thing. You fucking maniac. You beautiful maniac. Oh my god. Quite a quagmire for our quest giver. Quicksand could quickly quiet the quack. Restitution is requisite, but rehabilitation is unrealistic. Specifically since this serpent is nearing 60. Tally the tolls for 24 federal transgressions. It's unlikely that this underage abusing ulcer is undying. Virtue vows vendetta against this vile viper. We windowed walls whining and wailing await the worthless wretch. It's perplexing and vexing that our axis of social exiles didn't expedite our exit from the Elroy experience before he could exploit the Force and hex us with his fixation on X-Wings for a year. Yeah, year. Yoked to a yucky youth that yelled it until someone yielded. Zoinks. Oh, beautiful. I like how you just ended it with zoinks at the end. You're like, I don't know, fuck off. I've already gone above and beyond. And really, you have. That is the most impeccable cast list I've ever read. I would wish for all of them to be like that, but honestly, first and best. Nothing's gonna hold a candle to that. An absolute work of art. Already. Just tip of the hat, Irish Pirate. That is so beautiful. I'm gonna cross-stitch this and hang it on my wall. Oh, God, dude. Did it make my brain cramp? Yes, a little bit. But so worth the journey. He heard I liked alliteration, and he's like, here you go. Feast. And verily I did. Whew. So, now we're into the story. When last we met, Ferris had delivered onto the Kilix enough raw colto to fill 4 Olympic-sized swimming pools, 8 turn-of-the-century copper bathtubs, 15 dental office waiting room water coolers, 16 world's best grandma coffee cups, 23 standard-sized water balloons, and 42 Monopoly thimbles. Quite accurate, yes. I used to have a t-shirt that said world's best grandpa, and I'd wear it when I was 16, and I'd always get really self-conscious when I'd go over to my grandparents' house when it was on, because my grandpa's obviously the best grandpa. I was just wearing it ironically. I think that's why I laughed so hard at world's best grandma coffee cups. Bit of a tangent, but now you know. We transported the colony to the prison planet inside the nebula and waited for them to tell us when it was time to spring into action. Delanus rang. We swiped snooze a couple of times, but he just kept on getting louder, so finally we took the call and went back to the planet's surface to meet our chitinous comrades. Yes, big buggy time, all right. We're gonna kaiju this shit right now. We landed our ships and disembarked just in time to watch a new generation of Kilix, as Elton John would say, step blinking into the sun. Mostly, at least. Some of them didn't really step into the sun as much as oppressively bend the ground to their wills as they emerged from a chrysalis to tower over the ecosystem that they would irrevocably alter, all whilst issuing trumpeting challenges to the skyward ball of fire. You think they can't handle the sun? They can handle a couple of suns, honestly. Yes, I'm terrified of giant bug monsters, but hey, at least they're on our side. The colto-fed Kilix were described to us as terrifying to behold, but hey, they liked us, so it was all good. Right? God, I hope so. Like, when your cousin does a shit job raising her kids, and you know good and damn well that one of those little crotch goblins is going to end up a serial killer, but if you keep playing board games with them at family reunions, then you probably won't end up on their list of candidates. I mean, honestly, you're mostly killed by people that you know. But yeah, sure, why not? That logic seems to hold up a bit. I mean, who knows? Maybe letting him win at Monopoly could turn him from a life of crime. Instead, he decides he wants to get into real estate development. My goodness. The time had come. We led the barbarian bugs to the gates, where the bantha-sized battle beetles went barreling through the underbrush. Oh, here we go again. What if the rest of the story was just written alliteratively? God, that would belong in a book, dude. A book written like that would probably drive a lot of people nuts, but just pointing out the fact that you could do it, automatically best writer of the century. And the century has only just started. But you won! You won! Our group fell back and skirted around the perimeter. We watched as one building after another sent its garrison to the front. The assault was not going too well for the home team. Good. Fuck them. I just want to see some bugs crush some stuff, honestly. This sounds awesome. Finally, we found a good spot for us to make our own incursion. The entire base was on alert, and we could see stormtroopers patrolling. There was a chain fence with razor wire at the top, separating the jungle from the inner clearing, but we found a spot where the forest had grown right up to the edge of the fence. Oh, seems like they fired the last gardener. Seems like that wasn't such a good idea. This is going to be the way in. So we were talking over our options when a couple of stormtroopers started coming our way. Oh boy. Was the fence electrified? If so, could we disable the power? Could that set an alarm off? We had a lot of questions and no answers, like a misprinted Magic 8-Ball with ask again later on all 20 sides of its internal icosahedron. Are there 20 sides in a Magic 8-Ball? God, that seems a lot. I would go more for like 8 or 10. I'm pretty sure. Once the stormtroopers moved on, we could... Elroy,
I want to do a backflip over the fence and cut their heads off midair. And then when I land, I want to give their bodies the middle finger before they hit the ground.
I know you think what you said is really cool, but I am cringing so hard inside right now, dude. Stop it. Get some help.
Stop it. Get some help.
Mac, are you serious? Elroy,
yeah. Don't you think that'd be badass?
Peacekeeper,
no.
Scotty, half to himself,
Jesus Christ, what are we, 12?
Some of us are, yes. I blame suspended adolescence. OP, we're trying to come up with a plan, dude. Can you, like, not? Elroy,
why not? It's what my character would do.
Oh, here we go again with that. Elroy's most said line of the entire saga. Just drives me up a wall. It's like a drill bit just in the back of my skull. Ugh! Hutbeard,
give me an athletics check.
Elroy,
I've got a better coordination check. Let me use that instead.
Mac, that's not how that works. Whoa. Elroy,
yeah, it is. The book says coordination is for stuff like keeping your balance and doing flips and stuff, right?
Just say the book says without thinking that anybody will actually look it up, right? That's exactly what he's going for. But Matt calls the bluff, opens his rulebook, and flips to the skills section. He taps the book and says in a firm, clear voice, Mac, a character's vertical and horizontal jump are both determined through a use of an athletics check. Gravitational conditions and the distance required factor into that difficulty. Page 105, man. Whoa. The defense rests, Your Honor. All right. Case is adjourned. That was easy, wasn't it? Maybe coordination is actually for doing flips, but yeah, you're trying to jump over a fence, so athletics would be more applicable than the stupid flip, whatever the hell you're trying to do, right? Elroy mutters to himself while looking through the book and reading the same goddamn page to himself 20 times, as if the ink on the page will bend unto his will and render unto Caesar a loophole. At this point, just rewrite the whole book. You know, you guys are playing a completely different tabletop RPG, one that is bought and paid for by Elroy. So just let Hutbeard and Elroy sit there and play with each other, perhaps quite literally. I don't wish that fate on Elroy. I know Hutbeard would do it, but I mean it in a more metaphorical sense. Everybody stop! I honestly half expected him to try and come up with some weird-ass explanation for how he could manipulate gravity. Elroy, in a whining, pleading tone to Hutbeard, what's the difficulty? That whining tone is supposed to keep the difficulty down, is it not? Hutbeard was wearing the expression of someone that's about to lowball the difficulty in hopes that Dobby will get a sock.
Master has given Dobby a sock.
Everyone else gave meaningful death glares at Hutbeard and Elroy. Hutbeard,
well, the fence is over 3 times your height. So,
unwillingly biting the hand that fed him, Hutbeard says,
the difficulty is a 4.
Elroy,
4? Are you kidding me? That's bullshit!
I mean, the thing that you're trying to do is complete garbage anyways. Why have we stopped the entire game to pull off this stupid stunt that only a 12-year-old would enjoy? He's like, yeah, I did a backflip in my head and gave him a middle finger. Wow! Wow, Elroy, you're so cool. You guys want to hang out with me after the game? No, definitely not. I don't have anything else going on, but I would rather do nothing than hang out with you. Scotty calmly asks Elroy, are you arguing with the GM? Elroy,
no, that just seems a little unfair.
OP, well, you don't have to go through with that plan. We haven't rolled initiative yet. But we've seen it before. Elroy gets so stuck on stuff that he thinks is going to be cool or funny. Little does he realize that he is the least cool, the least funny person, not even at the table, maybe even on the planet. Hutbeard sucks as well, but Elroy is like, yeah, stealing the spotlight for the suckitude. We know that Hutbeard's a terrible person, but at least he doesn't showcase it throughout the entire story like Elroy does. Elroy says,
no, I have to try it. It's what my character would do.
Oof, that's 2. And thus did Elroy cast his dice. He prayed to the gods of Bronicus and Waifuditi to to lend strength to his robo legs and give him the height to clear the fence in his air Jawas. You think George Lucas wouldn't market air Jawas? Don't give him any fucking ideas, all right? You guys see him on the market next week. It would have been a perfect time to deactivate his legs, but Rachel wasn't with us. That would have been funny as hell, dude. I mean, he probably would have figured out what's going on after that point, but how do you undo it? Your old legs are gone. I control your legs now, bitch. He would probably want to quit the game immediately. And then guess what? You win. No more Elroy. Everything's fine. Alas, his prayers went unanswered. He failed the roll with more threats than a cute cosplay girl trying to find her way back to the dealership room from the beard warrens of a convention center's food court. More threats than a cute cosplay girl? Isn't that like, you know, you want to come back to my room? And she's like, no thanks. And he's like, stupid whore, I'll beat you to death, you know? Does that really happen? I guess we've seen it happen. I can simulate a cute cosplay girl on the internet and sort of experience what women go through, but I can't ever do it in real life. I can't really ever know 100% for myself because I'm a 6'2" dude. I weigh 200 pounds. Nobody's gonna believe I'm a waifu. Although, we could dress wifey up and use her as bait. No, I'm not gonna do that to her. I'm not gonna subject her to that shit. Not even for science. Hutbeard says,
you failed to jump the fence, and you alert the nearby guards.
Everyone else glares at Elroy. Here it comes. We rolling for initiative. We had the advantage of stealth, and you just fucked it up because you had to be the coolest. Elroy.
What? I'm just doing what my character would do.
Oh, that's 3 times. We're not even. Oh,
I'm dying.
Oh, and we're back. Please stop saying that, Elroy. Stop saying that and ending the entire universe. Just please, as a favor to me, could you? Ugh, the curses we leveled at our walking fuck-up factory were drowned out by the clatter of dice as we rolled for initiative. So beautiful. So beautiful. Elroy.
Can I use the destiny point to upgrade my initiative check?
You're the one that got us into this. No! You get nothing! Good day, sir! Peacekeeper, why would you do that? We don't know how many soldiers are gonna be in the base. We can't start burning destiny points this early. Elroy,
I just want to make sure I go first, so I can cut a hole in the fence. I mean, if I couldn't jump over it, there's no way the rest of you can.
Oh my god, you are still so far up your own ass, even after screwing everything up? Oh, he's just insufferable. Oh, how have we continued playing with him this far? Making me over! We tried to talk him out of it, but that didn't stop him from upgrading the check with Hutbeard's permission. I would love to say, yeah, he rolled a bunch of blanks and ended up going slower than a drunk sloth on a broken moped, but he did achieve his goal. He rolled a triumph and was automatically awarded the top initiative slot. Oh, good for you! This meant that he could be well into his execution of the Leroy Jenkins maneuver long before the rest of us could decide on which variation of idiot we would call him.
Leroy Jenkins!
You know, Cleveland, you're an idiot.
Anyways, Elroy.
All right, I want to cut through the fence and attack the guards.
Hutbeard.
You can't attack and cut through the fence on the same turn.
Elroy.
What if I only cut through part of it? Just enough to let myself through.
Mac. And what? Just leave the rest of us behind? Whoa! I'm pretty sure this has been his plan the whole time. He didn't make any grand plans for helping out the team and cutting the fence open for everybody. It's just his own quest for glory, the little man that he is. Oh, Elroy, how are you so insufferable? Elroy says,
no, Chainsmoker could just have Roblox cut through the fence.
Chainsmoker,
I rolled like 1 success, man. I'm going pretty close to last.
Elroy,
well, this'll give me a chance to clear the way for you.
God, I hate him. He's terrible. He has been called out. I want to say, why doesn't anybody call it out? But at this point, everybody is just like kind of committed themselves to seeing this bullshit through. They don't want to give up their characters and leave the game, but they also don't want to be around Elroy. But Hutbeard has to be around Elroy because Elroy's giving money to the shop. So yes, bought and paid for, as I said. By this point, I just didn't care to argue, honestly. I figured, hey, if he wants to run ahead and get himself killed, who am I to stop him? I might have to take an extra long time having Ferris slip through that fence. He might burn himself on the molten aftermath of Chainsmoker's grand entrance. He could cut himself and get tetanus. He would really need to take his time catching up. You know, for safety, of course. What's that? You need heals? Oh, I'm way back here. Sorry about that, Superman. Shouldn't have rushed on ahead so fucking quick, right? Let him dig his own grave. I'm about it. And so Pisant cut a 3-foot-high hole in the fence and darted through. He was able to use his Chuck E. Cheese prize-sized lightsaber to send 2 stormtroopers to the hereafter and proudly proclaimed, Elroy,
I flip my middle finger at their corpses.
Oh, God, dude. Like everybody at the table is going to be like, wow, that's so cool and funny, Elroy. You want to hang out after the game? Just let me die now. He looked around at us with a goofy smile that lost its luster as he realized that he alone found the humor in his juvenile gesture. It's so basic. This is like the bottom line. Can we even call it humor? Hutbeard asks, anything else? Elroy, irritated now.
Yeah? I'm gonna spend 2 strain to get another maneuver. I'm gonna go ahead and run towards the building.
Peacekeeper, that is a terrible idea.
Shh, Peacekeeper. Let him do it.
It's fine. Elroy,
yeah, well, someone needs to get the job done. I'll try to save a few for you after you get through the fence.
What a team player. While Hal was able to learn and grow through his experience, Elroy has learned nothing. God, I hope he gets mobbed. I hope he just gets mollywalloped as soon as he comes through the door. Boom, boom. Oh, guess what? Your character's dead. Nothing I can do to save you because you're there by yourself. The rest of us passed our turns, readying attacks to attack any unexpected visitors. If Puxatawny Phil had been stationed at this base, he would do well to wait a few rounds to indulge in his yearly ritual of shadow-based meteorology. His prediction would be 6 more weeks of pain! Everybody's on the same page, I'm pretty sure. They're just like, yeah, there goes our hero. Watch him as he goes. And by goes, I mean like die forever. Goodbye. Finally, it was Chainsmoker's turn. He spent the entire round cutting through the fence and moving through to the other side to give us room. As Elroy began his turn, Hutbeard started placing stormtrooper miniatures on the table. Most of them were in clumps of 5, but they were a couple standing off by themselves. He must have taken every single stormtrooper mini the store had and borrowed them for the occasion. There were at least 40 of them. All right, do your thing, Elroy. Go ahead. Cut him up, big hero. And everybody else just walking slowly like, huh, I hope he's okay in there. The clusters, we supposed, were minion groups. Those standalone troops, though, something about them being off on their own sent up warning flags to me, but not to Elroy. As we learned with the Keelix, Elroy really doesn't understand what minion groups are supposed to be anyways. He's just like, I'm gonna take them all down. Okay. He does know how to run, but usually only when his companion is there to sacrifice himself for Elroy. So yeah, there's no sacrifice. Don't run away, Elroy. This is the final countdown or something.
It's the final countdown.
Elroy.
So that's like what, 8 minion groups? That's nothing. I'm gonna set my force dice aside for defense and use my lightsaber to reflect their shots back at them as I charge these guys.
Oh yeah, I seen that in the movie before. It's gonna work out exactly the same. You stupid. He moved his mini as far as Hutbeard would allow for 2 move actions. He had covered maybe a third of the distance between his starting points and the nearest cluster of troopers. Hutbeard had provided a battle map that had trenches, barricades, rocks, and all kinds of places to take cover. Elroy didn't need any hand-holding, though. He was a big boy with his big boy saber. Oh, Lord. Here he comes. That boy. The last time he had been outnumbered, we had berated him for running instead of staying to help Hal fight. This time, he was gonna redeem himself and remind us where we stood in the pecking order. I'm sure it's gonna go exactly how you predicted, Elroy. I can't wait to see it, honestly. Fight! Go! Do it! I believe in you! I believe in your ability to die. It's the final meltdown! Once he has to tear up his character sheet. God, that'd be beautiful. Peacekeeper says, okay, I'm gonna post up behind this rock. Can I use it to stabilize my aim? Hutbeard, yes, and you can add a boost to your attack rolls. Peacekeeper, awesome. I want to spend 2 strain to get an extra maneuver and use it to get improved aim. This gave another boost to his attack roll. Hutbeard, all right. Which one are you attacking? Peacekeeper's, he's a good guy, to a fault even. I wouldn't be helping Elroy out in this moment. I'd be like, look, he's about to lose his character and I don't want to interrupt that. This could all be over if we just stand back and let it sort itself. Although you do have to play it cool, come up with a good reason, be like, oh, my character's shoelaces are untied. I need to spend 3 rounds tying my shoes because my character doesn't know how. Peacekeeper did point at one of the stormtroopers that was standing off by itself. When Hutbeard gave him the difficulty to attack, something was off. Hutbeard, the distance makes it hard to check. 3 difficulty. Upgraded once. The check was upgraded, but he hadn't used a destiny point, so my suspicions were confirmed. The troopers standing by themselves weren't rank and file stormtroopers. Some of these things were not like the others.
One of these things is not like the others.
Nailed it! Peacekeeper succeeded on the attack roll and rolled an impressive amount of damage. If he had shot Ferris with that roll, I would be getting evacuated from the battlefield in a to-go container. What's the number? A big number. Hutbeard says, he takes the hit and screams in pain. Smoke rises from his scorched chest and punctured armor. Elroy, ha! You couldn't even kill a single stormtrooper? I took down 2 in 1 turn. Mac, I'm pretty sure those are elite troopers, man. OP, yeah, no kidding. That was a shit ton of damage. Peacekeeper, we're gonna need to focus fire those guys. Elroy, you guys can do whatever you want. I'm going for the groups. I'm not afraid of being outnumbered. He's such an idiot. I don't know how one person can be such a pompous idiot. And not in tiny bursts either. Consistently. Every time he opens his goddamn mouth. Somebody smacked the taste out of it. I haven't gotten a look at Elroy before, but I got a picture in my mind. And he has just got the most punchable face in existence. Matt got closer, but none of the targets were in range of his pistol. Hal used some strain to get a double move and took a shot at the one Peacekeeper had wounded, finally dropping him. Elroy, that's funny. One of me took down 2 of them, and it took 2 of you to take down 1. You guys should really get some better weapons. Do you not realize what's happening here legitimately, Elroy? You just trying to pump yourself up, like, to that level? Jesus Christ. I moved Ferris up behind the others and used inspiring rhetoric to restore some of their strain and to give bonuses to their attack rolls. It was one of the only things that I could do in combat situations until someone got hurt if I wasn't near enemies to yell at. Normally, a character would say something truly inspirational to activate it. I just want to tell you, good luck. We're all counting on you. In Ferris's case, it was more like, don't fuck it all up like you normally do, yeah? Elroy, am I close enough to get the boost? OP, dude, you're in a different zip code. The ability only works on people that are in close range. Elroy, well, hurry and catch up. I'm gonna need that strain recovery too, you know? Yeah, like I'm your little fucking puppy over here. You want it? Come over here and get it. I'm not following you into the midst of combat. I'm a bardly medic, for God's sake. Scotty had Merwick take a double move and hid behind the barricade. Scotty,
I just want to try a coercion check to scare some of the stormtroopers.
Hotbeard,
Okay, they're battle-hardened veterans, so it won't be easy.
Scotty rolled and he nailed it. Scotty's got like a natural max luck stat, I'm pretty sure. Merwick's jaw damn near popped out of its socket as it unhinged to issue forth a blood-curdling roar of bloodthirsty fury, dispersing the trooper group that was nearest to him. That's a Wookiee thing, right? He's a Wookiee. Yeah, I got it. Hutbeard said they would be taking severe penalties on their next attack roll while they tried to regroup. Not one to be outdone, of course. Elroy,
I'm gonna charge into them while they're distracted and start cutting them down.
Hutbeard,
you'll have to wait until your turn. They get to go now.
Which they did he mean? Gary Oldman and Leon the Professional? Hutbeard took out a tape measure and tried his best to find anyone that was in range other than Elroy. The shaken stormtroopers were close enough and had reason enough to fire at Merwick. They collectively wet their armor and shot in Merwick's general direction to no avail. The rest, however, had neither the range nor line of sight for anyone but Elroy. Oh, yes. Oh, yes! Please let it happen. Just make him Swiss cheese, all right? Today is your day of reckoning. At least 5 minion groups fired at him. Not all of them hit, but enough did to make him lose about a quarter of his hit points. He groaned at Hutbeard.
They should be trying to move up the field to target the rest of us.
Peacekeeper, dude, they have no reason to. They're the defenders. They're not gonna leave fortified positions to meet us in the open field if they don't have to. Yeah, that's pretty basic, isn't it? Peacekeeper, you see, is an avid military history buff. World War II is his specialty. He can tell you what caliber ammo each gun from each country used. He can name more generals than I can name presidents, which granted isn't all that impressive because I know like 10 maybe, including Taft, who was so fat that he got stuck in a bathtub, and that's a thing you know now. I actually did a report on Taft. Everybody else picked the good presidents. I picked the fat one. See addendum A at the end of this for an aside about the time Elroy tried to correct Peacekeeper on history and ended up looking stupid? Gasp, I'm shocked. Elroy looking stupid, how could that be? The minion group assault was over. The elites, however, were just getting started. The ones farthest from Pisant used long-range rifles to take shots at him. One of them hit him hard enough to knock out another 25% of his health bar all by himself. It was at this point that Elroy started properly freaking out, just in time for the ones closest to him to lob grenades at him. By the time the smoke cleared, he was, as Bob Dylan would put it, knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hutbeard,
Elroy, it's your turn.
Elroy,
I hit myself with a stim pack and start running away.
There you go. That's the Elroy that we all know. Elroy in character says,
guys, we need to run. There's too many of them. We need a better plan.
What's this? The consequences of your own actions? Watch how fast I react. Elroy,
I'm gonna radio Ferris. Ferris, I need you. Hurry. I'm gonna die.
Oh, sure. I'll be right there. What? Oh, hey. Is that a penny? Better stop and pick it up. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy.
Even if I wanted to rush ahead to get to him, which I did not, I wasn't even close enough. There were only 2 characters that were close enough to provide him with any kind of assistance. One was Merwick, the other, Hal.
I'm going to take a double move and get close enough to Pissant to hit him with a stim pack.
Elroy,
Dude, what the hell, man? You should have waited to let Ferris do it. He has the skill that adds extra healing when he uses him. Now I can only use 3 more this fight.
okay, fine, I won't. Just be dead instead. Would you prefer that to be dead instead? Good. Fuck you then. What an idiot. OP says, Ferris is too far away. Elroy,
you could double.
OP, dude, look at the map and do the math. Even if I did a triple move, I would be barely in range to try to throw a stim pack at you like I was fucking playing darts. You should be thanking Hal. He might have just saved your life. Elroy, begrudgingly,
well, I mean, thanks, I guess.
Hal, visibly irritated,
you're welcome, selfish bastard.
Peacekeeper put another heavy dent in an elite trooper, and Nala was close enough this time to finish it off, while Chainsmoker chased the squads down with his mining drill to the tune of that Benny Hill theme, Yakety Sax. Merwick cordially introduced himself to the troopers that had been close enough to hear his declaration of intent. It seemed as though we didn't need to run away after all. No, Elroy is just being a wuss, as always. I don't understand why Hal didn't just let him die. That would have been such an easy end to all of this. Another round of carnage went by, and then our savior truly emerged from the carnage. Our champion stepped forth, our bringer of justice and dealer of death. Was it Elroy? Fuck no. He spent his next turn running away and left Hal to take a full salvo of grenades and blaster shots. Again. Why does Hal always get left in the lurch? The road to hell is something like that. So then who murdered our way to victory? Who indeed? It seems that it was The Jabberwocky by Lewis Carroll. 'Twas hilly where the trooper shots, he cried and trembled in the wake. All flimsy was his armor suit when met with claws and swords that rake. Beware the raging Wookiee, boys, the arms that rip, the fists that smash. Beware the wrath that he deploys, that stingy vibro-blady lash. He took his vibro swords in hand, and through the numerous foe he sought, the one who acted in command, and through the ranks he fought. To where the tactic calls were made, the Wookiee, with his eyes aflame, came crashing through the barricade, and put the force to shame. 1-2, 1-2, and through, the vibro blade went snicker, snack. He left them dead, and though he bled, he came a-limping back. And hast thou slain them, Wookiee friend? Come to our arms, our furry boy, a grand display, Calloo, Calais, we chortled in our joy. 'Twas still then where the troopers had shot, no cries of war then came, a mound of corpses where he fought, our Merwick barely maimed. This has to be my favorite Star Wars Shenanigans post, dude. That is beautiful. That's not to say the rest of us were useless, mind you. The 1996 Chicago Bulls, per regulation, had to put more players on the court than just Jordan. They occasionally did stuff, you know, when Jordan let them. That is really how it be, though. Elroy was, and I cannot overstate this, furious that Scotty had decimated the enemy force almost single-handedly. He was not among those who cheered when Hutbeard took the last mini off the board. Instead, he left us behind again to go into the prison and find the general. He really just wants to be the guy so bad. He's like, I can rescue somebody. I can do something. No, just give it up. You are a literal fuck-up factory. Go stand in the corner. It was getting close to the end of the night by this point, so Hutbeard said the prison was completely empty of stormtroopers. We had slain the last of them. That was all well and good since it gave me time to work on my new pet project. How to find Delonis's legs and try to reattach them. Remember that time I said Elroy ran away and left Hal to play hot potato with a lot of grenades? Oh, fucking Hal, man. Just gets the brunt of it every time. Well, long story short, Hal's character got the Lieutenant Dan treatment. Lieutenant Dan, ice cream. Ice cream, Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan, ice cream.
His legs were beyond saving. The best I could do was staunch the bleeding and get him loaded up for transport back to the rebel base. Well, maybe he gets some metal legs now too, and also ants in his brain. This is not turning out well for Hal. His character's gonna be fucked up by the end of all this. Pissant came out of the prison with the general. He put his lightsaber to good use, finally, cutting the cell open. So we got back to the rebel base and we were given some nice rewards. We got our pick of armor and weapons from the armory, and we were told that the quartermaster would make modifications to our gear if he had the parts available. Oh, well that's nice. I always enjoy a sweet reward for a job well done, yes. And speaking of parts, we got Hal a brand new pair of shiny legs. Lieutenant Dan, you got new legs.
Lieutenant Dan, you got new legs. New legs.
We just needed to install a sunglasses implant and his full Adam Jensen transformation would be complete. Yeah, he's messed up, bro. He might be getting better, faster, stronger, but what a price he has paid for it. Hutbeard gave me some medicine checks to reflect stabilizing Delonis's injuries and attaching his new cybernetics. Hal, I might as well just make a droid next time. OP, keep playing this guy and we'll get you there sooner or later. That's right. Only thing left is like a heart. It's made of plastic. You're well on your way. This was the conclusion of a long-running story arc. We had finished the mission and Hutbeard actually gave us a decent amount of experience on top of everything else. Elroy immediately deposited his into a skill that should really come as a surprise to no one that has been keeping up with this series. Elroy,
there. Now I've maxed out my piloting skill. Now to get my reward, I want to go find the general.
God, he really hasn't forgotten about that X-Wing. I almost forgot about it until you just said that. That's ridiculous, bro. The general is meeting with some of the other officers when Pissant approaches. The general recognizes Pissant as his rescuer since he had run ahead to hog the glory. And he sends the other officers away so that he can talk to him. General,
you got my gratitude, soldier. If I display a leadership, you might be officer material.
The rest of us, oh, what the actual Pissant?
Yep, that's me. A born leader.
Oh, God. The general says,
Good. I'm gonna need to make use of your team again. I have a mission for you.
Elroy is Pissant.
Well, we can talk about all that just as soon as I get the other part of my reward.
General,
what other part of your reward?
Pissant.
The major said if we rescued you, I would be given an X-Wing.
General,
he doesn't have the rank to make that kind of offer, and I doubt to you that he did. You must have misheard him.
Elroy,
no, I was promised an X-Wing.
Stupid. You stupid. You got played like a fiddle. Government out here making them politician promises. He's like, yeah, they're gonna keep it for sure this time. No. General, I can't just give away an X-Wing after one mission. Elroy, no, you're not gonna give me the runaround for another 3 goddamn months. You don't have to give me an X-Wing. I'm taking one. Hutbeard, the General goes for his blaster. Elroy, I used to force choke on him. The rest of us, surprised Pikachu.jpg. Yeah, this is not gonna go well. The force of the entire fucking army is going to come down on top of you. Now you're not friends with the Imperials. Now you're not friends with the Rebels. You got no friends in the galaxy, bro. Let him get taken away, dude. This is a mess. And with that, to be continued, we are into parody time, and it is I Just Can't Wait to Be King. We've parodied a lot of Lion King songs. I don't know if we've done this one quite yet. This'll be fun. We got 2 voices in this one, which is pretty neato. So the bold one is Elroy. The italics is going to be OP. I don't know if it'll work if I do different voices. I'm going to try it both ways. We'll see what works better. I'm gonna be a flying ace that no one can defeat. Well, I've never seen a pilot sitting in a booster seat. I'm gonna be a legend too, like no one was before. I'm locking up the S-foils, gonna hear the engine roar. About this whole betray the rebels thing. Oh, I'm just gonna take an X-Wing. Didn't want to do this. We're supposed to be a team. Didn't want to go there. Are you even listening? No more stupid side quests. If you really hate this game so much, don't be here. We're free to fly around all day. Have fun with that. Free to lead the crew my way. I think it's time that we decide if you belong with us. That guy broke his promise, so I don't get all the fuss. If this is really happening, then hey, I guess it's time. Time to end it, time to cast you out. We'll get along just fine. But will Hutbeard let us kill him? That's the thing. Oh, I'm just gonna take an X-Wing. I think it worked out beautifully. We gotta do a little bit editing magic with that one, but the final product, it's gonna be, I guarantee it. I can't wait to hear it once it comes back from my editor. Twitch chat might be a little bit confused as to how the thing's gonna sound out, but good. More reason to go back and like watch the finished product. So bless you guys for sticking through it with me. Outro. We are in the home stretch now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. One more part to go. Can you believe it? All these great series coming to an end. But yes, one installation left, and I'll be bringing the horrors of Elroy to a close. I still have a few stories that I might tell of the stuff that went on at the game store that didn't involve him. I had a number of beard encounters, as tends to happen in game shops. Oh yes, that is where Ramtide finds all of his beard encounters. And he spends a lot of time in game shops because, you know, he ain't like got a house or anything. I can piece together a series of shorter stories. I'm really leaning towards the Beardalorians or the Book of Beardo Fett. Either one of those will be beautiful. Please and thank you. Oh, if you came to the bottom looking for that little aside about Elroy and Peacekeeper, well, the little dude tried to argue to Peacekeeper that Russia was a member of NATO. Bear in mind, this was 6 years ago, so it wasn't something that people were talking about every day, but Peacekeeper pulled out his phone and pulled up a list of NATO countries and handed it to Elroy. Elroy looked it over and then handed the phone back, saying, and I shit you not, these are his actual words, they must not have updated it yet. Anyway, that is all. Roll them credits. With the Patreon credits? No, we're not there yet. Hold on. I gotta give my thoughts on the story. And my thoughts on the story are about the same as every other Elroy encounter. God, what an insufferable idiot. I don't know how we are still tolerating him at the game table. Once again, he let his true colors show, abandoned Hal, who was trying to help him. First, admonished him for using a stim pack because somebody else would have used it better. And then running away completely, leaving Hal in the lurch. Like, just the shittiest tabletop player ever. Hal learned about friendship. Elroy, I don't think he's never gonna learn. This is just ridiculous. He's gonna keep doing the same things over and over. People are gonna continue to tolerate him because he has like some magic money from somewhere, was born with a silver spoon in his mouth or some shit like that. And God, I really would just like to see some karma. Perhaps in the next episode, his character will die and we'll get to see him have a little meltdown. That would be fireworks enough for me. Because he's not like a bad person overall. He hasn't done anything too terrible that we know about. Then again, we didn't think Hutbeard did anything terrible if OP hadn't told us what he truly is at the beginning of the story. But like I said, we can't really know what's in Elroy's heart. It seems to me he just wants to be cool and liked and doesn't really understand or know how to go about it. So I do have sympathy for him. I still would like to see him cry and have a little bit of fireworks. And then maybe the crying can lead to like some self-reflection and he could become a better person. But that might be a lot to hope for. So I guess we'll have to see how this thing wraps up. I'm quite looking forward to it. Thanks to Irish Pirate for hanging out with us in the Twitch chat. Elroy.
No, I don't. That's not what my character would do. Oh, no!
Star Wars Shenanigans, Episode 9. The Cries of That Guy. Walker. The Skywalker. Oh, God, I don't even know what Episode 9 is. The Rise of Skywalker? Is that what I'm going for? God, that new trilogy just really turned me off. The first three, that was great, you know, maybe because I was young. The next three, even being young, I kind of realized that it was crappy. I really did try to get into movies 7, 8, and 9. I saw 7, I'm like, oh, it has some practical effects, but practical effects can't save a storyline that just completely fell in on itself. I don't like it. I gotta be completely frank. I don't like it. We could have just done the first 3 movies and called it good, but George Lucas couldn't let it drop. I don't blame him, honestly. I'd sell out too. And now Disney, they're definitely gonna milk it until it's just a hollow husk, if it's not already. But I digress, I suppose. Let's get into the intro. I sat here for half an hour just staring at a blank screen, trying to figure out what to put here. God, I feel that so much. Use the Irish Pirate. Don't build it up too much. You know, we understand that it's the end. It's gonna go beautifully no matter what. There doesn't have to be like a fireworks show or anything like that. I mean, a fireworks show helps, but I also understand, like, yeah, we can't make it more than it is, you know? It's the end. Every story must end, and this is the end for this story. So let's just see how it goes. So much of what I want to say would be better in outro, and yeah, that's where you'll find it. So this is indeed the finale of this Red exclusive saga. Proud of you for using the branding. So if it's the first Star Wars Shenanigan episode that you've read or heard, I would strongly encourage you to read the others first. They can be found on user The Irish Pirate 18's Reddit profile, or if you'd rather listen to them on YouTube, I mean, you're already here, aren't you? The playlist is down in the description. You can peruse at your leisure, but I would recommend starting with part 1, or 2, I guess. 2 is where Elroy gets introduced, but there is some, you know, critical backstory about Hal in part 1. Anyways, here's the cast list. Maybe I should have saved the alliterative cast list for the finale. But personally, I think it would be much better to do it this way. Taking some of my favorite descriptions, asides, and commentary about each of us and giving those snippets one last hurrah. I'm still sprinkling in some new things here or there for freshness' sake. Yeah, freshness is important. I'm not going to skip over the cast list in the final part. If it's completely recycled, I might consider skipping over it in the middle parts, but So far, Irish Pirate has given us a fresh cast list every single time. Now that is dedication. We've got OP, of course, a 31-year-old gaming nerd with a no longer brand new job at a psychiatric hospital that put me 1 hour away from the game store instead of just 1 minute away. I was still setting aside that one night a week to play. Oh, God bless you for being so dedicated. I mean, it doesn't even seem like the sessions are going that well. This is mostly just an opportunity to hang out with your friends, right? The fact that the game is going on is just completely tertiary at this point, at least as far as I would be concerned. OP's character is Ferris Chafari Sabson, aka he's a chismedic with the life-saving skills of a world-class surgeon and the people skills of a methed-up Canadian goose. Honk! Combat-wise, he mostly just healed or yelled at people. By this point, his blaster had finally seen more action than an incel at a lesbian bar. That blaster's got quite a body count, if I can recall. I think it's 20+ people. And that was all in one day. Ferris is running through these hoes. Anyways, we also got Mac, the Bill to my Ted, the Goose to my Maverick. He liked anime and gaming, but the word milady never touched his lips, and he never wore a fedora. The man that got me into tabletop games in the first place. He's neckbeard light, you know, but there ain't nothing wrong with that. Neckbeard is not necessarily a dirty word. It is mostly in the context that we use it, but I would wager that most of the people interested in neckbeard content were once neckbeards or very close to themselves. Mac's character is Nala. What would you get if Jack Sparrow had a baby with Gamora and allowed it to be raised by Malcolm Reynolds and Irene Adler? Well, she was greedy and narcissistic, but still looked out for the group's well-being, like a mother that became PTA president by shoving another mom down the stairs and stepping on her neck at the bottom and then embezzling all the funds to buy her family a new minivan. But yeah, she's looking out for the family, and you gotta have some respect for that. Everybody wants a new minivan, right? Peacekeeper is arguably the nicest guy at the table. Hanging out with him would make you look in the mirror afterwards and ask yourself, why are you such an asshole? I didn't even have to meet Peacekeeper. I kind of just asked myself that out of habit at this point. Peacekeeper's character is Savo, an agile Rhodian with the reflexes of a coked-out mongoose, a sniper that was addicted to drinking industrial paint dye. Not kidding, it is in the rulebook. I mean, we all get thirsty. What quenches your thirst better than paint dye? I mean, probably because you literally do die, and then you're never thirsty again. So easy. I got it. Chainsmoker is a fun-loving gamer with the perpetual scent of cigarette smoke that you'd expect to find on an old French gigolo who's past his prime with nothing left to lose but time. God, that is so evocative. I don't know why the gigolo has to be French, but I like that. Nothing left to lose but time. But it probably gives Chainsmoker like a sadder feel than he deserves. We're only talking about the cigarette smoke, right? He's not actually like completely over life. It is an evocative statement. I don't know if it necessarily fits. But anyways, Chainsmoker's character's Roblox, a Nikto thug with a Texas level tendency to drill first and ask questions later. Giggity. His compelling arguments came in the form of an industrial plasma beam to whichever part of you he considered the most expendable. You gotta make it do what you gotta do, right? He's got one job, but goddamn does he love that job. He just likes drilling. Doesn't matter who you are, he'll drill you. Giggity. Hal is a now less socially awkward 20-ish-year-old that no longer wrangled with thoughts of self-assassination. Although he had grown less innocent in the company of degenerate gamers, he had gained enough confidence and self-respect to crawl out from under his mother's oppressive boot, never to return. Yeah, 2 fingers, Mom. I'm out of here. I'm flying the nest. She's like, yeah, you're 20. Get out. It's hilarious. No, but Hal's a good guy. I talked to him before. Very down-to-earth fellow. But his character is Delanis. More machine now than man. DeLorean. Our work with the Keelix was done, but he would forever have the hive droning softly in the back of his mind, pushing him ever closer to insanity. Yeah, it's like ants in your brain, except, you know, not physically. I don't know which one is worse, honestly. Scotty is a dude that's so proud of his Scottish heritage that you would think he had just taken the haggis boat to Ellis Island. Is that racist? I don't know. It's fine. He's a top-notch friend that would give you the shirt off his back, but not his kilt. No one wants an indecent exposure charge on their record, you know? I mean, you could make a new kilt. Just rip a couple holes in trash bags, stick your legs through, you're good to go. Standard issue gentle giant. But when Elroy made an insensitive remark about Hal's mental health, he almost gave the little grease goblin summer teeth. Some are over here, some are over there. I almost forgot about summer teeth, bro. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm glad you brought that one back around. Still gonna put it in my back pocket. Hopefully I won't lose it again. Scotty's character was Merwick, a vibro blade wielding Wookiee. He slices, he dices. He uses twin vibro blades to Jackson Pollock, the Empire's finest, on whatever canvas the battlefield of the day has to offer. Yeah, we saw that. Much like Elroy, he is a Jedi, but he doesn't make a big deal out of it. Elroy tries to make being a Jedi his whole fucking personality, and he still can't outperform the Wookiee. And of course, we've got our GM, that's Hutbeard. He also held back experience like a Victorian-era father, withholding outward displays of love for his children. You've turned 18, I shall give you one handshake, and you will be on your way. Welcome to adulthood, son. While Elroy might have been the neighbor who kept letting his dog shit on your front yard, Hutbeard was the one stealing your Wi-Fi password to look at child porn. Oh, God. Snaky? Yes. And far, far worse. I'm glad he's locked up, bro. I hope he's having the worst time. We've also got Elroy. Neither tall nor short, fat nor thin, fair nor grotesque. He couldn't look less memorable appearance-wise if I had been sipping a Cosby Colada upon meeting him. Cosby Colada's pretty good, though. If you want to forget some stuff, go ahead. All it takes is one. I remember he had greasy, brownish blonde hair and a patchy swath of facial hair, but apart from that, he could blend into a crowd of one. The one true main character of the campaign, of course. All things must revolve around him, or Hutbeard might fall behind on the rent. Even with Hutbeard on his payroll, he often argued with his pet. Honestly, it's super interesting to me that this dude doesn't just have some one-on-one sessions. Is it really necessary for everybody else to be involved? Like, you want to be the one true main character? Okay, just do that. Pay this guy to run some sessions for you, and you can feel like the biggest, baddest boy on the block. But no, I guess both of them thrive on other people's suffering. Anyways, Elroy's character was Pissant, the party's walking fuck-up factory. He wanted so badly to be the group's main character and crew leader, but selfishness and power-hungry tendencies put him at odds with the people that he sought to subjugate. I mean, that's bad leadership, isn't it? You can't vie for leadership, like beg for it, try and get there through power. What are you, a politician or something? Yeah, that's how leadership works. People are supposed to want to follow you. And now we are into the story. Oh gosh, the last story. How is it possibly true? Breaking my heart. This takes place during the same session as the last story. We had less than an hour left before the game store was scheduled to close, and despite Hutbeard's efforts to wrap everything up by closing time, we found that although we did not yet have to go home, we could and would be staying there for another hour at the very least. Yeah, this is not going to get wrapped up with a pretty bow in one night. We left off with Elroy force choking the general that we had just spent months rescuing. Our protests fell on mostly deaf ears, or rather, ears that had perfect hearing but were currently playing host to a pair of earbuds, pumping his head full of raging death metal. It was either that or the My Little Pony theme song. I actually don't know the My Little Pony theme song. Thank God for that. I'd like to pretend it was death metal, but we all know that Elroy ain't cool enough for that. He's too try-hard. Metalheads are like the most laid-back people ever. That ain't Elroy. I guarantee it. Elroy waited until the general was about to pass out before dropping him and running to the base hangar as fast as his little robo legs would carry him. Was it a lovely day for a picnic? Not yet. Which, as you might remember, is the MK Ultra phrase that OP can whisper to their droid to turn off Elroy's cybernetic legs. It is a lovely day for a picnic. I don't know how you've held off on springing the trap this long. Infinite patience. While OP was atop the party's bandwagon, hurling negative commentary at Elroy, Ferris was oblivious to the goings-on. He stooped over Delanis, attaching his new legs. You gotta do the doctor thing first. Hutbeard rolled to see how long the general would be incapacitated. He struggled to catch his breath and wasn't able to sound the alarm until Pissant was already in the cockpit of his long-awaited X-Wing. Is it really worth all of this, dude? Your character's going to die. You're not friends with the Empires, you're not friends with the Rebels, you're not even friends with your party at this point. It's all come to a head. But Elroy just expects Hutbeard to let him continue living no matter what bullshit he pulls. However, other people in the group, yeah, they're gonna start pressuring Hutbeard about this. There's a reason this is the last episode. Elroy cannot get away with it.
He can't keep getting away with it!
So the klaxon call of the base's alarm system drowned out the sound of Pissant passing the piloting check to take off and exiting the hangar unimpeded. Dumping all of his recently obtained experience into his piloting skill was paying off. He had this plan all along. The party convened in the infirmary since Delanis wasn't quite up to the task of hobbling to a new location. We were talking over our options and trying to figure out what was happening, but we were constantly interrupted by Elroy.
Guys, you need to get out of there. You should head to the ships and meet me in space. Bring the cruiser so I can dock on it.
Yeah, Elroy loves docking. Until finally Max said, "Chill, man. We don't even know what's happening in game." Peacekeeper. "Yeah, and even if we did, that doesn't mean we drop everything that we're doing and just bail on the rebels." Elroy.
"Well, we can't stay with them now. They're gonna try and kill us."
Yeah, us. I don't know how we got pulled into this shit pile. How about they're gonna try and kill you? And also, I don't care. OP, who's this we that you're talking about? Of the 7 of us, only 1 stole an X-Wing. Precisely. I'll throw him under the bus in no time flat. Elroy.
But you heard the general. He thinks I'm the group's leader.
Scotty.
Where did he get that impression, do you think?
Elroy.
Well, I'm the one that cut him free, so he just sort of assumed.
Scotty.
And did you correct him?
Elroy.
I didn't get a chance.
Chainsmoker.
What? Yes, you did.
Peacekeeper. Not even 2 minutes ago. Elroy.
Well, we don't really have a leader, so I didn't think...
OP. Hi. Have you met Nala? No, he just wants the assumption to keep going. You realize we could talk to the general once he wakes up and be like, we aren't with that guy. I didn't know he was like that. We'll help you to capture him. How about that? It doesn't matter what the general assumed. Go correct his assumptions right now. Declare your allegiance to at least one of the factions, lest you end up with no friends in the universe and therefore dead. Elroy just says,
Guys, quit yelling at me. I can't go back and change it now.
You're right. You've made this decision for all of us, but I don't necessarily have to go along with it. Hal?
Pissant lied to the general and screwed the rest of us over.
Elroy?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, but it's just what my character would do.
Oh, God, here we go again. I can't take it. Once he says it 3 times, the universe is torn asunder, for those not privy to that quite yet. Hal says,
do you know what happens to characters that screw over this party? Because I do.
Yes, Hal. Sweet justice will be delivered. Elroy?
Guys, you can keep yelling at me, or you can fix the problem.
Yeah, fix the problem you created. Huh. Interesting that. OP. I'm pretty sure the rebels have an idea on how we might be able to do that. Hutbeard.
As you're all gathered in the infirmary, the door flies open, and a squad of rebel commandos pours in, surrounding you. They level their blasters at you and part, long enough to let the general in.
Hutbeard as the general.
You're all under arrest.
OP as Ferris. What the bloody hell are you on about? Hutbeard as the general.
Your leader just assaulted me and stole an X-Wing.
Mac is Nala. I did no such thing, man. Hutbeard as the general. Confused.
But the Jawa said.
OP is Ferris. Oh, I bet he said a lot of things. He's got a bad habit of that. Hutbeard is the general.
Leader or not, you still have to answer for his actions. He's part of your team.
Peacekeeper is Savo. Not really. He just sort of started following us, and we could never find a good way to get rid of him. Until today. Elroy.
Good. Flip a destiny point to upgrade your deception check so he believes it.
Peacekeeper looking Elroy dead in his very eyeballs. It's not deception. Elroy.
What? Fuck you, dude.
I mean, it is completely accurate, is it not? Nobody ever wanted you, and now that you've shit the bed, there's no reason to keep you around. You've screwed over your entire team, and so your entire team is gonna screw you right back. Hutbeard as the general, breaking in before anyone else can hurt his master's feelings anymore.
And you're still responsible for his actions because you brought him here. Look what he did.
The general points to his neck. There are bruises on his neck in the shape of a hand. Like a small Jawa-sized hand, or can the hand be as big as you need it? I guess it's the Force. You can make your hand whatever size you want. And if that's the case, I want to bitch slap Elroy across the room using like a gorilla-sized hand. Just put him through that fucking wall. Hutbeard.
Ferris, give me a medicine check. Easy difficulty.
It would take an astronomical level of bad luck for me to fail this check. I didn't understand why I was rolling one at all, but I didn't argue because I wasn't Elroy. Yeah, you don't want to assume anything. There's always a chance to fail, okay? Let the dice speak. Hutbeard looks over the dice and nods at the result.
All right. You examined the bruises and realize it must have taken a strong hand to do this. You can't tell for sure, but It looks like the bruises might have been spread too far apart to have been done by Jawa-sized hands.
Which is what I said earlier, right? You can make the hand any size. It's the fucking Force. It's magic, all right? I 100% didn't get the implication. What he was saying, more or less, was that he had choked himself to give visible bruises. Pissant wouldn't have left bruises because he was using the Force to cut off the general's airway, not physically crushing his neck. Is that how that works? Whatever, I guess that's how that works. It's magic. I ain't gotta explain shit, all right? OP as Ferris, he did this to you and then stole an X-Wing. Elroy,
dude, what the fuck? He just said the hand was too big to be mine. What are you doing?
OP, dude, stop metagaming. You have no way of knowing what my character is saying, doing, or thinking. Yeah, the bruise is too big for one hand, but Pissant has two hands, last I checked. And yeah, they're robotic, aren't they? Robotic hands can also be not Jawa-sized, I'm pretty sure. That's all I really want is gorilla arms. I want to be a cybernetic gorilla when I grow up.
Elroy, but force choking someone wouldn't even leave a bruise at all. If you don't act on that, then you're metagaming.
What? How do you know that they have knowledge of this? Like, how familiar could Ferris possibly be with the Force, since he's not a Jedi and shit? You know my whole backstory? You know what's going on? Keep your beak out. OP says, no, I'm not. Who's to say if Ferris even knows enough about the Force to know what it can do? God, OP's just taking every word right out of my mouth. I'm gonna stop. And even if he did, why would he be thinking about that in this situation? You have never, not once, told any of us that you're Force sensitive. You wanted to keep it a secret from us. Well, you succeeded. And now I've got no way of knowing what I'm looking at. I mean, isn't the fact that he has a lightsaber proof enough? I guess you don't need to have the Force to wield a lightsaber. All you need is like some fucking kyber crystals. Shove it in a handle, you're good to go. You got a beam sword. But to wield it like as well as a Jedi would, I guess you do need the Force. The thing is, Elroy doesn't wield it well at all. So yes, I believe that he's not Force sensitive. I haven't seen any proof of that. Elroy says,
but he's obviously lying.
OP, not as far as Ferris knows. He's got no reason to doubt the general. This is getting interesting. The plot thickening up quite nicely. Elroy just wants Ferris to play the game his way, but yeah, Ferris has his own machinations going on to get rid of Elroy. So who will win? I mean, I hope it's OP, or else, you know, it's not much of a story. Like, yeah, Elroy won, everything went his way, the group split up. Like, wow, that's a sad ending to the story. That's not the way it's gonna go, come on. Elroy?
But you have reasons to doubt Pissant?
Oh, so many reasons to doubt him. More than I could list, really. Stealing from us, leaving Hal to die multiple times, stealing from other people, and putting us in compromising situations. The list went on and on, but I didn't have time to list every single offense. I mean, a simple yes would suffice. Hutbeard as the general.
See? You trusted him enough to bring him here. He could have killed me. He's gone, so you're going to have to take his punishment.
Hutbeard is trying so hard to save Elroy's skin right now. So ridiculous, dude. How does that make any sense? But I guess what the general says goes. So how is OP gonna get out of this one? OP as Ferris says, what if we brought him back? Hutbeard is the general.
If you bring him back here, he's going to face execution.
Elroy paled at this. He decided in that moment that he would not allow himself to be taken alive. Elroy,
did I make it off planet?
Hutbeard rolls some dice.
Yes, you break the atmosphere before the rebels had time to get the pilots to their ships.
Elroy,
then I'm gonna make a jump to light speed.
Mac, you can't. Elroy,
oh yes I can. That's exactly what my character would do.
It always is, isn't it?
You guys aren't close enough to stop me.
OP, no one said we're gonna stop you, but you literally can't make a jump to light speed. Not safely, anyways. Elroy?
What? Why?
Mac? Dude, do you know anything about X-Wings? Whoa! Elroy?
I mean, yeah. I own one now, and I maxed out my piloting.
Just because you stole one doesn't mean that you know a goddamn thing about it. Let's get that perfectly clear right now. Elroy seems to love skipping around parts in the player guide and just like bending things to his purpose. I guess he figured he could do the same with this X-Wing. Peacekeeper has much my same thought and says, that doesn't matter. Someone can know how to drive a car without knowing everything about what's going on under the hood. Yeah, precisely. Scotty,
you've got the ship, but what don't you have?
Hey, how about you at home listening to this video right now? Do you know what it was that Elroy was missing? I'll give you a few seconds. If you said astromech droid, you win your choice of 1,000 Teddy coins or 250 bit marbles. I mean, the market's down right now, but if you hold on to them, they might be worth something later. Maybe. Other acceptable answers include common sense, humility, and the cryogenically frozen head of Walt Disney. Hey, what you gonna do with that? That's weird. Put that back. You can't jump without the astromech droid? I guess I didn't know that about X-Wings, but I'm also not pretending to be the expert, stealing one from the head of the rebel army. Elroy shakes his head and says,
I don't know.
So Twitch chat actually did get it right with the astromech droid, because apparently the droids calculate their trajectory and celestial drift of planets and whatnot that could get in the way. So yeah, he needs his own little R2-D2 bot droid thing, or else he's, yeah, liable to crash into a planet. Moving at light speed is not easy. You gotta bump into some stuff probably. There's a lot of room in space, but when you're traveling at speeds like that, I think even like the slightest pebble could probably kill you. Anyways, Mac gives Elroy the answer and says, "Where's your droid?" Elroy,
I don't need one. My piloting skill.
OP interrupts, piloting doesn't mean shit for jumping to light speed. What's your astro navigation score? Yes, Elroy could fly circles around any and or all of us now, but he didn't know how to use a galactic GPS. Good. Go get lost. That does seem like an awful fate, man. Lost in space? Ooh. And actually, a passable Netflix show for the first season or two. Elroy says,
I am 2.
Your score is 2. Okay. Max says, even if it was maxed out, you'd be making a blind jump. Elroy,
I'm not gonna do a blind jump. I'm not an idiot.
Yeah, citation needed on that one. OP, then you're just gonna have to sit there and wait. X-Wings have very limited navigation computers. They need astromech droids to calculate their routes. Elroy,
I don't think that's right.
Scotty pulls it up on his laptop. See for yourself then. Elroy looks it over and goes a little green around the gills.
But that's not...
Turning to me and Mac.
You guys have to help me.
Oh, do I now? And OP says, did we? Did we though? No, we did not have to help him, but a thought did occur to me. One that I would credit to my wife, as it is her sort of devious. I might write a wholesome post about her one day on the subreddit, outlining how and why I love that mischievous maiden, and that post is indeed up if you want to visit the Irish Pirate 18's Reddit profile. I don't know where the hell that would fit on the channel, but it is a good read. OPS Ferris says, let's get to our ships and we'll bring him back. Mac shot me a look. I tried my best to communicate with him telepathically. Either we were able to tap into latent psychic powers, or he just trusted me enough to follow along. I mean, you are best bros. You know I'm not gonna fuck all of us over. Just believe me. Hutbeard as the general.
Fine, but you're taking Delanus with you.
We had forgotten that technically Delanus wasn't part of our crew. He was a long-standing and trusted member of the Rebel Alliance that had been attached to our crew as a sort of liaison. OP is Ferris. That's fair. Done. Hutbeard is the general.
We're gonna confiscate their weapons. You're keeping yours. If they try anything traitorous, I expect you to deal with them.
Hal is Delanus.
Yes, sir. Consider it done.
Were we happy to be leaving our weapons behind? Not even remotely, but we got to take our ships out in pursuit, so there was that. Elroy.
Sorry about your weapons. We can get you some new ones when we get out of here. I'll help you with it. Least I can do, you know?
Mac. The very least, man. Elroy.
Thanks for bringing the Gazanti. I'll need to dock if we're gonna get out of here.
He really thinks that he's dragging his whole crew along. Any sane person would hand him over to the general, right? I don't want to be at odds with the entire Rebel Alliance. We're already at odds with the Empire, all right? I need to keep some friends out here. And if sacrificing Elroy allows me to do that, fucking have him. Matter of fact, even if it didn't allow me to do that, you could still have him. Just get rid of him, please. Hutbeard gives us our piloting difficulty. We're not having to take off in a firefight, so it wasn't a hard check. Nala, Merwick, and Roblox took the carrier. I took the YT-2400, think Millennium Falcon, if it was designed by the people that invented safety scissors. That is an extremely accurate description. I had Delanus and Savo on board. Rachel, who was now an adept pilot, was at the helm. Hell yeah, let the droid do the driving. I got all kinds of other shit to do back here. I'm gonna go clean up, as a matter of fact. I'm itchy. Gonna go take a shower. You know what I'm getting at? It's Chris Trucker references. We broke atmosphere and pulled close to Elroy. Elroy's pissant.
Good. You made it out alive. Stay still so I can dock with...
Mac is Nala. We're not doing that. Elroy is pissant.
What? Why?
OP is Ferris. Because we're not setting off on a merry adventure with you, you wee wanker. We're taking you back. Elroy.
Dude, what the fuck are you doing?
OP. What I said we would do. Bringing you back. You could have seen this coming 1,000 miles away, but I guess he just didn't want to see it coming. He didn't want to believe it. You did this to yourself, Elroy. I don't feel the least bit bad. Elroy says,
no way! The general said they'd execute me!
Mac, you heard that, but Pissant didn't. Elroy,
I would sense it through the Force.
Scotty,
Using which power?
Elroy.
What? Huh? What do you mean?
Scotty.
I've been reading up on the Force more. I've got my combat skills where I want them, so I've started looking into other Force powers to spend my experience on. Did you forget that Merwick is Force sensitive too?
Elroy.
Well, if Hutbeard lets me.
Scotty.
If he lets you, then he's letting you cheat. I don't think that he's just going to let you break obvious rules like that.
And then Scotty turns to look at Hutbeard and says,
right?
Moment of truth. Would Hutbeard double down and give Elroy his way? I mean, I definitely expect him to. He is a weasel, but that would also presume that, like, you know, he doesn't care about being judged by the rest of the group, which he definitely does. So I don't know. It's sort of a catch-22. Hutbeard.
No. If there are no rules for that, a power that covers that, then you can't do it.
Wow. Wow. Hutbeard actually stuck to his guns. I mean, he's still a disgusting child-molesting piece of trash that I hope rots in prison, but that's at least 1 point in his corner. Still like 999 million in the hole, but I am shocked by that, at least. Elroy says,
well, then I want to drop some of the experience from my piloting to pick up that power.
Mac, no way, dude. You can't just rewrite your character on the fly like that. Whoa! You chose to drop all your experience in the piloting, man. That's the way you gotta play it out now. And we are taking you back. Elroy,
I'm not going back with you. Pissant isn't stupid enough to head back to people that are calling him a thief.
Okay, but from all the experience that we've got, Pissant is pretty stupid, and he probably would. OP, yeah, that tends to happen when people steal stuff. Mac is Nala, hopping back into character to move us along. Pissant, you've got to come back with us. If you don't, the rebels are going to brand all of us as traitors. Whoa! At this point, I send Hutbeard a text, telling him that I want to have Rachel disable Pissant's legs. Here it is. Lovely day for a picnic. Hutbeard checks his phone and makes a sour face. Yeah, it didn't quite go how you thought it was gonna go, did it? He rolls some dice and texts back. Hutbeard.
She tells you that she's not sure if it worked or not, but that she sent the signal. He might not know until he tries to use them again.
Unfortunately, X-Wings don't have gas pedals, so it wouldn't be until he stepped out of the cockpit that we would know for sure. Okay, then what's the point of disabling the legs at that point? I'm a little bit lost on that, but OP probably has a plan. It's fine. Elroy is Pissant.
We don't need them. We can make a living in the Outer Rim doing our own thing. I'm not going back, and that's that.
Yeah, I know I hit you, baby, but just stay with me. I did it because I love you. We could build a life together in the Outer Rim. Why don't you rim my ass? How about that? If that was indeed that, then my options were exhausted. Hutbeard.
You detect several X-Wings and Y-Wings approaching from the planet's surface.
Oh, here it is. Elroy is Pissant.
Guys, we gotta go now.
OP. All right then. OP is Ferris. Savo, Delanis, get on the guns. Peacekeeper is Savo.
Okay. Are you sure?
OP is Ferris. Yes. Hal. I'm not going to. Delanis wouldn't attack the rebels. He would let himself get blown up first. Mac had Scotty and Chainsmoker move their characters to gun turrets as well. OP is Ferris. Savo, are you ready? Peacekeeper is Savo.
I guess.
Elroy is Pissant.
As soon as I dock with Mac's ship, we can...
OP is Ferris. Target Pissant's engines. Elroy. What? OP is Ferris. Fire! Well, that came out of left field, didn't it? You spent this whole time getting rused. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Not even Hal knew. He's like, I'm not getting on the guns. I'm not going to fire on my own people. Little did you know, we taking piss at out. Engines disabled? Hey, no problem. Lasso him up, take him back in. Beautiful. Peacekeeper asks Hutbeard for the difficulty because he's targeting a specific part of the ship. Hutbeard upgrades the check. Peacekeeper rolls the attack, but ship gunnery doesn't go off the same skills as using blasters. The shot breaks on the X-Wing shield. Elroy, hey dude, what the fuck are you doing? OP, I told you in game, dude. We're taking you back in. Now this is happening. Or you make that blind jump to light speed and crash into a planet. It's your choice. Elroy, I'm gonna fire a proton torpedo at Ferris's ship. At this point, Hutbeard has to call for initiative. Rachel outrolls Pissant, so our ship gets to act first. Ooh, Pissant goes first and then Nala's ship. Oh, this is so juicy. I love PK, little bit of PvP. Oh, yes, everybody blow your ex-teammates up. This is wonderful. This is exactly how I wanted it to end, with fireworks. So Rachel moves us closer to position. I use inspiring rhetoric to increase Savo's check. At this point, Delanis takes the other gun turret and joins in. They fire at Pissant's engines, and they're able to hit one of them with a few shots. It's damaged, but for now, still functional. Bro, there's no way that this is gonna end well for him. He is already extremely fucked, and yeah, he did it to himself. How did you think you were gonna get away with any of this? And then it was Elroy's turn. Elroy says, all right, I'm gonna shoot him with the proton torpedo. I don't even give a fuck if they die now. Hutbeard, give me a Peacekeeper. No way. There's no way that you could do that. Elroy, why not? You guys shot at me. Why shouldn't I try to blow you all up? Peacekeeper, oh, no, you should definitely try, but you're gonna have to use your blasters. Elroy, no, X-Wings can carry proton torpedoes. That's what they used on the Death Star. Peacekeeper, right, when they were going into battle. One of the preparation steps for that would have been to load the fighters with bombs and torpedoes. You don't leave that kind of ordnance loaded in a ship that's just sitting in a hangar. Do you have any idea how dangerous that would be? That stuff gets locked up in reinforced storage areas until and unless it's needed. There's no way in hell that the rebels would leave their ships loaded when they're not going into battle. Peacekeeper's war knowledge jumps to the forefront and shuts down whatever the hell Elroy was trying to do. Beautiful. That might be how people do things in our world, but this is Star Wars. They don't have to follow the same rules that we do. Oh boy. Peacekeeper says to Hutbeard, tell me I'm wrong. In a show of solidarity, the rest of the group turns to Hutbeard and united behind Peacekeeper's argument. Oh, he's gonna fold again. This is beautiful. You could see the pain on Hutbeard's face as he shook his head. Oh, I love it so much. Extreme catharsis. So awesome. Hutbeard says, no, you're wrong, to Elroy. You don't have any proton torpedoes. You're gonna have to use the blaster cannons. Elroy, but against two freighters? There's no way I'm gonna be able to even scratch them. Yeah, that's the point. Turn yourself in. Accept your death with a little bit of dignity. Would you? Could you? No, he's not a dignified individual. Mac. Then you just need to come to peace with the fact that you are going back with us. Elroy. No, I don't. That's not what my character would do. Oh, no! Oh, how many world-ending events is that in this series? At least 4 or 5. Please, let's never do that again. We might not need to worry about it if we do get rid of Elroy right now. If you're dead, then it doesn't matter what your character wanted to do in their previous life when they weren't dead yet. That's not one. That doesn't count. I said it in a completely different way. OP says, then you're either going to lose your engines or you're going to blow up. Elroy. No, not yet. It's still my turn. Peacekeeper. Dude, what are you? Elroy. I'm going to make a blind jump. You dead. At least you're dead at your own hands, but you're definitely dead. Silence. Utter silence. Elroy gathered up his dice. What do I need to roll? Hutbeard. Are you sure? Elroy. Yes. Eyes getting a little watery and voice starting to break. I don't have a choice. If I don't jump, they're gonna kill my engines. And then the rebels are gonna kill me. Hutbeard. Oh, okay. This is so wild. He bitch made for real. Can't even stand up, take his death like a man. You caused this. These are the results of your actions. And you still just can't accept it. So yes, Hutbeard gives Elroy the difficulty, and Elroy rolls. He succeeds in making a jump, but there's really no way of knowing where he'll end up. Hutbeard pulls out a map of the galaxy, and his finger traces along coordinates that he never really explained. His finger stops on one of the stars. If he doesn't shoot straight into the sun, he'll at least have a nearby planet that he can go to while he figures out his next move. The problem is that Hutbeard clearly can't decide what to do. He pointed at the star, right? Dude crashed into the sun, I'm pretty sure. But again, the real question is Hutbeard going to fudge the roll and allow Elroy to live? Considering this is the end of the saga, I think not, but I might be unpleasantly surprised. That means Elroy's role should have ended Pissant's reign of terror. Right then, right there. Hutbeard looked at his phone and visibly swallowed a knot of muscles in his throat. He cleared his throat and said, Hutbeard, we'll see what happened to him next week. Boo! What a fucking cop-out. You know damn well what happened to him, Hutbeard. Just say it. Go ahead and say it. I'm sorry that your lord and master killed his own character, essentially. You already saved him so many times. Just tell us all what happened. He crashed into the sun. He died. So fucking lame. We groaned and we protested. We wanted to know what was going to happen. Hutbeard insisted that we would have to wait. I ain't waiting. I ain't gonna wait. We're not leaving this goddamn store until you spell it out for us. A strange calmness fell over the group as we accepted that. All but one, at least. You know who. Bro, Elroy, don't push your luck. He's already saving your ass, I'm pretty sure. Not a word was spoken, for now Elroy was broken. I can't remember if he cried when he packed his bags and went outside. By next week, Hutbeard would decide if that's when Pissant died. I think that's like some American Pie, I'm pretty sure. I didn't sing it at all, but now that I read it out loud, it's definitely American Pie. If that's when Pissant died, and we were singing bye, bye, little Jawa guy. You're so full of shit. We can't wait to see you die. I don't know. It was late enough that I would be missing out on my rack time by at least an hour, but I hadn't left a session feeling this good in, well, since before Elroy had joined the table. I didn't have any answers. None of us did, of course, but I was optimistic. You really hold out hope that Hutbeard will do the right thing? If he was gonna do the right thing, he would have done it right then and there. Be like, yeah, he crashed with the sun, it's all over. Sorry, Elroy, roll up a new character if you want. If Pissant had blown himself up, he wouldn't be our problem anymore. We would have to decide if we pushed Elroy away altogether, or if we would give him a chance to pull a Hal and take the loss of his character as a learning opportunity. Don't make that mistake. He's gotta go. I was just ready to go home, but I was interrupted. Elroy came almost running up to me. For a second, I thought he was actually gonna attack me. I braced myself for it, but he drew up short and had the most pathetic expression on his face that I had ever seen. It does make me feel kind of sad for him, because you could tell, like, this is all that dude has going on in his life. He doesn't really have any friends outside of this group of people that don't really even like him. At the end of the day, I do hold hope in my heart. I hope Elroy reforms and is able to find, like, some meaningful friendships. Is he annoying as shit? Did he take this whole session off the rails? Yeah, absolutely, but it doesn't make him, like, the worst person that I've ever seen, to be quite fair. Let's all remember that. Hutbeard is the one that really deserves our ire. Elroy says,
Dude, can we please talk about this? Hutbeard might say that I didn't die, and I need to know what we're gonna do next.
OP, what are you talking about? What is there to figure out? Either he's dead or we're gonna have to track him down. Elroy?
Come on, man. Don't do this to me.
OP, it's not just me. Elroy?
No, but you're the one that told Peacekeeper to attack me. We could work this out and...
OP, dude, this isn't anything personal against you. Ferris is following orders. Your character is under attack because he stole from the rebels. If we're gonna keep working with them, then we don't have a choice. Exactly. You're reaping what you sowed right now. How did you think you'd steal an X-Wing and just walk away? Elroy?
But we don't have to keep working with them. We can go do our own thing. Come on, just talk to me about it, please.
OP? Dude, no. This isn't an out-of-game conflict. This is purely in-game. This isn't a conversation for Elroy and OP. This is a conversation for Pissant and Ferris. Elroy?
But it won't matter. Come on, man, please. If you and I don't work something out, then...
I never would have imagined that it would come to this. Never. Since the first session when he came in like a swaggering peacock, would I have envisioned a day when Elroy was throwing himself at my mercy and begging me like this. I think I liked you better as a swaggering peacock. This is just gross. Get the fuck out of here. Stop talking to me. I feel sick looking at you. Little puppy dog eyes. This shit might work on your mother, but it ain't gonna work on me. This could change everything. This could give me the edge that I needed to force him into line. The fact that I let him live would forever be the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. You know, if he was a normal person. Yes, take note. OP is a psychiatrist, and he's not gonna fall for this. He diagnosed Elroy the second that boy walked in, and he knows how it's gonna go if he lets him live. So yeah, you can't let him live. The fact is, he wasn't the sort to keep any kind of promise made in an emotional state like this. Yes, he was on the verge of crying at that moment, but there was still a vast sea of anger and bitterness behind that. If I were to let him live, I would pay for it. If we didn't follow through on this, the message that we would be sending would be, you can do whatever you want. Screw us over, bend us over a barrel, spit in our faces, and tell us that it's raining. All of that is just A-okay. And no, I wasn't going to do that. I don't know why he decided that I was the one that he needed to convince, but here it was. The decision was in my hand. I was the old man in Squid Game staring down at the buttons. I looked around. The others were over at one of their cars talking about who knows what. I was alone. There was no one to try and talk me into or out of choosing how this would go. I mean, it seems like Nala is the leader in-game, but OP, he the actual leader, you know? People look to him quite a little bit, more than he knows. He's definitely worth looking up to. In my talks with him, I have learned at least that much. I looked back at Elroy and shook my head. OP, I'm sleepy. It's past my bedtime already, and again, this really isn't an out-of-character conversation. We can figure this out, but it'll have to be in-game. Elroy,
but Ferris is just gonna tell the rest of the group to capture me and take me back to the rebels.
I knew what I had to do. I knew what I had to say. I took a deep breath and met his eyes. OP, probably, but that's just what my character would do. Oh, that is sweet. That is fucking ambrosia. Yes, always do that. Turnabout is fair play. He said it. He fucking said it. Oh, this is catharsis. This whole story, I know it's just a Star Wars tabletop, but the way that it has turned out has given me like such catharsis. I have a great feeling going up and down my spine. It's like a little tickle. I haven't felt this in so long. Usually it's just like an impact drill. My skull hammering my spine into powder as I cringe. But today, I actually get to just enjoy a story and love how everything turned out. And, oh, truly we are blessed. Thank you so much, Irish Pirate, for writing this one up. I love it. Well, everyone met again the next week. All but one, at least. Hutbeard broke the news to us that Elroy had quit the campaign. Hutbeard had asked him for his character sheet, saying that if he was still alive, he would make him an enemy that we could face later. Ooh, that would be juicy. I mean, it's not really PvP anymore, but still, we get to wrap up this plot point. Elroy, in response, had ripped up his character sheet and confetti tossed the pieces in the general direction of the trash can. Oof. We never saw Pissan again. To this day, I don't know if Rachel was able to successfully deactivate his legs. I don't even know if he survived the blind jump. Hutbeard never told us one way or the other. I mean, yeah, one way or the other, it was still going to be over for him, and I think he knew that. So I don't know if he even knew whether or not he survived the jump, because yeah, it doesn't matter. We went back to the rebels, and the general told us that we had 2 weeks to find him and return the stolen X-Wing. We told him that the little guy had made a blind jump, and he could be anywhere in the galaxy. It was not an excuse that the general found acceptable. Man, I'm about to choke this general out myself. Uh-oh, here we go again. Hutbeard had already decided that our time with the rebels had come to an end, I'm convinced. He made a point of telling me that the bruises were self-inflicted without me asking to examine them. He wanted me and the rest of us to see the rebel general as deceitful and untrustworthy. He wanted us to follow Pissan and leave the rebels. Our refusal had thrown his plans out the window. You really trying to bring this back around still? Give up, bro. You just railroading your players. Hutbeard does have like the occasional good idea, but yeah, stuff like that lets me know that he is just as shitty a GM as he is a person. So we made a costly deal. The general accepted that there was just no way that we could find Pissant within that time frame in exchange for one of our ships. Ferris had to give up his YT 2400 to spare the group from the wrath of the Rebel Alliance. But that wasn't a fair trade to us, so we left on neutral terms. We weren't the Rebels' enemies, but nor were we their friends. I mean, if they're not trying to kill you at the end of it all, yeah, I'd say that's a win. That's fine. Hal had to make a new character because Delanis wouldn't leave the Rebels for us. Poor Hal. Rolling new characters every other week and shit. The campaign did end shortly after that. Paradoxically, the game just felt dull without Elroy there. Yeah, we need somebody to shit on. That's just how it works. That's not to say that we missed him, of course, but there was something about the slow burning hatred that just kept us on the edge of our seats. But when the torture disconnects the go-kart battery from your balls, there's nothing left but numbness. Call him up, bring him back. Remind yourself why you wanted him to leave in the first place. We had one last series of missions before the epilogue that involved us fixing the atmosphere on an abandoned industrial world. The inhabitants had all either fled or died, so it was pretty much a finders keepers situation, and thus Nala came to own her own planet, named Nala. It's not the most clever name, but I'll allow it. And it was here that she repurposed an old manufacturing building to become the beating heart of Nala Corp. Yeah, adventuring's all well and good to make some money, but how do you make vast sums of wealth that you'll never be able to spend? Late stage capitalism. That's right! Hop on board, or get the fuck out of the way. Ferris Labs, a subsidiary of Nala Corp, served as its parent company's research and development department. Ferris and Rachel went on to lead a team of doctors and engineers that developed cutting-edge cybernetics that combined Ferris's understanding of medicine and Rachel's intimate knowledge of machinery. They even developed a colto-based serum for beings whose bodies typically resisted or outright rejected cybernetics. Oh, it's all coming full circle. Savo spent his days testing new blasters in the weapons manufacturing division, and still occasionally served as Nala's personal pilot. Merwick was proud to become Nala Corp's head of security. Hal's new character, about whom I can remember nothing, served as his right paw man. Nala and Roblox, in a move that absolutely no one saw coming, got married? Why? No one knows. Love is blind, I guess, and settles hard sometimes. Who are you dunking on in that sentence? Probably Roblox. He doesn't get a whole lot of love from OP. And that was the end of the campaign. Hutbeard would go on to host another Star Wars campaign thereafter, where we all played characters that were loyal to the Empire in the final days before its collapse, but there was nothing particularly cringeworthy about it, so it's not really worth detailing, except to say that Hal played the face of the group and had a favorite alias, Gary Busey. Imperial Health Inspector. Gary Busey, bro. It's too ridiculous. Hutbeard, as I've mentioned a time or two, was arrested not too long ago, and all of his heinous deeds came to light. He's currently serving, to the best of my knowledge, multiple life sentences. If he ever touches grass again, it'll be whilst collecting trash at gunpoint on the side of the highway. And honestly, that's more than he deserves. Put him against the wall! Elroy joined another gaming group the week after he made an unceremonious departure from our company, and they kicked him out after 2 sessions. Hilarious. This fucking beautiful. I don't know where he is or what he's doing now, but I'm sure he's being a pain in someone's ass. Well, better them than me. Probably his parents' ass, honestly. It's so funny. I'm sad that it kind of went out with a whimper at the very end, but the way that the group dealt with turning Elroy in, making sure that his character had no out, pressing Hutbeard into going along with what the rules said. You basically killed Elroy with the rules that he so regularly defied or bent to his will. And I think that's justice enough. I think that's poetic. So what, Elroy's entire life didn't implode. Like I said, overall, he's annoying, but he's not like the worst dude ever. So I do hope that he gets it figured out and finds a group that he can vibe with eventually. Anyways, now it's parody time. Frank Sinatra, My Way. Oh, Lord. I'm not going to sing this in the Beard voice because that's difficult. I'm also not going to sing this in the Frank Sinatra voice because I can't. So I'll just do my best. How's that? And now the end draws near. The others drop polite pretenses. No chance to make amends, to right the wrongs, or mend the fences. I tried to tell my side, but they won't hear a word that I say. And though Pissant may die, I played him my way. This sucks. It's so unfair. There's just no way that I deserved it. Each joke that I tried to share would waste away if I conserved it. I tried to compromise and let them have their little byways. They say it was unwise playing it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you've read, when I ran off, leaving Hal for dead. But through it all, when things were grim, Ferris stepped up and salvaged him. And though we'd fight, I did what's right, playing it my way. I've played a prank or two, but stealing's not always abusing. It's not my fault that they can't understand what's amusing. To think they'd always shout because I played a clever, sly way, and then they cast me out for playing my way. And yes, I went rogue. Their plans were lame. What's the point of playing games if you are made to follow fools who all get mad because you're cool? And though they hurt, my character. I played him my way. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. So I quit my way. I don't know how well it's gonna go. It felt pretty good. It was one take. It was pretty smooth, but without the backing track, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of confidence in my voice compared to Frank Sinatra. But it is what it is, and thank you to the Twitch chat for being nice, making me feel confident about it until I hear it in the regular video. Thank you. Bravissimo eventually, I'm sure. So the outro. If you're not into sentimental asides, then I guess just skip ahead or go do something that you enjoy, like watching some more ReddX videos. Hey, it is the big brain play after all. God, Irish Pirate out here just plugging it endlessly. That's beautiful. I want to thank everyone that's tagged along for this adventure. When I wrote the first one, I didn't really expect anything to come of it. In fact, something went wrong and half the post got deleted. I almost took that as a sign to give up. It would have been easy. Truth be told, I had about as much confidence in my writing as I have in a wet paper towel's ability to safely catch a Fabergé egg that was tossed from a third-store balcony of an heiress who just found out that her betrothed had eloped with another. That was the test, okay? That's the universe saying, is this really something that you want? And you persevered. You remade the post, and you were rewarded thusly for it. So now me and Irish Pirate have a pretty strong bond. Like, I talk to him mostly more than other people in the Discord. He's a good fella, you know? I at least have as much faith now as I would place in a dry paper towel's momentum arresting capabilities. Come on, you're at least a drier sheet. Those things are unrippable. Most of the feedback I've gotten throughout this series has been positive. The negative opinions have been heavily outweighed, and that has inspired me to start writing recreationally again. It may not sound like it at first, but that is a pretty big deal to me. Honestly, that's huge. I mean, I stopped writing recreationally after I did it for a job. My soul was crushed, but I'm so glad that I could reignite a passion for you. Eventually, we're going to get a book written, and then I'll narrate it for the audiobook. We'll get it up on Audible. Then we can get the Audible plug in here. Hey, this video is sponsored by me. Me and me alone. Oh, also the patrons. And any of the ads you saw in the video, they're also sponsoring. Anyways, I haven't been able to muster the willpower for something like that since, like, before the pandemic started. I've even started setting some of that time aside for a project I'm working on that I hope someday to make into an audiobook with a familiar narrator lending his voice to it. All up top. I totally spoiled the surprise, but yeah! I'm totally on board for that shit. Pain in the Neckbeard is to be a retelling of my experiences in college, wherein I will take every neckbeard I met over the course of those years and merge them into one grotesque creature that would make David Cronenberg say, yeah, not bad. Thank you all for your feedback, both the good and the bad. Flattery and spite have carried this tale from episode 1 to episode 9, with a bonus in there, so it's 10 parts. And Star Wars Shenanigans will return in the form of a series of short stories, as well as the long-advertised Rogue Son, a Star Wars Shenanigans story that I'll be helping Hal to write. And no, I haven't forgotten those of you that requested more Ballad of Papa Pirate. I'm working on those next. Promise. Swizzies! Just a fact. Something like that. Finally, I want to thank ReddX himself. Oh, you're too kind. Your laughter and kind words have pushed me to keep going, and, per your request, I'm gonna start seriously pursuing the idea of writing professionally. Until the next tale, Irish Pirate, sailing off. I mean, I'm sure you're great at psychiatry and the thing that you do, but It's a crime to keep writing of this caliber away from the rest of the world, isn't it? God, I love everything that he's written. Even the parody songs and stuff. Irish Pirate and I were bouncing around some ideas about like a rewritten version of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, you know, with Ramtide as Uncle Joe and Osgood as Charlie Bucket, and they come to ReddX Industries and get a tour while all the other beards are like picked off and shit. Just like Willy Wonka. I might end up having to animate it myself, but I've been practicing animation a little bit, as long as it gets the point across. Like, that's the whole idea, isn't it? I'm sure it'll go fine. I'm sure it'll take a while to come out, but while we're unveiling projects, yes, that is a thing that I want to do. So yes, I didn't start reading this story to change anybody's life or perspective on themselves, but I'm glad that it was able to do that for you. I get a lot of feedback saying that, you know, writing these stories and hearing them read back with some commentary in between is a really cathartic experience, and I'm glad that I could help out in my own little way. This story was an absolute joy from start to finish. I don't know if you'll have any like super major long sagas like this, but anything else that you write, I will definitely read. Not necessarily for the channel, but absolutely in my spare time. Like I did for the post about your wifey. I'm like, yeah, let's check that out a little bit. I don't think it fits on the channel, but I don't know, maybe a revenge subreddit or something like that. We can try it out. It's worth a read, although I have already read it and kind of spoiled it for myself. Yeah, it's up in the air. Let me know what you think in the comments. If you did enjoy this video, I hope that you'll like, comment, subscribe, do all those things. Maybe share the video around if you should like, or the first part of this video, or the compilation if I've compiled it by now. We've also got all kinds of links down in the description. Plugs, playlists, podcasts, woo! All kinds of stuff going on. Check it out. Castbox, Deezer, Spotify, iTunes, etc., etc. Just Google ReddX. You'll find some stuff. We've also got my social medias, of course, Twitter, Discord, Facebook, and Twitch, where I'm live streaming this right now. I mean, not as you're seeing it, but I did live stream it at one point, and I'd like to see you if you can find the time to swing through. We've also got my channel members, my Patreon, everybody out here doing the most, honestly, for the channel, and I'm super grateful to all of them. So I'd like to thank them as I do every episode. So, thank you. Wired Up, Ian Jerry, Dark Luscious, Harley Owen, Repent the Score, Robert Waits, Camille Sarah, Chance with Blue Kraken, Roxanne Wolf, Sim Jerry, Conrad Engie, Captain Clown Jerry, Hong Kong, Aaron Jerry, Esteban, for all Langside, Jerry Crusader, Jerry's Vote, Origami Steve, B Pound with a bag of models from downtown, Jerry, beg for forgiveness, no forgiveness here, Silo Revolver, PCB, the original Jerry, Jerry, Destiny Piper, Jerry Kitsune, a very tired Jerry, feel that, a Justy Jargonian Jerry, and Frankenberry, ain't that hiding, bitch, Aspen XO, Assassin Punk Jerry, Aurora Wildheart, Baby Jerry, Bailey Joy, Bearded Jerry, Bitch Gremlin, Blip Blue Jerry, Catholic Jerry, Commander J Tank, Confederate Jew, Dennis Dayton, Dr. Lux, Emergent Jewel, Aaron Era, Eastparks, First Never Studios, Fire Drake, Gypsy, Hate BR, I'm Slim Jerry, I'm the real Jerry, Inquisitor Jerry, Irish Pirate, made port to find a stowaway, but had no way anger when I heard the frightful cheek of a beard chi, Iron Olive, Irradiated Jam, a pimp named J Crisp, JM Coon, Jerry Blacktail, Jerry Alabama the Trucker, Hong Kong, John Hero, John Jerry, Jingleheimer Schmidt, hey, you're not gonna believe this, it's my fucking name too, Crewy, Cuddly Kraken, Legit Maker, Miss Monday, Lord Jerry, like and subscribe, Milady Nix, Malama Man, Marvel says ReddX can't pronounce Naruto, Melgar the Destroyer, Metal Fector, Needless King 89, Nightmare Jerry, Paragon Soul, Phantom of the Pines, Jerry Kins and Jerry Beth, Queen's Way, Luke Quagmire, Rose Jerry Miller, Sarita the Lolita, Sassy Octopus, Scarlet 7, Serena Moore, Sergeant Gaycop, Bring on the Law, Silo Imp, 70 Goodner, Synaptic Boomstick, Brilliant Tomago, Tapioca, Blue Tato Fair, the Italian Greyhound, Dino, the Littlest Who, the one true Fusky, Train Boy, woohoo! Trying to find a bubble to get back to the real world, you probably don't want to blow into that balloon, not, it's a stinky balloon, V3 Prime, Vanguard Angel, Viking Jerry, Wiki Tack, Wilmax, Stephanie Gargoyle, or Clay, it's Jerry Time, Holds ReddX Morpher, Self-Reflection, Comrade Mooney, Kira, Not Another Jerry, Buddy is Though, Redwind, Not Viper Safe Blessing Third Stuff, Venom Jerry, Jace Christensen, Adorable Jerry, Activate Transformation Belt, Hein Sheen, Tolman Rider, Beard Grease, I don't know what that is, but it's a reference I don't understand, Admiral T-Tank, Amber Alder, Another Stupid Hipster, Atomic Jerry Zilla, Bartender Galia, Blueberry and Apple Pie, Porcupine Horseradish, but Greedy Jerry is such a nice girl, Cake Jerry, the original different Jerry, yeah, California Jerry, Go Chef on 7 Lock, Chikara the Panda, Corey does art, sometimes, Corporal Admiral, Princess Furry Warrior Woo Jerry, Crypt Titties, Defon Jerry, Def Tuna, Dopamine Dane Jerry is Dwarfy Dude, Ghost of Alpha, he cannot, Janitor Jerry, Jeffrey, Gerald Brivia, Jerry Tom versus Happy New Year's, Wave the Apocalypse, Jerry Springer, the results are in, you are not the neckbeard, yay, Jerry, the Sussy Baka, Debbie's mom has got it going on, check out that mustache on Jerry Older Rivera, Jerry Roxers, Jerry Role Playing Game, Keaton Tales, Kid Marvelous, Kids Again, Life of a Guardian, Little Ann Woods, Lucia Lovecraft, Mama Machia, CD, maybe next time Milk Fed, Get Miss Duchess, Not Invisible Angel, Raptor Art, she's my Jerry Pie, go check out Mandu, what a bit surprise, Skymar Ravenswood, Snary, that's Snom Jerry, if you didn't know, Snowman, what is best in life, to crush your neckbeards, to put them feet to Jesus, to hear the lamentation of their body pillows, it's still my favorite one, Smoothie the Rogue, Spooky Scary Jerry Ton, Techno Dubs, the original Jerry, to Infinite Jerry and Beyond, and Kale, Underwater Movies, formerly the X-Star, throws Julie to Mountain Dew, grow my neckbeard, grow, it's Jerry Time, holds ReddX Morpher, Hygiene, it's Jerry Time,
holds ReddX more for humility. And thank you to my $1 patrons as well. Of course, we'd also like to thank our YouTube channel members. Buy two, get one hand. The Gypsy Barber, Bearded Snake, Death's Flagship, Samantha, a tiny boy, yeah, she in there. Fire Drake, oh my god, he's double dipping too. And Train Boy, who is also double dipping, my goodness.
Thank you guys. As always, you are the ones out changing lives. You know, I can't say how grateful I am to have so many great people behind me, lifting me up as their neckbeard king. I love it. It's beautiful. I shall serve humbly. So thank you guys as always. If you can sign up on the Patreon, that's huge. If you can't do it, don't sweat it too hard, friends. I just appreciate you coming on through, hanging out with me, and I hope that you come on back and hang out with me again tomorrow. In order to do so, you need to keep yourself safe out there, wash your hands, but also take some time out and do something that you personally enjoy today. Maybe like watching some more ReddX videos, right? Right? That's what you're gonna do, isn't it? Anyways, friends, always remember that you are loved, you are worthy, and you definitely deserve it. I shall see you in the next one, and until then, bye-bye.